As the bitter cold wind swept across the continent, as alien races and monsters came one after another, and as the living space became increasingly tight, Ron and his strange teammates embarked on a journey to open up new territories. And the land that has never had a long-term ruler may welcome its eternal monarch. C1 starting from the goblin lair, smelly and noisy. There was a loud and harsh noise in my ears, and a fishy and unpleasant smell penetrated my nose. When Ron licked his chapped lips and opened his eyes again, the ground was still full of bones and broken flesh, and the pile of moldy and rotten straw was still cushioned under him. Across the rusty iron railing, less than 2 meters away from Ron, 3 ferocious creatures that were twice as big as wolves were staring at him from the prison next door, salivating. It's not a dream, Ron smiled bitterly. Only now did he fully accept the fact that he had traveled through time. The drunk guy in the medicinal chemistry lab next door dry exploded the hydrogen bottle. And as soon as he came over, he appeared here inexplicably, in a goblin prison. Naturally, this group of notorious guys couldn't let go of the delicacies that fell from the sky, but because Ron's appearance was indeed strange, they chose to keep him alone next to the ward pen instead of immediately making a food reserve. But when Ron held his hand on the railing and peeked outside at a goblin gatherer who was wielding a butcher knife to cut meat of unknown origin, he really didn't dare to confirm how long he could live. He had to find a way to escape. If Ron's memory from his previous life is correct, rats and wolves are to goblins what dogs and horses are to humans. So, the appearance of these mice is no accident, they must be followed by their owners. Sure enough, after a while, a goblin appeared at the door. There is an old scar on his face, across his left eye that cannot be opened, and behind his back is a crudely made short bow. It is worth noting that he is carrying a large rat with snow-white fur on his shoulders. Compared with the same kind that is only suitable for crawling on the ground, this big rat with an injured back is obviously more valued by its owner. Is this his pet? Ron remembered that goblins were a race based on a caste system consisting of whippers, hunters, gatherers, and pariahs. Only the upper castes were allowed to keep special breeds of rats as pets. Maybe it's a goblin hunter? Davin! Get here, the goblin hunter yelled arrogantly, look what happened to my baby? It was bitten by those furry rats while hunting, and it has been sleeping since then. I don't want to eat blood or flesh. Even though he was in his lair, the hunter still spoke relatively fluently in common, and he seemed very proud of it. This was convenient for Ron. Although he was instilled with some knowledge after traveling through time, he could only understand common language and knew nothing about goblin language. One-eyed dragon Dryford. The goblin gatherer came over very reluctantly. He also imitated the other person and spoke common language, but his speech was very poor. You know clearly that we have been short of water and food for a long time. Why are you feeding it to your rats? It's a good time to be sick, leave it to me, so we can have some more food. How dare you? Dreyfuda threatened and bared his teeth at the other party. How dare you treat a hunter like this? All the food is brought by our hunters, I can give it to whoever I want. The food is still carried and cut by us gatherers. Dawn shrank his neck, but didn't dare to talk back. He had no choice but to take the white rat and examine it carefully under Dreyfudo's lewd force. Ron looked curiously through the iron door. He had a clue about this white mouse's problem. Rats and mice in the laboratory also often bite each other, and many diseases arise from this. This should be a secondary trauma caused by a fight. Judging from the condition of your mouse, it should be infected. If it is isolated and disinfected in time, it may still be curable. Ron saw Dawn looking back and forth at the big white rat couldn't help but remind him. Do you know how to treat it? Dreyford's eyes first turned to Ron, and then glared at Davin. Let him out for treatment quickly, I can't lose my baby. But, he is the one who fell from the sky, I don't care if it fell from the sky or grew from the ground. I want my baby to live rather than die. Dreyford screamed. Davin curled his lips, returned the rat to Drevito, then obediently took out the key and released Ron. Go ahead, hum. Ron did not rush over. Instead, he carefully examined the surrounding environment and then picked some plants and fungi from dark and damp places. There are no ready-made medicines here, so he can only use what is available. What are these? Dreyford looked dissatisfied at the plants that Ron handed over after he approached. My baby is not a vegetarian. It doesn't eat it, you eat it, Ron said succinctly. Chew it up, spit it out, and apply it on the wound. Dreyfus' suspicious eyes lingered between Ron, the plants in his hands, and the rat for a while, then he resolutely snatched the herbs, put them in his mouth and chewed them. Bah! It's so damn painful. When the goblin hunter spit out a lump of herbal mud and applied it to the rat's wound, his already yellow-green face looked even greener. Your method had better work, or I'll strip you. Before Driver finished his threat, the originally unconscious rat began to tremble slightly in his arms, accompanied by a faint, surviving cry. Magrabi. It's alive, it's alive. Driver hugged his baby excitedly and shook it vigorously. Oh my God, you must be the messenger sent by the god of war to save my baby. After a long while, after confirming that the rat was really out of danger, Driver stood up excitedly and waved his claws at Ron. Unfortunately, most goblins are only 1.12 meters tall. Even if this hunter is taller, he still looks like a child in front of Ron. If he wants to hug Ron, he can only hug his legs. What a miracle! Usually, this kind of rat can only be killed and eaten. Not only Driver was ecstatic, but even Davin and other goblins expressed their surprise. But Ron could only understand what Davin was saying. Shut up, Davin. Driver glared at him fiercely. I think we should report to the boss. Let this human be the collector and demote you to a pariah. Gatherer? Whoever wants to be one can be one, Davin angrily said to Driver. There is almost nothing left here, even the river has stopped flowing, what can we collect? See to the hobgoblin warlord, there's nothing left? Ron stopped Dreyford, who was about to give Davin a look, and asked quickly, what does this mean? This Dawn just said that you are short of water and food, that's what it means. Driver looked at Ron more. This human was the savior of his precious mouse. He was happy to answer the other person's questions. So the boss said that we should chase some deer to the north. Go. However, when I went to explore the north, I felt that the farther north I went, the colder it became. I had only walked for 2 days, and this shouldn't happen. As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name. I have captured some prisoners before, and they all said that there is a warm and humid plain to the north. But my feeling is completely different from theirs. Little rain, lack of food, and getting colder? Ron seemed to remember something. In the geology elective course that semester, the teacher seemed to have talked about a similar incident, a catastrophe that almost strangled the entire human civilization in its cradle. If you can save the life of the big white rat and survive for a while, what if you save the lives of these goblins? Can it be exchanged for my own safety or even freedom? And if they really want to go to the north, as Dreyfado said, they won't be able to survive. It will be a real natural disaster hell. Thinking of this, Ron quickly said, I need to see your boss immediately. You can't go north. White Dreyford was about to ask, but simply changed his mind. Okay. I'll go talk to the boss, you're waiting here. It's in vain to ask. Goblin hunters have and only have combat-related talents, and those who can speak common language like Dreyford are considered diligent and eager to learn. Moreover, didn't this human explain nothing when he gave him the pile of bitter herbs just now? Didn't it also save Baymax's life? Dreyford was very satisfied with his stupidity and wisdom, so he immediately turned around and disappeared into the corridor at a trot. There was only a reply from him instructing Davin, take care of my baby and his savior. Otherwise I will skin you. Sigh, you son of a bitch. Dawn spat on the ground angrily. Taking advantage of the opportunity of waiting for Dreyfado, Ron walked around freely in this space that was a combination of a prison, a stable and a slaughterhouse. The goblins around him were all impressed by Ron's method just now, and no one stopped him at all. Ron strolled closer to the prison designed to hold prisoners. Except for a man lying on the ground who didn't know whether he was alive or dead, there was no other living person inside. Needless to say, those unlucky guys must have all turned into food reserves under Dawn's sword. Who is this guy? Ron pointed at the person inside casually. Looks like a woman? It's just a half-elf. Dawn glanced inside. What do you care about whether it's a boy or a girl? It's just a piece of meat in my mouth. I'm just curious. Don't you have any other thoughts about her? Ron put it more tactfully. Mainly influenced by some small software in his previous life, Ron always wanted to confirm whether goblins would do that kind of thing to prisoners. Why would I have thoughts about food? The goblin was not stupid, and Davin instantly understood what Ron meant. I admit that there are some freaks in our race, but you can't be so stereotyped. The person I love, Dawn, should be a bugbear. At least it should be a burly goblin girl, definitely not this thin wooden pole. Dawn's declaration can be regarded as opening up the chat box of the goblins. They started to quarrel in a messy manner, and gradually started to get violent, and it seemed that they were going to fight for an imaginary goddess. The level of confusion is evident. At this moment, Dreyfado appeared at the entrance of the corridor. Human, the boss agrees to meet you. Come with me. What are you doing? This bastard is insulting our aesthetics. Dawn ran over angrily and kicked Ron in the calf. Hurry up. I must fight them today. The person I love can only belong to me. Then I wish you success. Ron smiled and followed Dreyford out. Goblins are not born builders or engineers, but they are skilled miners and craftsmen. Therefore, most of them will choose existing caves or mines, then repair them and set up traps. On the way to the leader's room here, Ron observed all the way and noted the locations of nearby traps and alarms. With empty bottles, cobwebs, pits, and even rolling stones and detachable load-bearing brackets, it's not without reason that goblin lairs are always a nightmare for novice adventurers. And if it is absolutely necessary and Ron needs to take risks to escape from the nest, remembering the locations of these traps may be his last life-saving barbell. While Ron was observing along the way, Dreyfus reached out and poked his waist. "This is it, the boss is waiting for you inside. Be careful, there will be no good consequences if you make the boss angry." Perhaps out of repayment to his benefactor, Dravito reminded him in a low voice. When the animal skin that was used as a door curtain was opened by Dreyfus, a smell more pungent than that of a slaughterhouse hit his face, choking Ron and causing him to cough. "This is too smelly. But it's a matter of life and death, even if it's a sea of fire and swords inside, Ron has to bite the bullet and go in." In this cave, Ron saw the boss of these goblins at a glance, not because he was born with a strange appearance, but because he is not the same species as the goblins at all. This boss is about 1.7 meters tall, taller than the average 1.12 meters tall goblins, and half a head shorter than Ron, but he is much stronger in terms of physique. He has reddish-brown skin and dark red hair. A pair of yellow eyes are embedded under the protruding forehead, and 2 or 3 sharp yellow teeth are exposed in his big mouth. And the most important thing is that he has a big blue nose. All these characteristics show that what is in front of Ron is a big goblin. They are cousins of the goblins, natural warriors and leaders. They love war and usually enslave goblins or other easy-to-replenish creatures to enrich their army. They will lead their men to take over the resource-rich land and use it as a base to expand continuously. But unfortunately, the luck of this hobgoblin and his goblin army was not very good. If Ron's guess was correct, whether they stayed here or migrated northward, there would be only one ending: turning into ice sculptures in the snowstorm. C3 to survive. "Good day, I guess I should call you Warlord?" Ron tentatively flattered the other person. Hobgoblins are born for war and have a strict and well-defined military hierarchy, from the highest warlord to the lowest soldier. "First of all, it's already afternoon. Secondly, I'm Carrad, Captain Carrad." The hobgoblin was leaning on the throne made of leather, bones, some gems and precious metals, looking down at Ron under the steps. Although he tried his best to show a majestic and fierce look, Ron could still tell that he was very affected by Ron's words just now. "Warlord Carrad, that sounds so pleasant to my ears." Khaled broke free from his brief fantasy and spoke fluent common tongue. "Are you the guy who appeared out of nowhere? I heard that you came to question my decision-making? You also said that would make us all die. No burial place?" At this point, Khaled showed his ferocious nature again. He would never allow any soldiers to question his judgment, let alone prisoners. "Yes." Ron looked directly at the other person. He knew that he could not hesitate at this moment, otherwise the slaughterhouse would be his grave. "I don't think there is a priest or scholar here to point this out for you, right?" "You are right, no priest was born here." Khaled did not conceal this. "Are you a priest or some kind of scholar?" "I don't study theology, but I am indeed a scholar." Ron nodded. "I heard that it hasn't rained here for a long time, and even the rivers have dried up." "Drought," Carrad concluded succinctly. "And your hunter's prey is getting harder and harder to find?" "Hungry. But we still have some food, so I'm going to move north and find a new base before the food runs out." "Then with all due respect, Captain Carrad, you will only find frozen deer and starved hunters in the north. Because neither drought nor famine is accidental. I can explain to you how this works if you're willing to listen to a long explanation, but I guess you'd prefer something simpler." "No," Carrad raised his hand, a cunning light flashing in his yellow eyes. "I want to listen to your explanation. Or maybe you are not a scholar at all, and are just here to trick me in order to survive? There is really a lot to think about." Ron was deeply troubled by this, but fortunately, he did have something. "The principle is very simple, because the previous warm climate caused the glaciers in the north to melt," Ron said. "Ice is water, and it is fresh water, which has a different salinity than seawater. A large amount of glaciers melt into the sea, causing the salinity of the seawater to decrease, and the decrease in salinity will lead to a decrease in density, which will then be unable to support the warm currents from the north to here. Normally, warm currents contain tremendous heat, which can increase the temperature and humidity in a large area, which is conducive to the growth of all things. Then you can think about it, if such a warm current suddenly disappears, what changes will it bring?" "Meaning, it will bring about a significant cooling," Ron interrupted Khaled, asking and answering. "Cold and drought will follow one after another. According to the literature records I know, this kind of thing has happened in history, in the north. The temperature in the parts near the pole has dropped by nearly 10 degrees in just 3 years, while the temperature further south will also drop by 4 to 8 degrees. Please note that this is not a seasonal change, but a year-round temperature change. Decline. Under low temperatures, plants that once relied on warm climates will be delayed or even unable to germinate, deer and rabbits will have no grass to eat, and hunters who hunt them will starve unless they are caught in the biting cold wind first, frozen into popsicles. I'm done, can you give me some water to drink? Oh, I forgot, you have stopped drinking water? So you are saying that the weather is getting colder because of the warming? Carrot looked at Ron in disbelief. This is too outrageous. To put it simply, that's it. Ron smiled slightly. As for being outrageous, don't you think it's even more outrageous for me to suddenly appear in your stronghold? This can't do it. I don't trust your judgment. Khaled stood up suddenly. What kind of warm current from the ocean? We don't know how far away from the sea we are. And the prey has obviously migrated to the north. Should we go in the opposite direction? So you decided to die with your prey, Captain? Ron retorted. Or are you actually not a captain, let alone a hobgoblin warlord? You're just I don't know, a deer herder? I pointed out the possible risks for you, but you insist on going to die? No, of course I want to become a warlord, Khaled wavered. Okay, if we don't go to the north, then where should we go? Are we going to starve to death here and die of thirst? I can't just tell you, Ron shook his head, otherwise, wouldn't my only remaining value be as food? I can help show you the way, but you also have to let me live. This is a deal? I knew you wouldn't be so kind. Carrot opened his big mouth, but I don't agree. You yourself should know the current predicament better than I do. If you are just a guide and can't do anything, your value is not even as good as the flesh and blood on your body. You have to give something more valuable in exchange for this life. What if I say I can make potions? Ron didn't panic at all, and threw out his trump card as if he had expected it. What will happen if no one is sure about it on the way to migration, and your army doesn't have it? Priest, then the value of a doctor should be heavier than my weight, right? There happens to be a witness here who has seen what I am capable of. Geology was just an elective hobby, and pharmacy was Ron's main profession. If he remembered correctly the rulebook of the D&D running group, a bottle of healing potion was worth 50 gold coins, and a member with relevant skills could reduce the cost by half. The social level of goblins is far lower than that of humans, elves, or dwarves. Among them, Ron's skill will only be more valuable. You mean it? As expected, Khaled looked at Ron in shock. Do you really have this ability? Dravido? Yes, boss, he just picked some bitter herbs and cured my debai. Dreyford quickly testified. I'm more capable than that. Ron smiled slightly. You can bring some better herbs and alchemy tools, and I can verify my words in person. Compared to the previous geology questions, Ron is quite confident in his major even in this goblin lair that lacks experimental equipment. We don't have that kind of reserve. Carrot thought for a while and finally compromised. Okay. In view of your previous remarks, I will tentatively believe that what you said this time is also true. You can survive, and the direction of our future migration will be determined by you. But if I find out that you don't know how to treat it all, Khaled walked up to Ron and bared his fangs, and sprayed his hot breath on Ron's face. I will eat you alive. Wise choice. Ron and Khaled looked at each other, and smiled sincerely for their own survival. But before the migration begins, I have a merciless request. Say. Khaled stared firmly into Ron's dark eyes. I want to borrow the half-elf in your prison. I need her to lead me to other nearby settlements to purchase supplies and find out information. At the very least, I need a map that covers a larger area. No. Khaled refused. I think you just want to escape and take a prisoner with you? Don't think too beautifully, my patience is very limited. What if I am willing to bring another goblin who can speak common language to supervise us? Ron rolled his eyes. It's like a team of adventurers that has been disabled. The goblin can wrap himself up tightly, no people will recognize it. If the half-elf and I tried to escape, we would be killed immediately. I really want to survive, you can see that. Well, Khaled pondered, well, if you are sincere, then I can make an exception mercifully, and even give you some coins to trade. As for the person to guard you, Dreyfudo, you speak common language well, so I'll leave it to you to take charge. Don't worry, boss, I can definitely take a good look at him. Dreyfudo's chest clapped loudly. As for the half-elf, go find her yourself. Unless she voluntarily wants to be turned into feces, she will agree to you. Khaled said as he pulled out a broken wooden box from behind his throne and opened it to find all kinds of coins inside. Come on, grab whatever you want. Captain Carrot, the future hobgoblin warlord, allows you to use his treasure, for me and my army. Ron took out a large handful of copper coins, silver coins, and a small amount of gold coins with both hands. asked Khaled to get a cloth bag and tied it up, then showed a sincere smile towards the hobgoblin captain, for survival.
C4, you're a mean one, you are really good at talking, human.
After walking out of the hobgoblin's room for a while, Driver screamed and exclaimed, "You are the first person I have ever seen who persuaded the boss to change his mind. That's because he really needs to change, and I do have a good reason." Ron let out a long breath, and his clothes on his back were soaked with cold sweat.
Neither the hobgoblins nor the goblins are characters who are easy to follow.
It is not easy to make them change their minds when they are the weaker party.
Come to think of it, you wouldn't mind being assigned to me, right?
You saved Dubai, and Driver is willing to work with you. And hunting is getting harder and harder now. I don't want to be scolded for always coming back empty-handed. Driverdo answered without any hesitation. He poked Ron's leg with his elbow. "Just watch, I'm a top hunter, I can help a lot. But human, don't think about running away when the time comes. I won't show mercy. My first goal is to survive, and then live freely." Ron looked down at the other party helplessly. "Also, don't always call me human, call me Ron."
"Okay, human, Ron."
When Ron and Driver returned to the slaughterhouse, the melee for the goddess had not ended, but the collector Davin had obviously gained the upper hand. Ron saw that he was riding on another goblin, and his fists fell like raindrops, beating the other party's face. As for the big white rat of Driver, it curled up under the chopping board where Davin was cutting meat, and only limped over when it saw its master return. Those herbs can only treat the wound simply. If it is left there and waited for it to heal itself, it is okay, but it is unlikely to recover as before. Looking at the big white rat that was close to Driver, Ron took the opportunity to confirm its condition again, and walked towards Davin, who was busy beating people. "Davin, give me the key to the cell over there, your boss allowed me to release the half-elf."
What's this situation, ouch?
Davin was distracted, and the goblin under him immediately seized the opportunity, and immediately kicked Davin with a flying kick, causing Davin to scream in pain and fall to the ground.
"Damn it, it's all your fault. Take your keys and get out."
Davin pulled off the key chain hanging from his waist and threw it to Ron, then struggled to get up and knocked his opponent down again, and the two goblins rolled on the ground. Although the two Supremes did not fight to the death, the scene was very intense.
"We goblins are a martial race."
Driver looked at the chaos in front of him with great pride. "Even if the boss's order comes, we have to wait until we finish fighting.
Then you will probably be beaten up by your leader until you obey."
Ron complained in his heart while walking to the cell and trying the keys one by one to open the lock and chain on the door.
The half-elf on the ground was still motionless.
When Ron turned it over, he felt it was hot. The half-elf just groaned in pain, without any movement or opening his eyes.
It turns out that half-elves can also get fever and get sick. Ron sighed softly.
He saw 4 or 5 bites from rodents on her ankles and legs, and in other places, the torn clothes showed some larger teeth marks. The wounds were undoubtedly caused by rats and wolves.
This half-elf was really lucky to be alive after so many injuries. It was a miracle.
In the previous life, if he was bitten by mice and rats in the laboratory, he had to go to the hospital for treatment immediately, and the rats and wolves here were obviously not as clean as those raised in the laboratory. Rodent teeth have the bug-level characteristic of self-sharpening, which means that they continue to grow and remain sharp. Coupled with the strongest bite force of the same size, it may be difficult for a 10-pound small dog to bite a human, but a 100-gram rat will definitely bite blood. A classmate of Ron in his previous life was bitten on the finger by a rat, and the sharp incisors even directly pierced his fingernail. This ability to cause wounds, coupled with the various pathogens it carries. It can't be said that humans in the previous life were weak, but it can only be said that the races in this world are really strong. Fortunately, this is not the first time Ron has dealt with this situation.
Hey! What are you doing?
When Driver saw Ron picking a bunch of herbs and handing them to him, his eyes instantly changed from clear to terrified. "Take them away.
I will never chew them again. That thing is so damn bitter." "Well, if you want to see other goblins prove that they are braver than you." Looking at Driver, who was shouting and retreating step by step, Ron smiled slightly, and then raised the herbs in his hand high, who was willing to prove that they are braver than the hunter. The goblins stopped fighting immediately, and dozens of eyes looked over at the same time. The goblins are a caste system, but it does not mean that the low castes are always willing to be mule-kneeling tribes. "Isn't it time to show yourself now? How to do it?" Davin asked first.
"Put the herbs in my hand in your mouth, chew them, and then spit them on the half-elf's wound and smear them evenly, twice in a row." Ron felt that he was simply terrible, because Mr. Driver's current record is once.
Oh, give it to me, give it to me."
As soon as these words came out, the goblins suddenly became agitated. They swarmed up and began to snatch the herbs in Ron's hand, and even fought again because of who took more and who took less.
Driver was not angry about this. He crossed his arms and waited to watch the good show of other goblins coldly. You can only experience how bitter that thing is by chewing it yourself. Otherwise, this human named Ron is smart. As expected, among all the goblins who got the herbs on the scene, half of them just chewed it and spit it out, and 2/3 of the remaining ones did not persist until they were completely chewed. In the end, only 5 goblins completed the first challenge and smeared the mud on the wounds of the half-elf. And without exception, none of them were willing to try it a second time. TSK, a bunch of cowards. Driver laughed disdainfully, and then saw Ron picking some more herbs with a smile on his face and walking over again. We have to do it again, there is a wound that can't be applied. Ron handed the herbs to Driver for the 3rd time. The goblin hunter's face drooped immediately. Can I go outside to find other goblins to challenge? I would rather bite stink bugs. That's not impossible, Ron thought for a while, and looked at Driver with some surprise, but I didn't expect that you could tolerate more goblins who are as brave as you. You are really a good goblin. Now there are 5 goblins who are not hunters in you. Enough. Give it to me. Driver couldn't bear it anymore and snatched the herbs from Ron's hand, and then stuffed them all into his mouth in front of everyone and chewed them. He couldn't speak now, but Ron could read his expression. It was exactly the same as Daffy Duck in the animation of his previous life. You are so mean. JPG. C5 half-elf Ivy. But no matter what, Dreyford broke his own record in the end, chewing up the herbs and spitting them out while the goblins were stunned, and applied them to the half-elf's wounds. It's okay, it doesn't seem to be that painful anymore. Driver kept smacking his mouth, as if he was savoring the taste of the herbs. If you taste it carefully, it's still a little sweet. What should we do now? Wait until she wakes up? Dreyford ignored Ron's words and pointed at the half-elf on the ground and asked. He thought Ron was just taking pleasure in himself. If he hadn't regarded Baymax as more important than his own life, and therefore thanked Ron from the bottom of his heart, the goblin would have slashed him with a knife. Don't worry, it won't be long. Ron squatted next to the half-elf and looked at Dreyfado. What time is it outside? I don't know, but I came back in the early morning. Dreyfus went to find a rag from the dead adventurer, cut it into a cloak and wrapped it around him. I guess it was still morning when we set off. How long does it take to arrive? How do I know? Dreyford's eyes widened. The surrounding villages are all abandoned. The furthest extent of our territory is only about a day's journey, no more. In other words, no matter what, we have to spend a night in the wild. With just 3 people, is it dangerous to camp in the wild? Ron asked. In any case, the goblin's experience in this area is still trustworthy, especially when he is also very weak. There are dangers, a lot of dangers. The experienced goblin hunter nodded immediately. So we usually go out as a whole team. That won't work. Ron immediately rejected the proposal. That way there would be no way to enter the settlements of other races. Then sleep in the village, Driver thought for a while, but I have never slept in it, and I steal things quite often. Stealing from the territories of other races is one of the main ways the goblins maintain their survival. Okay, then Ron continued to finalize the details, but suddenly stopped. Dreyfus tilted his head, wondering why this human was half-sentence. Choked on saliva? Bite your tongue? This is often the case with goblins. She's awake. Ron pointed to the half-elf beside him. Driver was stunned for a moment. Impossible. She didn't even open her eyes. Her breathing rhythm has changed. Ron reached out and patted the half-elf's cheek. In an unconscious state, the body will give priority to survival, which is especially obvious when it is sick, because the body needs to take in enough food. Oxygen. But when you are conscious, you will make adjustments to adapt to the environment. Okay, I have said this, do you still want to keep pretending? The eyes of the half-elf lying on the ground suddenly opened, and a pair of emerald green eyes stared at Ron, his eyes full of hatred and a little bit of confusion. You idiot! Why did you expose me? Are you their slave? Ron frowned. Can you please wake up? If it weren't for me and these goblins, you would be struggling to save your life now. Isn't it because of them that I'm like this now? The half-elf glanced at the mixture of herbal fragments and goblin saliva on his body. His hostility seemed to be slightly reduced, but his words were still thorny. It's better for you to save me and let me die in a coma than to be tortured by these pests while I'm awake. Are you a devil? Hey! Be careful what you say. Dreyfus shouted unhappily. If it weren't for Ron, you would have ended up with your companions. He was the one who convinced our boss to let you go free. The half-elf lay on the cold, hard ground, his body stiffening for a moment. What? She wondered if she was actually going to die, and what she saw before her was all an illusion. Freedom, Ron repeated the word. Of course you can choose not to, this is your right. No fool. The half-elf struggled to get up but failed. He managed to stand up with Ron's help. Although I don't know you, I still want to say thank you. You are actually willing to intercede for a stranger. The half-elf smiled at Ron awkwardly, especially for a half-elf. Half-elves are a mixture of humans and elves, but they cannot feel a sense of belonging on either side. Humans and elves have reached a consensus in this regard. Half-elves will definitely favor the other side. But I guess this freedom is not that easy to get, right? Currently, we have limited freedom. Ron didn't hide it from her. I promised to help these areas overcome the difficulties of this drought and provide some medical services in exchange for it. I am now allowed by their leader to leave the nest temporarily and go to a nearby settlement to buy some supplies for foster care. But because I am not familiar with this place, I would like to ask you to show me the way. And this is the hunter assigned to supervise us. His name is Dreyford, and I am Ron. My name is Ivy. After listening to Ron explaining the situation, the half-elf sighed. You actually reached an agreement with the goblins. It's really, to put it mildly, at least you won't die here, Ron shrugged. So, do you know the location of the nearby settlements? Ivy reached out to touch her back, waist, and left thigh, but unfortunately, these places where there should be bags or pockets were all empty. Perhaps they were lost in the battle, or taken as trophies by the goblins. Anyway, they can't be found now. I should have known, but thanks to them, Ivy grimaced in pain because of the action just now. But I have a suggestion. On the way here, we found many abandoned villages. We can go there to settle down and collect some supplies. Ivy said, showing Ron a flattering smile. Your herbs are good, but not good enough. I can only move with difficulty in this state. But there may be some herbs or even healing potions left there. If I can recover further, I will definitely be able to help more. Ron nodded. That's what we plan to do. Let's go to the village first. You can't eat the warm bed in a hurry. I'm afraid that all the races nearby have been emptied due to drought. No matter which side of them is anxious to do anything, there is no way. It's a good condition to have a place to stay halfway. Inhale, exhale. When the three of them walked out of the trap-ridden goblin's nest under the leadership of Driver, Ivy exaggeratedly breathed in a breath of fresh air in the wild under the scorching sun, even though there was still a strong smell of goblins here. Finally, I see the sun again. It's not easy. Although Ron acted a little reserved, he was also glad that he finally returned to the ground. The goblin's nest is really not a place for normal people to stay. C6 empty village. Ron roughly observed the surrounding environment. The entrance of the goblin's nest was halfway up the mountain. In front of the door was a cliff, and under the cliff was a dried-up riverbed. I know of 3 villages. Driver pointed in 3 directions. There is one in the north, the closest. There is one in the southwest. You can get there by following the river below, and the farthest one is in the east. How about going to the nearest one first? Ivy suggested. A disaster is going to happen in the north, so it's better to stay away from it. Ron shook his head, and they were originally planning to migrate to the north, and that village is the closest, so there must be nothing left. Taiwan Novel Network. Let's go to the southwest. Driver, you lead the way. Ivy wanted to say something else, but after thinking about it carefully, it made sense, and her current physical condition did not allow her to have her own ideas, so she had to slowly go down the mountain with the help of Ron. In fact, we have a rope ladder and a rope that can go down directly. Driver glanced at Ivy. But this burden, who do you say is a burden? Ivy's thin eyebrows stood up immediately. I can beat you up a dozen times when I'm not injured. I believe it. Driver smiled cunningly, and his voice and smile made the goblin hunter look extremely evil. So they released the wolves and mice, and almost bit you to death. Going down the riverbed, there was no roar of birds and beasts, no sound of water and trees, and Driver and Ivy's occasional bickering became the best background music. Walking and stopping until the afternoon, even Ron joined the melee. In the evening, the sun, which was almost setting, finally spared this land, and the slightly raised evening breeze brought some coolness. Tisk, no more, no more. I'm dying of thirst. Ivy waved her hand dryly to drive Driver away from her side. The sky did have a blood bag to replenish some water. But it's hard to tell what kind of blood it is. She doesn't dare to drink it. Let's replenish it. Ron took the leather bag full of blood, tilted his head, drank 2 mouthfuls without touching his mouth, and handed it to Ivy. Although the blood has a high protein content, it will cause elevated blood ammonia after decomposition, and long-term consumption will cause liver toxicity and cause diseases of the central nervous system. But now is a special period. It is more important to maintain physical strength, especially since you are a patient. Ivy looked at Ron like a monster. How can you? That may be human blood. Is what kind of blood important? No, I mean of course it is important. I will never drink it. We should be able to reach the village soon. Ivy licked her chapped lips. It would be a lie to say she was not thirsty.
Her throat was about to smoke, and her throat felt as uncomfortable as if she had swallowed a blade, but, drink blood? The people in the village moved away because of water shortage. How could they leave water resources behind? Ron shook his head and returned the blood bag to Driver. Is the shadow in front that village? Yes, that's it. Driver nodded firmly. I know that wall. I went there to steal things before, and I almost got hung up on it when I ran away. This is the advantage of races with dark vision. Ron, a human with poor eyesight, can only barely see the outline of objects in dim light, but in Driver's eyes, those wooden walls are so clear that they can't be clearer. But speaking of it, don't half-elves also have dark vision? Aren't I talking to you? Ivy snorted. I saw it before you all, so I didn't want to, but in fact, as Ron speculated, the villagers here migrated because of drought. When the three walked into the deserted village, the most common things to see were those discarded bottles, cans, barrels, and basins. Ron picked up a stone and threw it into the dry well in the center of the village. No sound of water could be heard. Ivy was dumbfounded. She didn't pay much attention to these villages when she came here, and she didn't expect this to happen. In fact, there are other ways to replenish water. Driver dug up the sand under a wall with his hands and pulled out a small animal that looked like a scorpion. They also store water in their bodies. It seems that Driver is enthusiastically teaching Ivy how to survive in the wild, but looking at the smirk on his face, Ron estimated that this little animal must be not that simple. Sure enough, after Ivy saw the clues and decisively rejected the suggestion of the goblin hunter, Driver, who failed to tease people, threw away the insect in his hand and caught another variety and put it in his mouth. That's spicy, he explained to Ron. Ivy, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, didn't care at all. The half-elf looted almost the entire village in a fit of anger, but when she finally returned to the empty house where she rested and met Ron and Driver who were building a bonfire, the things she brought back could even be carried with 2 hands. A few candles, flints, a thin and worn-out quilt, and even a few pieces of hemp ropes. If Driver hadn't brought enough dry food, meat, and water, blood, for 3 people for 5 days, they would have starved. Gulpa Ivy, who had accepted her fate, had to let go of her reserve. After drinking the blood plasma, she ate 3 pieces of barbecue before she stopped. Driver was stunned by her appetite. You guys take a rest first, I'll be in charge of the first half of the night. Ron made a pleased gesture to the house, and sat down by the fire. This was his first night in this world. With curiosity and vigilance, Ron looked at the world around him with the firelight in front of him. The village was surrounded by a wooden wall about 1 person high, with a well in the center. The houses of each family were scattered around, and there was no uniform building material or style. From thatched houses to adobe houses to stone houses, they were the same as those built by 30 little pigs. And looking up, it was a starry sky that only existed in Ron's childhood memory, especially at this time when the climate was dry and clouds were hard to see. The stars in the sky became brighter in Ron's eyes. It formed a sharp contrast with the dark background color in the distance. Ron suddenly blinked his eyes. Was it a flower? Just now, it seemed that a few black shadows flashed past the entrance of the village. Could it be? Ron didn't know what he should or shouldn't expect, but it was too late to say anything now, and protecting himself was the most important thing. However, there were no weapons around, so Ron pulled up a thick branch from the fire, with a burning flame on it, driving away the unknown darkness around him. C7 returning refugees, who is it? Don't hide your head and show your tail. There was a noise from the window behind him, and Ron looked sideways, but it was Dreyford wearing the rag called a cloak and squatting on the windowsill with a short bow in his hand, looking around warily. Did you see what it was? Ron asked quickly. After all, humans don't have dark vision. The enemy, over there. Dreyford raised his short bow and suddenly pointed it in a certain direction. Don't do anything. If you have something to say, please say it. The creature in the dark seemed to know that it had been discovered, and quickly jumped out from behind a low wall. The 2 people raised their hands and leaned over slowly. Wait, don't attack them yet. Ron frowned and stood in front of Dreyford. What does this sound like? Like an old man. Sure enough, when the other party slowly came closer and exposed themselves to the firelight, both Ron and Dreyfus could easily see that these 2 uninvited guests were not monsters in the wild, but just 2 old men. Just defenseless humans. Judging from their faces and clothes, they should be an old couple. Who are you? Ron asked again. Why are you still wandering out so late? We are the residents of this village, the old woman babbled angrily, and we should ask you this question, right? I have lived in the village for 60 years and I have never seen you. Okay. Her wife secretly saw Dravito raising the short bow again, and hurriedly gave her a tug. I see that although the 2 of them are foreign travelers, they have nothing to do with the outside of From. Those northern barbarians are definitely not from the same group, and they shouldn't make things difficult for us two old farmers with nothing, right? After being robbed by those bandits, we have nothing. Now we just want to return to the land that raised us and fend for ourselves." The old man pointed to the old house made of mud and straw next to him. "Look, that's our home." "You don't have anything at home anymore, right? Why are you coming back?" Ron looked at each other up and down. He couldn't see anything against them anyway. They were probably just two ordinary elderly villagers. "And you said, barbarian? Robbery? What happened?" "What else can happen?" "Just like what I said." The old man seemed a little angry, but in the end it turned into a helpless sigh. "Don't you know? More and more northerners have abandoned their homes recently. Started to move south. Supposedly something terrible happened in their hometown. But we are also suffering from natural disasters, drought and famine. You must have seen the dry Leven River on the way here. We also had to start moving, and our destination was the same, the town of FLM over there." "Wait, you mean, there's a town nearby?" Ron interrupted and asked. "We haven't heard of it yet." The old man raised his head in surprise and glanced at Ron. "You don't know? Then you must have been wandering in the wilderness for a long time. After all, there are no other settlements around here except villages. It is really rare these days for travelers without a map and guide." "Well, we had an accident," Ron said vaguely. "Accidents always happen on this continent, right?" "Yes, you are right," the elderly villager sighed again. "It's like we didn't expect that there would be refugees robbing other refugees. We all lack water, food, and shelter, but From is just a town and there is no way to accommodate so many people at once, so the mayor there thought of a way. They have created an entire area outside the town, and all outsiders are required to live there temporarily. The town will provide us with a small amount of water and food every day. And if someone wants permission to enter the town of From, they need to submit an application, and only those who are able will be approved." "Provide drinking water?" Ron raised his eyebrows. "It seems that the place is not affected by the drought?" "In fact, it has been affected, but it is much milder. At least the water source there has not been completely cut off." The old man said slowly, "I heard that the former mayor of From was a far-sighted man. He built aqueducts and reservoirs many years ago. And the current mayor also persuaded priests from major churches, and some mages perform water-making spells every day, so their water resources are quite abundant." Ron heard this and patted his forehead gently. Yes, there is magic in this world. How could he forget this? The water creation spell can create up to 10 gallons, or 40 liters, of water at a time. One caster's single cast is enough to supply the daily water needs of at least 20 people. In Ron's previous life, and in this world, disasters that were difficult for ordinary people to deal with were simply not worth mentioning in the face of supernatural forces. It seems there is hope. Young people, are you planning to go to From? The old man looked at Ron's eyes, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. "Don't blame me for throwing cold water on you. Do you still remember why we want to come back? Although the mayor gave us people enough supplies to survive, those people from the north were probably tortured and frightened by the disaster. They were simply unable to be satisfied with a hand-to-mouth life. At first, they stole and cheated, then in the name of collecting protection fees, and then they started robbing openly." The old man shook his head. "The people who come from the north are basically strong and tall young people, like my wife and I, old bones. How can you resist them? You have to hand over the little things you have in your hands every time, including those we brought from home." "Robbers! They are simply robbers." Dreyford jumped out of the window and cursed angrily. "How could they steal our jobs? And it's actually cross-business. Due to their own strength, goblins can basically only engage in theft in the settlements of other races, but those Yankees are also engaged in underworld and robbery. It is unbearable." "Ha ha! This friend of yours speaks very interestingly, with a special accent." The old man laughed twice and quickly reached back to stop his wife, who wanted to ask more questions. He could guess that these two people were probably not good friends. But considering that the other party has not shown any hostility so far, it is better not to pierce this layer of window paper. "C8 Vlom town anyway, this is the situation. We were robbed of everything. It would only be more and more dangerous if we stayed any longer," the old man said in a low voice. "So this morning, after receiving today's relief, my wife and I hurriedly left the town of From and set off to go home. We are all too old. We can't eat or drink much. We collect some dew, catch some insects, pick some bark and grass stems. Even if life is a little harder, it is better than being beaten and scolded over there." The old man said it bleakly, but this was also a forced choice. Who doesn't want to live a little better? It's just a forced choice. "I'm sorry to hear this," Ron couldn't help but sigh after hearing the two old people's experience, "but I'm afraid the supplies we have on hand are not suitable for your appetite. Even if we want to help,
we are willing but unable to do so. Raw plasma and roasted meat cubes are not suitable for normal elderly people, let alone people in such difficult times. No problem, no problem, the old man waved his hands repeatedly. We didn't expect to meet anyone when we came back, we just wanted to spend the rest of our lives in the village. Now we can go back to our own home and have a good sleep, thank you already. The two elderly villagers walked to the next house with staggering steps, and Ron also let Driver take over his shift, and he also wanted to go back and sleep a little. Although it was not a big deal for young people like him to stay up until 1 or 2 in the morning in his previous life, but he had to get up early tomorrow to travel, so it was better to rest early unless they planned to rest in the wild tomorrow night. Ivy in the house had also woken up. The ointment effect faded and the noise outside just now made her nervous and unable to sleep. It was not until Ron entered the house that she fell asleep again with peace of mind. The next morning, Ron knocked on the old man's door. After getting the exact location of from town, he set off with Driver and Ivy. The wilderness of this world is full of dangers, so the distance between settlements is usually not too far, and it can be reached in half a day or a day on foot. For the town of From, where the old couple set out early in the morning and arrived at night, it would be much faster for Ron and his 3 companions to travel on foot. The sun had just passed overhead, and Ron climbed a hill and looked down to see the town called From. From a distance, it is located on the bank of the river called the Laven River, surrounded by green hills. A 3-meter-high neat stone wall was built on all sides. A magnificent 2-story mansion was located in the center of the town, at the intersection of the streets. The red tiles on the building were shining in the sun. Looking inside from the hill, you can also see shops, taverns and many pedestrians on the street. Although it is not as prosperous as the city where Ron lived in his previous life, it is a lively scene. However, when Ron's eyes fell on the outside of the city, he saw a different picture. It was a refugee camp, with simple fences and makeshift tents distinguishing it from the town of FLM. Countless people from different villages and regions who had escaped the disaster gathered together, waiting for daily relief from the town. When Ron and his friends approached the camp, they saw that the tents were crowded with homeless people, their clothes were tattered and their faces were haggard. In this temporary camp, lacking basic living facilities and clean conditions, people can only rely on the limited resources provided by the town to survive. There were all kinds of smells in the refugee camp, with dirt and stench intertwined. Scarce water and inadequate sanitary facilities led to the spread of diseases and infectious diseases. Limited medical resources meant that people were at risk of illness and injury, but could not get timely treatment and care. In this environment, a suffocating atmosphere permeated the camp, and people's eyes were full of helplessness and despair. Some people wandered aimlessly in the camp, looking for a glimmer of hope and help, while others sat quietly aside, silently enduring the suffering they had experienced. And there were some people who broke into tent after tent, crying and begging and cursing as they took away almost all the supplies inside. This is just like our nest. Driver wrinkled his nose. He was a goblin, but that didn't mean he liked the crowded, dirty and chaotic environment. If possible, he hoped that he could at least have a separate room like the boss, and have subordinates and servants to provide him with 3 meals a day and all his daily needs. Keep your voice down, Ivy warned in a low voice. If they find out you are a goblin, we will be in trouble. Driverdo rarely refuted the half-elf. This was no longer their goblin territory, and he was just alone. Yo! Look what this is! Although the camp was chaotic and disorderly, the arrival of Ron and the other 2 obviously attracted the attention of some people. Just as they were looking around, 4 or 5 strong men blocked their way. These people were slightly different from other refugees here in terms of appearance and physique. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they were all over 1.8 meters tall, with broad shoulders and strong waists, and most of them only wore a leather coat made of thick animal skins. In addition, their hair and beards were full of various braids tied with rubber bands. The group of people who stopped Ron and his friends seemed to have just looted a tent. They were holding all kinds of daily necessities and food in their hands, and were looking at Ron and his friends with a bad face. They came from the north. Ron smelled the cold smell on them. Even though they had escaped so far from that icy hell, the smell still did not dissipate. No wonder they dared to fight here. They were the strongest, most ruthless and fiercest guys who had survived the most extreme environment. Even when everyone was in a bad state, those ordinary farmers were simply unable to fight them. Are you new here? The middle-aged man in the lead was probably 2 meters tall. He looked down at Ron and spoke in a very poor common language. Do you know the rules here? Rules? Ron took a half step back cautiously. If we want to talk about rules, I would rather talk to the manager here. Manager? The man from the north laughed out loud, as if Ron's request was so ridiculous. There is no manager here at all. I, Harlech from the Northern Wolf Tribe, have the final say here. Now, hand over everything you have, and then go to the relief officer of this town and give me all the food and water you can get. Otherwise, as long as you are still here, we will beat you 3 times a day. Once in the morning, noon, and evening.
A tribesman next to Harlech growled in agreement, and at the same time made all kinds of strange and terrifying expressions and movements. The other tribesmen were even more excited, and it seemed that they were about to treat Ron as a teething stick.
Ron, oh no, I met a real barbarian.
C9 from the north. After listening to the 2 old men's stories, Ron thought that the barbarians were the Vikings and Huns in ancient times. They may be relatively barbaric and uncivilized in the eyes of agricultural civilization due to geographical and cultural differences. But at least there is normal reason to negotiate. But looking at the demons dancing in front of him, Ron deeply doubted that these were not the remnants of early humans.
Search TWKAN on Google, it's like a goblin.
Dreyfudu curled his lips. A pair of burnt yellow eyeballs under his cloak stared at the opposite side, and his hands were ready to take off his short bow and arrows at any time.
This group of people may have more in common with him. I advise you to stay away, Ron said bravely, and you must not show timidity when dealing with such people, otherwise, they will put you on the predable list like a wild beast. My tribe is not far away. If you offend me, I will throw you back to that bitter cold land. Drevito, tell them, how many of us are here? There are more than 200 of us. Driver understood and immediately screamed, Ron is here to negotiate with the Lord here. If you dare to attack him, you will not be able to stay here any longer. Driver is different from humans like Ron.
Ron pretends to be a tiger but has a guilty conscience. After all, he knows that the so-called tribe is actually just a group of goblins, and their combat power is completely incomparable with these guys who are like little giants. Therefore, his tone of voice must be softer.
But Driver is different. He is a goblin himself.
In his opinion, these 4 or 5 people are nothing to be afraid of. Under the leadership of his boss, they can really defeat these big goblins that look like humans. So every word he said when he said it was from the bottom of his heart. But when he said this, the other person listened seriously. The dire wolf tribe of theirs had only arrived here not long ago, and they were basically domineering in this refugee camp. How could they ever know what kind of forces and which side was sacred around them? The way Drivera was worrying really frightened Harlech and the others. More than 200 people? Harlech was shocked and uneasy. The land here is so fertile, and there are so many beasts here? Just one tribe can support 200 people? Chief, when our tribe was at its peak, we were only 100 or so. The expressions of the tribesmen under him changed even more, not to mention that we are now, although almost all the core and elite people who escaped and came here are actually only about 10 people left in the so-called dire wolf tribe, and Harlech already has half of the total number of people.
Well, you're lucky, Harlech said bitterly.
Although he had already flinched a little, he had to say harsh words. It's not that we let you go today, but that we can't hold anything in our hands.
Get out of here, don't let me see you here again.
As they spoke, several people quickly fled the scene with their belongings and disappeared after passing several tents.
Insatiable, Ivy stood behind Ron and muttered in a low voice, if I were still in my heyday, I would never let them be like this. Okay, we all know you were very strong in your heyday, Ron interrupted her with a smile. Let's go see if we can enter the town. Maybe we can find a store selling healing potions that should be able to cure you, right?
It's okay, Ivy glanced at Ron and said hesitantly, but the healing potions are very expensive. I'm afraid, this is not something you have to consider. Ron waved his hand. Let's see how we get into the city first. After leaving the refugee camp, several people walked straight to the gate of the town, which was already crowded with refugees fleeing from all over. And 6 or 7 people who looked like guards were struggling to maintain order.
Didn't you just come here the day before yesterday?
A guard sitting behind the table banged his knuckles on the table. If you say you won't pass, you won't pass. If you come here 2 or 3 times to cause trouble, we will expel you if you do this again. When Ron squeezed through the crowd, he happened to see a man with red skin standing in front of the guard acting as the prosecutor. Behind him, a slender tail with a tip at the end swayed back and forth uneasily, causing a ripple on the ground.
Dust! Sir, please let me in.
The man's voice was slightly crying. I walked a long way to find this place.
I'm not a refugee. I really have official business to attend to.
Ha, I've seen you like this a lot these days, the prosecutor sneered. You said you have official duties. Where is your ID?
This is lost. Okay, where are your official documents? Where are your letters? There's no written form. I'm here to deliver a message. The prosecutor's mouth twitched. Okay, then who sent you here?
This. The man looked like he was really about to cry. I can't say it. I really can't say it.
Look, the examiner said with an I knew it expression, if you fail the review, get out of the way. When the man turned around, Ron could clearly see a pair of raised bulges on his forehead. That's not something that can be bumped. Ivy saw Ron's curiosity. That's his horn, it's just a little small. He is a demon-born, or tiefling. Tiefling? Ron showed a look of realization. The content in the book of the previous life finally corresponded to reality. It seems that from town doesn't welcome tieflings very much. To be precise, almost no town welcomes tieflings, Ivy corrected. They have the blood of the devil in their bodies and are born criminals. Just like rats, no one wants them to appear in their rice jar. Aren't you also a half-blood? Driver interrupted with disdain, making Ivy so angry that she reached out to hit him. That's different. Ivy's voice rose a little, but she still made sure not to let the tiefling hear it. We are just rarely entrusted with important tasks, but there is no problem with normal life whether on the human side or the elf side. But they are not liked wherever they go. Ha, just like us. Driver laughed and didn't take it seriously at all. After all, goblins are also considered to be born criminals by other races, but these discussions can't hurt them at all. Ron stopped the argument between the two for the umpteenth time and led them to the Inquisitor. Hello, we are a team of adventurers who want to go into the city for supplies. See 10 half-elf and Rose City adventurers? The Inquisitor looked at the 3 ragged guys in front of him and was not too surprised. You don't look like them, don't rush to refute. I've seen a lot of people, both real adventurers and those who fish in troubled waters. Where are your equipment? It was taken away by the goblins. Ivy coughed twice and stretched out her hand to push Ron aside. Now was her chance to show off. Well, it seems you have to buy a new set. The Inquisitor dipped a feather pen in ink and continued to ask while recording on paper, so are you going to fight the goblins? As far as I know, the village over there is indeed often harassed by goblins who entrusted you with the task? We are not going to fight the goblins, we are just passing by there. Ivy spoke very fluently without any pause. Ron guessed that this was her own experience. We set out from Rose City to escort a merchant to Yungang. He is in the spice business. The Inquisitor nodded and motioned Ivy to continue. But when we passed the goblin territory over there, we were ambushed. The merchant was shot dead on the spot, and my companions and I were captured one after another. We escaped with great difficulty and ran all the way here. The story is well made, the Inquisitor smiled, but if it's just for this, I can only ban you from entering. There are many bards in the tavern, and we don't really need people who can make up stories now. But you definitely need professional adventurers. Ivy simply sat down on the table and pointed to the record on the table. Right, Rose City Adventurer numbers, C7211, C7213, C7216. Then take it to your adventurer guild. If there is a guild in your remote place, they will tell you if I am the one. You? The Inquisitor was stunned for a moment, his eyes wandered on the seductive curves behind Ivy's body for a while, then raised his head and looked at the half-elf. Are you really from Rose City? That is a famous spice trade center on the continent, even those refugees have heard of that place. And Yungang is one of the important ports on the west coast of the continent, and it is also very famous. That's why he didn't believe Ivy's words at first. These two places are so famous that you can talk about the characteristics or stories there casually. I was born in Fyandrik, a small elf town. When I was 3 years old, my father took me and my mother to Rose City, Ivy said, so I am not only from Rose City, but also a local of Rose City. There is a tavern called Night Wind in Rose City that is quite famous. My father named it after my mother's surname. You also know that many spices are used as seasonings, so that's how I got to know the spice merchant. Are there any other questions? Yes, there are some routine procedures. The examiner's forehead began to sweat. He really didn't expect that there was a big shot among this group of refugees. From is just a remote town. The master of Rose City is undoubtedly the master, even if the other party may be the daughter of a tavern owner. They make money. I'm afraid they charge gold coins for even a glass of water. I'm sure you and your companions can go in, but I have to register a few people. This is my duty. Please cooperate. Of course, Ivy jumped off the table and smiled at the other party. Ivy de Capellen, 37 years old, adventurer, half-elf warrior. My name is Driver. The goblin hunter shouted. Driverdo, 18 years old, adventurer, Grounduwu. Ground? The Inquisitor was stunned for a moment, raised his head, and saw Ron and Ivy, covering the goblin's big mouth with all their might. Gee, underground gnomes. Ivy said quickly. Yes, underground gnomes. Wanderers. Note, in order to adapt to the Chinese pronunciation, it is underground gnomes, and in English it is Goblin Goliath. The Inquisitor looked at these 3 strange adventurers suspiciously, but finally chose to believe Ivy.
but muttered quietly during the registration, 18 years old, a little too young. After all, underground gnomes are generally considered adults at the age of 25, Goliaths are 20 years old, and goblins are usually adults at the age of 8. This human inquisitor does have reason to have such doubts.
The last one. What about you, my fellow human?
Ron thought for a moment. Just right, Ron, 25 years old.
Pharmacist. Not an alchemist?
The examiner asked curiously. Friend, you don't have to hide yourself like this.
The mayor of From is also a human, and we are in urgent need of talents like you. If you say you are an alchemist, I can introduce you.
Thank you for your kindness, but it's a bit inconvenient for me, so forget it. Ron smiled and shook his head, declining the other party's generous and kind proposal. As for why it's inconvenient, let them imagine it. The real reason is only known by Ron himself. In his previous life, he could hold his chest high and say that he was a professional, but in this world, he is a pure copper bar. God knows how much magic is mixed in that alchemy of this world. Maybe the philosopher's stone and other things are real.
If he rashly brags that he is an alchemist, wouldn't it be exposed when his subordinates actually see him?
I always thought you were really an alchemist, Ivy whispered in Ron's ear after the examiner at the door had registered and allowed the three of them to enter the town. Are you really not?
If I were real, why would I have to put some medicinal mud on you?
Ron smiled bitterly. But I do have this idea, learn some alchemy to enrich myself.
That's easy. Ivy smiled and patted Ron on the shoulder. When everything is done here, I will take you back to Rose City. There are many alchemy masters there.
Then I'll have to trouble you with some recommendations, Ron laughed. But now let's go find some real alchemy potions. The streets in FLM are obviously carefully planned by knowledgeable people, and are simple but not simple. Walking along the main road, Ron and others easily found almost every store they needed to visit, shops, taverns, hotels, and even the Adventurers Guild. Everything was so conspicuous.
The original city owners and designers here are definitely not ordinary people. Ivy looked at this town she had never heard of before in amazement. And did you listen to what the old man said last night? They didn't even plan for a rainy day. Canals were built to prevent drought. I think we need to meet the current mayor here. Hey, Ron, where are you going?
Ron's figure had already appeared at the door of a store, and Dreyfus followed suit and ran over.
Of course I'm buying you a healing potion.
C11 Cat Alchemy Shop Healing Potion, a magic item suitable for all ages and with a wide range of applications. Unlike Ron's treatment methods in his previous life, this potion can almost ignore the type of injury and have a healing effect equally.
In Ron's opinion, this should be the best choice to treat Ivy.
At the door of the store where he was standing now, Ron saw a few lines of discounted products clearly written on the blackboard outside. Healing potion, 10% off, limited to 45 gold coins, while stocks last. It's really rare. Ivy came over curiously and looked at the handwriting on the blackboard. To be honest, I almost never thought I would see magic items on sale at a discount, and they are not even generally sold in stores. Ron looked up at the sign at the door of the store. It was an owl in black and light yellow, but it was quite cartoony.
Google search for TWKAN. Maybe the owner of this store is an alchemist, so he can offer discounts? Unrealistic, Ivy shook her head. If it's an alchemist or a wizard, they will value their achievements more. This kind of business is a complete loss-making business in their eyes. Even if it's only 10% off? It's actually 10% off. Are you standing at the door and guessing? Driver pushed the door open impatiently. Why is it? Come in and see and you'll know. Boss. Is the boss here? There are no customers in this store.
Otherwise, with drivers shouting, Ron and the others would have been looked down upon.
But the strange thing is that not only are there no customers here, but even the boss and the salesperson are not there.
This is a store that specializes in selling alchemical items. Ivy looked at the various products in the store, from alchemical raw materials to tinctures and mixtures to alchemical tools. These are the only things sold here.
You are right, the owner here is indeed an alchemist, but why does he sell the fruits of his labor at a low price? Of course it is to make money.
A voice suddenly sounded from behind the tall counter, startling the three of them. Then, there was a sound of friction between stools and floor tiles. When a figure climbed from behind the counter to the high stool and stood firmly, Ron and the others could see the appearance of the speaker. It was a humanoid female who was even shorter than Driver, probably less than 1 meter tall, but she definitely did not look like a child, but an adult. She was wearing an old robe that had not been washed for who knows how long, and her short and curly dull orange-haired hair was casually draped over her shoulders, looking a little sloppy. At this moment, she was looking at the uninvited guests with a pair of blue-purple eyes full of distrust. Halflings, Ivy whispered, we may have come in too rashly. But don't worry, they are all very friendly. That's not necessarily true, the halfling behind the counter sneered. Halflings are different. For example, I am not the kind of halfling you know, nor am I a Lightfoot or a strong soul. Ghostly? Ivy looked at the other party in disbelief. I thought you were all hiding in those isolated forests.
Ghostly halflings, this type of clan is the opposite of the overly friendly of other types of halflings.
They are very exclusive and extremely distrustful of outsiders, so most of them live in isolated forests.
It is rare for someone like this to appear in a small town dominated by humans and open a store.
You'll get tired of the scenery of the forest, the halfling replied slowly, and for me personally, the alchemical materials produced in a small forest are not enough to support my research.
Okay, let's get back to the point. I'm Lavinia Feather, welcome to the Kitten Alchemy Shop. What do you want?
Although the halfling said welcome, Ron couldn't tell how much welcome there was in her tone and expression. A bottle of healing potion. Ivy rolled up her sleeves and showed her the wound on her body. We saw that your potion is on sale. That's right, Lavinia looked at the wound on Ivy's arm. I've encountered some setbacks in my recent experiments, and the raw materials are almost gone, so I have to consider selling some goods at a low profit to continue my research.
But your injury, healing potions are actually not very meaningful. Why? Ron's heart suddenly moved. Can't healing potions treat wound infections? What are you talking about? Lavinia frowned and looked at Ron. Based on your remarks, I can think you are a halfling.
Are you a jerk? The healing potion can heal injuries, but it can't cure the various diseases caused by the wounds that requires lesser restoration. Of course, you can also use herbs to treat it. I saw that she has applied cave algae and gray shadow leaves.
Did you do it?
It's just an emergency, Ron smiled. There's nothing else there. It seems that you have some skills, Lavinia muttered, interrupting Ron, but cave algae is slightly toxic. This is not a solution.
Go and pick some herbs on the shelf over there. If you really know how to do it, I don't mind giving you a discount. Otherwise you can go out to the church over there.
I'm not good enough to make a secondary healing potion. Even if I can, the price won't be cheap. Although it is rumored that the ghostly halfling doesn't like outsiders, and this one's performance is also very cold. But as far as Ron's personal feeling is concerned, Lavinia is more like the type of person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. After all, not everyone will show so much concern for a strange patient.
As a businessman, she only needs to sell the healing potion to them to make a lot of money. But she didn't do that. By the way, can I ask you? What experiment did you encounter a bottleneck?
Ron walked to the shelf opposite where various herbs were placed, and while recalling his knowledge of medicinal plants, he chatted with Lavinia.
He himself came from a laboratory. How could he not be curious about the other party's experiment? The experiment of making healing potions. Lavinia didn't hide it.
After motioning Ivy to look at Driver, who was running around like a curious baby, she climbed down the stool by herself and continued to tinker with the bottles and jars on the ground.
I think the current method of preparing healing potions is too complicated. Not only can the quality not be guaranteed, but the cost is also high. I want to try to find a way to improve these three aspects. Any one of them will do.
That's your fault. Ron came over, supported himself with both hands on the table and turned over the counter. Before the experiment, you must first clarify the specific goals, so that you can make further plans. It's no wonder that the materials are used up so quickly when you are so haphazard.
Do you have any experimental records or reference books? Lend me a look.
See 12-week healing potion, make salt, take ashes. Lavinia generously lent Ron her experimental log and the synthesis path for making healing potions. This was the first time the latter had direct contact with magic since crossing over.
Feel, no big deal?
Although Ron had basically never heard of the materials used, he could still roughly classify them according to their forms to determine their possible effects, just like he treated Ivy and Driver's rats. As for the techniques in the experiment, he was much more familiar with them. In some parts, Ron could even come up with better solutions now. In the previous life, there was no magic that was so convenient that it was almost like cheating. His predecessors had to apply the laws of nature to a very sophisticated level, and the strictness of the experimental operation requirements was far beyond the understanding of this world. Under normal circumstances, this might not be a big deal, and it might even be far less convenient than magic, but when encountering experimental difficulties in this world, details often determine success or failure.
For example,
why don't you try to lower the temperature a bit, and then use the water bath method instead of direct heating? Ron pointed at Lavinia's test record. You have adjusted the temperature higher and higher these times, but this will only destroy the internal structure and lose the intermediate product. Plus, you heated it directly, which caused uneven heating inside. Some reactions were too intense, and the temperature was uncontrollable. You see, there is such a step in the commonly used preparation method, which is to prevent this situation from happening. If you want to simplify the steps, you must make changes here. Ron's so-called suggestion is actually basically an alternative solution after removing the magic operation, because the use of magic basically requires additional materials to be prepared. Although it is much simpler in practice, and can even reduce the professional quality requirements of the operator, it invisibly increases the experimental time and cost. If Lavinia's goal is to reduce costs and reduce cumbersome steps, the two can be reversed. As Ron said, he directly operated, which made the halfling girl stunned. She never expected that this human who she thought was half-baked before was so insightful. Time passed by minute. About 2 hours later, Ron handed the flask containing the crude product to Lavinia. The last step, I don't know. The last step requires an alchemical trick to turn the potion into a real healing potion as a magic item. Ron really couldn't get around this step. What is the principle? He didn't know. But when he saw Lavinia skillfully cast a spell, turning a bottle of originally bright yellow solution into a vibrant red, and it would emit a faint light when shaken, Ron was determined in his heart. He really had to find an opportunity to learn magic. Is this done? Compared to Ron's surprise at magic, Lavinia was so shocked that her jaw was almost dislocated. She still couldn't believe it, and took out another set of equipment to identify the healing potion made by Ron. It works, it really works. But, how is this possible? Lavinia felt that she was either crazy or too stupid. She had been studying this for 2 or 3 years, and there was almost no progress. Today, a human who doesn't even know magic solved all of this for her? How is this possible? Then what is she? 2 hours, before it took 8 hours to make a bottle of healing potion. I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants. Ron spread his hands, looking innocent. If it weren't for your previous experiments and the experiments of those alchemists before you, I wouldn't have succeeded. Of course, the experiments of those scholars in Ron's previous life should also be added. Not only did he stand on the shoulders of giants, but he also stood on the shoulders of giants from 2 worlds. Lavinia hesitated. These records are all mine. I didn't think of these things. How did you figure them out? Maybe it's a different angle. You see, I don't know magic, and your magic rituals are really time-consuming and material-consuming. The Athar preparation process, and those magic rituals alone took 6 hours to prepare and start. This is really, Lavinia checked the experimental log including the previous record again, and had to choose to believe Ron's statement. You are right, sometimes magic may make people go astray. You are really a genius. Ivy, who had been watching the excitement for a long time, couldn't help but marvel. This is the first time I have seen such a fast alchemy. And it reduces the cost, Lavinia added. This experiment only used materials worth about 16 gold coins, which is about 40% less than the conventional preparation. The only small flaw is that the effect of the healing potion has decreased slightly, but it is still a huge breakthrough when converted. Note, the effect of Ron's healing potion has been reduced from 2d4 plus 2 to 1d4 plus 2. It may not be easy to use in actual combat, but in daily life, this weak healing potion will obviously be more popular than conventional potions. It is cheap and easy to get. I don't know how to thank you, Lavinia saluted Ron slightly. You helped me so much. Let's do this. Come with me, I'll take you to the church. Although there are quite a lot of gods in this world, there is only one church dedicated to the goddess of luck, Tymora, in the town of From. Perhaps it is because everyone needs the favor of this goddess. Although I am not a believer of Tymora, some good luck is always good. Lavinia took Ron and the other 2 out of the store, and turned a corner to the church. Isn't this just good luck? It's a bit interesting. Ivy looked at the relatively tall building curiously. Miss Tymora usually doesn't emphasize middlemen. This is the first time I have seen such a large church. There are always exceptions to everything, Lavinia said with a smile. Her attitude now completely disappeared from the previous coldness, especially in such a remote place. It needs the favor of luck, right? As she spoke, Lavinia walked into the church first. The footsteps of several people startled the priest inside, and a priest of the same short stature stood up from the statue and looked back at Lavinia. Hey! Lavinia, what a rare guest. Have you finally decided to convert to the goddess? Pfft! Don't talk nonsense, Bunny. I just came to ask you to do me a favor. This half-elf lady's wound is infected. C13 halfling priest. The halfling priest named Booney immediately lowered his head and waved for Ivy to come over. Sit here and wait, I will prepare. How much does the treatment cost? Ivy walked over with some anxiety. This kind of magical treatment is generally not cheap. Priests can't drink the northwest wind, right? Money? What money? Bunny looked at Ivy in confusion. You are friends brought by Lavinia, you don't have to spend money. Besides, you are a half-elf. I quite like your race. As she spoke, Pastor Booney began to cast spells. Along with a burst of sacred chanting, the holy light instantly enveloped Ivy. When the light dissipated, the half-elf girl disappeared at all from her previous illness. Originally she was also not obvious, stood up in high spirits. Okay, that's enough, but I can't do anything about the wounds on your body. Booney clapped her hands. Recently, I prepare water-generating spells every day, and I really don't have any spare time to treat you. It's okay, it's okay. This has been a big help. Thank you very much. Ivy thanked her quickly. The two old men had also said before that many spellcasters in the town were helping to ease the pressure on the refugees, and this halfling priest must have been too. One of them. You guys have a really good relationship. Ron looked at Lavinia. The secondary restoration spell is also a very precious spell, right? A second-level spell. Considering the remote location here, Ron estimated that this was the strongest spell that Bunny could use. No, we are old acquaintances. Before Lavinia could speak, Bunny said with a smile, I was the one who pulled Lavinia out, otherwise this guy would probably have to stay in the forest and get moldy all his life. So I don't like you guys from the Lightfoot clan. Lavinia sighed. Thanks anyway. If you have any questions, tell me and I will try my best to help. I just want you to believe. Impossible. Lavinia rolled her eyes at her friend. This is the only one I can't bear to accept. Halflings view their gods more as family members than as divine beings. They do not worship their own gods like elves and dwarves, as halfling gods are viewed as folk heroes, gods made by mortals rather than divine beings who influence the world in the celestial realm. Based on this idea, halflings rarely worship just one god, they honor all gods equally and pay their respects in appropriate ways. It is very rare among halflings for people like Bunny to believe passionately in a non-halfling god and even be willing to become their priest. Pastor. At this time, Dreyfus jumped out and ran to Booney. Can you help me with the treatment? You? Bunny was stunned for a moment. She was a little shorter than Driver, so she could clearly see the wrinkled, dirty skin and big nose of the other person hidden under the cloak. If I'm not mistaken, you are a Booney, Lavinia said with a shush gesture. That human helped me a lot. Okay, Bunny shrugged, no longer dwelling on the issue, but you don't seem to be hurt, right? It's not me, it's my pet. Dreyford said and blew a whistle. From an unknown corner of the church, a white figure quickly came out, and with a squeaking sound, it disappeared. He threw himself into Dreyford's arms. Oh my god, how did you bring it out? Ron's eyes widened. Isn't this the big white rat? He had never seen where it was before and thought Dreyfudo had left it in the lair. Dabai is very good at hiding himself. Dreyford smiled and handed the big white rat to Bunny. Dabai was bitten by the same kind. Can you also treat it? Booney was a little scared and hid away, but it seemed that Dabai also had some spiritual knowledge and knew that the little man in front of her was the one who could treat it, so she didn't show any aggressive tendencies. This is my first time to treat a mouse. Bunny started to cast the spell in frustration. Forget it, hold it tight, I don't want it to take a bite. The other priests and believers in the church looked at the interactions between several small races here with curiosity, but most of these people were ordinary humans, and they could not see any clues at all. They just thought that Dreyfus was a person with weird interests. Just a halfling. Halflings behaved strangely a lot, but this was nothing unusual. Alright. Bunny finished casting the spell, and as soon as Driver let go, Baymax immediately ran away and disappeared without a trace again, waiting for the next call from his master. Do you have anything else to do? Yes, Ron said quickly. I would like to ask, is the area around here now in a drought? Where can we get some relief? This is basically the case around here. Bunny thought for a while. If you want to leave, I'm afraid you need to prepare a lot of water and food, at least enough to cross the Delusion land in the south. The drought has basically come to an end in the town of From, but there are no other towns around. If you want to find a place to stay, you have to go out from there. Paranoia? Ron had never heard the name before. A complex area intertwined with forests, swamps and hills, Lavinia continued. I heard that there are all kinds of dangers and opportunities there, but in fact, 9 out of 10 people who go in come out. If you don't come, it's a veritable place of death. If that's the case. Ivy, how did you get here? To the east of here is a continuous mountain range called the Huzone Mountains. Ivy blinked. There is almost no water source in it. Even when we came, we had to prepare enough drinking water before we dared to cross. And it's almost impossible for us to get to the other side alive in this situation. What about the west? The whole west is the Gobi Desert, and I heard that there are bandits, Bunny said, walking to the back and taking out a map to show Ron. It's a paradise for adventurers and desperados, but you only have it still very dangerous for 3 people to get there. But the good news is that the other side of the Gobi Desert is Yungang. Ivy pointed to a particularly large city marked on the map.
The businessman I escorted before wanted to open up a trade route in this area. After all, between the 2 points the straight line is the shortest. It's a bit wishful thinking, Lavinia sneered. Where are the others? They must have died here, right? C14 turning point in a dilemma. Unfortunately, you're right. Ivy said helplessly, look at us, this is the team that opened up a new trade route, all that is left. In fact, it was worse, she was the only one left. So, Ron rubbed his chin, can we still buy water and food in this town? It's very difficult, and the price is very high, Buny said bluntly. The mayor will provide the residents with normal water, but it's almost impossible to ask for more. 1 gallon of pure water costs 3 gold coins, which is almost 6 or 7 times more than before. Lavinia gave accurate data. Alchemy requires a lot of solvents, and she is one of the people who have been hit hard. More than that. A man who came to pray happened to pass by them and interrupted. Today's market price is 36 silver coins, which is too expensive. Furthermore, the price of food has also gone up. I don't know how long it can last like this. The passers-by left chattering, but Ron and the others stood there looking at each other. What should I do? Dreyfus was also a little listless. Ron, it seems that what you promised before is difficult to fulfill. Purchasing supplies is extremely expensive. To find out information, the only option is to go south. What should we do? Perhaps you can try your luck with the mayor, Lavinia suggested. I heard that they are recruiting people recently. They are probably preparing to require some land and resources from the delusional land. If you can join the development, if you join the group, you can probably get a lot of funding. Pioneering team? He's just a mayor. Does he have that much power? Ivy asked. There is only one mayor here, a half-elf. Lavinia glanced at her. They have the final say in everything here. And the delusion has never been truly occupied by anyone, Bunny added. If he can really accomplish this feat, he might really be recognized by other lords. It seems we have to pay a visit to the mayor, Ron nodded. Does he still have visitors? Now. That's a bit late, Bunny glanced at the sky outside, but you can wait in the town for 2 days. The mayor is going to hold a banquet the day after tomorrow for all those who are interested in participating in the development of Dreamland. Everyone can participate, and it is estimated that the details will be announced and discussed at that time. But before that, I advise you to buy yourself an outfit first. Lavinia looked at several people with critical eyes. If I were a guard, I would definitely not let you in. You look like a homeless person, especially this one who is about the same height as me. What do you mean? I'm taller than you. Dreyford immediately refused to listen. But looking at the three of them, Ron thought that what these two chirping halflings said was very reasonable. In terms of clothes, Ron may be better. After traveling through time, he also wore a set of common clothes that fit the culture and times here. Apart from the fact that he was dusty, it was no big deal. But Ivy and Dreyfus are basically wearing rags. The only difference is that Ivy definitely didn't let her clothes become like this voluntarily. As for the weapons, they were even more miserable, 3 people and 1 short bow. Lavinia had a point in saying they might be kept out. How about this? Let's go have a meal first, then find a hotel to have a good night's rest, and then buy some equipment tomorrow? Ron roughly stated his thoughts. Let's go to the banquet the day after tomorrow. If there is a chance, I guess all the problems can be solved at once. Take the goblins to that delusional place, and he and Ivy leave with an excuse. It doesn't matter whether they go to Rose City or Yungang. Ron has fulfilled his promise. As for what the goblins will encounter later in that delusional land that is considered to be full of dangers, that is not a problem for him to consider. Isn't this bad? After leaving the church, Dreyfudo hesitated. That's all the boss's money, why didn't we come here? But Dreyfus, don't you want to experience life under the sun? Ron was persuasive. You can eat delicious food, sleep on a comfortable bed, and wear brand new equipment. Do you think that the only things you should enjoy are dark and damp caves, hard rocks, and tasteless raw meat? No. Faced with the authority of the distant hobgoblin and the easy enjoyment in front of him, Dreyfudo finally chose the latter. He put aside all doubts and fears, and happily followed Ron and Ivy into the tavern. Goblins don't do that because they like to live in groups and obey authority, but because they are too weak. Referring to their cousin race, the bugbears, these large goblins who are powerful enough prefer a solitary and unrestrained life, and this is also the future that the goblins look forward to. If there was the possibility of enjoying all this, only a fool would be willing to go back to that smelly and dirty underground cave. What Ron and the others found was a shop that combined the functions of a tavern and a hotel. The first floor was for dining, and the second floor was for guest rooms. After sitting down, Ron ordered a sausage pie with a glass of ale, and Ivy ordered soft fried veal with gravy. Dreyfudo,
who just now was thinking about saving money for his boss, now spent a lot of money on a table full of meat and a small barrel of the store's homebrewed wine. Ron had to place 9 large gold coins on the table before the store owner dispelled their suspicion that they were here to eat a free meal.
You are still strange. Ivy did not show some restraint and temperament until here.
She wiped her mouth gently with a handkerchief and tilted her head to look at Driver, who was still eating and drinking.
You can obviously endure such extreme conditions, but still maintain your pursuit of food?
I guess he just wants to try everything he hasn't eaten.
Ron drank the last sip of beer.
Just as he thought, in this world, the alcohol content of ordinary alcohol is very low. Even for people like him who don't drink much, it tastes like a drink.
Speaking of this, I'm more curious about you. I thought you would be a vegetarian? What gave you this illusion? My elven blood? Ivy winked mischievously. I'm a warrior, and I'm half human. It's unacceptable for me to live without meat.
It's just that ordinary barbecue is too simple. I prefer this kind of delicately cooked dishes. The half-elf talked about it in a random way, but suddenly stopped talking. She nudged Ron with her elbow, motioning him to look in one direction.
Hey, look at the way those people are dressed. Are they the barbarians we saw outside during the day? C15 Ochre Tribe, why are they here? Ron looked in the direction Ivy pointed, and sure enough, 4 warriors wearing animal skins, 3 men and 1 woman, were feasting on meat in the corner.
But perhaps because no one else in the tavern pointed at them, or dared not to, Ivy's actions were quite conspicuous and they were immediately noticed.
That elf, eat your food.
A bald man with a scar on his head knocked on the table with a leg bone and scolded.
It's a half-elf, idiot.
Ivy said tisk. She was not sick now, so she didn't need to be angry like this. You! The bald man immediately stood up, rolled up his arms and walked over. Little girl, you dare to talk back to me when I say something? Ron felt his eyes blurred, and when he looked again, there was no shadow of Ivy on the seat in front of him. The half-elf turned over and jumped up swiftly and gracefully, holding the bald man's shoulder with one hand and pinching his 5 fingers hard, and the other party's cry of pain immediately sounded with the sound of dislocation. Ivy swept her leg again and forced this guy, who was a whole head taller and twice as strong as her, to the ground. Before, she had always talked about how great she was in her heyday, and Ron just thought she was just being tough. I didn't expect her to be so good. All this took less than 10 seconds, and nothing in the store was broken during the period, and even the bowl of wine in Driver's hand didn't spill a drop of wine.
Fuck you,
The bald man tried to be tough, but Ivy twisted his shoulder and the harsh words were immediately replaced by screams.
Asshole, go save people.
The other 2 men stood up one after another, and Ivy was not afraid at all. She kicked the bald man to the ground with 1 foot, and it seemed that she was ready for a 3-hero battle against Lubu. Wait.
The female barbarian reached out to stop her 2 companions. She looked at Ivy with a calm expression. My half-elf friend, I admit that it was rude for Olaf to yell at you just now, but isn't that a bit too much? This woman is completely different from Ivy.
Ivy has almost no obvious muscle lines on her body, but this woman looks strong and powerful. Ron's friends who liked to lift weights in his previous life didn't have such muscles.
And what is that abdomen? 8-pack abs? Too much? Ivy sneered. Wouldn't it be even more excessive for you to rob other refugees outside the city? Didn't that guy named Harlech tell you that he had run into a tough guy today? You still dare to show up in the town. Are you going to rob the townspeople too? How is that possible? We have all paid. Wait, you mean Harlech?
The woman wanted to defend herself, but when she heard the name, she immediately showed a look of disgust. You are wrong, we are from the Ochre Tribe, we are not in the same group with them. Although we are also a tribe forced to the south by the severe cold, we have always been at odds with the dire wolf tribe. There have been constant frictions since we fled.
If we were from the same tribe, how could we leave them outside, or how could they let us into the city but not themselves? Is that so? It was Ivy's turn to be embarrassed.
The reason why she was so radical just now was largely because she had not been able to give Harlech a good beating before.
Now it's good, the beating is done, but the wrong person is beaten.
It turned out to be a misunderstanding. The other guests around were relieved immediately. They were all very nervous just now.
Let's not talk about the half-elf girl for now. These big guys are not good people. If they really fight, their dinner will be ruined. This is not the past.
Now the food source is tight, so it is not good to waste. I'm sorry. Ivy helped the bald Olaf under her and smiled apologetically. I was reckless just now.
No, I have a bad temper. His Olaf used the remaining arm to pull the other hand up and forcefully reset the dislocated arm.
After being beaten without any ability to fight back, the eyes of this irritable brother became much clearer.
So politeness does not necessarily depend on education. Isn't he also self-taught? So, many of your tribes have migrated to the south?
Ron ordered another glass of beer and walked over to hold the glass with the woman who was obviously the leader. Yes, we have seen almost 10 of them. The woman drank the wine in her glass. My name is Sarah, the current chief of the Ochre tribe. It's funny, our so-called tribe, what you see now is actually all of it. Ron couldn't help but be curious. How could this be? Is your hometown too far north? That's right, Sarah nodded. According to the legends of our tribe, we took advantage of a very warm period to hunt north. Later, although the weather began to get colder, we could still live normally, so we never thought about returning to the south.
Until this time.
In July last year, when it was the warmest, it was snowing heavily.
We began to realize that something was wrong, so we prepared to migrate.
But we don't know how to grow things, and we don't know how to domesticate animals like the people here, so we don't have much surplus food. We paid a heavy price for this.
Sarah snatched Olaf's cup and took another sip of wine, but we are really good at hunting. Even the strongest mammoth in the north is our food.
Therefore, the examiner at the door let us go, and we have been barely surviving by taking some hunting and exploration tasks in the Adventurers Guild these days.
I see, Ron nodded, and then changed the subject. Have you heard that the mayor here is going to recruit people to open up the Delusion Land? I know, do you have any suggestions? There is strength in numbers, maybe we can cooperate?
No, Sarah, she waved her hand. I know what you guys mean by cooperation. We do the hard work and you get the credit.
We have rejected a group of people and are ready to work alone.
Okay, Ron didn't force it. Since the other party didn't want to, he couldn't think of any bargaining chips for the time being. Well, I wish you good luck.
Thank you,
and I wish you good luck too. Sarah smiled and raised the empty glass. By the way, many people have been thinking about this matter of developing the fantasy land recently.
You'd better be careful. It won't hurt. Thank you for the reminder, we will pay attention.
Ron nodded to her gratefully. C16 Ironbeard Smithy. Maybe it's because of Sarah's reminder, or maybe it's because this world is full of various races. When Ron began to pay attention to the passers-by around him, he discovered that there were actually many strange humanoid creatures in the town of From. Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. There is a pair of spotted cat people living in room 204 next door, there is an elf in room 203, and there is a dwarf living in room 206. Ivy casually turned the key with the 205 nameplate on her finger. Considering that she had to buy equipment tomorrow, it was natural to save money on things like accommodation. Anyway, Driver is small, so it doesn't matter if 3 people squeeze him. The only thing that made the half-elf unhappy was that the goblin hunter had to let the big white rat live and she almost had a psychological shadow on the rat.
Can you determine their origin? Are they from outside, or are they indigenous people here?
Ron walked behind, carefully locked the door, and asked. I don't know about the others, but the elves must be from outside. Ivy knocked on the surrounding walls, indicating to Ron that the sound insulation effect was okay and he didn't need to speak so carefully.
The elves will not like the environment around From town.
It is cold in the north, with mountains to the east and the Gobi Desert to the west.
Not to mention forests, there are very few woods.
Even the elves who are most adapted to the society of humans and other races will not make this place their settlement. Ivy's mother is a pure-blood elf, and her judgment is authoritative enough. Oh, Dreyford threw his cloak to the ground and lay on the bed with his belly stretched out, letting out bursts of happy and painful moans.
It's killing me, you deserve it, Ivy snorted. Who asked you to order so much food? If you drink more wine, why don't you finish it off? It was so exhausting that she and Ron were truly free.
To be honest, Ivy actually thought about taking advantage of this moment to kill Driver 100 more times. After all, the goblins were not very strong as individuals, and they were even more vulnerable to her.
But,
Ivy glanced at Ron, who was struggling to turn Driver over to make the bed, and put an end to this idea in her heart.
This person may not agree. Moreover, if he did that kind of thing, how different would he be from the goblins?
Having to drink raw blood yesterday was already a big step back for her.
Ivy took a deep breath and suppressed the murderous intention in her heart.
Fortunately, Ron was a newcomer who had not even left the hut, and Dreyford was struggling with his bulging belly, so no one noticed Ivy's temporary abnormality. Only Dubai raised his head and twitched his beard slightly.
A night without words.
If there was anything noteworthy, it was probably the pair of tabby cats next door who kept shaking the bed at night. It's so comfortable. Early the next morning, after Ron and Ivy had washed up, the goblin hunter was still staying in bed and refused to get up. He had never had such luxury in his life, and he was convinced that even his boss had never been treated like this. I might as well just stay in this bed and forget about it for the rest of my life. Look at what potential you have.
Ivy unceremoniously grabbed one of Dreyfudo's feet and lifted him up. "Let's go. Don't forget to put on your cloak, stupid half-breed." Driver grinned and roared at Ivy. However, the half-elf warrior who was no longer suffering from the disease would not accept his trick. The goblin had to change his clothes reluctantly and follow. Ron left the pub.
When he went downstairs, Ron noticed that Sarah's group was gathering at the table where they were sitting last night, seeming to be discussing something. Seeing Ron passing by, they waved in this direction. Like shops, churches, and taverns, blacksmith shops are also easy to find. Looking past the two vendors selling breakfast, the huge furnace at the door had already attracted Ron's attention. But there was no fire burning in the furnace. When the three Rons approached, a human blacksmith opened his eyes on the rocking chair and looked at the strange guest.
"It's quite quiet here for you." Ron walked in and looked around. "You haven't had any orders lately?"
"I won't take orders even if they come in.
There's not much water for me in the town."
The blacksmith had a beard, and the mustache on his lips trembled in a funny way when he spoke.
"I still have some inventory. You can take a look at it. If you want to buy something, I can give you a discount. You can't eat or drink the iron.
If you keep it for a long time, it will rot in the shop.
It's better to exchange it for coins as soon as possible. That is the most real thing. Ivy, you go first."
Ron made a pleased gesture. Ivy is a warrior. Whether it is metal protective gear or weapons, she will naturally be given priority. The lightest chain mail shirt weighs almost 20 pounds. Ron feels heavy with both hands, so wearing a metal shell is just asking for trouble.
"How much money do you have left?" Ivy asked quietly. "It will be embarrassing if you can't pay for it in a while. There are almost 30 gold coins left."
Ron took out his money bag and was about to count the money when the blacksmith over there spoke first, although he didn't even look over there. Ron counted the silver coins and copper coins by himself in disbelief. The silver and copper coins were converted into gold coins, and they were really almost 30 gold coins.
"How did you know?" "My family has been blacksmiths since my grandfather's generation."
"My father is also a blacksmith, and I have been helping out since I was 14. It has been 30 years now."
The blacksmith seemed to enjoy hearing people ask this question.
"Not to mention that you are full of coins. Even if there are iron pieces mixed in, it will not affect the result of my hearing. It seems that your business here was quite good." Ivy walked among various equipment, flicking the armor with her fingers from time to time to listen to the sound it made. "The quality is really good."
"That's it."
The blacksmith was proud. "My grandfather was once an apprentice to a dwarf blacksmith, and in the hands of that dwarf, real magic items were once produced. Although my family does not have that kind of talent, it is still easy to forge ordinary equipment to be strong and reliable. Even the outlaws in the West know the Ironbeard blacksmith shop in from town."
"That's really famous. How much is this one?"
Ivy took a breastplate from the shelf, which was mainly made of rolled metal plates, and the front and back halves were connected by rings and hinges, and asked.
200 gold coins, no bargaining, you can't afford it." The blacksmith glanced and said immediately.
"You have a good eye, but this is my masterpiece, and I put a lot of effort into it."
"You'd better not have any ideas about it."
Ivy laughed, and Ron couldn't tell what emotion was in her voice.
Shock? Surprise? Or anger? "That's not right, boss. It's engraved with a cloak-shaped double lion emblem."
"Look at me and say it again." The half-elf warrior walked to the blacksmith with a breastplate, his face gloomy, and his voice raised several degrees. "Did you make this armor engraved with the emblem of the elf Hylon Empire?"
C-17 new equipment double lion crown. You dare to engrave the imperial emblem on the armor you made?
Ron saw from the side that the tip of the half-elf's ears turned red, and he looked really angry.
"When I get back, I must find someone to report this situation."
"The imperial emblem appears in such a small place, which is a great insult to the elves."
"You," the blacksmith was stunned.
He never dreamed that he would meet someone who really knew the goods in the town of From, and he revealed the origin of this treasure of the town of his family.
"But, how is this possible?"
The blacksmith looked at Ivy in disbelief. "No elves have ever come to me. That's because they don't bother to come here to buy equipment."
Ivy's tone and posture were extremely oppressive. "It's because you met me today. If it was a real elf from the Hylon Empire, you wouldn't even be able to save your life. Humans will never turn against the elves because of a guy like you who doesn't know the height of the world, understand? Now, tell me, where did you get this armor?"
"Yes, it was on the battlefield." The blacksmith raised his hands, trying to let the other party. He tried to calm down, but he didn't know how to start, so he had to tell the truth. "My grandfather was not an apprentice of the dwarves at all. He was a deserter. Many years ago, in a conflict between humans and elves, he pretended to be dead and escaped. The body of the original owner of this armor fell beside him.
He was scared and dared not go out again.
He began to study the forging process of this armor and gained some experience.
My father and I also learned the craft from him.
Humph, you were sensible. Ivy's tone softened a little, which made the blacksmith relieved. Since you told the truth, I won't hold you responsible, the half-elf said as if she was a pure-blooded noble elf from the Empire, but I will take this breastplate away.
Do you have any objection? No, no. The blacksmith cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to show anything on the surface.
This was not his family's thing. If there was a real fight, even if it went to the mayor, he would have to give in to the other party. And if it really gets out of hand, the reputation of his family for 3 generations will be ruined in his hands.
An apprentice of the dwarf master craftsman turned into a deserter on the battlefield? Don't be kidding. Very good, Ivy nodded with satisfaction. Go, find me another robe and a long sword. What about you, do you want anything?
I don't have it. Ron waved his hand, these iron things were useless to him.
I want this.
Driver was not polite, pointing to a chainmail shirt hanging high up, which was obviously prepared for small bodies. Knowing that the customer was short, he hung it high, so the blacksmith had to bring something.
Can you wear it? Ivy raised her eyebrows. Could this guy not be a wanderer? Okay, you, take that down too. How much is it in total? Don't worry, we won't bully you, just quote the normal price. Normal price?
Chengui, 20, no, 15 gold coins. When the blacksmith said this number, his heart was bleeding. The chainmail shirt alone is more than this price, at least 25 gold coins.
Add the sword, the robe, and the breastplate. Even if you round off, it will cost 250 gold coins. If you sell the breastplate as an antique, the price will double easily. He lost a lot. Why did he have the bad luck to put this thing there in the first place? He regretted it, but Ivy was happy.
She even took Ron and Driver out to the tailor shop next door to change into new clothes, and then put on the breastplate. Ron changed into a black cloth robe and watched Ivy coldly put on the dark green robe made of silk with golden embroidery on the cuffs and hem. The half-elf seemed to shake the robe casually, and the emblem on the shoulder was just right.
Sure enough,
Ron confirmed that the half-elf girl was not a loyal supporter of the Hylon Empire. She just liked this breastplate, but she had no money, so she blackmailed the blacksmith to buy it for 0 yuan. When the few people came out of the blacksmith, they had completely changed their appearance. Ivy tied her light golden hair behind her head, wore armor, and had a long sword on her waist, looking heroic. Driver was covered with a dark gray linen cloak, the hood covered his face, and a set of chain-mail shirt was lined inside. The weathered short bow and quiver were carried on his back, and with his slightly hunched figure, he could be seen at a glance as a seasoned adventurer who walked in the shadows and the wild for many years.
As for Ron, although he looked ordinary and dressed in plain clothes, the 2 left and right guards surrounded Ron, with him as the leader. Could they be ordinary people? Fortunately, the boss was born and raised here and has no knowledge, Ivy laughed. She was very satisfied with today's deal. He is too out of touch with the news. What do you mean? Ron asked. Although he could see that Ivy was cheating from her performance, he didn't know where the cheating was. But he was very interested in listening to the story. Of course it's the part about the Hylon Empire. Don't you know?
Ivy blinked. The Hylon Empire has been dead for almost 100 years. As a slave dynasty, the Hylon Empire had no bottom line. Humans, dwarves, and even elves were all enslaved by them, which made it make countless enemies. It disappeared in a few hundred years and became the shortest-lived regime in the history of the elves on this continent. The boss grandfather probably participated in the siege against a group of Hylon remnants who attempted to restore the throne. Whether it was the resistance against the Hylon Empire or the siege against the remnants, my mother had participated as a longbowman. I grew up listening to these stories, so I am also familiar with their emblems.
So, you actually helped him by doing this?
It sounds like the Hylon Empire is almost like a rat crossing the street.
Of course, remember those elves next door? If they see this, they will definitely make a big fuss.
Human spirit elves attempt to restore the notorious Hylon Empire. This will definitely make the headlines in Rose City.
Hylon Empire, does anyone still remember this name?
As Ron and Ivy were chatting casually, a stranger who had just passed by them suddenly took a few steps back and looked at them with a pair of passionate black eyes. His canine teeth were very sharp, and his eyeballs had no visible irises or pupils.
If I remember correctly, Ron seemed to have seen this person at the entrance of the town yesterday afternoon. C18 quest that tiefling.
When Ron noticed the pair of small bags on the stranger's head, he immediately thought about it. The red skin and the slender tail with a tip behind it are hard to forget.
How did you get in? Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network.
Ivy obviously recognized the other party, and her brows immediately furrowed,
Has the prosecutor begun to believe that tieflings are good citizens with eloquence? Hee, you can't say that. Tieflin rubbed his hands and said with a smile, I really have something urgent to see the mayor. After explaining this situation, I was naturally let go. Then why are you wandering on the street if you don't go to the mayor? The tiefling grinned. Of course the search is over, but I found that something interesting seems to be happening here, so I wanted to find a companion. You wouldn't mind having an extra helper, right? After all, it is a delusional land, a land that has never been truly conquered. You want to join the pioneering team? Ivy was very disgusted with this. Can't you just go to the banquet yourself? Beautiful lady, you are wrong. Tieflin shook his head. You don't know, the water at this party is very deep. There are some people among the refugees outside the city. They have reached a temporary agreement with some people in the city. I can't say who they are, and are preparing to do some terrible things at the banquet or after that. The purpose, let the pioneering team have the final say. To eat the entire delusion land? Ron frowned. Isn't your appetite too big, and are you afraid of being stuffed to death? Of course not. Tieflin smiled, his eyes falling on Dreyford. Didn't your partner also eat a lot yesterday? Are you spying on us? Ivy's hand was already on the hilt of the sword, but this tiefling didn't seem to be a kind person. His hand came last, and Ivy felt as if her right hand was stuck in a quagmire. Generally, the sword cannot be drawn out no matter what. Hush, hush, the tiefling smiled evilly. Drawing a sword in the street will attract the guards. It would not be good for anyone to make things worse, right? Why do you have to choose us? Ron asked. I'm afraid there are quite a few people here who are ready to conquer the Fantasyland, right? It's simple, because you can accommodate him. The tiefling pointed at Dreyford with his paw. He is not as simple as he seems, right? I think you should also be able to accept me. A tiefling? Ivy sighed and turned to look at Ron. Forget it, you make the decision. Then what can you bring us? Ron asked the second question. There is a reason why the three of us got together. Without any one of us, we would not be able to live or reach the city. Please forgive my wording, but what do you have? What's the use? Me? The tiefling reached out and took out a palm-sized notebook from his crossbody bag and handed it to Ron. This is a meaning gift, take a look. Someone's magic learning guide? Ron opened the book, which recorded some tricks and learning techniques. Some of them he had heard of in his previous life, such as dancing lights and acid splash, while others he had never heard of and didn't even have official names, such as the tricks needed for alchemy. You need this, don't you? You wanted to learn spells yesterday. You not only follow us, you can even read our minds? Ron was dumbfounded. This world is too dangerous. In their previous life, cameras were common in the streets and alleys, and some people said it was an invasion of privacy. They should be thrown into this world to experience it. This is a bit too much. It's not too much. I don't want to do anything bad to you. The tiefling looked at Ron innocently. Isn't this what you want? Yes, but this is too. Ron sighed. Thank you, but I really don't like your way. How about you go back and wait for notification? No, tomorrow is the official day. Tieflin said quickly. So, are you still short of money? Especially now that you still need to practice spells, that is a big expense. I can help you. As he said that, the tiefling took out a handful of gold coins, about 20, from his pocket. How's it going? Deal? Ron really wanted to refuse him firmly, but a member who was proficient in tracking and can read minds would be really useful, wouldn't it? Not to mention bringing money into the group. Then we might as well open the skylight and tell the truth. What do you want? Ron accepted the book and coins and continued to ask questions. You seem to have no shortage of money and are very capable. Why do you do this? Well, tiefling seemed to find it difficult to say. I can tell you that I do have something to ask for, and you are the ones I am betting on. But I can't say or show the specific reasons now. You just need to know that I hope to have a sufficiently enlightened person as the Lord of the Delusion. That's enough. To be honest, I've had enough of running errands for lords in various city-states and towns without seeing the light of day. I want a place where I can live a less tiring life. Is this reason enough? We half-elves want it too, but it's a pity that it hasn't been realized yet. Ivy curled her lips. As for the tieflings, you should just go to bed. You can dream about anything. Okay, I agree, then we are teammates. Ron thought about it and finally agreed with the other party's words. But I have to make it clear in advance, I can't make you any promises, our own survival is in question now. Even so, do you want to mix with us? Investment is bound to have risks, I have long expected this. The tiefling nodded. I just hope you can fulfill your promise at the right time. Let me introduce myself, my name is Quest, and I used to be a spy and messenger for a lord. Now the contract has been completed, and I am a free man. However, I'm sorry that I can't reveal the employer and the content of the letter due to professional ethics,
but if you want to get more other information, we might as well find a place to talk in detail.
Due to Quest's sudden appearance and joining, the morning shopping plan had to be hastily ended.
Ron immediately bought a batch of spellcasting materials and prepared to start practicing. Ivy and the others were pulled over by Quest, who said he wanted to show them some intelligence and evidence. Since Lavinia from the Kitten Alchemy Shop was an acquaintance, he got a considerable discount, and the materials he bought were enough for him to practice 3 tricks.
Are you ready to step into the world of magic?
Lavinia chatted with Ron while packing the materials. I'm sure this is the best decision you've ever made.
You will definitely become a real alchemist in the future.
Don't forget me when the time comes. See 19 Hand of the Mage, Dancing Lights, and Fire Arrows. Don't worry, you will be the second author when I write papers from now on.
Ron laughed. Ghostwise halflings are also halflings. Although they don't approach strangers, they are very friendly to acquaintances.
Do you have a place to practice here?
I probably can't do it in the hotel.
What if something explodes? Hey, it's not that easy to explode.
It's as if magic only has fireball.
Lavinia pointed to the back of the alchemy shop. Although most people have the same impression of magic, there is enough space in the backyard. Practice as you wish.
But don't hurt my flower bed.
It was planted with seeds I brought from my clan, and it took a lot of effort to keep it alive.
Don't worry. Ron waved his hand, turned and walked towards the back of the Kitty Alchemy Shop.
As for the magic trick, he had already planned it when he selected the materials.
He is not a complete novice.
At least he has run in several groups and played similar games. He still has some idea of what tricks are useful.
The first is the Hand of the Mage, which is a must.
The function of the mage's hand is to summon a floating ghost hand to appear at a point specified within 9 meters of the caster. The ghost hand will last for up to 1 minute, or it will be dismissed by the caster. If the ghost hand exceeds the casting range, or when the mage hand is cast again, the existing ghost hand will be disbanded directly. The caster can control the ghost hand and use it to manipulate an object, open an unlocked door or container, place an item into or remove an item from a container, or pour the contents of a vial, etc. The only problem is that the ghost hand can't attack, activate magic items, or carry more than 8 pounds of material.
But this is all trivial. The mage's hand is just a trick.
There is no need to occupy the position of the spellbook to prepare spells, and there is no daily spell casting limit.
What kind of bicycle is needed?
Ron took out the required materials in advance, and then opened the Someone's Trick study guide. Generally speaking, when a mage transcribes a spell, he must first reconstruct the basic form of the spell, and then interpret the unique symbology used by the mage who copied the spell. This spell must be practiced over and over until the required incantations and gestures are fully understood, and finally copied into the spellbook using the user's own notation system. But this guide to magic is obviously prepared for mage apprentices and muggles like Ron. In the previous basic teaching part, the symbol system used in this book has been explained in detail.
Ron only needs to just be responsible for understanding it.
Spells, gestures, and materials are the 3 necessary elements for spellcasting. Spellcasting in the real world is much more complicated than in the game, but things of this level are not too difficult for Ron. I remember when Chen Daizai won 37 million for 20 yuan. Ron studied 1,800 pages of 3 subjects in one night, and his score was 70 points, and he learned 3 cricket tricks in half a day.
It was not a problem.
When Ron began to practice, as he chanted the spell in his mouth, a vague outline of a hand distorted the space and slowly appeared in front of him.
This stupid boy. 2 hours later, in the alchemy shop, Lavinia was still studying Ron's experiment yesterday.
After all, it is one thing for others to succeed, but it is another thing to succeed by yourself.
If magic is so easy to learn, why aren't there so many mages that they have to walk around like dogs?
The halfling waited leisurely for the potion to start reacting on its own.
What is the actual situation?
Most spellcasters rely on the blood of their ancestors, pray or sign contracts with gods or similar beings, and draw power from their understanding of nature.
How many people learn spells? I will remain an apprentice for the rest of my life.
Forget it, Lavinia thought for a while. I'd better go see him and give him some encouragement.
Waiting until he gives up on his own will be much more effective than me hitting him. I'm not doing anything bad, I'm just helping humans save time.
They don't have so much life to waste on meaningless and fruitless things. Lavinia checked the time, then walked back talking to herself. It's not that she doesn't believe in Ron, it's just that the path of mage is too difficult, and humans are not a race with an innate affinity for magic.
But when Lavinia walked out to the backyard, what did she see?
A ghost hand was suspended beside Ron, and 4 torchesized light sources were suspended around Ron in the form of light balls. At this time, Ron was mumbling words, and as he moved, a handful of flames were thrown by him. It was thrown out and thrown onto the surrounding stone walls, leaving a scorched black mark.
Mage's hand, dancing lights, flaming arrows?
Lavinia stared at the young man in front of her in stunned silence.
No, what kind of young man is this? This is a monster.
It usually takes at least 2 hours to learn a spell, and even longer to become fully proficient. He has already learned 3.
And the dancing light technique still requires concentration. Who is this? Hi.
Seeing Lavinia coming, Ron immediately greeted her, but his energy was really overwhelmed, and the dancing light technique immediately dissipated in the air.
The store manager came just in time. Let's see what my results are like. This guy is showing off to himself. How about what?
Lavinia returned to the cold look she had when Ron first met her. It's okay, that's it.
It's just 3 tricks. Even the worst wizard can learn them. There's nothing to be proud of.
She didn't mention that she was referring to real wizards instead of apprentices, nor did she explain how long it would take for those wizards to master them.
Ron said, "Oh, well, I want to buy some materials from you and learn something new, no more."
Lavinia shouted in frustration. When she saw Ron's confused look, she realized that she was acting too strange.
Ahem, the halfling coughed to cover up his embarrassment. What's the point of learning a few tricks? Even if you are all perfect, it's just like that. Since you have learned the tricks, it means you do have some talent. I'll give you a magic. Will you learn it?
She had to put this guy's arrogance down. There is a fundamental difference between spells and tricks, and she won't teach Ron how to interpret her exclusive symbols. Lavinia believed that as long as the other party couldn't learn what she taught, she would be balanced in her heart and she could sleep well, right?
I do. Ron didn't care what Lavinia was thinking. After 2 hours, he was already a little excited. Magic is so fun. C20, what is learning ability? Okay.
Come with me, my spell book is in the house. Generally speaking, a mage's spell book is very private. A mage will never let others, especially peers, see his spell list.
That almost means putting his life in the hands of the other party. But Lavinia didn't care much about this. Firstly, she wasn't a mage as her main profession.
Secondly, from the bottom of her heart, she didn't believe that a guy who had just started to get into magic could learn anything from her.
She had no intention of teaching.
And Ron knew nothing about all this. Here, look at this. Lavinia led Ron directly into her bedroom and pulled out a blue hard-covered book from the bedside table. You are considered a mage and you should have your own spellbook. Halflings are still kind-hearted in nature. Even when they are competitive, Lavinia did not forget to mention Ron. Look, this is mine.
Real spells are different from tricks.
Almost all of them have one or even several huge principal books, called original classics. A small book as big as a palm cannot even memorize the complete picture of a spell, and even the most experienced, there is no way for a mage to guarantee that he can remember all the details he needs to cast magic at any time.
So we need spell books to assist memory. We will write our understanding, details of spell casting, etc. all in the book.
This kind of spell book will usually become a prop used to assist spell casting.
When we prepare the spell, we will use the previous ones.
The spells are hidden from the book and the spells to be used are marked so that they can be cast as quickly as possible when encountering unexpected situations.
It takes 3 seconds to cast a spell and 3 hours to check the meter.
When the team leader takes a break, the players who play the role of mage are always the busiest even if they still choose the simplest and crudest fireball technique in the end.
Then where should I find my spellbook? Ron asked humbly.
Anyway, it's definitely not for sale here, Lavinia shrugged. This was given to me by a friend in the clan.
I have to figure it out on my own. Anyway, you should try this first.
The shield technique is very helpful whether in experiments or in combat. It can summon an invisible mana shield to emerge around you and protect you. Although it has no attack ability, the advantage is that it casts spells quickly and has good effects. Even in the most hurried situations, it can effectively defend and even resist magic missile attacks.
It is definitely the most friendly choice for newcomers like you. Lavinia just wanted to see Ron defeated, not to trick him to death.
There was absolutely no hidden trick when recommending spells. Ron naturally knew how useful the shield technique was, and he looked at Lavinia with gratitude. Moreover, there are relatively few original texts on the shield technique, and there are several reprints of the common language version.
Here, this is it.
Lavinia pushed over a stool and struggled to take down a 1,000-page book from the bookshelf on the side. When she threw the book to the floor, there was a loud bang in the room. The shield spell is recorded on this page in my spellbook. If you can decipher my exclusive symbols, you may be able to improve the efficiency of learning, Lavinia smirked.
She was 10,000% convinced that Ron can't do it. Unless he is proficient in the halfling language, but that is impossible. No halfling will be willing to teach the language of his own race to outsiders, and they will communicate with other races in common language. Thank you so much. Ron's gratitude was beyond words, and he immediately started reading and studying while holding the book in his hands. Don't touch my things. Satisfied that her prank had succeeded, Lavinia exited the bedroom and closed the door. She estimated that in another 2 hours, Ron would definitely run out crying and begging her, saying that he never wanted to learn spells again. However, 2 hours passed and Ron didn't come out. When it was time to finish eating, Ron didn't come out. When it came time to go to bed at night, Ron still hadn't come out. Are you still studying? Why don't you take a break? Your companion is here to find you. Lavinia banged her bedroom door sleepily. She now knew what it meant to shoot someone in the foot. She couldn't even go back to the house to sleep. What's even more annoying is that goblin. He insisted that it was Lavinia who had kidnapped Ron and wanted to hold them back for ransom. Only goblins would do this kind of thing. The door opened from the inside with persistent tapping, and Ron appeared in front of everyone in high spirits. Sorry, Ron smiled and returned Lavinia's spellbook. I have returned the original book to its original place. It would be nice if your handwriting could be bigger. It looks really hard. Oh. So, is there any progress? Lavinia cheered up. This was the moment she had been waiting for. This guy is scared. He's making excuses. He didn't learn it. Let me try. Quest jumped out immediately. After hearing that Ron learned magic quickly and even started learning real magic, he was no less shocked than Lavinia. He raised his fist and punched Ron directly in the face. He wanted to see how far this human had grown in just half a day. Did he bet on a liar, a braggart, a genius, or a monster? Shield. How could Ron be so careful that his teammates, whom he just met today, were going to give him a happy face by night? Subconsciously he raised his hand to block it, but fortunately, at the last moment, he still remembered the spell he had just learned. Clang! There was a loud noise, and Quest screamed, and stepped back with a grin on his face, while his other hand kept rubbing his fist. The space in front of Ron was slightly distorted, and a mana shield that was difficult to identify with the naked eye appeared in front of him. It was this shield that helped Ron block the tiefling's fist. You succeeded? How is this possible? Lavinia really broke through her defense this time. How could he learn it? How could he learn it? He can't possibly learn it. However, no matter how she tried to hypnotize herself, Quest's red fist could not be faked, nor could the mana fluctuation just now. Maybe she was too tired? It's all Ron's fault. She must not have had a good rest. How could she have such a ridiculous dream? Get out, get out. The halfling girl kicked the motley team out with the worst attitude, then closed the door and dove into her bed. What's wrong with her? She looks very unhappy. I still have a lot of things I don't understand and want to ask her. Ron, who was still in Versailles but didn't realize it, was confused. I guess she thinks you stayed in someone else's bedroom for too long. The half-elf warrior, who knew nothing about magic, began to make wild guesses. Her kidnapping failed. Dreyfuda said nonsense. Quest, the only one who could guess why, remained silent. He had nothing to say to the human being who was still an ordinary person this morning. There are absolutely no shortcuts to learning spells, so there is only one answer. The seemingly ordinary guy has incredible talent and learning ability, and it's so incredible. C21 dinner in from Ron has hardly had a good rest since time traveling. This night was no exception. The difference is, this time it was because I was too excited. Learning magic in this world is no more difficult than the profession in the previous life, spells are no more difficult to learn than Latin, and symbols are no more difficult to remember than structural formulas. As a systematic knowledge, everything has traces to follow. The moonlight shines on the window lattice, projecting a figure. It was a tiefling wrapped in a blanket and making do on the windowsill for the night. When daylight came, several people were nervously preparing for possible battles. Ron went out and bought an ordinary notebook to use as a temporary spellbook, and also bought some materials. Those people from the Ochre tribe are still downstairs. Ron came back to discuss the situation with his companions, and on the street, I also saw some people from other northern tribes. That dire wolf tribe? Ivy can be said to be extremely disgusted with those guys. I don't know, but I didn't see that Harlech. Ron shook his head slightly, but no matter which tribe it is from, Quest is right. It doesn't look like there should be peace tonight. This tension lasted until the banquet hosted by the mayor began. In the town square, several long tables were neatly arranged, and vendors selling various foods and items were dotted around the outside. In the crowd, Ron also saw the blacksmith from the blacksmith shop, the tailor from the tailor shop, Lavinia, and Bunny. However, the latter two were not present as vendors, but as guests. Oh, hi. Ron and Ivy, you are here too.
Today, Bunny was dressed particularly solemnly. She was wearing a set of white priest robes, holding an oak staff in both hands, and even embellished with bright lights. When she saw Ron and others, she immediately pulled Lavinia and ran towards them. However, due to the height of the halfling, Ron really couldn't feel much of the sacredness and majesty of the priest in her. She looked like a cute doll. If you dare to tell me, I will never give you any discount again. Lavinia raised her head and glanced at Ron. The ghostly halfling could communicate telepathically with any creature within 9 meters, and her voice immediately rang in Ron's heart. It seemed like she had similar feelings, otherwise she wouldn't have reminded Ron like this.
Ah, Bunny.
The lucky lady, Timora, must be very favoring her followers, because she looks so pious today. Ron immediately began to perform in an exaggerated manner, but he probably lacked the performance skills, which did not make Bunny feel any happier. Thank you, and I hope the smiling goddess will bless you all. Bunny smiled lightly. He likes those who are extremely skillful and courageous the most.
I just want to be able to listen to his teachings and gospel.
Timora is not a strict goddess, and her teachings and beliefs are equally tolerant. Therefore, Ron is not stepping on the thunder, but just speaking very laymanly. Being able to host his church in such a remote place, and as a halfling of course you are also the lady's attention.
Ivy smiled and nudged Ron with her elbow, and quickly smoothed things over.
The halfling priest thought for a while, then finally nodded and smiled from the bottom of his heart.
While chatting here, Ron heard the deep and powerful voice of the northern barbarians not far away. It's so boring. Sarah complained to the tribesmen out of boredom. When does the banquet start?
Indeed, my stomach has already started growling.
Bald Olaf agreed. The food and wine are clearly on the table, why can't we eat right away?
Barbarians, an elf glanced at them, his tone full of contempt. You should at least learn basic etiquette.
The master here hasn't appeared yet.
This elf Ron and the others have met before, living in room 203 of the tavern. It seems that he is also planning to join the pioneering team.
Shut up, you thin bamboo pole.
Sarah growled threateningly, or I will tear your head out of your cavity. That's one of the people Quest mentioned to us yesterday. Ivy pretended to soothe her arms and whispered to Ron amidst the friction of armor. He, like Quest, came from the other side of delusion. Quest said he probably represented the interests of other lords. At this time, a group of guards surrounded a short and fat man and walked onto the podium. Quiet everyone.
Quiet. I am very happy that you can attend the dinner hosted by me. It is a great honor. Please allow me to express my gratitude to you again.
The short, fat man was dressed gorgeously. He wore a large gemstone ring on his right hand, and he habitually rubbed it while talking. I am the 12th mayor of the town of Victor from. According to our tradition, the person who succeeds the mayor must change his surname to the name of the town to show his willingness to serve the town to the best of his ability.
And the determination of the townspeople.
I dare not boast, but I am indeed working hard for this. The ring he is wearing is a magic item for amplification. The volume can be adjusted manually.
Lavinia introduced to Ron in a low voice.
This man is probably one of the few people here who can speak a common language with her. However, Victor changed the topic. Although I am very reluctant to admit it, I have to regretfully tell you that my ability may be about to reach its limit. As you have heard and seen every day, we have gathered too many people here. Refugees, and the turnover capacity of the town of FLM is limited. We cannot support so many people.
Immediately there was a loud commotion below.
Many of them came from refugee camps, so they naturally had a lot of reactions to Victor's words ranging from confusion to anger.
Quiet, please be quiet.
Victor's voice was obviously much louder, and he finally suppressed the noise below. But I will never abandon you.
Since the town of was founded, there has never been such a tradition.
So I held this banquet and sincerely invite everyone to the banquet to discuss the follow-up development.
I have an idea.
If the town of is too small to accommodate such a large population, we should acquire more land. And to the south of here, there happens to be such an area with rich resources, complex terrain, and it has never been truly conquered, so people who have been there gave it a name, Delusion Land, to express the wishful thinking of those who wanted to occupy it.
But from now on, I hope to break this nonsense.
We should strive for more living space. Instead of being frightened by rumors and stories, I am willing to help you form a pioneering team and conquer the fantasy land.
All problems will be solved. C22 raid at the banquet. Do you have any questions? Victor looked at the crowd below. Why recruit pioneers instead of sending the town's regular soldiers?
A young and strong refugee raised his hand to ask a question. It seemed that he should be a villager in those villages.
They look well trained. The town's security and defense also need manpower, Victor said with difficulty and regret. In the west of From Town, there is a Gobi Desert where desperate criminals are rampant. I can't do anything at the risk of handing over the town to others. I hope you can understand. But I will never sit back and enjoy the fruits of my labor. Among my entourage, I carefully selected a smart and capable warrior to accompany me. Victoria, come and meet everyone. A young woman in scale armor and fully armed stepped out from behind Victor with firm steps. After a slight salute to the audience, she returned to her original position again. She held an iron helmet in one hand, a hard hammer on her waist, and a shield on her back. I hope readers will remember our domain name. Ron couldn't imagine how safe he would feel standing next to her. She was like a mobile fortress. Typical equipment for a priest, Ivy snorted. This mayor is really thoughtful, he is willing to send a priest to accompany him. If Victoria doesn't go, it will be just me, Boone whispered embarrassedly, but I will probably just be a drag. Don't say that, Boone, Lavinia comforted her friend, you are just less secure than her. After all, even if they are the same equipment, the aura of halflings and humans is completely different. If we occupy that fantasy land, who will own it? You? Sarah shouted loudly. It won't belong to you anyway, barbarian. The elf choked her again. You'd better get back into the blizzard. Why not wait until you conquer the dreamland before you start dreaming? A dwarf whispered, you haven't even left the town yet, and you think you have one. As for this problem, Victor smiled cunningly, of course, let the pioneers solve it by themselves. How about it? My purpose is just to reduce the burden on the town, and I have no interest in expanding the territory. I have handed myself and my surname to the town of From, and I have no other ambitions. So you don't have to worry that I will deprive you of the fruits of victory. It belongs to you completely. There was a cheer from the audience, and Ron felt that those who cheered were all idiots. This is simply encouraging people to fight and kill each other. As Victor said, he has no interest in expanding the territory, he just wants the refugees to leave here and not increase his burden. As for whether they are dead or alive, he doesn't care at all. But what they said was nice, and if this thing was really done, the obstacles in the south of From Town would be cleared, which would be good for the town, and he would not lose in any case. The only ones who would suffer would be the refugees, or more precisely, the refugees in the villages. The barbarians in the north who survived were the elite of the elite, and those adventurers who joined in the fun also had their own strengths. As for Ron and his group, there were a lot of goblins following them. The first group to be eliminated was obvious, but now they were the most excited. Victor pressed his hands down, signaling everyone to be quiet. All members who conquer the Fantasyland will receive generous rewards. In addition, when the Lord of the Fantasyland is elected, I am willing to introduce new neighbors to other lords around as a recommender, and I can also act as a matchmaker to attract chambers of commerce and craftsmen. In short, please believe that I am very willing to see a new neighbor appear, rather than worrying about that unowned land all day long. Rewards, lords, chambers of commerce, are all beautiful words. Sarah curled her lips. There is no practical benefit at all. You are just talking nonsense. Finally, there is someone who understands. Ron had to look at Sarah with a new eye. This tribal chief is still knowledgeable. Of course, Victor smiled. If there are no other problems, the banquet can officially begin now. I, a fat boy, will not be an eyesore here and affect your appetite, hee. That's about right. Sarah walked to the long table with satisfaction and took a roasted chicken leg from the table first. Ron. I overestimated her. Although the scene immediately fell into chaos after Victor's speech, nothing special happened. Ron and others took their seats and joined the banquet. Half of the food here comes from the tavern where Ron and his friends live, and the taste is suitable. Soon, even Quest, who knows the most, seems to relax his vigilance and starts to eat. After all, no one wants to do anything wrong, and nothing is the best situation. But just as Picasso always has shackles and Da Vinci always has disagreements. According to the law of that bastard named Murphy, when something may go wrong, it will definitely develop in a worse direction. Just when everyone was getting drunk and excited, a cat-like scream broke through the night sky. One of the pair of tabby cats who lived next door to Ron had his eyes as wide as bells. After standing up, he covered his neck with one hand and fell softly to the ground. Enemy attack, there is an enemy attack. The elf reacted the fastest. He raised his arms and shouted, pulled out a thin sword and jumped onto the long table. Ron quickly stood up and looked around. Some dark figures emerged from the surrounding alleys one after another. And right next to him, those guys who were toasting people and making people eat and drink all the time just a second ago also disappeared from the scene. He pulled out a knife from under his clothes and stabbed anyone he saw. Outside the town in the distance, a burst of fire shot into the sky, followed by deafening shouts of killing. What the hell happened? The halfling priest Booney was frightened by this scene. A gangster took the opportunity to rush over and slashed her Tianling cap with a knife. Bang! 2 flaming arrows hit the target in no particular order, opening the head of the unscrupulous guy. Bunny looked back blankly, and saw a wisp of smoke coming out of Ron and Lavinia's fingertips. Ready to fight. The people who had been prepared immediately spread out according to the original formation, protecting Ron and the extra Lavinia and Bunny. The sword light in Ivy's hand danced, and in an instant, 3 people were chopped down in succession. Quest's punches were like the wind. Although he was bare-handed, his strength and skills were amazing. Although most of the people he knocked down were not, it was fatal, but basically he could only lie on the ground and howl, completely losing his ability to fight for a while. C23 Melee Squeak. Google search for TWK and Roberto issued a series of whistles, and a large group of rats filed out from all corners of From Town, and began to bite everyone madly and indiscriminately. This goblin successfully added fuel to the already chaotic situation. Who launched the attack? Ivy swung her sword again and cut off the arm of a bandit. Quest, didn't you say it might be those barbarians? How could it become like this? It's not us, you stupid half-elf. Sarah picked up a double-edged axe and rushed left and right in the crowd with his companions. There are only 4 people left in our tribe, and they are all here. It's outside. The barbarians outside. Quest suddenly figured out something. He jumped behind the bandit and twisted his hands hard, making the other's face rotate 180 degrees towards him. There must be someone else behind the scenes. He persuaded the barbarians who couldn't enter the town, and possibly the refugees. Absurd! Absurd! The elf was tall and stood on the table. He attracted a lot of firepower. Now he was a little stretched and could not hold on. I am fighting side by side with half-bloods, barbarians, demons, and even a goblin. I must be crazy. Who can help me? I can't stand it. Ron responded immediately, and the flames danced at his fingertips. Although the accuracy and power were not very high, it did help the elf escape from the encirclement. Thank you. I am Mendatus, an adventurer from the other side of the delusion. The elf jumped to Ron's side and formed a new front with Ivy, Quest, and Driver. The pressure on both sides was much less. But soon they found that it seemed not just because of the formation, the rear of the bandits was also in chaos. They were running around everywhere, and they didn't know what they were avoiding. Halak! Ivy cursed angrily. In the darkness, the half-elf could clearly see a giant waving a huge stick to clear the way, followed by dozens of barbarians. Damn, the dire wolf tribe. Sarah was also furious. These damn bandits. Little ones, charge. At this moment, Harek was no longer the gangster outside the city the day before, but had become a bandit and robber. I don't know how he persuaded almost all the barbarian tribes outside the city. After massacring the refugees, he broke through the defense line of the guards outside the town and rushed in. Kill them all, this town is where our new tribe is. Don't even think about it. Ivy rushed up with a sword and fought Harek for 2 moves. Swish, swish, swish. In the melee, Driver's arrows rained down on the barbarians. The experienced goblin hunters were obviously used to dealing with prey larger than themselves. The arrowheads all targeted vital parts such as eyes, Achilles tendons, and lower body, causing considerable trouble to the opponent. At the same time, Sarah and others from the Ochre tribe also rushed forward and fought with the opponent. But even so, the strength of that Halak was obviously beyond everyone's expectations. He saw that his eyes were red and full of bloodshot, and every blow he swung with his giant stick was powerful and heavy. Even if everyone launched a siege on him, he was not afraid at all. Mendatus, Quest, and Ivy were repelled one after another, and Sarah from the Ochre tribe gradually lost his strength under the opponent's offensive. What alchemical potion did he take? Lavinia immediately saw the clue. This was definitely not the power that ordinary rage could bring. There must be someone behind him. Look! His target is Mayor Victor. Mendatus suddenly shouted. As expected, after repelling all the blockers, Harlek's goal was completely different from that of the other barbarians. He lifted a long table with one hand and rushed straight towards Victor. In this situation, the mayor of From showed amazing calmness and strength. Thunder wave! Victor roared, and a wave of thunder force field swept out from his body. The sudden explosion blew away all the creatures around him, whether they were enemies or friends. Even Harlek stumbled. What is the purpose of doing all this? Who sent you here? He is a warlock? Mendatus frowned. This guy didn't even make a move just now. He hit it so well. The hair behind Lavinia's head moved without wind, and her spellbook floated in front of her, automatically turning to a certain page. Magic missile. 3 glowing magic force field arrows were released, hitting a barbarian accurately,
opening a fist-sized blood hole in his chest. The latter fell to the ground wailing, and was obviously dead. The situation was urgent, and she could not be stingy with her spells. "Bunny! Where are your spells?" I don't have any spells to use." There was a clear cry in Bunny's voice. "I only prepared water creation and lesser restoration." This kind halfling priest had almost no other types of spells prepared, and they were almost useless in a fight. So when a human bandit appeared behind her quietly, she still didn't notice it. Bang! A hard hammer swept across and hit the back of the attacker's head heavily. It was Victoria, who was just introduced to everyone by Victor. "Bunny, don't be distracted." Victoria's voice was gentle and steady, giving people a sense of peace of mind. At this moment, she was shining with light, like a god of war under the protection of the pious shield. When she joined the battle, Ivy's pressure suddenly decreased. She could finally get out of the blind defense and launch a strong revenge on the surrounding barbarians. Above the sky, the moonlight gradually set in the west, the smell of blood in the town became stronger, and the battle was slowly and firmly coming to an end. Even the violent and drugged Harak could not reverse their trend of defeat. Shield. Ron replaced the exhausted and wounded Ivy, relying on the shield spell to take Harak's stick. Although it was very dangerous and the shield was immediately shattered, fortunately, he did not suffer more damage except for some impact. "Halak, you bastard!" Sarah went berserk for the second time. The axe in his hand created a bloody gust of wind and chopped into Halak's back. And this time, the barbarian, who was already at the end of his strength, was no longer able to resist. C-24 suspicious elves boomed. The tall barbarian fell to the dust and stopped breathing. Ron struggled to get up from the ground and looked around. Although he did not participate in the hardy, fierce, and bloody battle, the constant release of spells still consumed a lot of energy from him. It's almost like running around the playground all night while answering questions on your phone, physically and mentally exhausted to the point of vomiting blood. After all, even a mage cannot stand an output, otherwise he will die quickly. Search TWKAN on Google, and around him, the conditions of the people who had just fought side by side were not much better. Ivy received a severe blow to her abdomen. Bunny ran back to the church to get some healing potion and was now treating her injuries. Dreyford was fine, but almost all the rats he summoned were wiped out. His own quiver was also empty, but the goblin hunter was so tired now that he had no energy to collect it. Quest, Mendatus, and Lavinia are all sitting cross-legged on the ground meditating. Although their meditation purposes are different, their behaviors are similar. The mayor Victor and the Victoria priest were relatively well off, but they were also working hard to adjust their breath and restore their strength. As for the Ochre tribe, Ron wasn't sure whether it could still be called a tribe. Sarah was the only one left panting now, and no one was standing. Among the other people attending the banquet, Ron could still see the blacksmith and tailor. It may be because they were not combatants and were on the periphery, so they were relatively weak from attacks. Among the other tenants in the hotel, the pair of tabby cats have become miserable mandarin ducks. They did not even survive the attack without weapons. The dwarf also seemed to be a spellcaster, and he was almost exhausted now. And others. Ron sighed. He was half a doctor, but there was nothing he could do about the dead. Those gangsters and barbarians were extremely ruthless in their attacks. Even Ivy was seriously injured, let alone these people. They can't even protect themselves, but they still want to conquer the fantasy land? A contemptuous sneer appeared on Mendatus's face. "You are too ignorant of yourself. So many people are dead, but you can still laugh?" Ivy bared her teeth and looked at the elf with a rather unkind look. "There are fewer competitors, aren't there, hybrids?" Mendatus stood up, took out a handkerchief from his pocket, and carefully wiped the blood on his rapier. "You should even thank them." "It's too cold-blooded to say this," Victoria frowned. Her colleagues suffered heavy casualties in this battle. "Ha! This time I agree with Thin Bamboo's words." Sarah was lying on the ground, her voice hoarse. "I'm not dead yet. The Ochre tribe will not die yet. Thank you all for your generous intervention." The mayor, Victor, panted and found a chair to sit down and managed to catch his breath. "Now, please take a moment. We need to clean the battlefield in order to count the losses and casualties." About 3 hours later, when the sky began to darken, Victor came to a conclusion. 1/3 of the guards in from town have lost their fighting ability, and about 50 people have been killed, mainly concentrated in the square and at the refugee camp. Victor announced the conclusion to everyone, and the refugees have only one survivor. There are only 10 people, and the rest were basically killed due to attacks by the northern barbarians, or they took advantage of the chaos and fled the town. As for the pioneering group that has been recruited, as you can see, it's just you and me. Ron, Ivy, Dreyford, Quest, Mendatus, Sarah, Victoria, and the unknown dwarf.
8 people in total. And there is a possible mastermind behind it.
Mendatus gave Ron an unclear look, making Ron confused.
What do you mean? Ivy's voice immediately rose. Are you questioning the person who just saved your life?
No offense, the elf said, but he was not moved at all. I have no prejudice against humans, but this person is indeed very suspicious.
Let me ask you this, who would think it wise to take a goblin on an adventure?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present looked at Dreyfudo, and the goblin hunter roared back with a threatening low voice. His disguise was only in his clothes. In the previous battle, his hood was damaged and fell off more than once. Indeed, Victor from looked at Ron. My friend, I think we all need an explanation.
There's nothing to explain. He is my companion, and he has been protecting us just now, hasn't he?
Ron didn't intend to give the goblin hunter out just like that. On the one hand, his conscience is on the one hand, and on the other hand, he has to worry about his delusions in the future. In the exploration of the earth, goblins must be a powerful force.
Protect?
I saw with my own eyes that he summoned a swarm of rats, biting them regardless of friend or foe.
Even a druid can't make so many rats obey the instructions.
Ron looked at him calmly. If you put it that way, can I think that you jumped to our side deliberately just now to prepare for trouble?
Led, so as to break down our defenses? Okay, that's enough.
Victor interrupted the two of them. Mind artists, there should be emergency measures in emergencies.
This goblin and his rats did help us get through the initial stage.
Well, what about his behavior of letting the barbarian chief rush towards you? Miss Victoria went to help them, but they didn't support you in return, but were busy fighting with other weak people.
Isn't this sinister? Asshole. Driver glared at the elf fiercely. You are even more despicable than the most incompetent rat. We couldn't get away at that time.
That's just an excuse, said the dwarf who had been a little presence before. Mr. Victor is the core of the town, you should put your own safety aside to protect him. The dwarf is indeed qualified to say this, because he was sitting closest to Victor.
What about you, Mendatus?
Ron glanced at him. You didn't even fight those weaklings well, you were the first to leave the battle, right?
And who blocked Halleck's last blow?
I don't remember, but I think the mayor's memory is much better than mine.
You're right, I owe you a thank you.
Victor nodded to Ron. My spells have run out. If it weren't for you, no one could help me block that stick.
Okay, then let's end the mutual accusations and suspicions here. Next, let's talk about the next plan. See 25 parting ways. Let's talk about the next plan.
Victor from sat upright. Although the refugees died or fled, this is only a temporary solution. When the storm is over, they will still gather back if they can't survive. And the natural disaster will not retreat because of this. So the plan to open up the Fantasyland must continue. Then I have a suggestion. First build a trading post as an outpost on the periphery, and then explore deeper into the interior. Even if there is no progress later, the outpost can help us relieve some of the pressure and burden. Ron expressed his thoughts. The main reason is that this will give us a reason to stay on the edge of the Fantasyland and give the goblins time to migrate. Once a large number of goblins arrive, the progress of the entire mission will inevitably speed up. Otherwise, with just these few people, it is unknown when they want to explore the Fantasyland.
This is not appropriate.
As the mayor said, it is only a temporary solution.
Mendatus immediately raised an objection. I have been through the Delusion Land and am familiar with it.
We should go through it again and find the lords on the other side to work together to achieve the best results.
To put it bluntly, it is also waiting for reinforcements.
Quest mentioned that Mendatus may be serving another lord over there.
This, Victor fell into thinking.
Ron's suggestion was relatively reasonable, but he could also see what Mendatus was going to do. It would be a good thing for him to have someone to help him. Why not split into two teams? Lavinia, who was watching the show nearby, said suddenly. Ron and this elf each bring some people, so as not to put all the eggs in one basket. In this way, whether there are spies in the team or the progress on that side is not satisfactory, it is an acceptable loss.
Victor's eyes lit up. Good idea, let's do as you say. Then everyone, divide into teams, and then set off after resting Victoria. Who are you going to go with?
I choose Ron, sir, the priest said without hesitation. Before what happened last night, he had already led a team, and his proposal sounds very safe. Of course, Draverdo and I will go with Ron. Ivy gave Mendatus a roll of the eyes. I'm afraid that some sinister villain will stab me in the back out of gratitude.
Bug. Draverdo spat at Mendatus. I will go with Mendatus. Sarah got up from the ground and picked up her giant axe.
In my opinion, Ron's proposal is too cowardly.
We in the Ochre tribe will never agree to such a thing. As for the relationship, I don't get along well with them, so it doesn't matter. Mendatus, the dwarf followed up and looked at Ron gloomily.
In my opinion, whether it is not rescuing the mayor in the first time or sending yourself to the barbarian Styx, it is too self-centered. How can a leader who does not understand the importance of the leader lead a team well? Now there are 4 people on Ron's side and 3 on the elves. Everyone's eyes fell on Tieflin Quest. What are you still hesitating about? Ivy frowned. Are you really going to get together with that guy? Well, in fact, yes. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Quest actually nodded. Please forgive me, Ron. The tiefling's tail was wrapped around his calf nervously. I don't want to betray you, but I really don't like to put all my eggs in one basket. It's 4-4 now, very fair. And betting on both sides is the best choice for me. Don't forget, I have indeed provided you with financial support, right? If you think so, I can understand. Ron shook his head gently. I won't hate you, you really gave me a lot. If it weren't for him, Ron would still be an ordinary person now. If I succeed, you can come to me. If Mendatus wins, I hope Mendatus can fulfill your wish. I hope so too. The tiefling bowed to Ron gratefully. What about you, Lavinia? And Boony? Ron turned to the 2 halflings again. The more manpower the better. I'll be a drag. Boony smiled gently. Besides, Victoria is gone, the town's priests are short of manpower, and I can't just leave like this. But I will pray to the goddess for you every day. Wait until you build an outpost trading post. Lavinia waved her hand. I'm not the kind of person who likes to run around. Although I want to investigate the various alchemical materials in the fantasy land, I have to have a stable residence so that I can build a workshop. As for you, you can shut up. Lavinia Nia pointed at the elf and said, I don't like you, that's it. It seems that the teams have been divided. Victor clapped his hands with a smile. Then I wish you success. By the way, you must be very tired after the war. I just prepared a room in my mansion where you can wash and rest. If you are thirsty or hungry, just call my servants. If you need to update your equipment or buy items, I can help you and will ensure supplies as much as possible. But I still hope that everyone will fight for their goals as soon as possible. After all, we don't know whether there will be more disasters and more refugees in the future. Compared to Ron and his team who decided to take a rest, Mendatus immediately urged the team members to set off, in order to express his different and more determined determination from Ron. Ron and his team completely ignored the provocation of the other party, and rested comfortably in the town of FLM for a day, repairing armor and sorting out items. Ron was refining potions, Driver disappeared first, and Ivy even got herself a huge tower shield that could wrap the whole person from the mayor's arsenal. You can't eat a warm bed if you are impatient. Ron persuaded the anxious Victoria. Jen Duanjia said that Ron didn't lead the team until the next morning, and his goal was not to the south, but directly to the north. Why? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I can only leave the team immediately and chase Mendatus' team. After walking north for a day and a half, Victoria felt disappointed. She stood there and began to protest to Ron. She even regretted joining this team a little. The goblin disappeared, and now these 2 people are heading north on their own. What are they going to do? Be patient, Ron raised his hands and chuckled. You will know soon. I have sent Driver to report before we set out, so we don't have to go too far. They will come soon. Listen carefully, the wild is calling. In the wilderness, wolf howls sounded one after another. C-26 arriving at the land of Delusion Goblin? When Victoria saw more than a dozen wolves galloping over, with 2 or 3 short humanoids lying on each one, her face changed a little. How could there be so many? Could it be that there is a goblin's nest nearby? Don't panic, we are all family members, Ron patted her shoulder, at least for now. It's not realistic for us to explore the entire fantasy land with just a few of us, isn't it? So you're allying with the goblins? Oh my god, Victoria sighed, they are not reliable at all. Has no one ever told you? The pastor's voice stopped abruptly with a louder howl. At the end of the field of vision, a giant beast that was several times larger than an ordinary wolf galloped over, with a full set of protective gear and saddle on its back, and a big goblin sitting on it, holding a spear in his hand. It was Kalade, the hobgoblin, and his wolf. Victoria's vigilance and hostility became stronger. Ron, the ally you chose is really dangerous. Thank you for the compliment. Carrot urged the wolf to rush to the front of several people like the wind. Dravito said you found a good place for us? No man's land, rich in resources, and dangerous environment. Ron nodded. Where are the other goblins? We had to kill some mounts these days, so they had to walk, Carrot said, nodded to Ivy, and his eyes fell on Victoria. Who is this woman? She is from a nearby town, which is troubled by refugees from surrounding villages, so it decided to open up new territory. Ron briefly described the situation in from town. Well, that means the mayor is not very interested in the land of delusion. The hobgoblin grinned. Very good, then she can survive, and so can the refugees. The premise is that there are really sufficient resources there. The history and culture of the hobgoblins is a history and culture of continuous conquest and expansion. Under normal circumstances, Kalade would never turn a blind eye to the surrounding towns and refugees. In his eyes, other races, including his cousin goblins, are all slaves and cannon fodder. But now the situation is special. His army has almost reached the point of exhaustion. Survival is the top priority, and other things must and can only be considered later. My lord has no interest in the new territory, but this does not mean that he will like to have another hobgoblin warlord as a neighbor, Victoria muttered, but at this point, she did not make more radical moves. Whether it is out of loyalty to the two leaders Victor and Ron, or out of her piety to Haim, on the basis of the preliminary consensus reached by both parties, she will not show hostility to the other party, even the goblins. Haim strives to stay alert, clear-headed, and keep his promise. Victoria decided to follow the teachings of her god, continue to follow Ron, but always remain highly vigilant. Very good, it seems that we will cooperate happily. Ron smiled at her. People in the lawful neutral camp are indeed good companions. They may complain and question, but this will not affect their performance of their duties. To be honest, I didn't even have much hope, but you actually kept your promise. On the way, Carrot rode the wolf slowly beside Ron. You made me look at you with new eyes, human. Too many races disdain us. They don't trust us, so they take our betrayal for granted. They firmly believe that we will do the same thing. You made me lose a meal. The wolf under Carrot's crotch breathed white air to express his dissatisfaction. This large monster is obviously the best of its kind and can speak the common language. Maybe there are too many of your kind who do this. Ron glanced at the other party. This is not a victim-blaming theory. What he has seen and heard in his 2 lives does not give a good evaluation of goblins. Really? Carrot pretended to be surprised. Have you seen many goblins? Or is it her, or her? Carrot pointed at Ivy and Victoria one after another, and the 2 of them snorted coldly from their noses at the same time. Whether it is elves or humans, your stories are circulated, Ivy whispered, and in those stories, goblins are usually not positive characters. Not to mention goblins. But I released you from prison, gave you a way out, and allowed you to leave our base, Carrot laughed, but you don't seem to have changed your mind. No, I still changed, and the fact that I am still here is the best proof. It can only be said that the relationship between goblins and other races is really too bad, so keeping promises has become a proof of friendship. On the way, Ron and Victoria chose a route that bypassed the town of From to avoid being seen with goblins. Others might not be willing to listen to Ron's explanation. The journey to the outskirts of the Delusion Land lasted about 4 days, and the goblin wolf riders who were outposts were a little faster. The air is getting humid. Kalade licked his cracked lips, his eyes showing excitement. He looked up at the sky, and patches of cumulonimbus clouds gathered in the sky not far away. It's going to rain, Victoria murmured. Not only these goblins, From town has not seen precipitation for a long time. This is the land of delusion. It seems we have come to the right place. Ron breathed a sigh of relief. These days, their drinking water is basically supplied by Victoria, but although the water-making spell is easy to use, it takes up precious spellcasting resources. Especially according to Victoria herself, she does not have as much power as Bunny and cannot cast more advanced divine spells. These days, the priests are basically used as warriors. Although there are a large number of goblins accompanying them, they don't really need them to hunt. What do you say now? Carrot sat high and looked at the terrain in front. There is a call on the left-hand side in front. I don't know your habits, is it a suitable place to build a base? In the past few days, Ron and the goblin reached another agreement. The goblins helped them build an outpost to get in touch with the town of From, and Ron was responsible for persuading the refugees and townspeople and merchants who came to live in peace with the goblins and provide Carrot and his team with trade. Of course you can, but we still have to go deeper. After all, we have to ask for stones and wood from the land. Ron made a suggestion after a brief exchange with the wolf cavalry who had returned from the front. C-27 monochromatic lizard. The goblins walking behind them were half a day slower than them. But because the whippers who had the ability to build and explore in the goblin caste system, the gatherers who were responsible for obtaining food, and the untouchables who worked as coolies were all behind them, even if Ron and his team didn't want to wait, there was nothing they could do. But fortunately, the heavy rain in the Delusion Land came later than expected. The goblins finally built a simple camp before the night rain, and prepared a place for Ron's team, Kalade and his wolf. Other goblins except Roberto could only find a place to hide from the rain. They either crawled under the wolf's belly or hid in the nearby woods. In short, they were scattered everywhere. Victoria stood at the door of the tent where Ron's team lived, leaning on her shield, and looked out vigilantly. "Take a rest," Ivy patted her shoulder from behind. "You have been on guard these days, your body can't take it." "It doesn't matter, this is my duty," Victoria waved her hand. "Especially now that we have reached the periphery of the Delusion Land, we must not relax.
There is a reason why it has not been occupied by anyone. Even if there is danger, it will be inside, right?"
"What can there be outside?" Ivy shook her head. Knowing that she couldn't persuade the pastor, she had to go back and rest. It turned out that Victoria's worries were not unnecessary. It's just that the victims were not them.
After the rain stopped at dawn, Ron squatted in the open space.
In front of him, 3 goblin corpses were lined up. 2 of them had been eaten by wild beasts, and only one was still intact, and the bite mark on the waist could be clearly seen. Blood-type toxin, Ron concluded, anticoagulation, muscle paralysis, these are typical effects.
The hunter is more likely to be a reptile.
Some kind of reptile, most likely a monitor lizard. Driver said on the side, "Snakes don't have this kind of bite mark." As a senior hunter, his words are quite authoritative. It must be that they just found a place to sleep, giving the monitor lizard a chance to attack.
Carrot was not surprised by this.
Goblins are just consumables and cannon fodder to him, and he would not feel sorry even if many of them died, but the death of these 3 goblins does have a warning significance. "Gather people to start building a stronghold." Carrot's order was passed down. "These beasts usually only attack lone guys, in groups of 3 or 5, don't act alone anymore." However, Carrot's order did not seem to work. After the next night, another 6 goblins met with misfortune. "When we arrived, there was only this corpse left," Driver said angrily. "There are a lot of bloodstains extending into the depths. The others must have been dragged into their dens by the monitor lizards. This one was also bitten into a mess, and nothing can be seen."
Ron frowned.
He was not a forensic doctor, and there was no way to find useful information from such a fragmented corpse.
"It shouldn't be." Ivy folded her arms. "Driver, isn't it said that there are a lot of prey in the past few days? Why did the monitor lizard attack you? Maybe goblin meat, delicious?"
Driver tilted his head and thought again and could only come up with this answer.
"But this is almost impossible.
It is recognized all over the world that dwarf meat is the most delicious, and goblins are really not a target worth hunting repeatedly."
Strength and defense. Kalade didn't have any good ideas.
On the 3rd day, 4 more goblins were missing. The whole group began to be shrouded in a terrifying atmosphere. There were even rumors among the goblins that this was a divine punishment from Magrabai. They were not a well-disciplined team.
With people disappearing every few days, their morale began to drop madly.
If this continued, deserters and unrest would only happen sooner or later.
"It's really weird." Kalade was furious.
"No wonder this broken place is called Delusion Land.
It's too hostile to outsiders."
"But I don't believe it. I'll sleep outside tonight. If they dare to come again, I'll peel their skins and make cushions for chairs." He was worried that he couldn't take his original chair with him when he migrated. "I'll go to rest first, and I'll help at night."
Victoria turned and entered the tent.
She had no intention of ensuring the safety of the goblins, but the lips and teeth are cold.
When the goblins are gone, it will be their turn.
As the leader of the team, Ron naturally couldn't let Victoria go alone to take risks, so when the sky in Delusion Land darkened again, the 4 members of the team quietly hid near a big goblin who deliberately left alone to rest.
Carrot's wolf hid under a pile of fallen leaves as a warning in a 3rd ambush. Time soon came to the second half of the night. The few people and the wolf didn't even dare to breathe.
Swish, the light footsteps with dragging were getting closer and closer. 6, so many, Driver muttered in a low voice. No wonder they could attack so many people at a time, and those unlucky guys couldn't even sound the alarm.
"Do monitor lizards hunt in groups?" Ron frowned and asked as low as possible. This is different from his impression in his previous life.
"Generally speaking, no," Driver muttered. "Monitor lizards usually have 2 to 4 as a small family, and they won't leave their territory easily.
So we have hardly been attacked by these things before. Look, they are going to attack." A giant lizard was already lying on Carrot's body.
It opened its foul-smelling mouth full of sharp teeth and tried to bite Carrot's neck. However, at this moment, Carrot's yellow eyes suddenly opened, and his strong arms struggled.
His big hands like iron clamps instantly clamped the lizard's neck and clamped it tightly.
The lizard made a sharp cry and struggled desperately to break free from the Earth Elf's suppression. But it was useless to scratch with his limbs or twist and roll. Suddenly, the Earth Elf tightly wrapped around the lizard's neck and brought it into his arms. Others only heard a series of bone-breaking sounds. When Carrot threw the lizard on the ground, the reptile had turned into a pool of limp meat. And at this moment, the
The lizards that had just been frightened reacted and began to besiege the Earth Elf. The wolf lying in ambush under the fallen leaves howled, and Ron and his companions, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately rushed out. For balls of light lit up in the air, instantly illuminating the entire battlefield. At this moment, the discolored skin of the two humanoid creatures who had already touched Kalade could no longer provide them with cover, and they were completely exposed to the ambush circle of Ron and his companions. "See 28 lizardmen in the swamp, damn it, lizard man!" Khaled roared angrily, kicked up the spear on the ground, and the sharp spear point immediately pierced the abdomen of a giant lizard. "I asked how these giant lizards attack us over and over again, but no goblin ever raises the alarm. It turns out you are the one causing trouble." Saurians, humanoids nearly as disliked as goblins, are in a state of near constant war with their neighbors and other creatures. They mark their territories with cracked skulls and remains, or with hieroglyphics painted in blood or dung. Lizard folk live in filth. The walls of its caverns are coated with grime, greasy secretions, and the detritus of their filthy feast. In terms of intelligence, the intelligence of these creatures is only slightly higher than that of beasts, and cannot be compared with goblins at all. A person with enough eloquence and talent can still escape from the goblin's mouth, but facing the lizards and the monitor lizards they raise, the only way to survive is to fight to the death. This is the territory of these guys? Ivy erected a tower shield in front of Ron, blocking a lizard man's sharp claw attack, and Dreyford immediately shot an arrow and injured his shoulder blade. "It shouldn't be like this." Victoria responded loudly, knocking over a monitor lizard with a hammer. "These guys' territory should be deeper in the swamp." The intelligence of the lizards was not enough for them to hear or speak common language. In response to Victoria's doubts, they just uttered a series of incomprehensible lizards and then retreated, leaving the giant lizards to block them. Forward. They didn't expect that they would be ambushed, and now that the situation was not good, they obviously wanted to escape. "Want to escape?" Khaled smiled ferociously, waved his arm, and the spear came out of his hand, and a lizard man fell down in response. The heavy spear pierced directly through his lower abdomen and pinned him to the ground. "Chase me!" Seeing that all the giant lizards around him had been eliminated by Ron and the others, Khaled immediately wanted to catch up and kill the lizard man who was shot by Gravito. "Wait!" Ron stopped him quickly. "Let him go back." "What? Was your head bitten by a giant lizard?" "Let him go back, the blood will reveal his traces." Ron pointed at the lizard man who was quickly disappearing in the woods. "We must eradicate the roots. With the best hunters, we will track down the lizard man's lair and remove it." They caught them all in one fell swoop. It would be fine if Ron invaded their territory. Ron had nothing to say about these lizard people doing this kind of thing. But this is obviously not the lizard people's hunting ground and they still want to attack them. It is obviously impossible not to kill them all. We need to establish a stronghold here. Most of the refugees and merchants are ordinary people. Who can bear the lizard people coming here every day? What a great idea. Khaled nodded in approval, walked over and pulled out his spear. "Go and gather the hunters." Without Ron and the others taking action, the warg had already rushed out and headed straight to the camp to report the news. Not long after, with a loud noise, a dozen hunters rushed over. The terrain in the woods is complex, and the lizard people are born with discolored skin, which is not suitable for wolves to fight, so these hunters walk. It is enough to leave the task of hunting for blood to the wargs. Going south. The warg guided all the way. When the sky turned bright, a dirty and muddy swamp appeared in front of everyone. The lizard man entered it. "The smell here is too messy. Next I can't smell it anymore." "It doesn't matter, we can't run away from them." Ron didn't care about the mud at the moment, and he and his companions followed a group of goblins to launch a carpet-like search, vowing to find the lizard man's hiding place. "Boss! There's something going on here." Soon, a goblin hunter shouted loudly. He found a stone over 1 meter high with an unknown pattern painted on it with blood. However, the hunter did not notice that the space behind him was obviously distorted, and it was quickly approaching him. "Watch your back." Without much thought, Victoria took off the light crossbow from her back and fired an arrow. A blood flower suddenly bloomed in the air. But unfortunately, because of the protection of the lizard man's natural scales, Victoria's crossbow did not cause fatal injuries to it. The lizard man still waved its claws and scratched the hunter's skin. Strange calls rang out from all directions, and a large number of lizards and the monitor lizards they raised rushed out from behind the trees and from the mud surrounding them. The two groups met at hand-to-hand combat and immediately started fighting. These lizard men are almost the same as beasts. Their bodies are protected by natural scales, and their attack methods are nothing more than claws and bites.
Although these creatures are extremely brave, they are still quickly at a disadvantage against the relatively well-equipped goblins. Ron hid in the shadow of Evita's shield, and from time to time inspired several flaming arrows to attack the lizard man while also observing carefully. The lizard people have a simple tribal form: capture the thief first and capture the king first. If you can defeat the leader first, the battle should be over quickly. A distinctive lizard man caught his attention. This lizard man was not armed with bare hands, but was holding an old and somewhat rusty long sword. It was tall, mighty, and strong. 5 goblin hunters attacked it, but made no progress. The lizards understand the value of metal weapons and armor, and will fight for the right to own them. It is no wonder that the largest and toughest lizards will stand out and become the leaders of the tribe while owning these items. Carrot, don't worry about those ordinary lizards. Ron shouted, the one holding the long sword is the leader. I see. Carrot turned the handle of his spear upside down, knocked a bully lizard to the ground, and strode towards the lizard leader. Stupid thing, die. Although the lizard was very brave, he was still no match for the hobgoblin. In just half a minute, Carrot sold a flaw, and when the lizard leader was about to cut the air with a sword, he turned around and stabbed the lizard leader's upper and lower jaws together with a puff. That was a close call. The hobgoblin drew out his dagger again and stabbed several bloody holes in the lizard leader's body in succession. He was willing to stop only after confirming that the other party was completely dead. At this time, Ron had already gotten rid of the battle and was standing beside the bloodstained boulder, staring at a hole in the ground in a daze. What are you looking at? Aren't you going in? Ivy came over curiously and looked at the hole with Ron. Look, Ron pointed at the messy footprints in the mud in front of him. These 3-fingered ones are the footprints of lizardmen, right? Then who stepped on these? C29 long time no see, Mendatus who made these? Ron pointed to other marks and asked. Although there were a lot of lizardman claw marks on it, those footprints were too special to be ignored. I hope readers will remember our domain name. Those were the footprints left by the soles of shoes. One of them is tall and heavy, Derivdo rushed over immediately after hearing Ron's discovery, and the other is very short and light. The other 2 don't look anything special, they look like you. It's obvious that the lizardmen are against us because of these people's instructions. Victoria looked down at the footprints, and there was no joy or anger in her tone. Do you want to go down? Kalade came over and asked. Ron closed his eyes and thought for a while. Go down. We have to know what happened. If there are no other passages here, they may not have gone out yet. Driver reminded his companions. Pick up your weapons and get ready. Did you hear that? Get ready. Kalade shouted and jumped down first. Victoria and Ivy followed closely behind. Ron and Driver were the third group, and the goblin hunters followed behind. These hunters had just experienced a fierce battle and lost some people, but the rest who were still alive and breathing followed without exception. The reason is simple: they found that the enemy was not strong, and this was the time to show their bravery and fearlessness. The first half of the lizardman's nest was very simple, and their extremely limited intelligence was not enough for them to build a complex network channel. But the further they went, the more complex the structure of the entire nest became. It looks like they found an ancient ruin or tomb. Kalade snorted with some jealousy. As he said, as they went deeper, a huge stone door appeared in front of them. The door was not closed, but open. Ron looked inside, and it was pitch dark and he could see nothing. It's that elf, Ivy said coldly. Why is he here? Shouldn't they have traveled through the land of delusion to the other side? Victoria was puzzled. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Elves, tieflings, dwarves, and human barbarians, this combination is hard to forget once you see it. Ivy looked at Ron. What do you mean, should we just rush over? Don't be impulsive, Ron glanced at Victoria. We are nominally colleagues, so why not just go over there and maybe we can get some information. Anyway, we have the advantage in numbers now, right? That's right in terms of numbers, Ivy pondered for a moment, but he still has a few lizardmen there. Oh, the injured guy was killed and fell to the ground. Let's go and take a look, Ron nodded, turned to look at Carrot. Captain, please wait here with your men for a while. Once the fight starts, we will have to rely on your strength. Go ahead with confidence, Carrot showed his canine teeth. It's better if you can't reach an agreement. I like this place very much and it can be my base camp. It is too untraditional to build on the flat ground in the call and live together with other intelligent races. Carrot still likes this place that is suitable for goblin nests at first glance. Hurry up, you idiots. When Ron and his men approached, they heard a familiar voice scolding his men. That human team arrived 3 days late, and dawdled around for 3 days, but even so you still couldn't find what I wanted. If you keep going like this, you'll be surpassed by them, and then you won't get a single penny. Enough, you noisy thing.
Chief Sarah of the Ochre tribe threw the shovel in his hand to the ground, looking at the elf Mendatus angrily. I'm tired of being pointed at by you. I want to cross the delusion to settle in the town over there, but you let us dig everywhere in this dark tomb. What's your intention?
I don't care, Quest shrugged, I bet on both sides.
If you keep making such a fuss, I'll go to Ron. Go to that human? If you want to go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Hey, how long have you been watching there?
Mendatus was still on the line with Quest, and in a blink of an eye, he saw Ron and his men standing at the door.
Aha!
You don't need to tell me, you must have used these stupid lizard men, otherwise you would never find me in your life. Mendatus shouted angrily at Ron.
Oh? I thought you deliberately led us here, didn't you?
Ron leaned against the stone gate.
Long time no see, smart Mr. Mendatus, or smart Mr. Mendatus? Now we are here as you wish. Do you have anything to say? For example, tell me what you did before and what your purpose is? What did I do?
Mendatus laughed, but there was a hint of anger in his laughter. I didn't do anything, I just told the fool Halleck and other refugees their true desires, and then hired a group of robbers from the Gobi Desert in the west. I thought I could control the entire pioneer group in my hands and build a team that only obeys me.
I didn't expect you guys to come out and mess up and ruin my plan. But it doesn't matter, I can still find new slaves here.
They are so stupid that they completely obey my orders.
Really? Ron turned his eyes to Sarah. What about you, the chief of the Ochre tribe? What do you think? As you can see, this elf is an egomaniac and a control freak. He wants to annex this land, Sarah.
You should understand one thing now, he will never allow a second force here, such as the Ochre tribe.
Are you still going to follow him? Oh my god, my god.
Mendatus stamped his feet exaggeratedly. How despicable and vile.
You actually poached his competitors in front of him? It's unreasonable.
Sarah, you won't listen to the nonsense of such people. A double-edged axe brushed Mendatus's pointed ears and passed by him, taking away a strand of golden hair. The barbarian put away the axe and looked at the elf coldly.
You guessed it right, thin bamboo pole. As I just said, I've had enough of you. You fool.
Mendatus covered his ears and screamed, you ungrateful thing.
I brought you out, not those freaks. Come on. The owner of this tomb today is you.
See 30 slate in the tomb, Mendatus said as he quickly ran to the other side. He seemed to be very familiar with this tomb. I don't know which mechanism he manipulated, but a thick stone wall fell down, completely isolating him from Ron.
Quest saw it and reacted quickly. He just glanced at Ron and then flew to Mendatus' side, disappearing behind the stone wall with the elf.
The dwarf spellcaster also noticed something was wrong, but he was born with short legs, so he couldn't retreat in time and was locked up with a group of lizard men.
You said that?
Ron looked at him. We are very short of manpower, so you are welcome to change your allegiance.
Don't even think about it.
The dwarf glared at Ron fiercely. I will never be a traitor. Go to hell.
Giant.
As the dwarf began to cast spells with spells, gestures and a pinch of iron powder, a lizard man that was already strong immediately began to grow larger.
In just a few seconds, its body expanded by 2 times. It roared at Sarah and pounced on all 4s.
At the same time, the other lizard men and the goblin hunters outside also responded quickly. One after another, the lizard men rushed into the shield formation of Ivy and Victoria, and a series of arrows shot in from behind the door, bursting sparks and blood on the scales of the lizard men. Scorching shot the dwarf hiding in the corner behind the giant lizard man prepared to cast a spell again. This was his usual tactic, to strengthen a companion who was good at close combat, and then hide and sneak attack. But unfortunately, he attacked the wrong person this time.
Pa!
While the dwarf was still casting a spell with his hand gestures, a feather arrow flew in the air and shot through one of his palms. Not only did he fail to release his scorching rays, but even the giant transformation technique on the lizard man that required him to stay focused was also eliminated. The poor lizard man had not had time to adapt to this sudden change before he was chopped down by Sarah's axe and half of his head was cut off.
Ha! Do you like it? This is the local reduction technique. Sarah spat on the lizard man's body and laughed.
These lizard men are slightly stronger than their fellow tribesmen outside, but their number is much smaller. On the other hand, Ron's side also has a barbarian joining. When the dwarf was shot through the palm by a cold arrow from Driver, the situation had become one-sided, and the tomb was filled with the smell of lizard man's blood. As for the dwarf, Ron wanted to spare his life, whether it was by persuading him with reason or emotion, or by using the great memory recovery technique, as long as he could get a little information out of him. But those goblins, even Carrad, couldn't micromanage them, and before Ron could stop them, the dwarf was stabbed into a sieve by the goblins who swarmed over. I wanted to spare his life. Driver shook his head with regret. I guess it's useful for you to keep him. Forget it, Ron waved his hand, if he dies, he dies.
There should be someone here who knows the purpose of Mendatus, right?
Don't look at me, Sarah, who was so brave just now, suddenly felt guilty. I don't get along with that elf, you can see it.
He never tells me anything.
I only know that we came here this time to find a stone slab carved from a purple gem.
Did you find it? Ivy asked.
No, Sarah shook her head. We came from the stone wall and came to the last tomb, but we still found nothing. But Mendatus swore to us that he couldn't have found the wrong location, and the stone slab must be here.
Is it this one? Carrad came over at this time.
There was no suspense in the previous battle, so he didn't take action, but just scoured the battlefield. In the hands of the hobgoblin, a stone slab about half a meter long and wide was held. The stone slab was carved from a whole piece of purple gemstone, reflecting a dazzling light under the illumination of Ron's dancing light. I don't know, Sarah shrugged, but it looks like it should be it.
Where did you find it, big guy? It's in the crack behind the stone door.
Carrad led everyone over and pointed to the place where the stone slab was found.
It was a pile of ordinary rubble. There is a secret compartment here.
In the past, Ivy walked over and touched an Atsubius groove on it, probably because of the long years. After this mechanism broke down, the stone slab stuck inside fell out, and the stone on top broke and covered it up, so it was not discovered.
I didn't expect you to find it today.
My spear poked its edge and pried it out of the pile of stones, said Carrad. Let's not talk about this for now.
What exactly does the elf want to do by being so persistent in finding it? Don't ask me, hey. Sarah was speechless. I really don't know what he wants to do with this thing. Look, there are several grooves on it. Do you need to put something in it before you can use it?
Ron took the stone slab from Carrad's hand and looked at it repeatedly.
4 on the smooth side and 3 on the sanded side?
Victoria looked at the stone slab thoughtfully. If I were the one who made the stone slab, I would definitely make the grooves for holding items on the same side.
Put it vertically?
Driver regretted the moment he said it, because everyone present looked at him with contempt. This slab is half a meter long and wide, but as thick as Ron's palm. It is almost impossible to stand it upright after embedding objects asymmetrically on both sides. Unless, it can float up by itself after activation. Victoria used a detection magic on the slab. There is indeed a strong aura on it.
This is indeed a good magic item, but the problem is that we don't know how to use it now. Then we have to take it with us. Mendatus will definitely not give up easily. When we catch him next time, maybe we can ask him something.
Ron put the slab away, and no one questioned it. He is the only wizard in the team, although he is still a half-baked one now.
Let's search here again. It's a pity to go back empty-handed since we are here, Ivy. What are you doing in front of that coffin?
After looking at the secret compartment where the slab was originally stored, Ivy went to wander around. This time she stopped in front of a sarcophagus again.
I don't know what she found. Ron, come here. Ivy didn't turn around, just called him over. Do you remember the empire I used to bully others? The Hylon Empire?
Ron was stunned, and hurried over. On the inside of the sarcophagus, following Ivy's finger, Ron saw a familiar emblem. The double lion crown.
See 31 possible conspiracy double lion crown? This is not. Ron was a little dumbfounded.
Just like Ivy once said, this should be the coat of arms of the short-lived elf empire, the Hylon Empire.
But, how did it appear here? Could it be that Delusion Land was once part of the Highland Empire? Impossible, Ivy shook her head.
100 years may be a long time for humans, but for elves, it is just a fragment of a long life. The Delusion Land has never been truly occupied. There is no doubt about this, and the Highland Empire is even less likely.
Ron expressed his confusion. If that's the case, then why did they engrave the coat of arms here? Or is it the existing tomb and sarcophagus, the coat of arms engraved later? Why do you think they did this? Are you here for a trip? Elves are not dwarves, they won't play such boring pranks.
Ivy shook her head, and you see, the erosion of time around this coat of arms and other parts of the sarcophagus are basically the same, indicating that the two are from the same period.
Product.
That's probably related to that slate, Ron thought for a moment. A Highland noble secretly buried himself in a dangerous unclaimed land. It sounds like he wants to guard some precious items.
Meaning? A stone slab with missing parts?
And let me remind you, not everyone was qualified to hold the double lion crown at that time. Only the royal family members of the Highland Empire could. If a member of the royal family is really needed and cannot be buried in the family cemetery, but has to travel a long distance to be buried here, then the value and power of the stone slab are far beyond our imagination.
Perhaps this is the purpose of Mendatus' trip. Ron clapped his hands suddenly. Do you think he is a spiritual descendant of the Highland Empire, dreaming of a big dream to revive the empire?
And his own abilities are obvious to all, so he needs to use some external resources, such as precious relics from the ancient empire. It's very possible, and he may not even be a spiritual descendant. Ivy's expression became serious.
He may be the remnant of the Hylon Empire. We have to stop him, Ron. We must not let this guy's conspiracy succeed.
Ivy said it very solemnly, which may have something to do with her mother. As a child of those who resisted back then, Ivy was deeply aware of how extreme and evil that empire was under the influence of words and deeds.
What are you talking about? The organization behind that elf? Sarah came over. How evil can it be, like a frost giant? A person like you can buy 3 people with 1 silver coin in that empire.
Ivy gave the barbarian a cold look, pretending to be ruthless.
That's really too evil. Sarah shouted, I want at least 1 gold coin. So this is a price issue?
The other people looked at Sarah in shock. If that's the case, that elf should indeed be stopped. Khaled also agreed with Ivy, but from his perspective, the other party was a very powerful potential competitor. After all, in the society of hobgoblins, slavery also belongs to the ancestral law. I can scatter the hunters into delusional territory and start searching, and they won't get too far. Then it's all up to you, Ron nodded and reminded, but don't alert them, just lock their location and actions. After all, we still know almost nothing about Mendatus. If you alert the forces that may exist behind you because of this little fish, you will lose more than you gain. And the whereabouts of the parts on the slate may even fall on him.
Ivy added. Understood, I will let my subordinates pay attention. Khaled responded. This matter is equally important to him. How could he allow others to sleep soundly beside the bed?
Just being delusional about being sandwiched between cities of other races already made him a little unhappy.
Now there were actually troublemakers in his territory. He would never tolerate this alone. Hey, Ron!
Dreyfort exclaimed at this time, you should come and see this. The goblin hunter couldn't understand what Ron and Ivy were saying, so he just ran to the dwarf corpse and groped around, but he didn't expect that he actually found something. A piece of paper made of special material, filled with strange symbols and patterns, shimmering in the dark underground environment.
This is a magic scroll. Ivy glanced at it, but I don't know what is written on it.
She is not a spellcaster, only Ron and Victoria can understand this kind of thing. Dwarf language. Victoria took it and identified it carefully. This is a language borrowed from the Dwarven writing system. It is famous for its technical collection of papers and academic classification of the natural world.
It is relatively easy to identify. Can you help me interpret it?
Ron looked at her expectantly. Maybe I can copy it into my own spellbook. I can't help you with this, the pastor said with a confused look on his face.
I know what language it is, not because I really know the writing.
But if you know how to identify it, you may be able to know its function. I haven't had a stable source of learning spells yet, Ron sighed, and if I remember correctly, identification seems to require a pearl of sufficient size as a casting material. As a wizard, Ron is too poor now. Even if he is given such a pearl, his first reaction is to sell it for money.
Maybe things will get better after the trade station is established. Victoria comforted. She can't do anything about this matter. Victoria was a guard before.
Although she was highly regarded by Victor for her outstanding ability, it is obvious that she can't afford the cost of such practice with her financial resources. After this pursuit, Ron and his party seemed to have gained a lot, but it seemed that they had gained nothing. The gemstone slab was obviously valuable at a glance, and a magic scroll was also very valuable. But neither of them could be used directly, without exception. The biggest gain might be the joining of Sarah, and the goblins of Karad harvested a batch of good lizard skins and flesh. The hunters have dispersed.
The progress of the base is going smoothly. If nothing goes wrong, we will get a good trading post tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, just as you described.
A few days later, in the camp, Ron looked at the goblins busy in the camp. Khaled came over and described the recent situation to him. In addition, they also built a small house for you. Come and see how it is. C-32A request for help from when Ron followed Karad into the construction site, he saw that the entire trading post was already taking shape. Outside is a wooden wall used as a fortification, with sharpened wooden stakes inserted into the top of the wall.
At the same time, these walls also surrounded the outline of the entire trading post, enclosing a large open space in the middle.
Facing the courtyard gate and with the mountain at its back, the goblins built a singlestory flat-roofed building with wood and stone as a hall and temporary lounge. They even opened up part of the mountain to expand the indoor space. This place was originally planned to be built with 2 floors. Khaled scratched his face in embarrassment, but you know, the only people here who know the most about architecture are goblins. The building collapsed, and in the end we had to temporarily abandon this plan.
However, 3 entire floors have been carved out of the interior of the mountain.
In addition to the 2 floors above ground, there is also an underground floor, which is now used as a storage room. Khaled said and pointed to a row of straw huts built on the left. A stable was built here according to what the priest woman said, but we don't have horses now, so it might be more appropriate to call it a wolf stable.
Priest woman? Ron reacted and realized that the other party was referring to Victoria. You all made it based on her opinions?
Yes, Khaled nodded. She is very popular among the goblins now. She saved a hunter when they attacked the lizard man's lair that day. This matter spread quickly, and she now has a high reputation among the goblins.
The hobgoblin said a little embarrassedly, about her, I have a proposal, can she join my army? I am short of a marching priest now, you know. Your army lacks everything except goblins, Ron complains silently.
You have to tell her about this, if she is willing. Ron knew without looking at the way Khaled shook his head and sighed that it was impossible for someone like Victoria to give up her responsibilities and turn to someone else, let alone stay with a group of goblins.
Let's not mention this for now. Go this way. This is what I said.
Khaled led Ron through the stables. On the mountain behind, Ron noticed that there was another small hole as high as a person, and it was thoughtfully covered with a curtain made of lizard skin.
They think you are a priest, so they insist on building a separate room for you.
But let me tell you, a mage should indeed have his own workshop.
Thank you for your kindness, Ron smiled, opened the curtain and went in.
There were almost no furnishings at all, but it was filled with all kinds of medicinal materials, some of which were dried, while others were still fresh and had roots.
There was even dirt on it.
The most abundant ones here are the caveweed and gray shadow leaves that Ron once used to stabilize his injuries.
Remember the competition you once told them about? Khaled saw Ron's confusion and couldn't help laughing.
Now it has become the goblins to compete with each other to see who can chew more and who can tolerate the bitter taste better. Daily, so these 2 herbs are harvested much more frequently.
The current champion is still Dravido.
Counting his previous 2 times, his record has been refreshed to 7 times.
Khaled had no problem with this.
On the contrary, he was very happy to see his soldiers in a competitive relationship. It doesn't matter to him whether it's benign or malignant, but competition that doesn't cause casualties but can heal them is certainly better. As long as you are happy, Ron didn't know what to say, but these goblins actually took what he said seriously. Especially this guy Drafudo. Well, he is probably driven by his competitiveness to get the ducks on the shelves.
Is there any other news recently? For example, the sighting of Mendatus?
Hunters haven't found him yet. Khaled thought for a while. That elf is very cunning. After we left the lizard man's lair that day, the hunters searched for nearby traces and chased him. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a trap, and we almost let him go.
3 hunters were buried alive under the mire.
As for other news, just as Khaled was about to think about it again, a goblin rushed in and shouted at Khaled. This goblin is a child who is underage and does not speak common language. He is just reporting the situation to Khaled in goblin language, and the latter's expression becomes strange.
What happened?
In the direction of Frome Town. Khaled looked at Ron in confusion. Shalu said that a woman about the same height as us ran over there, but her body was too weak and she fainted.
By the roadside.
If we collectors hadn't discovered her in time, she would have become a snack for a wild boar.
About the same height? Ron's heart skipped a beat. Could it be one of the 2 halflings he knew? However, if they don't stay well in the town, what are they doing here?
The trading post has not yet been built.
Didn't Lavinia say she would wait until there was news? Take me and have a look.
Ron's words were relayed to the little goblin by Khaled, who immediately trotted out. Ron quickly walked to keep up with the other person's pace. In the tent outside the construction site, Ron saw the halfling priest who had just woken up. Her face was pale and she was holding the water handed over by Victoria and drinking it in small sips.
Boony?
Ron looked at her in disbelief. Why are you here?
Where is Lavinia?
Even if it was really one of the 2 halflings, Ron felt that it was most likely Lavinia, but he didn't expect it to be her.
It would have been better if Ron didn't mention Lavinia.
At this moment, the tears in Boone's eyes burst like a dam, and she couldn't stop them anymore.
Lavinia went out of town to collect herbs, and then she was captured. What? Ron was shocked. Can you tell me in detail? Who captured her? Why did they capture her?
Since you left, Boone cried, after a battle in the city, the guards could not be replenished for a while. I don't know where those desperados in the west heard the news from. They have been gathering outside the town these days and even organized 2 tentative attacks, but they were all stopped by the guards.
But Lavinia must go out of town to collect herbs to maintain her life. I advised her not to go out, but she didn't listen. Now, she was captured as soon as she left the town. I tried to find Mayor Victor, but the answer I got was that the garrison was too weak to send troops, and I was just a priest. Finally, I had no choice, so I thought of you. Please, save Lavinia. See 33 Mist Cloud Halflings. These petite people usually pay attention to avoid attracting attention and getting involved in unnecessary fights, and in this way they can survive in a world full of big races. But if the town of From begins to be surrounded and attacked, the fact of leaving the city will be obvious enough, and any attempt to hide oneself will be in vain. What about you? How did you escape? Ron asked hurriedly. I took advantage of the night and used a silencing spell to prevent them from hearing me, Bunny explained, frowning again as she spoke. I should have followed Lavinia, so that she wouldn't be able to let her know what she said. One person was arrested. If you two act together, the goal will only be bigger, Ron said. Can you still move? Let's go back and save her. I don't know if it's too late. There are 3 days, Bunny calculated. The kidnappers gave them 5 days to raise 100 gold coins, otherwise they will break up. Why don't you just give it to them first? Ivy asked. Lavinia is a mage and also runs an alchemy shop, so she should be able to get the money, right? After all, life is more precious than property. In terms of value, it should far exceed it, Bunny smiled bitterly, but the problem is, these can't be converted into money at all in this town. Except for Lavinia, there are almost no people who understand herbalism and alchemy. At this time, everyone is desperately trying to convert unnecessary things into coins. Who would spend money to buy such things? Then it seems there is nothing we can do. Sarah pulled out the giant axe from under her blanket. Chief, when you give the order, we will go and brainstorm those kidnappers. Sarah had no interest in who kidnapped whom or who Ron knew. She only knew that there was a fight to be had, and that was the most important thing. These days, her daily life here is basically hunting herbivores. Other goblins are hard to offend, and she is almost going moldy. Victoria, what do you think? Ron asked for the opinion of the last member of the team. Dreyfus didn't need to ask at all. The relationship between this hunter and his previous job had become farther and farther away, and even Khaled, it was almost impossible to control him. However, the hobgoblin felt nothing about the missing goblin, while Ron felt that he had a reliable helper. I can leave at any time, Victoria nodded, but it's best to let Bunny rest. She's too tired and a little exhausted. So 2 hours later, after Ron temporarily handed over the affairs of the camp to Khaled, he set off with the members of the team and Bunny. Right ahead, see those smokes? After almost seeing Frome Town, Bunny raised her finger and pointed to a small high ground to the west. That's the camp of the kidnappers. It was dinner time now, and the high ground was covered with randomly erected fences. The wires and ropes on them were twisted together to form a scattered camp. When Ron and the others slowly approached through the shadows cast by the setting sun, they could see the kidnappers lazily sitting around the campfire, bragging about how many times the weapons in their hands had solved and how many people were screaming for mercy. Of victims. There was chaos inside the camp, with no order visible at a glance. It's really strange. The Great Gobi Desert in the west is not close to the town. Why do these people appear here? Victoria whispered in confusion. Also in a remote area, the town of From is not a target worth grabbing. Remember, Mendatus said that the gangsters at the banquet that day were also from the Gobi Desert. Ivy reminded. You mean, this is also the elf's trick? But why? Because we have to return reinforcements, otherwise once the town falls, the establishment of the stronghold will become meaningless. Ron lowered his voice. If he wants to rummage around in the Delusion Land, he is also exploring the Delusion Land. We are undoubtedly the biggest obstacle. The longer we are held back, the greater the chance that he will be able to find those relics. But he doesn't know that the most critical piece of the puzzle has fallen into our hands. Ivy snickered. Then let's fight quickly. Sarah carefully observed the location of the gangsters in the camp. We can go around from the other side. There is a gap in the fence there, and there are only 2 people guarding it. If you can go from there. Ivy, why do you look at me like this? I'm surprised that you actually know how to use tactics? Ivy looked at her with surprise. Shouldn't you suggest that the guy rush up from the front like way are enlightened by that? That's not impossible. I just consider your feelings. Sarah curled her lips. Otherwise, I will really charge forward? Forget it. Be safe. Ron quickly held down Sarah, who was about to move. There are still hostages inside. Mouse-style rescue is not advisable. If it were not to save Lavinia, they would not come. Dreyfudo, are you sure you can deal with the 2 people over there? No problem. The goblin grinned. I learned some new tricks during the hunt recently. Dreyford turned up his hood and covered his face, then pulled out a pair of daggers from his waist and ran towards the back of the camp. The goblin was already short in stature, and with his deliberate and skillful hiding, the robbers who did not pay that much attention to the lookout did not notice his presence at all. Only from this angle of Ron and the others can we see DeVito's actions, but what about the drivers? Why did a thick fog suddenly appear behind the robbers' camp? It was almost impossible not to attract the attention of others with such a change. The robbers quickly moved towards that side, while the two closest robbers were instantly swallowed up by the thick fog and never came out again. What is this kid doing? Sarah was shocked, but it was definitely not because of DeVito's trick. He alerted everyone in the entire camp. Why did a mist more than 10 meters in diameter suddenly rise from a bare hillside? Anyone would be suspicious. That's it for now, Ron sighed. Dreyford might as well just rely on his own skills to assassinate him. That way he might have a better chance of success. Let's rush in from the front and go straight to the tent. However, as his teammates stood up and attacked the robbers, a question popped up in Ron's head. Isn't Driverdo a wanderer? How come you suddenly know how to cast spells? See 34. Who is the robber? It is true that no one stipulates that rogues cannot learn spells. In fact, whether it is a trickster or an arcane thug, in the works that Ron has been involved in his previous life, they are all rogue sub-professions that are good at spellcasting. But the spells of these professions are not obtained out of thin air, but require considerable effort, just like the mage. And Driver obviously does not have the blood of a warlock, otherwise he would not be just a hunter among the goblins. Spellcasters are high-end talents everywhere, especially among goblins. And, fog spell? Ron, who couldn't figure it out, decided not to think about it anymore. He quickly followed Ivy's pace and poured all his fire arrows under the protection of the tower shield. Although the appearance of fog just now made most of the robbers somewhat defensive, they definitely did not expect that the raid would be launched from both sides at the same time. For a while, the whole camp was in chaos, and the sound of crying for parents continued. Ron and his team did not fight with these people and rushed directly into the tent. There was only one old robber with a gray beard, and two younger-looking robbers. Ron guessed that they were probably the old robber's nephews and were pulled out to serve as guards. "Don't move!" Sarah shouted, flew up and grabbed the old robber, holding him tightly in her arms. "Hand over that halfling girl, or wait for your leader to collect his body." "Uncle! Dad!" The two young men were horrified, but Ivy behind them knocked one of them to the ground with a shield strike, and Ron raised his hand to pinch the other's jaw. "I warn you not to be impulsive." Ron looked at the robbers who swarmed in and blocked the door of the tent, and pointed the index finger of his other hand into the mouth of the young man in his hand. At his fingertips, fire flickered. "One step forward, and your head will explode. Where is the halfling you kidnapped a few days ago? Leave it to us, and let's part ways in peace." "Give it to them. Bring it here." The old robber in Sarah's hand shouted loudly. Ron and his men were very skilled and coordinated perfectly. The one Ivy knocked down was his nephew, and the one whose life was in Ron's hands was his only son. And his own life and property were in the arms of the other party, so how could he dare not compromise? However, facing this situation, none of the robbers outside moved. "There is no point in you doing this." A shrewd-looking robber shouted loudly, "We can just elect a new leader. This bastard took the benefits and brought us all the way out to attack the town." There was no result at all, but a lot of brothers were lost. As soon as the robber spoke, he immediately resonated with everyone, and a group of rabble immediately began to vent their dissatisfaction. "Let them go, we'll let you go safely, and give you a few days to raise the ransom." The shrewd robber shouted again, "Let them go, it's meaningless." "They're right, let us go soon, I can still make the decision and ensure the safety of the hostages." The old robber said quickly, "You can see, they don't care whether I live or die." If it were usual, he would enjoy the time in the arms of a woman, but today was an exception. He only thought about how to survive. Because this woman who hugs him is stronger than a brown bear. Her arms are colder and harder than the giant axe in her hand. The protruding muscles and veins on it alone almost strangled him to death. "Then do it," Ron sneered. "Since the hostages are useless, why don't you rush over?" "Come on. Because you will use them as a shield." The shrewd robber rolled his eyes. "Then we can't kill you immediately. If you have the guts, kill the hostages first. Then we can fight to the death." "Do you think I'm stupid?" Ron laughed contemptuously. "Firebolt." Ron's hand flashed with fire, and a burst of blood exploded beside him, and the hot blood and brain matter burst half of his body. Ron aimed at the lambdoid suture behind the parietal and occipital bones. The power of the flaming arrow at this distance was enough to penetrate the tissue of the mouth and directly penetrate the skull from the gap. The young robber didn't even have time to scream before he fell straight to the ground. Inside and outside the tent, there was a brief silence. "Are you crazy?" The shrewd robber was furious. You killed the bargaining chip in your hand. Yes, Ron prepared the next flaming arrow expressionlessly and pointed it at the old robber's nephew. Don't worry, I'm too cowardly. Even if you provoke me like this, I only dare to kill these two little ones, and I have to let this old one go. Please give us a way out. Give you a way out? So let me die, right? The robber has begun to regret why he jumped out to show off his wit. Their leader has always been cruel and ruthless. He instigated the other party to kill his only son and nephew. If he really survives, will he let him go? Impossible. If you want to survive, there is only one way, but if you let everyone rush in together, these companions may not be willing to listen to you. At this moment, the canvas behind the tent made a sound, and Driver sneaked in from the back. Boss, I have released the halflings. The goblin laughed triumphantly. They are all blocked here, and there is no one to guard them. You, the robber leader. In Sarah's hand almost spit out blood. How could he gather such a group of idiots? You. The robbers outside were also shocked. At this moment, they no longer cared about hostages and rushed in. Go! Take your leader! Sarah kicked the old robber out with one foot. The smart guy immediately met him and stabbed him in the heart. If he doesn't do it now, it won't be his turn to do it. These bastards killed him. The robber turned the knife around and pulled out the murder weapon, shouting angrily, "Kill him and avenge the leader." This trick is actually quite clumsy, but his accomplices don't care about these. First kill this group of robbers who are more cruel than them, and then decide who will be the next leader. In the name of Timora, may you lead the way to victory under the guidance of the goddess. Bunny crossed her hands in front of her chest, and 4 rays of light enveloped Sarah, Ivy, Driver, and Victoria. They felt that they were full of strength, and their movements became more agile and precise. C35. I didn't say anything. The priest's signature magic, blessing. Although the abilities of arcane casters are flexible and changeable, there are still some things that only priests can do, such as this. There is also the disaster spell that Victoria is casting at this moment. Fuck. The shrewd robber wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack Ron, who looked thin at first glance, but when a beam of purple light enveloped him, the knife in his hand was about to stab Ron, and something happened behind him. One of the robbers suddenly knocked him staggering, and he fell to the ground in this chaotic situation. This is mine. Driver screamed strangely, jumped over immediately, and cut open his carotid artery with a dagger. Look, I'm harder than a tree. Dreyfudo shouted again. He grabbed a handful of oak bark from his pocket, and an illusory bark-like light mask immediately appeared on the goblin, as when the robber stabbed Dravito with his spear, he actually didn't insert it for a moment, but instead made a muffled sound. Taiwan Novel Network. Ron was completely convinced at this moment. The cloud and mist just now was undoubtedly the work of this goblin. When did you learn these things? Just hunting in the woods these days. Dreyford shouted to Ron as he charged into battle. I hunted with them, and then suddenly I felt something extra in my body, and then I learned these tricks. Did you hear any whispers or something? Bunny asked quickly, or some kind of sacred voice? I don't know, I didn't pay attention either. Dreyfudo was forced back, took off his short bow and fired again. You can use it if you want, but some tricks require me to throw something. Effective. A ranger who uses the magic of nature to perform divine spells. Ron has basically determined the source of Dreyford's power. He was almost envious. A hunter who had almost no contact with magic, or even a goblin, could actually learn spells by hunting in the wilderness, but now even if he had a scroll in his hand, he couldn't copy it because he was illiterate. Is this fair? In fact, it is fair. After all, the ranger's magic table can only reach the 5th level, and the magician is a noble 9th level spellcaster, but Ron can't officially step into this threshold yet. Furthermore, Driver has been a hunter for at least 10 more years, if he had never engaged in this profession before reaching adulthood. If he really has talent in this area, even if he survives the years, he will have to change quantitatively and qualitatively. And now it seems that he is undoubtedly talented. No matter what, the stronger one's own strength is, the better. Based on this, Ron should congratulate the hunter. As for now, let's kill these robbers first. Booney's blessing spell fell on everyone for the 3rd time, and the number of targets was reduced to 3. Her energy no longer allowed her to continue casting higher-level divine spells. But there was a large group of robbers blocking the tent. Glom is watching me. Sarah roared wildly. When the original fury swallowed the barbarian again, she rushed into the crowd again like a meat grinder, with scars all over her body. This desperate fighting style quickly destroyed the fighting spirit of the robbers. The name of the Gobi Desert Desperados was made by those ruthless characters who really did not care about their lives. They were far from reaching that standard, so they were in front of them. Their morale was rapidly disintegrating as they faced a truly life-and-death charge. Sarah! Get back behind me!
Compared to Sarah's brutality, Ivy's fighting style can be said to be an organic combination of elves and humans, brave, calm, and perseverant. If Sarah can quickly make a ragtag group collapse in fear, then Ivy's heavy tower shield and armor are enough to make even the most well-trained soldiers despair. Even as a teammate, Ron stood behind the shield over there and couldn't help but sigh, who was so crazy as to use this specialized military weapon in the team's adventure. Ivy advances very slowly, but every time she takes a step forward, the robbers have to take a step back outside the tent. Without any exception, the simple weapons in their hands are in this steel weighing dozens of kilograms. She looked like a toy in front of the giant creature, not even worthy of scraping her, but Ivy could continuously swing the sword from behind, posing a significant threat to them. At this time, the robbers' rear seemed to be in chaos. Drink! Ha! Ron looked outside and saw a red guy waving a wooden stick and coming in from outside the camp. There seemed to be traces of some kind of alchemy potion in the corner of his mouth, which made him even more powerful and defeated the robbers. A huge crowd came towards the tent. There was no way Ron could admit he was wrong about this guy. That tail. That pair of horns. Kill them all, don't let them escape. The wooden stick in Quest's hand rotates like the wind. Ordinary robbers can't get close to him, but this tiefling doesn't seem to be satisfied with this. His purpose is to kill all the robbers here. Quest, why are you everywhere? Everyone in Ivy is paralyzed. Why does this devil seem to be lingering? Because everything here is caused by Mendatus. Quest laughed, and I was sent to supervise the progress of these guys' siege of Frome. After the addition of this new force, the robbers who could barely suppress Ron and others were quickly defeated, but Quest was not prepared to let them go. He caught up with all the deserters and hit them in the back with a stick. Both ends of the wooden stick were hooped with iron rings to increase its lethality. One can imagine the power of this move. Mind Artus? Ron looked at the robber camp that had been almost wiped out and looked at Quest warily. This tiefling gave people a very strange feeling from the first meeting, and this feeling became more and more obvious every time they saw him. Demon, you shouldn't disobey orders, even if it's a good thing for me, Victoria frowned. Why are you here? God, you are so rigid, girl. It's all in vain that you have such a good-looking skin, Quest sighed. Isn't it obvious? I'm helping you, we have always been a team. A group of people? I don't dare to say that, Sarah muttered. Why didn't you switch sides when you were underground instead of choosing this time? I didn't mean to change sides. I'm using my hands to make quotation marks so that you can understand what I mean, Quest said. I just came to supervise the army and happened to meet you. Obviously, I can't defeat 4 people with only one fist. These robbers were all killed by my boss's enemies, that is, you, and I only escaped with my own body. I don't know if I accidentally revealed any important information. For example? Ron raised his eyebrows. For example, Mendatus is currently resting on a small island in the middle of the river with 2 pine trees in his dreamland. He may take advantage of your return to aid from town to prepare to fight with those lawless people hired from the Gobi Desert. The gang mingled together and then searched for something on both sides of the river. It is believed that there is a Bullywud territory there. I didn't reveal any important information, did I? C-36, the destination of the refugees. Ron, of course, I'm sure you didn't. We were just sniffing around and stumbled upon it. Very good, Quest nodded reassuringly. Then you should go. Lavinia is waiting for you at the bottom of the hillside. Just now she thoughtfully gave me a bottle of agility mixture. But I still don't understand why you would do this. Sarah's brain was a little exhausted. You can obviously stand directly on our side, dear Sarah. You'd better give up thinking. Quest smiled slyly. For a barbarian, you use your brain too much. I am the chief of the Ochre tribe. Okay, let me ask you a question. Where is the best way to defeat a rough and thick beast? Where is the best way to attack? Sarah's answer came without thinking. If it were Olaf, he would definitely find a way to get into its belly and cut it open from the inside. As for me, I usually get under it. The belly is the weak point of most creatures. So you understand? What do you know? Sarah didn't understand. I don't even know why you asked this question. That's good, Quest smiled with satisfaction. You go quickly. I still have to get rid of these corpses to prevent Mendatus from coming back to check the work that would not be good. Although Ron didn't understand what Quest was trying to do by spending so much time lurking around Mendatus, it was obviously a good thing for him to have such an insider. He just suspected now that Quest's previous mission probably didn't end as he said. But no matter what, after searching the robbers' camp and walking down the hillside to see Lavinia, all the goals this time were successfully accomplished. Are you ready to go back? Below the high ground, Ron saw the ragged Lavinia. The halfling had obviously suffered a lot in the past few days.
Lavinia.
As soon as Bunny saw her, she rushed towards her and wiped her nose and tears on Lavinia's body without any scruples.
Go back, and Bunny, please get off me first. Lavinia sighed and pushed Bunny away with great effort. My things are all in the town, I have to pack them up. And you see, my clothes are torn, so I have to change into something clean. These robbers. Do they know that this dress alone is worth 10 gold coins? They are not just here for the ransom, Ron chuckled, then we will be responsible for sending you to the town. No. Lavinia interrupted him, wait for me a little longer then, and I will go with you. I am so disappointed in Victor. As the only alchemist in the town, he is not even willing to pay 100 gold coins. It would be a shame for me to live here any longer. I want to move. Are you planning to go to Dreamland? Bunny was stunned for a moment, then I'll go too. When I went over, I saw that they were almost finished. There should be rooms for us as well. You? Lavinia glanced at her friend. What are you going to do? This town can't live without a priest, although I originally thought they couldn't live without an alchemist. I am not the only priest, there will always be someone to take my place, Bunny said with a smile. Besides, the warriors who explore the Fantasyland should be favored by the lucky lady, right? I think you just want to follow me. Lavinia glanced at Bunny helplessly, then turned to Ron. She said you already have a prototype there, is that true? It's a bit rough. As you know, our craftsmen are only goblins. Ron didn't have anything to hide. Lavinia could see it anyway. Well, I do know a few people in this field, but I just know them, so I can't let them work for free. I think we have a sponsor who can probably cover the cost. Of course, Ron was talking about Khaled. The hobgoblin had quite a lot of savings, and he had nothing to use it for, it just left it there to mold. He wouldn't refuse to hire a group of people to improve the environment of the stronghold, and by the way, they can also transform the surrounding area of the cemetery. I understand, then I'll go discuss it with them. Ron sent Lavinia outside the town. Here, he saw that some of the refugees who had fled because of the raid had gathered back together. The drought was still not improving, and in order to survive, relying on others was really a last resort. You are from the pioneering group. When they were waiting for Lavinia outside the town, a refugee recognized them at a glance. Why are you back? Come to pick them up. Ron's mind moved. Since Frometown is unwilling to accept them anyway, why not consider bringing them in too? The delusional land is so big that there are a large number of indigenous species living in it. It is so big that it has a variety of terrains and ecological environments, and it is so big that even the goblin hunters are far from finished exploring it. The delusional land could become a new home for the goblins, and perhaps enough to become their sanctuary. Our outpost there has been basically completed, but now we need more manpower to meet daily needs. Ron looked at the refugees. But you seem to have come to seek refuge with Mayor Victor. I'd better no, don't abandon us, the refugee said hurriedly. He was not very old and looked like a farmer. Although the mayor here is willing to pay for our food, he never thought of accepting us. Here we live with no tomorrow, and our life and death are in the hands of others. Just like the turmoil that night, we are tired of this kind of life. Please tell me, my noble lord, is the land over there fertile enough? Is there enough water? Can we have the honor to go back with you and live a self-sufficient life there again? The words of the young farmer resonated with the refugees around him. They gathered around and looked at Ron with expectant eyes. All of these are what you said, Ron nodded and smiled, but I have to remind you, there are also things you didn't say, such as a group of goblins who will be neighbors for a long time. Dravito lifted his hood and proudly showed them his race, scaring the people around him to stumble. One goblin is enough, a group? I'll go with you. The young farmer calmed down and looked determined. As long as you can guarantee that the goblins won't use us as food reserves, I'll accept it even if I have to pay some protection fees. Everyone, you live outside this town and are in danger at any time. What's the difference between being captured by goblins? He turned to the people who had also become refugees but came from 3 different villages. Why not take a gamble? It won't be worse. C-37 returned, so you agreed to take them all away? When Lavinia led 6 townspeople dressed as construction workers and walked out of town with large and small packages, she was dumbfounded. There are almost 50 or 60 people here. Can your place really accommodate that many? If it were in his previous life, Ron would definitely have dismissed Lavinia's doubts, but this place was no better than his previous life, and he actually didn't know what he was doing. Fortunately, the young farmer seemed to be very popular and influential among these people. Miss, you don't need to worry, Andre, the young farmer, smiled friendly at Lavinia. We have to endure hardships wherever we go, and at least there will be no shortage of water and food there. Food? Maybe we can rebuild a village again. I don't care. Just listen to the leader's instructions. Lavinia glanced at Ron and saw that he didn't react, so she stopped worrying about it. But let's talk first. It's not that I want privileges, my alchemy materials and instrument sets must be properly kept. No matter how many empty rooms you have after arriving, I want at least 2. There is no way in the workshop for sleeping people. I can sleep in the same room as Lavinia, Bunny said quickly. She and Lavinia had just returned to town together, but unlike Lavinia, her luggage was pitiful. A bag of change of clothes, a statue of Timora that was almost half her height, that's all. Lady Lucky doesn't emphasize sacred places, so all you need to do is clear a small area for me to place a shrine. These were all small things, and Ron agreed to them one by one. The joining of these 2 people can greatly improve both daily life and outing exploration. Compared with this, some benefits are nothing at all. By the way, Lavinia, I happen to have something I need to ask you about. Let's talk about it slowly on the way. Amethyst slate, where did you get it? On the way, Lavinia repeatedly looked at the slate in Ron's hand. It was difficult for her to hold it herself, and asked. In one of the tombs, the sarcophagus seems to have the coat of arms of the elf Hylon Empire. As expected, Lavinia became serious. Did that half-elf girl ever tell you that during the last desperate struggle of the Hylon Empire, they forged a number of powerful magic items? This amethyst slate is one of them. 1. How do I know? Ivy pursed her lips. I was not born at that time. All the stories about that empire were told to me by my mother. She was a long bowman in the rebel army. That's no wonder. This thing is very confidential. I also heard it from an uncle. He was a warlock in the army at that time, and he heard his colleagues mention some things in this regard. It is said that the Hylon Empire has cast a total of 7 extremely rare and even legendary magic items. Each of them is very powerful, but for some reason, these items were not used in the final battle. They seem to disappear out of thin air. Likewise, some people speculate that this may have been a rumor from the beginning. But this slate, is it one of the 7 items? Ron asked. No, this is said to be a lock that seals those magic items. Do you see these 7 grooves? If you can find the corresponding key and put it in it, you can get the corresponding item. But, it's definitely not that simple. But since this stone slab is real, those items must not be groundless. There must be some truth, right? Victoria, who was walking aside, looked at the stone slab thoughtfully. But if those things are really so magical, why were they not used by the Hylon Empire in the end, but instead their locks were buried with a member of the royal family? Moreover, since it is obviously the ultimate trump card for a last-minute fight, why bother adding a lock? Victoria's question is reasonable. Logically speaking, this way of using trump cards shouldn't be so cumbersome. Ron remembered a classic he had read in his previous life. In it, if the Imperial Prime Minister wanted to use nuclear weapons, he only had to press a button and confirm a password with the other side. As for conventional weapons, there is no need to be so troublesome. In order to draw their guns quickly, those Western cowboys may even risk the risk of misfiring without even holstering their guns. This operation of Hylon Empire is really confusing. But this is an advantage for their elders. Lavinia curled her lips and said, otherwise, these things should have been destroyed by the Alliance army at that time, and Mendatus wouldn't have to go to such trouble. But this is definitely not the original intention of that short-lived empire. Who can think of counterattack for generations to come? You have to continue to follow Mendatus to get the answer to this. Lavinia retracted her gaze. I'm not good at fighting, so I can't go with you. But if you find these relics, you can bring them back to me. Take a look. Maybe I can provide you with some clues. Is there anything else? And this, Ron took out the scroll he took out from the dwarf in his hand. Please help me look at this. Can you understand the dwarf language? Spider walk, Lavinia replied concisely. After using it, you can move up and down or sideways on vertical surfaces, or even hang upside down on the ceiling without using your hands. That's it? Ron looked expectant. You don't think I can interpret this? Lavinia sighed. My main job is alchemy, not magic. Don't think too highly of me. I know a little bit of dwarven language, so I can understand the general meaning, but it's not enough for me to interpret the principles. If you want to interpret it, I suggest you learn it yourself. I mentioned the progress of the Delusion Land to Victor when I came out. He said he would mention it to the caravans coming and going, and suggested that they stop by the Delusion Land. Maybe you can meet a bookseller and exchange some language books. However, although Lavinia could not provide help in such a place, she was willing to teach more of what she knew to this human who had just stepped into the threshold of the mage. This made Ron's 2-day journey extremely fulfilling, and his spellbook also added 2 new spells, Magic Missile and Language Proficiency. The former helped Ron to supplement his offensive ability in battle, while the latter allowed him to know the literal meaning of all the languages he heard, or to read the literal meaning of the written words by touching them.
Unfortunately, the magic scrolls were usually secret words used exclusively by mages, so knowing the language was basically of no help. C-38 The Bullywug territory across the river. When everyone returned to the Fantasyland, the prototype of the entire trading post was completely completed. Khaled showed great enthusiasm for the joining of craftsmen and refugees, and even took the initiative to ask his subordinates not to disturb them without reason. But goblins are not such obedient creatures, so even with various restrictions, frictions between refugees and goblins still occur. Most of the time the goblins try to steal, rob, and defraud the refugees of the few supplies they have left, and then readers have to carry out all-round education from verbal to physical. However, the goblins are happy with this. However, even under such circumstances, the refugees still feel that this is a good place. At least there is unlimited drinking water, they can be self-sufficient in hunting, and there is a lot of open space around the trading post, enough for them to build a residence. Both Lavinia and Bunny got what they wanted. Ron's temporarily unused workshop was given to Lavinia, and inside the workshop, the goblins opened a passage that could connect to the trading post next to it. Main building. As for the craftsmen, they immediately started working overtime after receiving the wages paid by Khaled. The map has been sent out, covering about 2 days' journey around here. Khaled handed Ron a piece of dry animal skin, on which the outlines of some mountains and rivers were outlined with charcoal. Some places with prominent signs have been specially painted. For example, at the intersection of 2 rivers, there is a small island in the middle of the river with 2 pine trees. "Do you need me to come with you this time?" Khaled asked in a deep voice. Looking at Ron's gaze, he knew that this human being must have some new goals. "No, the trading post here is more important now." Ron declined the hobgoblin's kindness. "Now we don't have that many people who are good at fighting, so we can only trouble you to guard the stronghold. Other matters are mainly left to our team to handle." It's not that Ron doesn't like the roaring sea of goblins, but it's just that unlike a few days ago, they are barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. If Mendatus were to steal the place while the trading post was empty, it would really be more of a loss than a gain. "Then I wish you all the best." Khaled naturally understood what Ron meant and stopped insisting. After resting for a long time at the trading post, that night, Ron and others packed up their equipment and set off under the cover of darkness. There is no need to go into details along the way. By the evening of the next day, Ron's team of 5 found that very special island in the middle of the river. The island is located in the middle of 2 converging rivers. The river water flows slowly, and under the reflection of the moonlight, it casts a silver halo. There are only 2 pine trees standing on the island made of sand and gravel. They stand tall and have leafy branches. They seem to be guarding the entire island day and night. When the moonlight shines on the tree crown, it forms mottled shadows, making the sand under the tree reflect the green brilliance. The air here is fresh and quiet, and some mosquitoes are flying by the river, making a faint buzzing sound. Only occasionally, there seem to be a few low frog calls not far away, like thunder exploding in the supposedly calm night. Under the pine trees, Ron and the others found traces of the bonfire. "It looks like it was left yesterday." Sarah knelt down, stretched out 2 fingers to touch a handful of ashes on the ground, put it to the tip of her nose and sniffed. Obviously they didn't expect that their whereabouts would be exposed at all, so they didn't even think about it. "I have no intention of hiding it." "You can actually smell this?" Victoria was immediately shocked to Sarah. "How did you do this?" "I'll teach you another day," Sarah laughed. "It's actually not difficult, but you probably rarely want to put your face on the ground. But where we are, it's an essential skill, whether it's tracking prey or finding plant roots buried under the snow in winter. There are frogs croaking over there. It's probably the territory of the bullywugs." Ivy looked across the river. The river was neither deep nor fast. There was a path paved with rocks from the island to the other side. If Mendatus and the others wanted to take the next step, they would probably cross the river here. "Let's be careful and try not to provoke them." Ron signaled everyone to keep a low profile. It is not without reason that the word mad is added to the racial name of bullywugs. This group of amphibian humanoids with frog heads consider themselves to be the most qualified and suitable rulers in the swamp. They like to show off their status as lords to outsiders who trespass on their territory, so their warriors will try to capture the intruders alive rather than kill them. The captives are brought before the bullywug king or queen and forced to beg forgiveness from the bullywug leader. The captives might be able to use bribes, treasures, and flattery to win their freedom from the bullywug leader, but this would have to wait until the leader had finished showing off his territory and wealth to his guests. Driven by complex emotions mixed with a strong sense of inferiority, the bullywug leaders will try their best to disguise themselves as real kings and queens, and extremely expect these outsiders to show awe to them. Whether it was a heathen confrontation with them or being forced to listen to them show off their so-called nobility, it was definitely not what Ron and the others wanted to see. This had nothing to do with tracking mandatas, it was entirely because they were intolerable. After all, no matter how the bullywugs behave, it cannot change the fact that the damp and rough environment where they live can't be changed. After wading across the river, Ron and his companions did not even light up the lights, but moved forward slowly under the guidance of Driver and Ivy. Not long after, the goblin hunters tracked a bunch of chaotic footprints, which were left by the soles of shoes. It seems that our old friend has not learned the lesson from the last time, or he does not know why he was discovered last time. Ivy sneered. But this time was a little different from the previous ones. After Ron and his companions tracked for a while, the string of footprints suddenly disappeared, and instead, there were footprints left by huge webbed feet in the mud. They encountered crazy frogs, and these are more likely to be giant frogs. Ivy judged. Like the lizardmen, the crazy frogs will also use their innate advantages to unite their wild allies. They will use the frog calls in their language to communicate in a wide area. Frogs and toads and other creatures can understand some simple concepts in this language. The crazy frogs will select some larger species from them and establish an oath as mounts and helpers, such as giant frogs that can swallow whole creatures in one bite. See 39 stolen treasure. Did they meet peacefully? Or did they have a heated exchange as soon as they met? I can't tell, but judging from the lack of their footprints, the meeting probably won't be too peaceful. Ivy carefully observed the ground again. Maybe they were swallowed by the giant frog and taken away. Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. You see, while you can't see, there are some very large footprints on the ground. They left much deeper than when they came in. Apparently they've gained weight here. Shoo! Sarah suddenly raised her hand to signal Ivy to stop talking for the time being. Did you hear it? There are some sounds in the distance. It's just frogs croaking, right? Ron listened carefully, but found nothing. Chief, your hearing needs to be improved. Sarah shook her head. There are people's shouts intertwined in it, but it's a little too far here, and I can't hear it clearly. Let's move over there. As Ron and the others approached, the light in front of them gradually brightened. Bullywugs do not have dark vision, so there are a large number of simple and crude torches in their stations. In the light of the fire, Ron and the others saw a group of bullywugs wearing animal skin armor, holding spears and shields, lined up, fighting with a group of humans. Amidst the crowing of frogs like drums and horns, the bullywugs rushed towards the robbers with their spears. They expertly defended themselves with shields and swiftly swung their spears, piercing every human who dared to stand out. The costumes of this group of humans are similar to those of the robbers who appeared outside the town of From, only more sophisticated. When facing the slimy monsters with frog heads and bodies, these people showed no fear at all. They attacked frantically, and the sound of various weapons falling was heard endlessly. From time to time, a bullywug was beaten to the ground. Among those humans, there was a man in a robe who was particularly eye-catching. He was a spellcaster. Although the bullywugs kept trying to rush in front of him, when the fire in his hand burst out, his skin was dried out. The bullywugs had to retreat again. Suddenly, the situation on the battlefield was evenly matched, and the two sides were in a stalemate. A well-matched opponent, Ivy muttered, and when she was about to ask Ron what to do next, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a human being who suddenly broke away from the battle formation and stumbled towards them. But that's not the most deadly thing. Behind him, two bullywugs drove a giant frog, raised a torch, and chased him in the same direction. This bastard! Sarah yelled, but at this moment there was no way to avoid it. The light of the torch had already illuminated their hiding place. Facing the sudden appearance of a small team, both the bandits who may have come from the west and the bullywugs here all temporarily stopped their actions in a tacit agreement, and countless eyes gathered here. What the hell is this? Ron couldn't laugh or cry. The situation where the enemy was overt and we were covert was now exposed. This man is so immortal, why did he just run towards him? Hey! Who are you? At this time, the humans spoke first, and the spellcaster shouted at them, Did the elf send you to save us? You! Among the bullywugs on the other side, a bullywug who spoke common tongue quite reluctantly also shouted, Don't help them, I am the steward of His Majesty the King. As long as you help us, you can get us the friendship and courtesy of the whole kingdom. You fart! The bandits over there suddenly exploded. Don't listen to them. That dirty and damp cave deserves to be called a kingdom? Even the tavern on the Gobi Desert is better than that. And courtesy? These beasts swallowed us and brought us here, and then started to hunt us down if we disagreed, unless we stole the treasures of their gods. You guys are judging, is this also called courtesy? That's because you did steal, you thieves, screamed the bullywug who called himself a steward. Our god once stood in the center of a thunderstorm and was unscathed. But it was only a day after you came.
it was electrocuted into charcoal in its own lair. That's what you did. The two groups immediately quarreled again, and the escaping bandit took the opportunity to hide beside Ron and others. The two chasing bullywugs did not dare to offend Ron and others rashly, so they could only stand there and stare. Stop! I said stop! Ron was so noisy that he had to yell, interrupting the quarrel between the two parties. Can you let me know the specific situation first, so that I can know how to help? Who? After hearing this, both sides stopped. The current situation is that they are evenly matched. The appearance of Ron and others will change the tendency of the balance of power no matter who they help. They were all very confident that Ron would help them. Let's start with you first. Ron led his companions closer to the bullywugs. The treasures you claimed to be gods were stolen, and even led to the death of your gods? Yes. The steward nodded repeatedly. We spent a lot of effort to invite the god to the kingdom. We provided it with food, and even paid the lives of several tribesmen for it, so that the god was happy and agreed to stay. Here. Swampthroat, Ron recalled the books he had read in his previous life and remembered such a creature. A swamp maw is an amphibious predator as large as an elephant. It dwells in swamps and has 4 tentacles, thick gelatinous skin, a fanged mouth with a grasping tongue, and an extendable fleshy stalk with 3 eyeballs that can move in different directions. If a tribe of bullywugs encounters a swamp maw, the bullywugs will treat the swamp maw as a deity and do whatever they can to coax the monster into their lairs. A swamp maw can be barely tamed by offering it food, and the bullywugs can communicate with it at a basic level. The bullywugs gather food as tribute to it, provide it with a comfortable lair, zealously protect it from harm, and work to ensure that any young swamp maws reach maturity. But the problem is that this monster is very sensitive to electric shock. Although it is very powerful, it will become weak after being struck by lightning. It will definitely not be safe and sound in the center of the thunderstorm, as the butler said. On the contrary, what they said later, that they were burned by electricity after losing the treasure, is quite interesting. Could it be that these robbers were instructed by Mendatus to steal some treasure that the swamp monster was wearing that could make it immune to electric shock? See 40 Fenma's lair, friend, don't listen to the nonsense of these monsters. The spellcaster among the robbers said quickly, we are all human beings, aren't we? We are natural allies, and you should protect us. I'm a human, so there's no problem, but I can't tell you how to protect you. Ron didn't look at him, but continued to question the butler. Since you said they stole your god's treasure, do you know that the treasure is long? What does it look like? A blue-purple stone ball, shiny, stuck on the eye stalk of the god. The steward said quickly. Nonsense, I've never seen any stone balls. The human side denied this. Okay, let me ask you again. Ron turned around. Are you a mage? Warlock. The caster nodded to Ron. Taiwan Novel Network.0. I've admired you for a long time. I dare to ask what your bloodline inheritance is. My power comes from a distant ancestor, the warlock said bluntly. She once traveled in the chaotic sea of elements and forged a relationship beyond friendship with a powerful fire element lord. The power of fire magic also comes from time to time. Will appear among her descendants. In this world, there is nothing to shy away from. Playing poker with the fire element lord, and leaving the bloodline inheritance of a warlock to future generations, how many people think they don't have this skill yet? Therefore, when the warlock introduced his family background in this way, even Sarah cast an envious look. So, have you ever tried to explore some powers beyond your bloodline? Why would I do that? The warlock looked at Ron inexplicably. The power in my blood has not yet been fully explored. Why should I pursue others? Ron nodded. So, are there any other spellcasters among you? No more. There is no second spellcaster within about 2 taverns near where we are operating. The warlock puffed up his chest proudly. That's strange. The butler said that the Bogmaw was killed by lightning, but how could a warlock with the fire element inheritance use lightning, even the electric claw in the trick? Moreover, Swamp Maw is a serious giant monster, and it is definitely not something that a group of bandits can handle, let alone removing the treasure from its eye stalks and then killing it while it is immune to electric shock. Die. This is simply not a job that ordinary people can do. Can it be convenient for us to go see the victim, the victim god? Ron turned to the butler again. Oh, of course. Please come with me and don't get away, you thieves and murderers. Following the bullywug steward, Ron and others got into a cave that was half submerged in water. After wading knee-deep in the turbid and dark water for a while, they finally saw a huge and luxuriously decorated nest under the light of the fire. Be careful. Behind Ron, the robber who tried to escape before quickly grabbed him. There is a pit below here. Thank you. Ron paused, but only expressed his gratitude without saying much. This is it. The butler wailed and walked to the nest, holding a torch high to illuminate it. The body of a huge monster fell on the nest. As Ron knew, it was a fully developed swamp throat. However, this monster is a charred version, and it does not emit the aroma like barbecue. There is only a pungent rotten smell permeating its corpse. It seems that just like what was said in the book, this creature is probably not a product of the ordinary world, but comes from other alien worlds. Evil. Even if you feed this creature, I don't want it. Sarah pinched her nose and fanned in front of her with her other hand, trying to remove the stench from her face. The body of a god is not for you to enjoy, the bullywug butler said sternly. Ron judged its expression by its tone. The only one who is qualified to enjoy it is another god. Probably sensing the movement outside, under the body of the swamp throat monster, another monster poked out its eye stalks. This is also a swamp maw, but it is still young. Although it looks almost like a replica of the larger one, its size has shrunk several times. The swamp throat can lay a fertilized egg without mating, and the larvae can grow to adult size within a month through hungry hunting, Ivy murmured. It's hard to imagine that in a month, they will be neighbors with this kind of monster? This is too dangerous. I suggest that these two groups of creatures be wiped out from here. Victoria looked at Ron seriously. Stop judging the rights and wrongs. Keeping them here is irresponsible to everyone else. As if sensing the priest's hostility, the little swamp throat hissed and flashed his mouthparts threateningly at Victoria. What a disgusting monster, disgusting and powerful. The robber warlock frowned at the lair. Even if I knew there were treasures here, I would never set foot in it. It's really too dangerous. Other robbers also agreed that they would not come to such a place even if they were killed. By the way, Ron seemed to have just remembered a question. You came here with Mendatus, right? Mendatus, you mean that wealthy elf, right? The warlock thought for a moment. Yes. We came with him. Didn't he go to move reinforcements and invite you here? No, Ron shook his head. To be honest, we are actually competitors, and we have a grudge against that guy. Tisk. The warlock looked around worriedly, not knowing whether he was ready to fight to the death or looking for a way out for himself. It seems that the guy left you and ran away. Ivy laughed sarcastically. Don't worry, this is the second or third time we have seen him do this, that villain. 4 times. Driver corrected. It seems that we really found a good employer. The warlock said these words with his back teeth. Guess what? I'm quitting. Let me tell you the truth. Our so-called capture was planned by him. He said that the crazy frogs would not kill us immediately, so we had to pretend to be captured and find their camp. Then we were responsible for attracting their attention, and he was responsible for stealing something, but the original plan was that he would come to us to retreat after the success. Now, he ran away by himself, but left us here to take the blame. That's all. So, you mean that elf defeated the god alone? The butler was shocked. That's impossible. No, it's possible, Ron suddenly interrupted the butler, as long as he gets the treasure first. And he didn't leave, he was mixed in the crowd. Whether you fought or joined forces to find him, he could take the opportunity to slip away. It's just that our sudden appearance disrupted his plan, and he made a stupid move in a panic, and just now he exposed himself. Am I right, Mendatus? It's fun to hide behind us for the second time, right? C-41 Lightning Bolt. The robber who tried to escape just now was stunned for a moment, and then his expression turned gloomy. His originally smooth ears began to extend outwards and become pointed, and the messy brown hair on his head began to turn into smooth gold. As for his clothes that were quite like the residents of the Gobi Desert, they slowly faded away and were replaced by a set of richly decorated elf-light armor. No! Miles! The warlock was shocked. I have known him for 5 or 6 years. Does it mean that he was not there from the beginning? You are really not smart, Mendatus, who had revealed his true identity, said scornfully, but you are right, you will never see the poor Miles again. I spent a small amount of money to trick him here, and used him to attract the attention of the swamp maw. I took the opportunity to use invisibility to seize the orb on him. High-end plans often only require simple steps to be realized. And you, nosy Ron, do you know why I wanted to give you a hand just now? There is no pit there at all, and Miles's body is lying there. Search TWKN on Google. Ron looked at the other person quietly, and then pointed at his own eyes. You are so smart that you have been misled by your cleverness. You are worried that I will find the body under the water, but is there a possibility that I don't have dark vision, so even if I stumble, it will be difficult to see any clues? However, this is actually just one of the things that aroused my suspicion. You have been paying attention to me just now, and not to Victoria, right? Strong magic reaction. How can a bandit have such a strong power? Victoria dispersed the aura in her hand. She had never relaxed her vigilance against these bandits, and she used it from the beginning on this guy who was mixed up in her team. Detect magic. Ron and the others didn't even need to communicate. They could just turn around and look at Victoria's gestures and eyesight behind them. And one more thing, if you were just a bandit, why would you run away on your own if the battle line was not defeated? Your mental endurance was too poor and you were scared out of your wits? But why did it happen after we came? Because I thought you hypocrites and self-proclaimed righteous guys would directly go to war with the bullywugs. Speaking of this, Mendatus' face twisted. This was the only thing he thought he missed tonight. I am Wan unexpectedly, the priest of Helm, a half-elf from Rose City, a barbarian who lives by hunting beasts and monsters, would actually try to negotiate with a group of ugly beasts. What's in your heads? Scrap? What did you say? Mendatus said this, but Bullywug didn't like hearing it. They are nobles. I listened to Ron, it's that simple. Ivy seemed to want to shrug, but the armor and shield on her body stopped her movement, and there was a bang, dang, 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 dang sound. Ron is my leader. Since he has his own opinions, I will follow his will. Victoria looks at her eyes, nose, mouth, and heart. She positions herself as an obeyer, even if the instructions are not in line with her. The intention is the same, unless it's too ridiculous. I know I'm not a smart person, Sarah waved the axe in her hand nonchalantly. Since someone else is making the decision, I can save my brain. Ron! Ron! Dreyford also shouted, but he was basically swimming in the water now, so Mendatus almost ignored him. It's unreasonable. Mendatus was fuming. For an elf, his temper was obviously too bad. It's unreasonable. But that doesn't matter anymore, because I've got one of the 8 pieces of the puzzle I need, and you're all going to die here. As he spoke, Mendatus took out a spherical gemstone that glowed with blue-purple light from his arms. The stone ball made from this gem was not large in size. Ron and others were able to recognize that its shape and size were just right enough to be embedded in a hole in the stone slab. Obviously, this treasure is one of the 7 keys, but I don't know what kind of story it has experienced, and it was actually set on the head of a swamp throat before. This puzzle piece itself is a powerful magic item. It allows me to cast the lightning beam 6 times a day while being immune to lightning damage. Although I have used it several times to kill the swamp maw monster, it is still enough to deal with you. Mendatus smiled evilly and pressed the gem in his hand into the water. Ron and others immediately felt the numbing current coming from the water. Ivy, who was covered in metal armor, felt the most obvious. She was almost paralyzed. Can't move. Stop him quickly, the bullywug steward howled, and whether they were bullywugs, bandits, or several members of Ron's team, they all rushed towards Mendatus. Anyone can imagine how powerful a lightning beam would be if it were released in this kind of terrain. It's too late. Mendatus laughed. In his opinion, everyone in this cave would be electrocuted into lumps of coke like the swamp throat. A scorching white light exploded under the water in an instant, and a thick bolt of lightning engulfed the entire cave. At this critical moment, the only reaction Ron had time to make was to tear open the spider movement scroll he was carrying. Ha ha, ha ha. Amid the thunder and lightning, Mendatus' laughter echoed throughout the cave. The members of Ron's team were standing around him and immediately avoided the lightning, so they were not hit directly by the lightning beam. But the crazy frogmen and bandits who rushed over were in trouble. The aroma of frog meat spread in the cave for a while. Then, perhaps it was the joy that turned to sorrow. Just when Mendatus thought he had won a complete victory, there was a sudden violent shaking in the cave. What happened? In the shaking, the accumulated water on the ground began to penetrate downward at a very fast speed. Perhaps the strong lightning impact destroyed the structure of the cave, or it might be the last straw that destroyed the cave. In short, after a flash of lightning, the ground of the entire Swamp Maw cave began to collapse, revealing the space under the surface. In this kind of earthquake, even Mendatus, who was holding a magic item, could not be spared. He had no time to escape outside and stepped into the air and fell into the unknown underground. And in his last vision when he looked up, he saw a man hanging upside down above the cave, watching him fall. During the fall, Mendatus kept roaring and screaming, but he had no way to vent all his anger. He couldn't understand how this guy, who was just a rookie, could hang above the cave. How did he get up there? C-42 under the cave. Ron. Amid the hoarse shouts and echoes of Mendatus, Ron slowly walked down the ceiling of the cave. At this moment, his feet seemed to have a strange adsorption ability, which allowed him to walk freely on the steep wall that was almost vertical to the horizontal, and even hang upside down on the ceiling. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Ron wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Until now, his heart was still pounding. I hope readers will remember our domain name. He just wanted to avoid the opponent's lightning beam. Mendatus' hostility towards him was far greater than others. That lightning beam was clearly aimed at him. And he was close to the opponent. In that case, if he didn't think of a way, he would be worse than the swamp monster now. In a hurry, Ron tore open the scroll of Spider Walk and jumped onto the nearby wall, which allowed him to narrowly avoid the initial impact, thanks to Mendatus, who wanted to maximize the damage of lightning and released the lightning beam under the water surface. As for the subsequent ground collapse, it was something Ron could not have imagined. The Madwugs actually built a cave on top of an underground cave, and now looking at this section, the thickness in the middle may be less than 2 meters. Their gods may not need others to do anything, and their own activities alone are enough to pierce through this layer of window paper. Ivy? Driver? Ron shouted the names of his companions, but received no response. I think they fell down with Mendatus in the explosion just now. I have to go down to find them, as well as Mendatus and the gem. Ron made up his mind and hurriedly walked along the wall and headed straight for the cave below before the Madwugs outside heard the sound and came. Darkness. Even if Ron lit up the dancing lights, it was still difficult to see farther away. It was hard not to panic when moving alone in this unknown darkness. What was even more frightening was that Ron found that he was now about 3 or 4 floors away from the ground of the cave. And if he wanted to walk down the wall of the cave, he would have to go a long way. It was fatal. Fortunately, the duration of the spider walk was a full hour, otherwise it would definitely not be comfortable to fall down, not to mention that Ron was now upside down, hanging upside down like a bat. We have to think of a way. Ron looked around while walking, hoping to find a place where he could step down. Finally, he found the only place in the cave that might be softer to fall down. It was a winding underground river. However, this underground river did not pass through the place where everyone fell just now, so Ron did not notice it at the first time. It's here. Ron repeatedly compared his relative position with the dark river, and summoned the magician's hand to confirm the depth and the location of the rocks and reefs that might exist at the bottom of the river to ensure that he could fall into the water safely. After several attempts, Ron took 2 deep breaths repeatedly, and after making full psychological preparations, he lifted the spider skill on his body. Bang splash! The underground dark river that had been flowing peacefully for who knows how many years was hit so violently for the first time. Ron's angle and posture of entering the water were both unique. It was like a depth charge that splashed the dark river water 1 or 2 meters high, and he himself fell into the water after a warm contact with the water surface. Ron's screams echoed in the cave. It's not that he had never swam out of the water before, but this posture was really the first time for him. His entire back slapped directly on the water surface, which was not much better than jumping directly onto the ground. Even without a mirror, Ron could guess that his back must have suffered a lot. This time, not to mention the hunchback, even the hunchback was cured. I must learn the feather fall technique. Ron climbed to the shore trembling all over, and lay on the shore for a long time before he recovered. This shock was too terrifying. But now it is important to find them first. After resting, Ron simply cleaned himself up, squeezed the water grass on his robe dry, opened the dancing light technique again. His concentration was knocked off by falling into the water just now, and began to search for the place where he fell just now. Since the bottom of the cave was almost shattered, and many people flew out under the impact of the lightning beam, the landing points were much more scattered than expected. Ron had just walked a few steps away when he ran into a body of a crazy frogman. I wonder if it is that butler. Ron simply searched the other person's body, but unfortunately there was nothing special, so he had no way to identify the other person's identity. In his opinion, those crazy frogmen looked basically the same. The only way to distinguish the butler from other crazy frogmen was that the other party could speak the common language. Along the way, Ron found a lot of corpses. Half of them were bandits and half were crazy frogmen, and he even found the warlock. The lightning bolt did not cause much damage to the warlock, whose ancestors had played poker with fire elements. His fatal injury came from the fall. The comminuted fracture of the cervical vertebra caused damage to the cervical spinal nerve, resulting in failure of the respiratory center or respiratory nerve. If he had been rescued in time in his previous life, he might have been able to be saved. In this world, let's see if there are any big guys around who are willing to give him a resurrection spell. But Ron estimated that there might not be any in the underground. Next to the warlock's body, Ron found a wand broken into 2 sections, which should be the magic weapon he used to cast spells. Unfortunately, this warlock was probably not the kind of person who loved learning. Ron did not find any magic items such as spellbooks or scrolls on him. There were only 2 gold rings on his left-hand fingers, which Ron took off and put in his arms. You can't use them anyway, right? Why not give them to me? Ron said, still looking for a way. If there was a choice, he would not want to be a gold-grabbing lieutenant, but he was really short of money now. After putting the ring in his pocket, Ron continued to explore forward, but still could not see the trace of his companions. Just when his heart began to beat, a tall and slender figure appeared in his field of vision. Ron's heart moved, and he hurriedly took a few steps and rushed over. It was an elf, who seemed unconscious, and beside him, a gemstone ball with a blue-purple glow was lying quietly on the ground. Mendatus, there is also the key. Ron reached out and was about to pick up the gemstone first, but as soon as he leaned over, the tip of the cold rapier was pressed against his throat. C-43 Biological Warfare. Boy Ron, you didn't expect it, did you? Mendatus suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, and picked up the gem. You have no idea. Why don't I invite you into the urn? Your dancing light technique can help you illuminate the surrounding environment, but in my opinion, it's just a stupid move to reveal your position. I just used a little trick to trick you into getting closer. Now my sword is on my neck, life and death depend on my thoughts. When you are about to die, do you have any last words? Ron tried to resist, but with a slight movement, the rapier immediately approached his skin, causing a slight sting. It was a miscalculation, Ron sighed. The corpses I saw along the way made me think you were bound to die, but I didn't expect you to survive. I should confirm your physical signs first. Your last words are really nothing new, Mendatus sneered. Is that all? Then go. Before Mendatus finished speaking, Ron suddenly tilted his head, then stood up and punched Mendatus' protruding Adam's apple. Although the elf responded in time, due to Ron's sudden action, the rapier did not pierce Ron's throat. Instead, it deflected a lot and only passed above his left collarbone. Mendatus was knocked back 2 steps, and he looked at Ron in disbelief with his eyes wide open. You bastard! Aren't you afraid of death? Mendatus coughed several times, showed his posture and attacked Ron crazily again. How dare he resist himself? A mere human being should be like an animal with his eyes closed and waiting to die. How dare he hit him back? It's out of position, and it didn't penetrate the supraclavicular artery or the cervical vascular plexus. Ron grinned, raising his right hand, and an illusory shield protected him in front of him. Even if it is punctured for a short time, he will not die, but you have to pay the price. Magic missile. 3 flashing darts formed by the magic force field burst out from the shield operation. From 3 different angles, they drew 3 bright curves in the dim environment and hit Mendatus' back, lower body and head. Department. It has to be said that there is a reason why Datus was able to survive a hasty fall with almost no injuries. His skills were indeed agile and strong enough. Under the attack of 3 magic missiles, he forcibly twisted his body and dodged almost all of them. The fatal part was only 1 missile at a really tricky angle. When Mendatus gritted his teeth and stretched his arms to catch the other 2 rounds, the third one hit his right eye. The elf screamed, rolled over and fell to the ground. When he endured the pain and opened his eyes again, through the bloody dark vision, where could he find any trace of Ron? Ron! You thief! Ah! Mendatus began to manipulate the gems in his hands, and lightning beams fell indiscriminately in all directions, but they could not hurt Ron at all. In a corner not far away, Ron was sitting on the ground, breathing air with great difficulty. He was deceiving Datus just now. He is not a good fighter, so how could he avoid the vital points on his body so accurately? The sword pierced his shoulder and neck, and also damaged his lungs and chest. It might not have any impact at first, but when he cast the spell and exercised strenuously, symptoms such as pneumothorax and dyspnea began to show their fangs. We can't go on like this. Even magic missiles that are sure to hit cannot guarantee death in one hit, let alone flaming arrows. Ron dug his fingers into the moss-covered ground, trying not to make a sound. Although the elf's condition is not good, the opponent has weapons in his hands and his ability to fight at close quarters is far better than his own. How should he deal with it? Ron raised his hand and looked at the dirt and moss on his hand. Ron, where are you? Get out of here! Mendatus closed one eye and roared helplessly in the cave. His vision was greatly affected, and coupled with the heartbreaking pain in his eye sockets, the scope of his search was greatly restricted. I'm here! When Mendatus turned a corner, he only heard a roar that changed the pitch behind him. He turned his head, and a fist covered with some kind of moss kept enlarging in his field of vision and hit him hard. On the face. You damn! Mendatus was caught off guard, and when he swung his sword, he missed it. Do you dare to fight with me for real? Not sure if he was bleeding too much, Mendatus only felt a little numb on the right side of his face. He quickly took out a bottle of healing potion and drank it. But the strange thing is that the wound seems to have no intention of getting better at all, and what makes Mendatus a little uneasy is that if Ron is lurking nearby at any time ready to attack, why didn't he stop him when he drank the potion? What Mendatus didn't know was that at this moment, Ron was hiding in another corner, listening to the sound of empty medicine bottles falling to the ground, with a strange smile on his lips. Drink more, I'll drink you to death, He used all his strength to tear off a section of the vine, scratched the surface with his nails and then wrapped it around his palm. The moss-covered palm just now has begun to appear red spots and swelling, and even feels numb. But there were no wounds on Ron's hands, and he had not taken healing potions, so even if these vines were wrapped around him again, they would not cause a violent reaction. But some people are not so lucky. Ron rushed out of his hiding place again with all his strength. This time, Mendatus was prepared. Ron's abdomen and arms were cut by the rapier with several wounds of varying depths. But Ron didn't care about these things at this time. He almost took out the desperate fighting style of Sarah. His right fist, the left one was almost immobile, rained down on Mendatus's face, punching near his injured eye. However, Ron's fighting ability was still a little worse. After several rounds of desperate fighting, he was almost unable to move. Mendatus kicked him over and stepped on him. You crazy paper! Mendatus's right half of the face was swollen almost as high as their nose bridge. He couldn't speak clearly and just kept crushing Ron's chest with his boots. You can still laugh. Ron did laugh. The smile on his face became even more intense, even though his own vision had begun to darken. But he knew that Mendatus would not lie down later than him. 4 Ron spat out a mouthful of blood foam. He was also grateful to Mendatus for helping him breathe, otherwise he would not have been able to hold on until this time. The elves did not have this treatment. Ron only counted 2 numbers, and Mendatus felt that his eyes suddenly went black, and he fell to the ground and could not get up again. Biological warfare, kid. Before Ron fainted, he exhaled a breath of turbid air in his chest. C-44 all survived. When Ron woke up from the darkness again, he had appeared in a wooden building, lying on a bed covered with blankets, with 2 layers of quilts on his body. Hey! He's awake! Ron's awake! The roaring shouts of the goblin Dryford seemed to be heard in his ears, but now that Ron's hearing was somewhat damaged, the sound sounded as harsh to him as the decoration next door in the middle of the night. Don't make any noise, Ron muttered. In his confusion, he seemed to see a little girl who looked like a doll walking over. Oh, that's not a little girl, that's an adult halfling. You're awake, how do you feel? Bunny looked at Ron worriedly. She reached out to touch his forehead. Fortunately, although he still had a fever, it was not that hot anymore. How did we come back? Ron groaned. Who else is back? We are all back. Although everyone is injured, we are still far from death. Sarah's loud voice came from an unknown location, and the sound was full of energy. You are the most seriously injured at the moment. Victoria also approached the head of the bed. We almost all passed out after falling. Dryford was the first to wake up, found us, and even sent small animals to climb up. Led Carrot and the others to rescue us. She didn't like mice much, so she replaced the description with little animal. I didn't faint. In fact, I fell down after I fainted and was knocked awake again. Ivy smiled bitterly at the side. From the sound, Ron guessed that she was lying on the bed like him, but my 2 legs, they're all broken and can't move at all. Thank you for that tower shield. Kalade said happily. If it weren't for that big shield, we wouldn't know how to transport you guys up, especially you and Ron. As long as we are all alive, Ron whispered weakly. Where are the bullywugs? Didn't they cause you trouble? I haven't seen the bullywugs. They all seem to have left, the hobgoblin said. I think it's good. They like to collect some valuable trinkets. Now they all belong to us. Where's the little swamp throat? It fell with us. I saw it disappear into the cave with my own eyes. Ivy took over. I know what you still have to worry about, Mendatus. He is already dead, and the murderer is you. You are simply the god of war. Sarah limped over with a cane. When she fell, the barbarian who was barely wearing any armor was obviously injured a lot, but she was obviously more injured than the others. Much more tenacious. When you get better, you must tell us how you beat an elf to death with your bare hands? Do you know how surprised I was when I saw it? Actually, it's not that difficult. I just used some knowledge of herbal medicine. Ron forced a few dry coughs. The medical methods in this world are still very powerful. He can now breathe and speak normally even with injuries like his. As for the fever, Ron guessed it was a microbial infection. Both he and I were injured. While hiding, I discovered that there were 2 types of moss in the cave. One is non-toxic, and the other is highly toxic and can cause strong contact dermatitis. This is not fatal enough, but when I attack the wound and cause symptoms such as erythema, pimples, swelling and numbness, Mendatus will definitely think that it is caused by blood loss. If he carries a healing potion, he will definitely drink it. Down. A remnant elf who wants to revive the Highland Empire will not be short of money. He must have potions on him. Lavinia came over. When Victoria helped Ron get up, she poured a bottle of unknown content into Ron. Alchemical mixture, But I don't understand that the ingredients in the healing potion don't react with a certain poisonous moss. Indeed it won't. Ron obviously felt much better after drinking the potion, but did you know?
Most of the antigens in contact dermatitis are simple chemical substances, which are haptens and must be combined with a carrier protein to be only the formation of complete antigen can cause the body's sensitivity. The combined substances will combine with an herbal alkaloid in the healing potion to form a weakly acidic intermediate, and then, the juice of the vines wrapped around my hand is a weakly acidic intermediate. It is a toxic substance, but when combined with intermediates in the blood, it will become highly toxic, causing ventricular stasis, the heart losing its normal ejection function, cerebral blood flow suddenly interrupting, and loss of consciousness. If the rescue is not done in time, it will cause sudden death. Why are you looking at me like this? Sarah's eyes when she looked at Khaled and the others had become a little confused. Even if Ron's explanation skipped the most professional part, it was still not something they could understand. In fact, even Lavinia, who was familiar with herbal medicine, only felt her scalp numb after listening to it.
You came up with this when the top of your lungs was damaged?
Lavinia looked at Ron with a monster look. I really want to dig out your brain to see what the structure is.
Maybe it was a temporary flash of inspiration when I was deprived of oxygen?
Ron smiled. The main reason is that I didn't find a natural poison, and I couldn't beat it, so I had to make it myself. It's better to do less of this kind of thing. Victoria glanced at Ron worriedly, not to mention Datus, the symptoms caused by you alone are countless. If I hadn't found out after I woke up, I could also use it.
Super restoration spell, Bunny alone can't even save you.
I will definitely not do this again. Ron expressed his sincere thanks to the two pastors. Thank you for your help, otherwise I would definitely not survive. Ron himself knew very well how dangerous it was, but he had no choice but to act in a hurry. Who can be a master and act recklessly with his fists except for the monks of the Four Elephants sect? By the way, speaking of Mendatus, we think you need to take a look at this.
Victoria took out a gemstone emitting blue-purple light from her bag.
This was found near where you were fighting.
It was him. That key with the lightning bolt. We feel that as the main protagonist of the only bad battle this time, only you are qualified to use it, but we should wait until you are a little better? After all, we don't know what is in it, and what is needed to open it. Such a request. I'm very honored.
Ron took the clean gem and played with it in his hand. He could easily feel the effect of this magic item. The holder is immune to lightning damage and can release lightning beams up to 6 times a day, automatically charging 1 to 3 times every morning.
Current remaining, 2.
See 45 blank card in the following days. Ron hardly got out of bed. As Victor, the mayor of From, fulfilled his promise, the trade post also attracted many caravans and travelers to settle here. With the joint efforts of everyone, the trade post and the surrounding villages built by refugees gradually began to get on the right track.
Ron, the nominal leader, could be a hands-off boss without any problems.
During his bedridden days, Lavinia bought some cheap scrolls and books from passing merchants, so that Ron's home life without electronic devices was not boring.
On the other hand, the half-elf girl in the bed next door was a little bored.
She repeatedly asked Bunny and Victoria to cast spells to treat her directly, but they were rejected by the two priests for various reasons. The reason is very simple: frequent spell treatment will make the body dependent, which may reduce its own physical fitness and resistance. This is entirely for the sake of the warrior. But fortunately, she didn't need to recover for 100 days. When Ron was able to move normally, after diagnosing that Ivy's injury had basically healed, Boone ended her pain with a precise healing spell. This accelerated recovery process is considered harmless in this world. That night, all the core figures gathered on the second floor of the mountain behind the trading post. This is their lounge, and the second floor of the wooden structure in front is the inn and ward for pedestrians. Ron put the purple slate on the table, and then took out the gem ball. In the dark room, these two treasures shined brightly.
Ron, can someone turn on the light? What is going on?
I thought this would add some mysterious atmosphere. Driver ran over and turned on the lights in the room. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ron carefully embedded the gem in a hole, as if there was suction between the stone slab and the gem. Before Ron even aligned, the gem was sucked up with a pop.
Then, nothing happened. What's going on?
Ron changed another groove without giving up, but there was still no change.
Turn the stone slab over? Still no effect.
This is weird.
Carriage shouted, "Can I try?"
Here. Ron handed the gem over. However, no matter how the hobgoblin tried, there was still no change in either the gem or the stone slab.
There's even no suction.
Carrot handed the gem to Lavinia in frustration. Jen Dwangia said that the people in the room tried a whole circle, and none of them worked.
I'm afraid it's broken?
As soon as Driver opened his mouth, he was hit by Lavinia next to him.
Don't say such dangerous things.
It should be intact, Victoria said. The aura is very strong, and there will be fluctuations every time the two come into contact.
I just don't know why it is ineffective. Ron fumbled his chin and suddenly looked up at Ivy. Why don't you put on that armor and try it? Do you think it has something to do with the bloodline of the holder, or with the items and emblems made by the Hylon Empire?
Lavinia glanced at Ron. Excuse me, your guess doesn't seem very reliable.
It can't be opened by conventional means, so I can only try metaphysics, Ron said indifferently. Or do you have any other way? No. Lavinia sat back in a sullen manner. How could she have any way?
This thing has exceeded her knowledge reserve. Okay, then I'll try. Ivy turned and left, and when she came back, she had already put on the breastplate. Although the emblem on it still needs to be covered up outside, everyone here is their own people, and there is nothing to hide.
Don't hold out any hope, eh? I'm just a half-elf, and my mom is a member of the Resistance.
Ivy complained as she took the gem and pressed her other hand on the stone slab. Almost at the moment when she touched the two objects at the same time, the stone slab suddenly shone brightly. The gem escaped from Ivy's control, returned on its own initiative, and threw itself into the arms of the stone slab. Then everyone watched the gem drop in altitude again and again in the air, hitting the stone slab and bouncing up again.
Turn over, turn over.
The guys who reacted hurriedly turned the stone slab over, and the gem landed again, perfectly moving forward to one of the 3 grooves on the sand surface. The stone slab staggered and floated up in the air, and with a pop, a book weighing about 3 pounds, with nearly 100 pages, wrapped in a deep dark purple cover and with gorgeous patterns appeared from the stone slab and fell on the table they were sitting around.
A book? Lavinia jumped onto the table impatiently, kneeled on it and began to flip through it. This is blank. Blank, ultimate weapon?
The hobgoblin instantly lost interest. I thought there would be some more magic in it. Unfortunately, there is only a copying spell here, and the user can copy the magic into the spellbook as his own known spell. Lavinia closed the book with regret and slid it to Ron. No wonder the Hylon Empire didn't use it in the end. I suspect these so-called trump cards were not completed at all. Well, now you don't need to use ordinary paper to record spells. This is a 100-year-old antique after all.
It's more face-saving to take it out, isn't it?
Lavinia has her own spellbook, and she doesn't rely on it for a living, so it's useless for her to have it.
Then Ron is the only one present who can use it.
The spellbook will be yours after you copy 6 non-magic spells. The spells you know now are not enough, so keep up the good work. Lavinia nodded to Ron. Try it first. Then I'll be polite. Ron took the blank spellbook and flipped through it casually. I don't know if the key is still useful.
If it's still a magic item, why not give it to Ivy?
Her armor has an immune lightning effect, which is definitely better.
I can help put it on, Victoria responded. If there's nothing else, we'll go first.
Well, Ron moved quickly and immediately moved all the books that Lavinia had and bought recently. I still have to study. You guys go ahead. Don't call me for dinner.
Boss. After everyone dispersed, Driver, who was the last one to go out, looked back at Ron and whispered, "Mouth." "Ron? Mouth."
Driver pointed at his mouth. "You're going to smile and crack." Hiss. C46 Unresolved Trouble. Although this spellbook doesn't look like anything special, the original Hylon Empire went to great lengths to hide it in a stone slab and locked it with a special magic item as a key.
There must be a reason for this.
Ron studied until late into the night, and soon found out what was special about it. When he opened the copying page of this spellbook, he could read the words on it without any hindrance, no matter what he was looking at the same time.
Understand specific information such as how to use it, and remember everything instantly.
But Ron deeply suspected that this was not the full effect of this book. Using a key that could use the 3-ring lightning beam 6 times a day to keep a permanent first ring book that knew language and identification skills was somewhat. It means buying a casket and giving it back a pearl. At this time, Ron still knew little about the arcane magic of this world, otherwise he would have discovered that even among the effects he had discovered, there was another permanent spell hidden, the modified memory of the 4th ring. This is the key to allowing him to memorize quickly. Maybe these effects are not enough for that empire to use it as a trump card in its dying struggle, but it is definitely enough for Ron to use it as his own spellbook.
He took a quill and good ink and quickly wrote down all the tricks and magic he knew.
And with the help of the special effects of this book, the number of spells he learns will quickly increase, and this book will also be quickly enriched. But at this time, Ron gave up the idea of continuing to study, because he found that the door in front of him was opened again at some point, and a familiar figure appeared at the door, with his arms folded and a tail flicking behind him. A flick. Quest? Ron closed the book. How did you get in?
Oh, you noticed me. Quest smiled. He walked into the room and gently closed the door with his foot. I saw you were absorbed in reading just now, so I didn't want to disturb you. I'm a spy, remember? Stealth is my bread and butter, but don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions towards you. The tiefling walked to the table and looked at the slate and spellbook on it. You found preface to weaving. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot, you have a half-elf, and she is also wearing a uniform. A breastplate from the Highland Empire. Do you know this book? Ron asked curiously. This tiefling is elusive, and his strength is definitely not what he appears on the surface. If he had any intentions towards him, there was no need to go to such trouble. Of course, this is the spellbook of the chief mage of the Highland Empire. The coalition forces were especially wary of its owner when they invaded the capital of the Highland Empire, and even prepared several countermeasures to reduce the losses caused by this legendary mage. Minimize it. But I don't know why, until the end of the Highland Empire, no one saw each other. This incident ended up becoming one of the many unsolved cases left by the Highland Empire. I didn't expect that she didn't see her in person. I was so lucky. I saw her spell book in a delusion. Quest seemed to want to touch the book, but for some reason he retracted his hand. Forget it, for me, a reckless man, to touch this rare thing is simply desecrating it. You'd better keep it safe, he said. Maybe he can become a legend? That's too far away, but I'll give you a good word. Ron smiled. You didn't come here just to read this book, right? Of course not. In fact, I came to see the key and see if you can open it. As for what is in it and why this book is stored, I know nothing about it just like you. Quest's expression turned serious. In addition, I came here to tell you another thing, about Mendatus. He's dead, isn't he? Ron raised his eyebrows. You don't need to be an undercover agent anymore. Quest shook his head. You are already a mage with your own spellbook, so you should know something. In this world, it is not that easy to completely kill a person. You should know that, right? Resurrection, complete resurrection. Ron knew these methods, but Mendatus's body, you didn't have time to take him away. It's obvious. Quest sat on the edge of the table. You were all injured, and you were the most seriously injured. So they were busy treating you and completely ignored this matter. It's also possible that they have no sense of prevention at all. All in all, Mendatus is not that easy to die. After I finished dealing with the matter in Frome Town, I saw him alive again. A mysterious master behind him rescued this unsatisfied subordinate again, and expected him to continue to complete his mission. And now he has returned to his original loyalty city-state, or he is planning his next move, and I was sent to sniff out your situation to provide reference for its plans. Then you are really highly regarded, Ron said happily. Wouldn't your conscience hurt if you act as a double agent like this? What are you talking about? Quest's expression suddenly became solemn. I have two crucial missions on my body. I have devoted most of my life to the great cause and to the remnants of the Highland Empire. I don't have the slightest pity in my heart. I just wish their souls would suffer forever in the 9 hells. The hell and heaven in this world are both real planes. Quest's oath is quite unfriendly to those elves. Actually, I have always had a question. Ron looked at the tieflings. You once formed a coalition and cleared out the remnants. Why don't you unite like before and fight the enemy together? If I leave this matter to you, I will become a worker who is subcontracted to the project again. You make me feel very uncomfortable. It's like the magical girl plot of No Time to Elaborate. Come and save the world with me. You may be more suitable to be a bard. If you have accomplishments in musical instruments, you have a lot of stories in your mind. Quest looked at Ron and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But you have to understand, the past is the past, and the present is the present. Back then, the extremely powerful, expanding, and extremely slaveholding empire threatened the survival of all intelligent races, which is why everyone joined forces to resist. The remnants that followed were not far from the empire's collapse, and even the shortest-lived races remembered the suffering they brought. But now, the power of these old men is much less than before, and even 1/10th of them remain. On the contrary, the attraction of those rumored relics to others is increasing day by day. C-47 The Bullywug Hunting Ground Internal Strife, right? Ron nodded. This kind of thing is not uncommon in any world. Is there anyone else who wants to win over people like Mendatus to gain power? That's true. The city-state he nominally serves is one of these ambitious people who overestimate their capabilities, Quest said with a hint of anger in his voice, but please believe that this guy is nothing more than cannon fodder. There have been differences in the former alliance, and those dissidents are still openly opposing forces, and among the neutrals and opponents, who are the secret plotters, I have no way of knowing, and the real people behind Mendatus I don't even know who the master is. And this is the secret I am lurking next to him, ready to find out. But if there is no strong enough pressure from the outside to force him to urgently find allies and have no time to review internally,
the risk of my exposure will be very high.
That is why I will bet on you. So, would you feel better?
Knowing more is better than knowing nothing at all, Ron crossed his legs, but to be honest, you've tricked me into such a big thing, and I can't do it no matter how much you pay. Look at me now, even the spellbook can only copy 2 pages, you don't have that ability, right?
Aren't those relics of the Empire your best reward?
What? These magic items, Quest pointed to the slate on the table, I have no interest in these things.
I am pursuing greater ideals.
And among the people responsible for investigating this matter, I am the only one who knows that these things actually exist.
And it's already in your hands. Then as long as I don't say anything, the new owner of these Imperial relics will be you, right?
Of course,
how much you can get is your problem. Is this the legendary Mage's spellbook?
Ron held up the spellbook and waved it in front of Quest.
Are you really not moved at all? Then what exactly are you planning? Is it to rule the world?
Quest was so wishless, which made Ron feel a little flustered. On the contrary, if Quest said that he was going to share some treasures, he would be more relieved.
If you don't want small benefits, then you must have a big intention.
It's not that big, you can rest assured of that. Quest waved his hand. Just like I said when we first officially met, I hope to find a place for my compatriots to live and settle down, and another one, I just hope that evil forces like the Hylon Empire can die completely and there is no possibility of resurrection. At its roots, this could even be considered an ideal.
Ron looked at the other person.
He was not an expert in psychology and couldn't tell whether what the other person was thinking was exactly what he said, but since he said so, then let me tell you the truth, I'm not interested in what you said, but first of all, I will definitely kill that bastard Mendatus, and I will never let him come back next time.
Come and find fault with me. Secondly, I'm a bit of a collector.
I want a complete set of these relics. Third, I don't know what else is waiting for us here in Delusion Land, but if my companions and I gain a foothold here, I won't tolerate anyone provoking me again. Then we will reach a solid alliance. Quest stretched out his hand. According to the information I have now, there is something in the Delusion Land, and the Hylon Empire has always coveted this place. You and they are bound to have a series of conflicts.
I just hope they can bring someone else.
Ron shook hands with the tiefling. This guy's hands were uneven, which made Ron feel uncomfortable.
My message has been conveyed.
If he makes any further moves, I will come back to communicate with you.
Quest let go of Ron, turned around and walked away.
Be careful, Hylon is not the only one in the delusion.
Empire is a threat.
Ron has already seen that huge swamp-throat monster. If Mendatus hadn't solved it, Ron and the others would have definitely spent a lot of effort. After seeing off Quest, Ron simply lay down on the table and slept soundly, but even this sleep he didn't get a sound sleep. However, 2 or 3 hours later, Ivy walked in and hurriedly walked in.
Push him awake. What happened? Did Mendatus bring someone to fight?
Ron was still in a daze and asked quickly when he saw that Ivy didn't look right.
What are you talking about in your sleep? Ivy raised her eyebrows. Aren't all Mendatus dead? It's not the elves this time, it's the bullywugs, they're back.
Bullywugs?
Ron couldn't understand it anymore. Their territory is still far away from us, right?
The territory is far away, but they have brought their hunting ground to our side.
Ivy sighed.
Not only did they take away some of our prey, they even included villagers and goblins in their diet.
Remember that lizard man territory?
Carrad transformed it into a goblin lair, but the group of bullywugs probably discovered that the swamp would continue to remove goblins, so they simply started to wait there.
Now they don't have a steward who understands common language.
Carrad has negotiated with them several times to no avail.
He is preparing to fight with them and asks us if we want to help.
What's your opinion?
Ron stood up and put away the spellbook. I have no objection. Although the lives of the Madwugs are also lives, we should consider the safety of the villagers more.
At least we should remove this hunting ground and drive them back to the other side of the river.
And the safety of the goblins. And the ground, well, they did help us a lot. Ivy sighed and had to admit this. Then let's go. Where are they? Get up and get to work.
As the leader, Ron and his team also participated in daily activities, but they did not have any fixed tasks.
But at this time, it was their turn to go out. The goblin nest is not far from the trading post.
The Madwugs can be said to have opened the mine at the doorstep of Ron and his family. If they don't take action, they will have to fight a stronghold defense battle next time. These Madwugs will definitely do it. As the few people got closer and closer to the goblin nest, the smell of blood there became stronger and stronger. According to Ivy, Kalade has temporarily restrained the goblins here from going out, but there are obviously some curious fools who show their heads and become the prey of the Madwugs.
Stop!
Driver, who was walking in front, suddenly raised his hand. He lay on the muddy ground and carefully checked the surrounding environment.
There is a trap.
C-48 reverse hunting Dreyford took out some small bone parts from his body and tinkered with them on the ground for a while, and soon he opened a trap. It is a pit covered with leaves. After adding some mud as a cover, its load-bearing capacity will be limited to an expected range. Except for very small creatures that can pass through, even small humanoid creatures such as goblins will directly step on it.
Sarah fell into the pit below. This is for catching people alive. Dreyford pointed to the empty hole below.
If the person is going to die, some sharp objects will be buried in it.
Are you experts at this? Ivy glanced at the goblin, who just laughed and didn't say anything. Where are the bullywugs who laid the trap? Can they be found? Ron asked.
Okay, this kind of thing usually won't be too far away,
DeVito said and released Dabai, who was following him.
After searching the ground for a while, the increasingly stronger white mouse pointed its head in one direction and stretched out its paws to dig at the ground. It's not far to the northeast. Dreyford could understand the meaning of this special movement and immediately explained to Ron and others, "Boss, how are we going to deal with them?"
"Kill them," Ron thought for a moment. "They claim to be the masters of this place. If you don't fight them away, they will always come back." "I like this."
Sarah cheered up. "Carrot Head, do you have any suggestions?"
"Let's go there quietly."
"No," Dreyford shook his head, "that would be easy to detect. Their hidden position will definitely be able to directly see the situation here. So I use cloud magic." From Ron and Lavinia, Dreyford learned the name of the spell he used, and immediately used the cover of several people to cast it, and a thick cloud of mist suddenly enveloped the trap. Not far away, there was a slight croak of frogs.
"What's going on? It's foggy?"
"I don't know, this time it should be." Just as the two bullywug hunters who were lying in ambush were talking in low voices, a scream suddenly came from the clouds.
"They're in a trap. Isn't it right? Didn't they already discover the trap?
How could it be possible to see Gua in such heavy fog?
Come quickly, or someone else will beat you to it."
"Then I want their most valuable possessions to be presented to the king." The intelligence of the bullywugs is far inferior to that of the goblins, and is only a little higher than that of the lizards. There is no way to judge whether it is true or false in a hurry. The two bullywugs immediately jumped out of their hiding places and jumped towards the fog.
"Come."
However, when they finally reached the trap, they found that there was nothing in the trap.
There was nothing at all.
And behind their heads, a strong wind pressed up against their heads.
Click.
When the clouds cleared, Sarah put one foot on the back of a bullywug, and forcefully pulled the giant axe from the bullywug hunter's body. She had used too much force just now, and the axe blade cut into the opponent's spine, and the bone was stuck firmly. The other bullywug was ambushed by Ivy and Victoria, who were ambushing next to him. His stomach was cut open with a long sword, and his internal organs flowed all over the floor. It's a pity that this method cannot be used repeatedly. Ron looked at the two bullywugs who didn't even have time to scream.
Dreyverdo's cloud technique has a limit on the number of uses.
If you continue to clean it up like this, you will get years of monkeys in months.
God knows how many bullywugs there are here.
There is another way, the goblin thought for a while. I will ask Dabai to explore the path.
After determining the specific location of the opponent, I can sneak over.
Soon, more than 10 mice including Dabai were scattered out. After a while, the mice who had returned from exploring the road gathered at Dreyfudo's feet, scrambling to report the surrounding situation. There are about a dozen of them nearby, all in groups of 2. Dreyford looked up at Ron. "The scattered ones here are easy to defeat, but there are 2 groups close to our stronghold. Together, their vision should be able to take care of each other, which will be more troublesome."
"We'll deal with the trouble later," Ron nodded. "Let's clean them from the outside inward and deal with them last." In the swamp, a reverse hunt for the bullywug hunters began quietly.
The forest is by no means a quiet place, and even the scraping of armor is difficult to hear immediately. Moreover, for the sake of insurance, Dreyfudo and Sarah were the main force in the vanguard, while Ivy often used them as bait to wander around the traps. The bullywug hunter's attention is all on the prey who is about to step into the trap, and they have no idea that they are the one being hunted. By the time it reached noon, almost all the bullywug hunters had been cleared away, leaving only the 2 groups who were still waiting for the opportunity.
"I'll be responsible for attracting attention. You guys can cover up from behind.
It's best to deal with both sides at the same time."
Ron gestured to the other people. "It's too dangerous." Ivy objected. "It's up to me.
Even if they rush over, I can deal with them for a while.
I have to recite spells." Ron smiled. "Sneak attacks are not suitable for me.
It's better to just stand in the open. Okay, you guys, go get ready." Ron stood beside a group of madwug traps, and seemed to be hesitating to jump into another group of traps. This indecisive behavior immediately attracted the attention of 4 Madwugs. After seeing his companion's gestures of readiness, Ron suddenly stood still, and a little fire lit up from his fingertips. A flaming arrow flew out of his hand and hit the mud not far in front of a group of Madwugs. This was not because Ron shot off the target, but to let the other party know that he had discovered them, so that they would definitely rush out to hunt him by force, and his teammates could shield. The shield around Ron floated, blocking the flying spears, and when several Madwugs jumped out of their hiding place and prepared for close combat, the leaves on the tree behind one of the groups suddenly shook violently. Kill! 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 The barbarian from the Ochre tribe jumped down from the tree behind the 2 Madwugs. As Ron expected, he lured them from here. The Madwugs jumped 2 steps away, which was just the best place for her to attack. The huge axe in her hand fell from the sky with her muscular weight, pressing the 2 Madwugs under her. The head of one of them was close to the axe blade, and it was hit by the guillotine on the spot. C-49 Drug Offensive. Although the Madwugs are also medium-sized creatures, like frogs, these humanoid creatures have smooth, moist skin, thick and powerful limbs, and well-developed webbed feet between the toes, which can support their strong mobility whether swimming in the water or jumping on land. But they have also evolved a slender waist for this purpose, and their ribs have degenerated. When a heavy object of 100 or 200 pounds of people and axes falls from a high altitude, their body structure will be destroyed almost instantly, not to mention dealing with subsequent attacks. Another group suddenly saw their companions being attacked and immediately wanted to help, but one of them was blocked by a tower shield wider than it as soon as it took a step, and the other immediately made a terrifying and deafening frog sound, trying to notify its companions to come here for rescue. Swish! A dagger cut across its Natsubia's throat, and the small and agile driver touched its neck from behind, then squatted on the ground and began to rub his ears constantly. Damn, it's killing me, ray of frost. Ron released a ray of ice with a chilling cold air. This trick is similar to the fire arrow, so Ron can learn it easily. In this kind of terrain with rotten plant fibers, its effect is obviously much stronger than the fire arrow that may cause area damage at any time. Under the siege of 5 people, the only 2 remaining crazy frogs were unable to resist and soon lost their lives. You are finally here. At a hidden cave nearby, the secret door opened, and Carrot strode out from inside. These guys set traps everywhere, and I am almost annoyed to death. Why don't you just come out and fight them? Ron looked at Driver, who was busy dismantling the traps, and asked, with your power, it shouldn't be too difficult to drive them away? There is no point in driving them away and then they come back again. The hobgoblin put his hands on his hips. So I sent people to find you. The purpose is to catch them all in one fell swoop. But their nest is still there. They will not give up such a rich hunting ground. That's right, Carrot said. Why, are you going to completely wipe them out from here? It depends on your willingness. Ron half-jokingly. My wish is to completely and totally incorporate the entire delusion into our territory. Carrot waved his hand behind him. Little ones, follow the leader closely. We are going to go on an expedition. On the other side of the river, after the landslide, the fleeing Madwugs returned to their territory, but were surprised to find that their treasures had been looted. As a last resort, they began to expand their territory in order to use all means to quickly restore the storage of the royal treasure house. Coincidentally, the direction they chose was the base of Ron and his men in the north. And today, the Madwugs in the territory are still fighting for the few remaining gadgets in the camp as usual, in order to obtain the qualification to present treasures to the king. Their fight is not meaningless. In the previous fight with the bandits, those who died in the underground cave were basically the king's elite, and the only butler also died below. Now these crazy frogs are competing for these precious places even though they may have given themselves noble titles such as Duke and Marquis. Generally, this kind of competition is a quarrel or fight, but sometimes it can evolve into a more intense mode, such as murder. But killing competitors often requires great courage and superb skills. If a crazy frog is accidentally found to have murdered a fellow tribesman, the punishment waiting for it may be death. In the cave that used to be the royal palace, the crazy frog king who returned from the northern hunt was enjoying the pleasure of sex with several of his spouses, completely ignoring the fighting and noise of his subordinates outside. But just as this territory was full of vitality and everything was competing, a crazy frog sentry who was responsible for keeping watch was tired of this disturbance. It leaned against a large stone, put its spear and shield aside, closed its eyes and prepared to take a nap in the dream. It didn't notice at all that just as it closed its eyes, a short and thin black shadow with a ray of snowlight gently swept past it. The sentry fell to the ground and stopped breathing before he could even raise any alarm. Boss, your powders are really useful. Driver lifted a corner of his cloak and wiped the sticky dagger, laughing triumphantly.
Don't wipe it with clothes. Victoria frowned. Do you know how hard it is to wash the mucus on the bully's body?
Especially after mixing with their blood, Irene muttered and glanced at her robe. I rubbed it for a long time when I crossed the river just now.
Ask the villagers on the way back. They may have some soap beans. Ron interrupted. By the way, while I was looking for herbs everywhere, you were actually washing clothes.
You are a noble wizard. You don't have to wash it yourself. Ivy curled her lips. We can't do that. If we wait for these dirt to dry before cleaning, it will be even more difficult to wash off.
Why do you have to wash it? Sarah looked at the few people with question marks. This is a proof of honor.
Not every warrior of the tribe has the opportunity to get so many kinds of blood on their bodies. Take the Ochre tribe for example. She bet that no one has ever had a record of hunting Bully's body before. I'll help you clean it up someday, Victoria sighed resignedly. This is not the Northern Barbarians, and you are no longer the leader who can decide what others like or dislike. You have to be decent when you are with Ron.
What? No.
Victoria felt that she was probably the only normal person in this team besides Ron, goblins, barbarians. Although the half-elf girl was better, it was the first time she saw an elf wearing armor and holding a tower shield.
Didn't Ivy say that her mother was a longbowman who fits the stereotype?
Okay, stop messing around. Ron stuck his head out from behind the stone of the sentry post to look at the situation in the territory of the Madwugs. The cave that feeds the swamp moss has been completely abandoned, and the largest one left should be the residence of their king.
You all need to cover your mouths and noses and keep your heads down, okay? I'm not a serious alchemist, and I don't discriminate between people with medicine powder.
Then, can I smell it first? Driver raised his head, his face full of curiosity. What does it smell like? Ron looked at him speechlessly. Are you going to keep another similar record in addition to chewing the medicine mud? C50 the Bullywug King then, let's forget it. Dreyfugua stuck out his tongue, and honestly followed the example of the others, lowering their bodies and covering their mouth and nose with clothes. Ron hid behind the stone and waved his hand, throwing several tightly wrapped handkerchiefs into the Bullywug territory one after another. With a snap, before the Bullywugs could react, the handkerchief was shaken open when it hit the ground, and the drug powder inside instantly escaped, covering the small territory of the Bullywugs in an instant. These Bullywugs had no time to escape. Their moist skin covered with mucus quickly absorbed the medicinal powder, and the effect of the medicine was quickly absorbed as they breathed. Before Ron and the others could reach their maximum breath-holding ability, in the blink of an eye, there was no longer a Bullywug standing outside. Dreyford immediately wanted to rush forward to harvest, but was quickly stopped by Ron. It could be seen that the goblins did not fully understand the magical effects of this weapon. After the powder was spread in the air, the particles would remain suspended for quite some time. Rushing in at this time will only make yourself vulnerable. Ron hasn't had time to learn the wind-making technique, otherwise the effect of this offensive will be twice the result with half the effort of course. Even now, the effect is enough. A gust of breeze blew past the backs of Ron and others, blowing away all the powder on the Bullywug territory. Let's go! Ron shouted, and several companions immediately rushed forward and slashed at the Bullywugs who were already limp and unable to move, and quickly harvested them. It's not that Ron can't recognize more toxic natural drugs, but that drugs with this kind of toxic effect are more cost-effective. Poisons that are so toxic that they can be life-threatening if inhaled are very easy to mishandle. Just like Dreyfus in this way, even a little bit of inhalation may lead to various consequences. It is really not worth the loss. It is not as good as this kind of paralyzing powder. Anyway, they have hands and feet, and it is enough to hit them up like now. And now there are only the remnants of the Bullywugs in the cave and their king who still need to be dealt with. I'll go take a look first. Dreyfus did his part and rushed into the Bullywugs' cave. Then, Ron and the others heard the fierce fighting sounds coming from inside, as well as the Bullywugs' warning. The thunderous roar. It's just that the Bullywugs outside will never stand up to support them again. This daredevil. Ivy said Tisk and immediately set up the tower shield and rushed in. Ron and others arrived soon after. Under the light of the torch in the cave, you can see that Dreyfus is constantly entangled with 3 Bullywugs with his flexible skills and small size. The Bullywugs here don't seem to be as strong as the ones outside. Although they have similar physiques, when Ron and the others fight against each other, they only feel that they are completely silver like pewter spearheads. No matter in terms of strength, agility, or physical fitness, they are stronger than those. Hunters on the hunt are not even close. Why is this happening? Ron hid in the shadow of the tower shield and pierced the throat of a Bullywug with a flaming arrow. Logically speaking, these should not be the guards guarding the king. They are stronger than the outside. That's it? Although the cave was deep and Bullywugs emerged continuously after hearing the alarm, under the cooperative attack of Ron and others, they could hardly put any pressure on them. "If I were that king, I would not place strong tribesmen around me," Sarah said in a muffled voice while fiercely cutting off a bullywug's calf. "I heard that they are like wild beasts, the strongest." The guy to be the leader? If you place those less powerful guys around you without giving them any errands to do, won't they challenge their leader every day? Won't the leader himself become tired and weak in this real battle? It's better to let the old, weak, and sick remain in the cave. It can crush them at any time to increase its prestige. The hunters outside have to be exhausted and have no time or energy to consider other things. "You are like a philosopher when you say this," Victoria said in surprise while giving the team a blessing spell. "It's hard to imagine that you can understand such a troublesome social issue." "That means your so-called social problems are not troublesome. They are no different from wild beasts." Sarah laughed and rushed deeper into the cave. Just when Ron wanted to speak out to stop this overly excited barbarian, Sarah came back from the depths at a faster speed. "Only this time I used flying ones." "Spit." Sarah spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, no wonder that Bird King doesn't need guards. It itself is the most powerful guard." Before Sarah could finish her words were interrupted by a terrifying frog roar that sounded like thunder in her ears. Just when Ron was so shocked that his ears were ringing and he was dizzy, a huge humanoid monster emerged from the depths of the cave. He rushed out. Ron and others immediately understood why Sarah was so emotional. This king is twice the size of its people, and its dark green skin is numb and tingling. Among the old and new scars, turbid mucus flows freely. Its muscles are knotted and angry, even if it is the dead swamp. No throat monster can bring such a sense of impact to Ron and others. In its hand, it held a huge wooden stick, and it was covered with a huge cloak made of a bunch of ornaments collected from unknown sources and tattered rags, and it jumped on the road. There was a roar, as if there were thousands of troops marching. This king was not at all polite to the intruders. After casually glancing at the corpses of his clansmen on the ground, he stepped over the bullywugs who were not yet dead and rushed towards everyone with a howl. Boom! Ivy stepped forward, and her relatively slender body collided with the opponent with the heavy tower shield. The bullywug king stopped in place, but Ivy was unable to stop until Victoria and Sarah behind her blocked her. "Stay in shape. I thought it was convenient for me to build such a high cave here." Ivy laughed bitterly and kept breathing heavily. "It turns out it was built for it. I have never heard of such a big bullywug." Victoria was also shocked, let alone seeing it with her own eyes. Magic missile. But at this moment, it was obvious that he couldn't care about all that. Ron immediately began to chant a spell, and magic missiles poured on the bullywug king without money. Victoria's eyes flashed red, and invisible threads emerged from the void, trying to involving the opponent's actions. Dreyfudu turned his hand and took out the short bow, and an arrow suddenly turned into a rain of thorns and poured down on the king. Sarah and Ivy rushed forward again, blocking it with their bodies. Bullywugs continue to move forward. C-51 Unbreakable Fortitude. The Madwug King roared deafeningly, and a layer of blood-red light appeared on his body, just like the rage that Sarah often launched in battle. Under the cover of this red light, the Madwug King almost ignored the attacks on him, and just waved the giant stick in his hand like crazy, hitting Ivy and Sarah like raindrops. Command spell. Stand still, don't move. The light in Victoria's eyes was bright, and a series of illusory silk threads suddenly stretched out from the void, binding the Madwug King's limbs. The others took this opportunity to immediately speed up the attack. However, the duration of the command spell was not long. The Madwug King quickly tore the surrounding silk threads and started to attack everyone again. Command spell. No. I can't control it. Victoria wanted to cast it again, but this time the silk thread didn't even touch the opponent, and it was shattered under the swing of the wooden stick in her hand. However, thanks to Victoria's brief restraint, the injury on the Madwug King was several orders of magnitude less than the impact suffered by Ron and others. If this momentum continues, the Madwug King will definitely fall first. Lie down. After being forced back again, Sarah ran forward, leaped on the wall of the cave with both feet, and chopped down with the giant axe in her hand, deeply embedded in the skin of the Madwug King. She herself was hit by the opponent's weapon, accompanied by a loud noise and flying stone chips, and was slapped on the wall of the cave. Damn it, my left hand is probably broken. Sarah used one hand to pull herself out of the wall, and couldn't help cursing. But the sacrifice of her arm was not worthless. Roar! The Madwug King let out a painful howl, and the violent color in his eyes began to flicker. Under the baptism of injuries one after another, even the most rough barbarians can no longer maintain their bloodthirsty state. Obviously, it can no longer hold on. Good job, Sarah. Ivy had already started cheering for Sarah, but then they saw a scene that was almost inexplicable. On the cloak behind the Madwug King, a khaki light suddenly lit up, covering the whole body of the Madwug King. Its eyes, which had already begun to scatter, suddenly focused again, and its body began to expand continuously until it barely stopped when it hit the ceiling. And these are not the most fatal things. Its powerful attack, along with its increase in size, enveloped the entire team. Shinran just had time to set up the shield spell, and the whole person was like being hit by a dump truck, and flew out of the cave directly. If Victoria hadn't forgotten to cast a healing mantra on him while the shield in her hand was shattered, Ron almost thought he was going to cross again.
What's going on?
Sarah was stunned. Her axe was still embedded in the opponent. After the size increased, she didn't even have the chance to get her weapon back, so why did she have to fight like this?
Those rags behind it.
Ron's voice came from outside the cave. There is obviously a magic item in those rags.
I'll take it off.
Driver shouted immediately, taking advantage of the opportunity when the Madwug King's old strength was fading, and he jumped up and down a few times and climbed onto the cloak behind it. At this moment, the cloak that originally dragged on the ground was now some distance away from the ground, but Driver was not panicked at all. He dropped the short bow and dagger, and climbed on it firmly with his hands and feet, and began to look for the magic item that worked.
Driver, hurry up.
Ivy felt a sweetness in her throat. Although the tower shield in her hand was enough to protect her from direct damage, the huge impact brought by the giant blunt weapon could not be avoided in any way. If it continued like this, even she would not be able to bear it.
Don't hurry, don't hurry. I found it.
Driver's body was taken up with the cloak by the Madwug King's action, but it was at this time that he found the location of the magic item. It was a brass ring, which had no sense of existence among the large and small pieces of rubbish. If it had not burst out with a yellowish-brown light because it was effective at this moment, no one would have noticed it.
Command spell prostrate.
Victoria gritted her teeth and released the command spell again. This time the spell took effect again. A large amount of red silk threads on the ground rose from the ground and dragged the Madwug King to the ground.
Got it.
Drevdo, who also fell down, quickly reached out and took the ring off, and jumped out before the Madwug King was ready to get up. However, at this time, they found that after the light dissipated, the Madwug King still had half a breath left, but no matter how hard he struggled, he could no longer stand up.
Sarah pulled out his axe from its body and gave it another fatal blow to the head.
As the Madwug King completely lost signs of life, its body began to shrink rapidly and returned to its original appearance.
Giant transformation, what kind of ring is that?
Ivy sat down on the ground, took off her water bag from behind the tower shield, and drank several mouthfuls before she recovered. In my nearly 20 years of adventure, I have never dealt with such an outrageous guy.
I am almost there, ha!
Sarah accepted the treatment given by Victoria and let out a long sigh. It's really hard to kill.
That's because of the function of this ring. Ron opened the preface of the weaving method.
The inherent identification technique in the magic book took effect, and the target was the brass ring in Dryford's hand. The holder obtains the perseverance effect. When receiving fatal injuries, he will immediately stabilize the injury and will not die on the spot or fall into a coma. At the same time, the holder will trigger the enlargement spell that does not require concentration and last for up to 1 minute. After the effect disappears, the period will be born. All damage will be doubled. The above effect can only be triggered 3 times, and then the ring will become a normal brass ring.
Now there's only one left.
The good thing is that its first 2 owners probably didn't have good luck. Sarah smacked her mouth. It seems like there was an unlucky guy who held this ring, but he was still killed by the bullywugs.
The damage will be doubled in the future. Most people can't bear this effect.
Victoria looked at the shield fragments on the ground with some distress.
My shield is broken. I don't know when a merchant will come to sell armor.
You feel sorry for your shield. Ivy looked at the tower shield in her hand. The pattern on the front had been scratched and even the paint was peeled off.
By the way, doesn't you have repair skills? There are model restrictions.
This shield is too big for the repair technique. Victoria shook her head.
And are you serious?
It's all broken into pieces, and there's no way to repair it even if you want. C-52 The captive merchant. The last ring of perseverance with 1 use left was given to Sarah by Ron. The barbarian's desperate fighting style is most suitable for this. And they have an advantage over the king of the Madwugs. They have a priest to heal the wounds. Although it is still dangerous to bear double damage, when it comes to a do-or-die battle, Sarah will not die.
Ivy and Victoria have no objection to this distribution.
Driver actually wants it, but when Sarah kindly proposed fair competition, Driver decisively backed off when he saw the opponent's muscles.
Take a short break and explore inside.
Ron looked at the depths of the cave, which seemed to be empty, and decided to be more careful.
Ron, is it Lord Ron?
Just as the team slowly went deeper into the cave, a hoarse voice attracted their attention.
It was a cage woven with some tough plants that were hung above the cave by the madwugs. 3 of the cages still had living people in them, and the rest had begun to emit a rotten smell. The shout just now came from one of the 3 people. "Do you know me?" Ron looked up. It was a dragonborn in his early 30s. Ron couldn't tell his gender. Dragonborns are generally much taller and stronger than ordinary humanoids, and their physiological structure is different from that of humans. It is really difficult for Ron to judge gender from body shape and sexual characteristics. "Of course. I stayed at the trading post for 2 days, and you were there too." The dragonborn coughed twice with difficulty, and when he spoke again, his tone was much clearer. Ron heard that the other party was a woman. But her current state is not so elegant. The crazy frogman almost took away everything from her, and didn't even leave her a piece of clothing. The bronze scales all over the dragonborn were exposed to the air. "Are you Selina?" Victoria recognized her. "Aren't you going to FLM to do business? How did you get caught here?" "It's a long story," Dragonborn Selina said in an embarrassed tone. "If it's convenient, can you put us down first and then talk?" When the few people found the ropes that hung the cage and put down the 3 prisoners, Victoria recognized the other 2 people. They were all merchants who came from the other side of the delusion and were going to FLM. Because Ron was recuperating a few days ago, Victoria basically took care of the affairs of the trading station, and she was naturally responsible for the registration of passers-by. "Oh, thank you. You are really kind people." Selina took the blanket handed by Ivy and wrapped her body, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It's just that the efficiency should be higher." "Higher efficiency? What do you mean?" Ron didn't understand. "Of course, we are going to open up the Dreamland." Selina looked at the other 2 people who were traveling with her. They were just ordinary humans, and their physical condition was much worse than hers. Although they were still alive, they were basically unrecognizable. She was the only one who could speak. "There are still many monsters running around here, and the safety of people like us is still not guaranteed. Of course, it was like this before. The only change now is that there is an additional trading post, and I really have to thank you for that. You know, compared to preparing supplies for a long journey, paying a little money here is really nothing." Why do you want to do business in from town?" Ron asked curiously. "Are there any specialties there?" "To be honest, there are none," Selina blinked mischievously, "but from town is the closest way to Yungang. Although both the Delusion Land and the Gobi Desert are dangerous, as long as you succeed once, you can enjoy a good life for several years, so guys like us are willing to take some risks. Take me for example. I will trade some wood from there, and then bring back pearls and other materials from Yungang. I have taken this route 4 times, and the success rate is 5% including this time. 10, but the profit can reach 1,000 to 2,000%. What a huge profit, Ron couldn't help but exclaimed. But is it really worth it for you? Isn't there a relatively safer route? Yes, but it's too far. Selina thought for a while. If you take the water route along the coastline of the continent, it is indeed safe. But just going from my place to the port requires a big detour. Do you know how many towns and city-states you have to pass along the way? How much tolls do those city-states charge? After repeated exploitation, we won't make any money. Again. Adding all kinds of miscellaneous taxes, the last time we took this route, we were robbed in the Gobi Desert. One of our companions took that route again and ended up losing 6 gold coins and 3 silver coins. Isn't that funny? No wonder the guy I escorted before wanted to cross the mountains. Ivy nodded. But he didn't expect that the mountains were more dangerous than the outside. We dare not go to the mountains. Selina said hurriedly. I heard that a spice merchant from Rose City went to open up a new trade route, and then there was no news. Ivy. It would be strange if there was news. Isn't the only survivor right in front of you? Then I roughly understand. Why don't you tell me why you overturned this time? Ron nodded slightly. You have already arrived at the trading post. Why were you caught by the crazy frogs here? After we got supplies from you, we headed for the town of FLM, but something went wrong that night, Selina said with her head down. A huge monster flying in the sky took a fancy to our horses carrying goods, swooped down and began to feast on them. The guards tried to stop it, but were easily defeated. We saw with our own eyes that several soldiers were pierced by its tail, strung together and hung on it, and were eaten by it like skewers of meat. We were terrified and ran desperately here, but it was too dark. We ran into a swamp in a panic, and then our feet suddenly felt empty when we woke up. We were here. Selina said, wrapping the blanket tightly around her body with lingering fear. Could it be that you encountered a wild griffin? Victoria frowned. This powerful creature loves to prey on horses. You are unlucky to have encountered it. It's not a griffin. How could I not recognize a griffin? Selina shook her head repeatedly. It does have a body like a lion, but its tail is thin and long, and its face is flat. It looks weird. That's right. It can speak the common language, but it sounds terrible. See 53 Sudden Rainstorm. He has the body of a lion, speaks common language, and also curses a lot. Ron always felt that he should have seen it in some work in his previous life, but he really couldn't remember clearly. Anyway, you guys should go to our trading post to take a rest first. We also need to go back and rest now, and then we will go to the location you mentioned. Maybe we can still find your goods. Since he had no clue for a while and everyone was not in good condition, Ron could only suggest Sulina and the others to go back to the trading post to rest and wait until tomorrow. Well, our horses should have been eaten anyway, and there is no other place to go. Sulina had no choice but to say. Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network, but I still ask you to open up a safe passage in the delusional land as soon as possible. If you can really do it, there will definitely be a large number of businessmen and guilds willing to spend a lot of money to buy a road and pass through here. After all, the robbers in the Gobi Desert are still very humane. In many cases, they will just spend money to eliminate disasters. They may even spend money to hire a gang as bodyguards to ensure the safe passage of the caravan, but the monsters here in the Fantasyland do not agree with this kind of deal. Model. If Ron and the others can really accomplish this feat, all those towns that rely on exploiting timid businessmen can take a break. But regarding this matter, Ron was non-committal. They were all still wandering around the periphery, and as far as they knew, they basically knew nothing about what kind of existence there would be. Very few people could survive from the depths of delusion. When they came out, the so-called crossing delusion of these businessmen was just a side trip. Healing potion, blazing glue, poison. After returning to the trading post, Sulina and the others settled down in the guest room, while Ron and others began to work. He asked Lavinia to help them make a collection of alchemical potions to carry around both for healing and combat applications. Ron is also planning to learn 2 more commonly used spells from Lavinia in case of emergency. Victoria frowned and walked around the nearby villages built by the villagers. When she held a shield made of scrap wooden boards, her eyebrows came closer. This thing definitely can't resist the claws of an energy griffin, although I have only heard of those creatures. I would like to lend you the tower shield, but you probably can't lift it, Ivy said without raising her head while washing clothes with the borrowed soap starch. In addition to reciting a spell, the spellcaster sometimes also needs the coordination of gestures and materials, otherwise the spellcasting may easily fail. Therefore, most spellcasters will avoid carrying heavy armor and shields, and it is best to wear a light robe like Ron's. Even if Victoria could lift the tower shield, she could only be used as a half-baked warrior since she couldn't cast spells, and her role as a priest was over. Forget it, let's make do with it. Victoria took out the guest form registered a few days ago. I'll go back to Frome Town when I have free time. As for the other 2, there is nothing to prepare for. For Sarah and Dreyford, being healthy and getting enough sleep is the best preparation. Oh, are you going out? Early the next morning, Sulina saw Ron and others gathering at the door and greeted them. Her eyes fell on Victoria's shield, and the latter obviously noticed the sight of the bronze dragonborn. He turned his head in embarrassment and urged Ron to leave quickly. Actually, you don't have to be so embarrassed. This is the normal behavior of adventurers. It's different from guards, right? Ivy comforted. When I was most embarrassed in the past, I had to borrow some from the farmland on the roadside. Using farm tools as weapons to complete commission tasks is pretty good for us now. But you are the least qualified to comfort others right now, right? Ron glanced at her. That person's current equipment is probably the most valuable in the team, right? You get what you pay for. Ivy put her hands on her hips and retorted, without me, all the trophies you collected would have been exchanged for healing potions. This is true. In so many battles in which the weak defeated the strong and the weak defeated the strong, thanks to Ivy's death in the front, otherwise Victoria and Sarah alone would definitely not be able to hold up the defense line. Ron, the mage, couldn't find a foothold. It was convenient to prepare spells, just use the shield spell. The noisy journey along the way was one of the regular routines of their team, but it was a pity that the weather was not kind to them. After traveling for half a day, the sky suddenly turned gloomy, and lightning flashed across the cloudy sky, followed by the horizon in the distance. A muffled thunder rolled over. The storm is coming. Ah! I hate this damn weather. Sarah shook the water on her body angrily like a cat. This place is no different from the north before. Heavy rain comes at any time. My clothes are sticking to me. That's because you haven't seen the rain after autumn. The town of Frome is too dry. Victoria raised her shield to block the rain. The continuous drizzle has been pattering for several months. It's called annoying. What bothered her the most was the duty of standing guard during that season. Regardless of whether she was wearing long boots or short boots, she couldn't even think of running away. Once she took them off when she got back to the dormitory, she couldn't even think of leaving anyone in the house. It was still raining outside. The weather in Rose City is pretty good. There will be many handsome guys and beauties taking this opportunity to have sex in the rain, and then my pub will make money, Ivy said with a smile, and in that kind of weather, Mom can't wander around. The stories she tells are as delicious as the scones she makes. Ron could feel the obvious alienation between Sarah and Victoria. Ivy's past was a real and critical blow to two people whose families were not so happy. We didn't have scones to eat at that time, Dreyford muttered, but rainy days are great weather. The Prey's view is blocked and they are not as active, so it's a good time for hunting. Ron didn't join in the conversation. He grew up in the South when he was a child, and grew up in a northern town as a teenager. After studying, he went to a place further south, so whether it was a downpour or a continuous drizzle, he had experienced it. If anything, he didn't really like the rainy season. In autumn and winter it was extremely cold in the room, especially when he was cleaning instruments for experiments. The ultrasonic cleaning machine in the laboratory is what he is most willing to use at this time. Although the buzzing is annoying, the water inside is usually not too cold. This should be the place where they were attacked. Ivy's eyes penetrated the rain curtain, pointing to a rough field beside the road. There, a carriage overturned on the side of the road and seemed to have been violently dismantled, with broken boards scattered on the ground. C-54 the Manticore. Oh, poor horse. The team immediately rushed down. Sarah looked at the blood and flesh residues on the ground that had not been completely washed away, and shook her head with regret. There is not even a bone residue left. It seems that the creature we are looking for has a good appetite. Victoria looked at the ground where the outline of the horse was clearly pressed. Obviously, the hunter was eating here. But it is obvious that its brain is not smart, or more focused. It will not even choose to eat all the meat on the packhorse and then gnaw the bones. Ivy looked around and soon found other carriages and horse wreckages. Some of the carriages had a lot of wood piled on them, but now these woods have been scattered in the fields. I think they are Selina's goods. And these horses pulling the carriages are better than the first one that was eaten up. The ferocious monster only picked some flesh and tendons. There's a body here. Driver asked the others to see what he had found. Did you see it? That big guy probably doesn't like eating people. When everyone gathered around, they saw the body of a young man with gray-green skin, a sloping forehead, a protruding lower jaw, and exposed teeth. A sharp claw ripped him open, and his internal organs flowed all over the floor. These days, the small creatures nearby have been messing with him. Orc. This guy fought a desperate battle with the monster to protect his employer's property, Sarah whispered. May there be a place for you in Valhalla, and your heroic battle with the monster will be repeated again and again in front of Grom's temple. Ron, he didn't quite understand this custom or belief. Although the orc guy was indeed brave, over and over again, being killed by the monster that killed him in his lifetime? This doesn't look like a blessing, does it? Don't worry about her, Ivy whispered, only she and the orcs can understand this culture. See, this is not a problem of time travel. Don't make noise, bring me a handkerchief. Victoria leaned over, took the handkerchief handed over by Ivy, and picked up something that looked like both a needle and a nail from the corpse of the orc. What is this? Ron looked at it curiously. A fantasy technique that uses a needle to stimulate one's potential? I guess it's a tail nail, Victoria said solemnly. There is a detailed description of this creature in our guard manual. If I'm not mistaken, the one who attacked them was not a griffin at all, but another ferocious monster. Roar! When a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by thunder, a roar like that of a wild beast resounded through the wilderness. Under the dim sky, Ron saw some huge creature with wings on its back flying slowly from a low altitude. Even though it was still far away, he could feel the sinister malice in the other's eyes. Scorpion tail lion. Sure enough, Victoria immediately got ready for battle. Ivy, get ready to meet the enemy. No need for you to say. Ivy's tower shield has been set up. Driver looked at the flying monster, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Among the spells he obtained from nature, there is such a spell that can help him better inflict trauma on the prey. Knowing in advance that he might face some kind of monster, the goblin hunter prepared this spell today. Humble ants, dare to break into my hunting ground and steal my prey. When the manticore flew closer, looking at the abnormally huge lion body, waving dragon wings, human-like face and the slender tail with spikes, Ron officially identified it. Manticore, this is an indisputable monster. It has a head similar to that of a humanoid creature, a lion's body and a pair of dragon wings. The towering mane extends to its back, and the end of the slender tail is covered with clusters of spikes. Manticore can shoot these dangerous spikes when hunting, piercing any prey within the attack range of the tail. And the most important point is that this thing usually hunts in groups. It should be a lone one, hunting all the way here, Victoria whispered. If they were in groups, we should have known that there was a lair of the scorpion-tailed lion here. This is a relatively flat wilderness, and there is no way to hide such a large monster. Even if there is only one of me, you can't compete with me at all. The scorpion-tailed lion's voice became 3 times louder after hearing Victoria's words. 1, 2, 2.5. Very good, 2.5 human flesh and blood. I will thank you for your gift. Try to say it again? Ivy threw a bottle of scorching fire glue out, but it was a pity that it was raining heavily now. Although the viscous fluid in the bottle spontaneously ignited in the air, it quickly extinguished and caused almost no damage to the scorpion-tailed lion. Pathetic half-human, you dare to resist. The scorpion-tailed lion was enraged, and it immediately swooped down, and a pair of sharp claws slammed on Ivy's shield. You stitched monster, are you worthy of calling me half-human? Ivy's temper was not good, and she immediately fought with it. Beside her, Sarah and Driver rushed forward from the left and right to attack her. Victoria's blessing took effect at the same time, and Ron's freezing ray was more powerful due to the cold rain, leaving a string of ice crystals and wounds on the manticore's leather wings. Roar! Enough! The manticore soon couldn't resist, and the dragon wings behind it suddenly raised a whirlwind, blowing away the little guy who was obviously the smallest but posed the greatest threat to him, and at the same time took himself into the air. Careful! It's getting ready to use its tail spike. Ron shouted in a deep voice, and at the same time, magic missiles shot out from his hand, hitting the manticore. Ding 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 ding. Several people quickly hid behind Ivy and Victoria, and with a series of sounds of gold and iron intersecting, most of the tail spikes were stopped. Victoria glanced sadly at the shield in her hand that was about to fall apart, and threw it aside. You really have to change one. Dreyfudo yelled with bared teeth. Just now he was hiding behind this unreliable shield and was hit by a bullet in the thigh. I want it too. Victoria didn't care to argue with this guy and threw a healing spell at the goblin. Knock it down quickly. I want it too. Dreyford rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding the opponent's claw from the air, and fired 2 arrows with his backhand, causing sparks to appear on the manticore's scales. This is the first time they have faced this kind of flying monster, and the terrain is also very unfriendly to them. It is difficult for Ivy to protect everyone, but the manticore can continuously swoop down from the air to the relatively weakly armored Ron and Caroline. Dreyfudo made them miserable, and it was very difficult for the barbarians to even touch each other. C-55 grilled manticore lightning beam, Ivy, lightning beam. Ron rolled behind the wreckage of a carriage, and the carriage that was about to fall apart was immediately grabbed into pieces by the manticore. Ron quickly spoke out to guide Ivy. It was a well-planned route for him to escape here, and others could just avoid it, which was perfect for the use of lightning beams that made no distinction between friend and foe. Then what are you? Forget it, I don't care. Ivy opened the tower shield sideways, and the newly mounted gem ball on her chest suddenly flashed with lightning, and a bolt of lightning roared out, and in an instant the scorpion tail was the lion drowned. Ouch! Search TWKAN on Google in a panic. The manticore couldn't even speak human words in order to dodge. Didn't it understand that these people wouldn't even let their companions go? If such a powerful spell is used rashly, isn't that human just that human? The manticore roared in pain in the electric light, but when it turned its head to look, it didn't see the human figure. You're stupid. Ron's voice came from above the manticore. At some point, he actually jumped up high and easily dodged the baptism of the lightning beam. Jumping. Victoria felt her heart skip a beat. Can jumping be used in this way? Roar. You cunning flea. After the lightning dispersed, although half of the scales on the manticore's body were scorched, it had not lost its combat effectiveness. You are in the air now. How can you hide? At its tail, the tail spikes that had been bald just now grew out again in an instant, and shot towards Ron above. At this distance and this location, this human being is unavoidable. Asylum. Victoria chanted softly, and an invisible barrier immediately enveloped Ron in midair. The manticore's tail nails were forced to turn under the intervention of divine power, and they were all nailed to Ivy's tower shield. Superior. She is the second person in the team who knows some of the habits of the manticore, so she naturally knows that this monster can regenerate its own 24 tail nails. Moreover, this ability must normally be activated naturally after a sufficient period of rest. If it is forced to activate in this way, it will no longer be possible to use it in a short period of time. What? The manticore was dumbfounded. Although it could communicate with other creatures using common language, its intelligence was still limited. This kind of cooperation was already relatively complicated for it.
And just as it watched Ron land unscathed, the gem on the Halfman's chest lit up again.
Is this a spellcaster? Tin can spellcaster?
The Manticore launched the last brave charge in its life, but the lightning beam launched by Ivy seemed to be endless. In front of it and several living flesh, there seemed to be an insurmountable abyss.
The electric light danced wildly and the electric snakes ran around.
When Ivy used up the last charge in the gem, the Manticore spit out the last puff of green smoke from its mouth. The rain gradually decreased, and the Manticore's charred and stiff body fell on the land that was smoking with wisps of white smoke. There were some weeds here, but under the 6 consecutive lightning beams, the land passed by as if it had been plowed, even the soil was baked.
I haven't used it since that day. Even if I can only charge 1 shot per day, it's still full. Ivy went up and kicked the body of the Manticore. I didn't expect it.
Those who can cast lightning beams 6 times in a row must be at least casters who can cast 4th level spells. Ron put his hands on his knees and panted slightly. It would be better to say that it should be surprised that such a powerful mage wants to use 6 large area spells to kill it. It's somewhat like using anti-aircraft guns to kill mosquitoes. I'm not a spellcaster, so I can't exert such high power.
Iwyhun said nonchalantly, if you want to say that, you should be the one to use it, and I can seduce it.
If it weren't for the fact that I'm a weak spellcaster, it wouldn't be chasing after me, Ron said with a smile. It seems that the rain will stop soon. Clean up the area and go back and tell Sulina about the situation here.
It's a pity that this monster's skin scales have been scorched by electricity. Sarah walked over to look at the body of the Manticore. Otherwise, could this skin still be sold for some money?
Don't look at how fragrant it smells now.
Under normal circumstances, the skin of a Manticore is so smelly that even scavengers would avoid it, Victoria said.
Among magical creatures, the fur of a Manticore can be said to be the most stinky.
The worthless one.
Of course, it's inside a magical creature, so there's no problem in selling it for dozens of gold coins. Sarah, who was in a better mood, suddenly began to feel regretful again in the tribe. This kind of fur is a rare good thing and can do many things. Even if it is sold to a merchant, a complete fur can be exchanged for a large amount of daily necessities. It's a shame to get burned like this.
Don't be discouraged, Dreyford comforted with a smile. Didn't you hear what they said? This is a social creature, and you might encounter it again in the future. And it will be a big group when you see it.
I would rather not, Victoria shuttled between the damaged carriages. Don't just stand around, come and clean up the mess. The Manticore has little interest in treasures and coins, so when a few people were cleaning the battlefield, they found a lot of scattered coins and some valuables. When they returned the few remaining things to Sulina and the others, the 3 merchants were stunned and stared at each other in silence for a long time. Generally speaking, a short and fat human merchant swallowed his saliva. We don't expect adventurers to help us find such lost items. Unless there is a clear goal, they will exchange the item you care about most, and pretend not to see the others and put them into their own pockets. The slightly thinner merchant was also flattered. As for the guards, I dare not count on them. They will directly tell you that they can't find it, and they will also ask you for the reward for asking them to go out. Although the value of the recovery is not much, you really surprised us. Sulina thanked repeatedly, unaware that the faces of one of the former guards and an adventurer were becoming more and more ugly. Are they this kind of people? It's a pity that we are penniless now, and even the goods have been lost, Sulina said with regret. Now there is really nothing to give as a reward. That's not necessary.
If we expect you to pay us back now, we won't save you. Ron smiled slightly, but I want you to take a look. Do you still need to transport these woods to Yungang? If possible, if these woods can still be used, I plan to buy the ones that have been rescued.
See 56 potion business. It's nothing to sell these wood to you.
Sulina walked towards the wood that Ron and the others ordered the goblins and villagers to transport back.
Generally speaking, in order to adapt to long-distance transportation, this kind of wood will be coated with some coatings
to prevent moisture, insects, etc.
Some of the coatings here have fallen off, but others are still usable. Well, I'll sell them to you at 70% of the purchase price. The bronze dragonborn blinked at Ron. Let me tell you first, this is not about my greed. Logically speaking, I should admit that this trip will cost me nothing.
High returns naturally come with high risks.
But you see, the 3 of us are basically trapped here.
No matter which direction we want to go home, it's a long way. We can't do it now that we have nothing.
While we appreciate your willingness to collect the coins and trinkets, it is clear that these alone will not be enough to help us get home. I can understand, Ron nodded. I will pay the price you said, but I suggest you don't leave now. Since the establishment of the trading post, the caravans coming and going will basically stop here.
Why not stay here and go with them when there are caravans passing through the Fantasyland? Safety will be somewhat guaranteed. We also have this intention, the pudgy businessman laughed, but we are just worried that we useless people who can't carry it on our shoulders or lift it in our hands will cause trouble to you, so we don't dare to say it. Ron waved his hand slightly. You are joking. Maybe you can't help us now, but that doesn't mean you can't help us in the future? I think you will definitely have the opportunity to come here in the future, right? The three merchants looked at each other in confusion. They thought that this road had unique advantages. They would be reluctant to give up easily. However, this land of right and wrong really couldn't be true again. There was nothing that they really didn't want to come back to. Maybe, Sulina laughed awkwardly, this actually doesn't depend on us. Mr. Ron should be able to understand. You will only come if it is beneficial, right? Sarah said something. The merchants in our tribe were like this at the beginning. When we hunted for some precious furs, they would come 3 or 4 times a year. If we know the hunt is not going well, it's basically a matter of seeing you next year. The barbarian had one foot on the edge of the table, holding a piece of thigh meat from an unknown creature in both hands. While eating, his mouth was full of oil, and he said vaguely, there are still a lot of novelty things in the delusional land, you guys? Before we leave, why don't we take some samples back to see how they sell? If it doesn't sell well, for the sake of our chief, we'll have nothing to do with it. If it sells well, you've got the upper hand, right? That's what the businessman who came to our tribe at least once a year said. The 3 businessmen looked at each other, and Sulina couldn't help but ask curiously, but, from what we can see here, there doesn't seem to be anything worth mentioning, right? If it's just fur and meat, we don't have to go so far, we're just talking about the matter. It's not that we are ungrateful. This is not a snowfield in the far north. It has a special geographical environment and ecosystem. All kinds of creatures are rare among city-states, so they can be sold at high prices. Swamps, forests, rainforests, this kind of terrain is not uncommon, but it's just not as dangerous as one would imagine. For businessmen, that's a good thing. The barbarian was choked. Sarah was just talking about her own experience. She had no idea how to solve the problem. Alchemy materials and potions? Ron thought for a while. There are still a lot of types of alchemy materials here. A friend of mine and I know herbal medicine and some alchemy. The most special one at the moment is healing potions. With all due respect, this is nothing special, the thinner businessman laughed. I am in the alchemy business, and I have 2 alchemists under me. I can still be self-sufficient in healing potions. Unless, you can refine a high-level healing potion, or even a powerful healing potion? He didn't dare to think about the most effective and extremely effective healing potion. That kind of thing was not something that ordinary people could refine, and it was basically marketable and priceless. A bottle could be sold for 5,000 to 6,000 gold coins. You guessed it, Lavinia walked out of her workshop, Ron's room, at this time and walked towards Ron holding a wooden box. This is the result of these 2 days. You're said I have completely mastered the synthesis process. Is this your alchemist here? The alchemist merchant smiled kindly at Lavinia, but the halfling did not respond to his polite enthusiasm. Can I see your finished product? Ask him. Lavinia raised her chin and nodded at Ron, then went back on her own. She has no desire to communicate with strangers. Of course, you're welcome. Ron made a gesture of invitation, and the businessman quickly squatted down and opened the wooden box. He has made up his mind that Ron must repay the favor for saving his life, so as long as the quality of the healing potion is decent, he is willing to buy it for 40 gold coins a bottle after returning, and he will only earn a small change. But after opening it, he was immediately disappointed. The quantity of these healing potions was quite large, but the quality. Even without the identification technique, he could tell at a glance that the potion was less effective than normal potions. Although the effect is not satisfactory, the production cost is low. Ron saw the other party's doubts and said with a smile, adventurers may not use it, but it may be sold among ordinary people. How low can it be? The alchemist's tone was basically hopeless. Reducing the cost of healing potions is a very popular research direction, but there has been no progress. 16 gold coins, 1 bottle takes 2 hours to make. Alchemist, O.O? What? Sulina jumped up first, her voice raised 8 degrees. Mr. Ron, I am willing to cooperate with you. Can you sell this box of potions to me? I am willing to pay 25 gold coins for each bottle. Sulina. The alchemist came back to his senses and looked at his companion angrily. I am not cooperating with you to let you steal my business. Mr. Ron, I am also willing to spend 25 gold coins for these potions, but I am in this business, and my sales are much wider than Sulina's. How many are there in your box? The alchemist's voice stopped abruptly, because he saw that Ron took out a bottle of healing potion from the wooden box, revealing the layer below. So this box of potions has a full 6 by 3 by 2, a full 36 bottles. See 57 trade in the future, a total of 900 gold coins. The little money Ron saved for him was simply not enough, far from enough. And what did the halfling alchemist just say? Is this 2 days' output? The alchemist merchant made a calculation in his heart. His 2 alchemists, working without sleep for 2 days, could refine 12 bottles of healing potion, and each bottle would earn a net profit of 25 gold coins, which was 300 gold coins. But for these weak healing potions, based on this output, even if he was just a middleman, he would still be able to produce 250 gold coins. And alchemists cannot rest for 24 hours, they must ensure at least 8 hours of sleep. Wait, this amount is just for the alchemist just now? How is this done? Alchemists would not understand this, because the conventional synthesis process of healing potions requires ritual casting. It is already very difficult for an alchemist to take care of both the ritual and the alchemical reaction at the same time. It is even more impossible to open 2 sets of synthesis at the same time. But it doesn't matter on Ron's part. Only the last step of his craft requires a simple trick. Lavinia can completely handle the reactions of 2 or more groups at the same time. There is another one that is theoretically feasible, but Ron does not have the ability or time to realize it yet. Since alchemy-specific rituals generally have restrictions on the dosage of potions, the amount of each bottle of healing potion is limited. Ron's process does not require rituals, so in theory, just by increasing the input amount proportionally, you can produce more potions at once in a single synthesis. It's just that there are no such large alchemy instruments now. What's wrong, Shook? If you're reluctant to give up money, I'm also willing to get involved. The pudgy businessman laughed. While the alchemist merchant was settling accounts, they were naturally not idle either. Solovey, you are messing around with equipment. Shook cursed, and looked at Ron somewhat flatteringly. Sir. I really don't have that much money now to buy them all. Can you please let me get a sample of these potions first? You don't want to secretly crack someone else's formula yourself, do you, Shook? Sulina laughed, and Solovey also followed suit. They are both afraid that their brothers will have a hard time, and they are also afraid that their brothers will drive Land Rover. This is probably the mentality of these 2 people now. Even laymen like them can see how much potential this has. If it falls into Shook's hands, he will make more, not less. I'm a serious and articulate businessman. How can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? Shook blushed with anxiety, and then started talking about contracts, terms, laws, and the like. Okay, Ron interrupted him with a smile and handed over the potion in his hand. Take it, I'll give you this. You still have a long way to go home. How can I take your money at this time? This, how embarrassing. Shook opened his mouth, but he just took the bottle of inexpensive weak healing potion and held it tightly in his hand. Mr. Ron, you should sign a contract with him. This is to protect your own interests, Sulina interjected. Although asking a great alchemist to work out the alchemy formula is expensive, compared to the subsequent benefits, it's just not worth mentioning that he would take the risk. I will never let you down, and you will never let me down. Ron smiled and shook his head. This thing is just a practice work after he first came to this world, nothing worth spending a lot of time on. Rather than making a small profit, he hoped that this would have the effect of making a fortune, and that these 3 businessmen would go back and publicize it. Whether it was saying that he was generous and kind, or that he was simple and easy to bully, at least he would first spread the word to all kinds of people. Come together, this will be better for the process of Dreamland development. Besides, what about the recipe? He doesn't have any recipes, they are all the original ones, he just changed the process. If Shook really went to find some great alchemist to deduce, it would just be a waste of money. Don't worry, I, Shuko, am definitely not that despicable person. The alchemist businessman's chest clapped loudly. As for you, Ron looked at Solovey, is this Mr. Solovey? You have also seen that I am still lacking all kinds of equipment here. Are you willing to lend a helping hand? Well, Solovey rubbed his hands in embarrassment. You went to the crash site. Did you see any new equipment or raw materials? It seems not. Ron thought for a while. If there was, he would definitely have an impression. Solovey's business is to import materials from Yungang, and then return to his hometown to cast in trade. Sulina explained, if he doesn't go to Yungang, he has no reason to come here. But I am willing to send a blacksmith over. Solovey gritted his teeth. When you settle down here, I am willing to send a blacksmith over to stay and open a branch. But I hope that if you discover mineral deposits in the Dreamland time, I can get a piece of the pie. Everyone knows that the delusional land is rich in resources. But no one can say exactly what they are, and Solovey can be considered an investment of some kind. For small businessmen like them who made their fortune by taking risks,
sending a blacksmith here is definitely a big gamble. It seems that I have no choice but to hire a team of carpenters and construction workers, Sulina said with a smile. My wood is shipped wherever it goes.
You must be in great need of it for construction here.
But the price will definitely not be lower than the cost price. The wood of the bronze axe still has some reputation. The general idea has been decided, and the remaining is to determine the details. Although Ron said it was a gentleman's agreement, the things on paper and the specific content clauses should still be there. At the trading post, the three merchants stayed for another whole week until a caravan from FLM passed by, and they took a ride and left. These days Ron used this time to learn as many spells as possible, while Victoria returned to FLM town to update her equipment. Taking the opportunity to send off several merchants, the team set out again and began to further explore the Delusion Land. Because when the villagers settled here, along with reclamation and hunting, some rather strange things began to gradually happen in their village. When Ron and others arrived at the village near the trading post, the young man Andre, who had raised his arms and called on refugees to follow Ron to the Delusion Land, came out to greet them.
Lord Ron, you are finally here.
I am afraid that only you can help us solve this problem. See 58 Willow in the village. Search TWKN on Google. Ron was deeply impressed by Andre, a young man who was in a refugee camp outside the town from a few days ago. At that time, only his eyes were bright, but now his whole person is full of energy, and he is also a figure like the village chief in this village. It's just that Andre said that he only recognized Ron as a leader, so he just appointed himself as the captain of the militia, responsible for the security around the village and trading post.
Tell me more about what's going on.
Ron looked around the village and didn't seem to find anything unusual around him.
This small village is nestled among jungles and swamps, next to a trading post.
Because it was built recently, everything looks new. The road is not smooth, and the uneven road surface paved with sand and gravel only barely isolates the mud below. There is only a rough outline of the square in the center of the village, and the weeds have not yet been cleared away. Looking beyond the simple wooden fence built near the village, you can see the jungle swamps on the edge and several sparse pieces of land that are still in the reclamation stage. It's morning now, and some villagers have already gone out to work, while others are doing simple manual work in front of their homes.
Overall, nothing special. I see there's nothing unusual here.
It's daytime now, so we really can't see it, Andre said with a wry smile.
Those strange things won't come out until midnight.
It was something like a will-o'-the-wisp, a skull flying in the air, wrapped in light blue flames, Andre said without showing any uneasiness when he described it. It seems to live in our village. In the newly dug wells, they come out every night to cause havoc and return to the water before dawn.
Is there something wrong with the well water? Is it becoming undrinkable or something?
That's not the case, Andre shook his head.
It's normal to drink water. And you know that we are all thirsty.
Even if there is a slight smell, it doesn't matter.
Don't delay.
So far, no one has gotten sick due to drinking water.
So we don't dare to trouble you.
But in the past 2 days, the will-o'-the-wisp has become more and more active. It seems to be able to pass through walls and bodies freely, and it goes to make trouble from house to house at night. It lights candles repeatedly, and makes strange laughter in the closet and under the bed, splashing water on the sleeping person's face. In short, all kinds of pranks.
And you know we are plowing the fields now, right?
After they clean up the fields every day, they will make a mess again the next day. We have been patrolling all night for the past few days, but we just can't catch it.
It's no use seeing it, said a young man next to Andre.
He seemed to be a member of the village militia.
I found it under my bed that night.
I threw it and chopped it with a kitchen knife, but it was of no use. It was like a real ghost, visible and intangible.
It does sound like a will-o'-the-wisp.
Ron pondered for a moment. Delusion Land is full of swamps and dangerous areas, so it is reasonable that will-o'-wisps will appear. It's just that the will-o'-the-wisps in this village seem to be too indestructible compared to those in the rumors. Typically, will-o'-the-wisps lure unwary creatures to pits of quicksand, monster lairs, or other dangerous places, where they feast on the creature's agony of torture and even their screams of death.
The will-o'-the-wisp here is just playing pranks and has absolutely no evil tendencies in this regard. Can you take me to see that well?
Ron asked.
Of course, please follow me. Andre led the way.
On the south side of the village's central square, they saw the well.
Ron looked down.
The well water was clear and transparent, and there seemed to be nothing unusual about it. Save me! Just as Ron was about to walk away, a weak or distant whisper suddenly reached his ears.
What? What?
Ivy raised her eyebrows. She was closest to Ron, but she had no idea what he was talking about.
Didn't you hear?
Ron said, someone was talking in the well just now. I didn't hear it. Ivy shook her head. Where are you, Victoria?
Did you hear it?
No, Victoria took out Heim's emblem. It was engraved with an upright left-hand iron glove with gazing eyes. Her body lit up with a faint light. I don't feel any evil.
Exist. Neither did I, boss. Could it be that you were hallucinating? Driver took out his ears. He was almost close to the edge of the well.
Ron, who was higher up, could hear him but he couldn't.
Sound? Andre?
My lord, neither have I, not in the past few days, Andre said. Everyone is here fetching water normally these days.
If there is any special sound, someone among them will definitely hear it.
Ron approached the well again, and soon he heard the same sound as before.
Savim still there? Ivy looked at Ron. Would you like me to go down and take a look? I can dive. No need. Ron stopped the half-elf.
He stretched out his hand, and the light that seemed to be electric light, but was so dim that it was almost black, hesitated at his pointing.
Cantrip, fight the undead. This trick is specifically used to target undead creatures.
At first, it was a kind of divine spell prayed by priests, but it was soon analyzed by a group of mages and spread as a spell that can be learned. After all, mages also have their own arcane gods. Whether you are a will-o'-the-wisp or something else, don't hide your head and show your tail. Ron pointed his finger at the well. Come out and see everyone.
If you have anything to say it clearly.
Save Zavim. The voice in the well sounded again, but there was no intention of coming out. It seemed that it could only say this sentence, but the tone was getting heavier.
Then there is no room for negotiation?
Ron was not interested in continuing to guess the riddle with the other party. A strike against the undead directly pierced the surface of the water in the well and shot deeper. This time, everyone present heard the long and painful sigh. At night, it seems that our little will-o'-the-wisp is still a little shy and doesn't want to see people in broad daylight.
Sarah laughed. Chief, I think we might as well just jump in and pull it out. Or maybe we should just tear down this well and dig deep to find it? See if it dares to play tricks again.
For the barbarians from the north, the only undead creatures worthy of respect are the spirits of the heroes who died in battle, just like they only believe in Grom, the Lord of War Hunters. See 59 Willow's story. Forget it. Ron looked at the shocked Andre. It's not easy to dig a well, so don't make any trouble. Since that guy said he would come out at night, Andre, you go and inform the villagers not to move around tonight and to rest peacefully.
As ordered. Andre bowed quickly and left with his companions.
Ron and others went back to do their own things or rest. It was still quite a long time before nightfall, so there was no point in waiting here. Soon, after the setting sun faded away its last rays of light, Ron and the others came to the well again. Andre lit and fixed a torch at the edge of the well, illuminating everything around and down the well as clearly as day. Ron once again prepared to release the attack on the undead at the bottom of the well, summoning the will-o'-the-wisp.
Don't fight, I'm out.
Before Ron could speak, a blue light suddenly lit up from the bottom of the well, and a ball of light without any heat broke out of the water and floated above the mouth of the well, level with Ron's head.
Why are you so irritable? Didn't I tell you that you would come out at night?
In the light blue flames, a skull with a smooth surface was rising and falling. As its mandible opened and closed, a clear sound came out.
Do you know how painful that shot was on your body?
I don't know, Ron replied honestly. I'm not an undead creature.
Looking at the look of your skull, you were a female when you were alive?
Ron looked at the other person. Why did you become like this? I will-o'-the-wisp was about to reply smoothly, but a large ball of electric light and sparks suddenly burst out from the surface of his body.
What's going on?
Ron was startled at first, and was about to move out to attack the undead, but he stopped his attack after seeing that the other party didn't seem to be attacking.
Alas, I am restricted by the content of my language and cannot talk about this matter.
Will-o'-the-wisp sighed, and there was a click-click collision sound between the bones. As soon as I try to say this, the magic kicks in and makes me suffer. It sounds like it is controlled by other more powerful creatures, Victoria said, but why did you appear in the well here? There should be no powerful magical creatures around here. The lizard men and bullywugs have all been wiped out, and there are not even any priests left. This well is connected to the underground sewer.
The will-o'-the-wisp floated erratically at the mouth of the well.
Although these people have built stones around it, I am a will-o'-the-wisp.
This can't be a problem for me.
Victoria asked why you showed up here. Ron looked at this somewhat unreliable guy. Since you have a very harsh master, why don't you serve in front of it, but come here to do it?
Playing a prank and playing tricks on the villagers? I'm just serving it.
Will-o'-the-wisp said confidently, I'm carrying out my master's will, to scare you.
Until I scare you away. Ron?
Generally speaking, your job should be to lure us to your master's lair, not scare them away.
Could it be said that you have self-will?
Will-o'-the-wisps are a relatively fragile type of undead creature, although its various characteristics make them very difficult to kill, immune to lightning and poison, and resistant to strong acid, freezing, fire, necrosis, thunder. Non-magical attacks such as bludgeoning, piercing, slashing is resistant, but that doesn't change the nature of their existence. They are just spirits that cannot be dispersed, acting according to instinct and the orders of their masters. I have no will of my own. This is the master's order. The flames of the will-o'-the-wisp trembled up and down. Recently, a very scary creature appeared in the master's territory. It's very, very scary. So my master ordered me to scare the nearby residents and drive you away so that you can avoid danger. What about your master? Ivy asked curiously. Is it a hag who likes humanoid creatures very much? Your words seem to be describing a very fragrant piece of shit, Sarah complained. Even I know that most hags are misanthropes and are keen to see us corrupted and twisted. No, my master is not a hag. Will-o'-the-wisps danced at the mouth of the well, but my master was once as evil as a hag. Ever? Ron caught a key word. Generally speaking, will-o'-the-wisps are the product of being imprisoned by black magic or dark destiny. Its alignment is fixed in evil, and most of its symbionts are hags, evil spirits, black dragons, cultists, etc. The so-called snakes. That's pretty much what a nest of rats means. But it says, ever? Yes. The will-o'-the-wisp's voice seemed to admire its master very much. The master of my family was once a very evil existence, and it was destined to be as evil as its predecessors. I am also its evil and humble slave, wandering around, luring lizard men and other creatures into its trap and becoming its feast. And I can also be by its side, taking away the last moments of the victim's struggles. Breathe in and enjoy the pleasure of the last light in their lives disappearing from their eyes. When the will-o'-the-wisp said this, a strong glow burst out from its empty eye sockets, which was enough to prove that what it said was true. Due to its evil nature, it really enjoyed those moments, and was willing and happy to work hard for the cause of its terrifying master. Until that day. So, when did your master start to change? Did he find his conscience enlightened? Or was it for some other special reasons? Ron just asked the first two casually. Evil is the nature, instinct, and even something necessary for survival for some creatures. Almost nothing will happen that will make these beings give up their nature and go ashore to do good. Dravito also followed Ron, and in fact his nature did not change much, but he restrained himself when cooperating with Ron. It has no conscience and no enlightenment, the will-o'-the-wisp shouted. It's because a canary flew into the jungle that day. Canary? The master wanted to eat it. Then? It was beaten up by the canary. Ha! Then it began to worship a silver side dragon portrait, and after encountering that dangerous existence, it began to deal with it, and asked me to start making trouble with you in order to force you to leave here. C60 the master and its enemy. To be honest, Ron heard everything clearly in the will-o'-the-wisp story, but that's how it was. The only thing that can be confirmed is its last sentence. The side portrait of the silver dragon is generally considered to be the holy emblem of the platinum dragon king Bahamut, so an involuntary and originally evil existence suddenly began to worship it. The only possibility is that the owner behind this will-o'-the-wisp is also a dragon. And it is most likely a chromatic dragon. Colorful dragons live in swamps. Among the 5-color true dragons, there is such a type that meets this standard, black dragons. As the most violent and despicable type of chromatic dragons, black dragons will collect the remains of the dead along with their treasures. They hate to see the prosperity of the weak and are happy to see the collapse of the humanoid kingdom. The stinking swamp and the ruins and rubble of the fallen kingdom would be their ideal home. Of course, the above are all stereotypes of black dragons. For a black dragon who was converted after being beaten by canary, Ron doesn't know what kind of existence the other party is. But no matter what, this is their neighbor, and it is reasonable to visit him. Then why do you keep shouting for help during the day? Do you want to get rid of your master? I don't know. Will-o'-the-wisp said confidently. I just want to scare you and keep you away from the wellhead. Who knew you could do necromancy? Then, can you take us to see your master? This should be your job, right? No, Will-o'-the-wisp refused flatly. My current task is to drive you away, not to lead you. Ron looked behind him, and the villagers in those seemingly quiet houses had all fallen asleep. Let them start wandering again after finally settling down? Ron was very lazy. Compared to this, when avoiding the problem was too troublesome, it would be better to solve the problem. Your master definitely doesn't want his enemies to hurt innocent people, right? Ron said in a persuasive manner. Our goal is exactly the same. And as long as your master's enemy is killed, no one will be hurt anymore, right? Think about it carefully? The will-o'-the-wisp fell silent, and spoke again after a long while. I'm not sure whether this is right or wrong. Okay, I'll take you to the master's lair. But you have to follow me closely. My master's lair is very deep. After instructing Andre to take good care of the village, Ron and his friends got ready and followed the Will-O-Wisp out of the village. Generally speaking, the Will-O-Wisp rarely speaks, but this one is a chatterbox. Therefore, Ron is more inclined to believe that what the other party said is true. In the Fantasyland in the middle of the night, darkness shrouded the swamp and forest, like a hungry beast devouring everything. The quagmire and the land were lifeless, and the grass and trees were almost submerged in the swamp, crawling on the ground. There is no sign of human here, no lights, only the night wind whistling through the forest, and the branches of trees swinging their arms like ghosts. The dense and thick forests and the unfathomable swamps hide all kinds of mysterious things. The thick clouds in the sky are wrapped with a full moon, like a dim eye, watching this land. In the endless darkness, the inexplicable fear always seeps out from various corners and shrouds everyone. I always feel that something is going to attack us. Sarah spit on her hand so that she can hold the double-edged axe firmly. If I stay in this environment for a few days, I will definitely go crazy. An interesting topic. Ivy suddenly thought of something and couldn't help laughing. Will a violent barbarian become normal after going crazy? Then I have a question too, Sarah pouted. What kind of offspring will two half-elves produce, a pure-blooded human and a pure-blooded elf? Are you challenging the bottom line of half-elves? Ivy pretended to be angry. You are so noisy, the Will-O-Wisp shouted in front. We have to walk a long distance, can you be a little quieter? After 3 whole nights, Ron and his friends, guided by the Will-O-Wisp, even walked out of the map that the goblin hunters had explored. Everything in front of them became more weird, twisted and unfamiliar. To be honest, I'm beginning to think that this adventure is not a good idea. Victoria walked beside Ron and whispered. We know almost nothing about this place. If you were closer, my master wouldn't bother to let me drive you away, the Will-O-Wisp shouted, because you are no match for that monster at all. See? We're here, right there. The Will-O-Wisp turned into a stream of light and suddenly floated to the back of a slope that looked no different from the surrounding terrain. That's it. Is this a ruin? When Ron and his friends quickened their pace and rushed over, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. None of them had expected that in the depths of this fantasy land, in a poor and bad area, there would be a ruin of a settlement. In the ruins, the ancient streets are in pieces, and the former shops are only black and gray smoke and broken walls. All traces of past life have been weathered and buried in the dust of history. In the middle of the deserted square, a huge, strange building made of dry mud and ruins was the lair of the owner of the Will-O-Wisp. In the dim sky, the Will-O-Wisp stopped, and with the light of its own fire, Ron and his companions finally saw its reformed owner. This terrifying creature is about 5 meters long, 1 meter wide, and about 1 meter and 2 meters high, about the same size as Driver. Its skull has deep eye sockets and conspicuous open nostrils, which makes it look like a skeleton. Its horns are curved and segmented, bone-white near the root, and the closer to the end, the darker it becomes until it turns into dead black. Its flat tongue is forked at the end, and the sticky saliva with a strong acid taste enhances the stench of rotten vegetation and sewage on its body. All this confirms the identity of the owner of these features. This is indeed a black dragon, but it does not look like an adult. At this moment, it was half opening its mouth, sticking out its tongue, and making a low roar from its throat, as if it was warning a creature not to get close, or preparing for an upcoming attack, and the targets of these actions were not Ron and others. Dancing lights lit up in Ron's hands, and until this moment, they could see the enemy of this black dragon, the even darker creature. Fuck, Swamp Maw. Ron cursed for the first time since he came to this world. Happy New Year. C61. The end of the Swamp Maw. They had always known that a juvenile bogthroat was wandering around in delusion. But the creature turns into an ambush predator after a frenzied feeding period that only lasts a month. As for it that fell into the underground waterway, Ron and the others were powerless even if they wanted to eradicate it. It was better to let it go, as long as it didn't eat into their territory blindly. But he never expected that the swamp throat monster would actually come here and eat the black dragon's head. It seems to be the will of the gods, asking me to add the name of this creature to my achievements. Sarah stuck out her tongue and licked her dry lips. Chief, I ask you to give me this honor. I will decide the final blow to kill this monster. Humans? At this time, the black dragon's young dragon had also discovered them. With astonishment and shock in his tone, why are you here? Leave quickly. This kind of creature is very dangerous. The task I give you should be to drive them away, not to lure them here. My days of ambushing humanoids are gone forever. But Master Will-O-Wisp's voice was full of grievance. I think what they said makes sense. You need help to solve it. The black dragon's tone was full of annoyance. This race is indeed the most bad-tempered among the dragons. I don't need any help. You idiot without a brain. They will only give me points. Before the black dragon finished speaking, the swamp throat monster opposite had already taken advantage of its distraction and popped out its deadly tongue.
Look at me and say ho.
A piece of flesh and blood was torn off the shoulder of the young black dragon, and it responded with a breath full of acid.
The swamp throat is almost an adult, and the black dragon, which is still in its infancy, is evenly matched. As long as you are not careful, your life will be in danger. And after at least half a month's time, the black dragon will have no choice but to run away when it sees the opponent. Even for a small beast, the growth rate of the swamp thaw is considered fast. The dragon clan is powerful, but it takes time to develop. It's just too long. For at least 10 years, the young black dragons are unlikely to be a match for the adult Bogma.
The blue dragon that can spit lightning is naturally restrained, but they are all in the desert, thousands of miles away from here.
But this black dragon is obviously lucky.
It has a relatively bright Will-O-Wisp and the helpers attracted by it.
Get out of the way.
Ivy yelled and raised the tower shield. Since defeating the Manticore, the gem had been transferred and set on the shield. Because both the half-elf and the helping Victoria felt that it was too stupid for a tower shield warrior to open his shield in order to release a spell. There are downsides to this, of course. It can be a little embarrassing if the gem comes loose in the middle of a fight. What Black Dragon didn't know what these guys wanted to do, but the sense of crisis in his blood caused his body to react before his brain.
Zila, a thick beam of lightning instantly burst out from the hillside next to the lair, engulfing the swamp throat in an instant.
When the lightning dissipated, Ron's flaming arrows and Dryford's arrows followed closely behind.
But Bogma seems to only respond more strongly to the latter's damage. Bogma is resistant to fire damage, mage. The black dragon let out an ugly laugh. You should change your spell. For example, the black dragon raised its head, as if it was brewing something. When the swamp throat was about to get rid of the negative effects of the lightning strike, a sticky acid arrow was finally spit out by the black dragon and hit the body of the swamp throat hard. Superior. Ha, it seems I came just in time. Sarah rolled deftly, avoiding the splash of acid arrows and the hasty capture of Swampmaw.
When she stood up, the double-edged giant axe seemed to be ambushed in the water. The giant crocodile raised its sharp fangs and scraped a deep and long gash on the swamp throat's body. It's just that the barbarian's fighting style has always been brave and lack of consideration, so the Swampmaw was not killed in one blow.
Its mouth parts were close to the ground and swept across.
Sarah could only watch the terrifying organ heading straight for her face.
Command technique: stand still. Mage's hand.
Ron and Victoria started chanting almost at the same time, but Victoria's goal was to prevent Swampmaw's follow-up actions, while Ron used the hand of the mage to block Sarah's way.
Judging from the results, Victoria's idea was obviously not very easy to use.
The mage's hand was instantly shattered, but Sarah also got a chance to breathe. She swung her great axe again, easily ending the life of the Bogma.
Glom is watching me.
The barbarian looked up to the sky and roared, but Ron couldn't tell whether this was a show-off, a piety to the gods, or a catharsis of emotions after the disaster.
Or all three.
You really need to change your ways. Victoria complained, reaching out to check Sarah's body for any injuries. I can't attach your head to the cavity and resurrect you.
Isn't it because of you? Sarah showed her sharp fangs and said with a silly smile, you will never let me, a poor fool, die, will you?
You are so cooperative.
Black Dragon stood up meaningfully and patted his paws symbolically.
I have been working with this thing for a long time, and it is obvious that we will continue if you don't come.
Thanks to your rescue.
You have to thank your servant for this. Ron nodded to it and the Will-O-Wisp immediately responded with rhythmic flames. If it weren't for it, we wouldn't have come here. It's too far. I noticed the traces of the Swampmaw when I was hunting in the underground river. At that time, I thought it would go to find you, so I asked you to drive you away. The black dragon sighed humanely. I didn't expect this thing to have such a big appetite and actually came for me. You speak the common language well. Ron looked at the black dragon. I thought the dragon race was disdainful of learning other languages.
Black dragons generally do, but my teacher taught me that I should learn this course, so I learned it.
The young dragon laughed, but its voice was definitely not pleasant. Oh, by the way, as the host here, I should introduce myself. Please allow me to briefly speak a little dragon language to introduce my name. My name is Ixuri Druseno, Ixuri of Delusionland.
Ron and others. Well, is that it, finished? C62 the name of the dragon. This time it was the young black dragon's turn to be surprised.
It's over. What else do you want to hear? I thought dragons generally have longer and more complicated names. Ivy looked down at the other party with a complicated expression. A long list of names, you know.
Shouldn't the Dragon Clan have a real name like that?
Victoria was also confused.
Both Tiamat and the Lord of the North Wind are extremely powerful beings. Our scholars all say that your bloodline and names have something. The magical power allows you to surpass other mortal races. Aksuri sneezed. I don't know what you are talking about. Why does it have to be a long name? Some dragons may choose to add the names of their ancestors, the titles they received, and the name of their territory to their names, but I am only 8 years old, have never met my parents, and I have already added this to my name. Place names. What else do you want to hear? As for your scholars, although they are definitely much older than me, I can tell you clearly, the name is just a code name. Whether it is a dragon, a human, an elf or a goblin, the name itself does not have anything special. The power. The power only comes from the owner of the name itself. For example, if I chant the name of Bahamut, Lord of the North Wind, the adult may hear it and directly locate me, but this is not because I called it. Real name. Bahamut, the Platinum Dragon, the Lord of the North Wind, the King of Good Dragons, or I call him the Lord of Hypocrisy, Bahamut, the hypocritical Platinum Lizard. It's just a metaphor. I hope he doesn't mind. In short, as long as my name leads to him, he will perceive it, and it is definitely not because of any special power in his name itself. The meaning of a real name is the same as an index in a library or a table of contents in a book. It can help others clarify the target they are referring to. And if you are very familiar with a book, directly saying that page has the same effect. I heard that some evil creatures may cast curses on you from afar just because they know your name. Ron thought for a while. He should have heard of such an existence or spell. That's because their spell casting itself has the power of curse, but the success rate and power will increase with the strengthening of the target's knowledge. Although Iksuri claims to be only 8 years old, as a dragon, it obviously already has it. Beyond the level of knowledge and understanding of ordinary people, for example, I want to impose a curse on you. Of course I don't know how to do it yet, and I won't do that if I just know that you are a male human being. You may only a little bit of bad luck, like waking up and finding that your horns are not as shiny, or kicking a piece of mud off the bed. Ron, I don't have that possibility. Just an analogy, if I knew your name, you would choke on your mouthwash or bite your tongue while casting a spell. And if I even get your hair, nails, etc., it will be even more unlucky. If I get your flesh and blood or even part of your soul, this curse may cause you to die instantly. You see, the so-called true name is not as mysterious as what you said. It's just because the dragons are naturally stronger than you, so your scholars hope to find some reasons to explain it so that they can have a psychological balance with their peers. Everyone immediately felt that what Aizuri said was right, because now they really felt the imbalance. Okay, I should have answered your doubts, so why don't you also introduce yourself? Aizuri dug a mud pit on the ground, and then lay down comfortably. I'm very good at it. Interested in knowing what kind of people my neighbors are. Ron, human, is currently the leader of a group of pioneers. Some disasters have occurred in the north, so we hope to settle down in the Delusion Land and find a place to stand. Ron briefly introduced himself and his companions. This is Ivy. From my perspective, her race is half-elf and she comes from Rose City. I've heard of it. Akshuri continued. My teacher told me about it. He said he liked to drink in a tavern there very much, and the spices there are also very famous. It feels good to hear a real dragon here praising my hometown, Ivy said with a faint smile. If you have the chance, you are welcome to be a guest. My family also happens to run a tavern. This is Dreyford. As you can see, he is a goblin and an experienced hunter. The goblins of the past also had a glorious past. I am glad to see you have returned to the embrace of civilization. Akshuri seemed to be smiling. No matter which race the creatures in front of him were, they were not too big for him. What a difference! Better than beasts, crocodiles, and marshmallows, but not as good as dragons. Her name is Sarah, she comes from the Ochre tribe in the north. I believe you just saw her bravery. Indeed, Aizuri looked at the strong woman with curiosity in his eyes. Are you from the north? Have you seen my white dragon cousins? What do they look like? How do they compare with me? I've never seen this before. Sarah scratched her head in embarrassment, but I have seen a huge frost giant from a distance. Ha, those stupid big guys. Akshuri seemed to frown. The disgust in my blood makes me uncomfortable. Let's not mention them. Then there is this one, she is Victoria, our priest. A follower of the Awake, Victoria added, I am glad to hear that you are willing to follow the footsteps of the Lord of the North Wind. It is not good not to follow, Azure sighed. My teacher will be unhappy. It seems that the teacher has left a deep psychological shadow on the Black Dragonling. In addition, we now have a trading post, a village and a goblin territory, Ron added, all on the edge of the Delusion Land, and we have not had time to explore in depth. I see, those creatures I saw, you killed the lizardmen and the crazy frogmen, and you have reduced a lot of work for this. Azure nodded. I will pay attention and try not to eat your people. Please forgive me if there is any accidental injury. Although I have begun to worship the Platinum Dragon, the diet cannot be changed for a while. And I am still young and growing.
C63 New Willow Library. Looking at this huge lump of 5 meters long coiled in the mud pit, Ron could hardly imagine what kind of mentality the other party had when he said that he was still young. No matter how many movies and documentaries he had seen in his previous life, or even the skeletons of prehistoric beasts in museums, these were far less shocking than a real, living dragon coiled in front of him.
And this was just an underage individual.
When he grows up, what kind of visual impact will a behemoth with a body length and wingspan of 20 to 30 meters and weighing 70 to 80 tons have? That is not a man-made steel beast, but a real flesh and blood machine.
Add to that their innate ability to cast spells and spit out breath. Who wouldn't want to be a dragon knight? Are you thinking about how to ride me?
The black dragon stood up and snorted at Ron's face with a bad look. Don't rush to deny it. My teacher said that you humans all have this tendency.
But I can't let you ride me.
Almost no creature likes other races, especially weak races, to ride on them.
Do you understand?
Of course, of course. Ron raised his hands innocently. I will never have that thought.
We are neighbors, remember?
That's more like it. Akshuri nodded with satisfaction. Now the crisis at my doorstep has been resolved.
You came all the way here, and it's not good to just go back like this. Can I invite you to my house to sit for a while, so that I can do my best to be a good host?
The young dragon's tone was a little reluctant and stiff. Ron estimated that this was the credit of his teacher, but he was still in the run-in-gin and adaptation stage, and his group should be his first guests rather than prey.
Several people naturally accepted the invitation, but before entering the Black Dragon's lair, Ron had another question to ask. Mr. Akshuri, what are the ruins around you? Do you have any clues?
I don't know, I'm only 8 years old. Akshuri pondered for a moment. I was hatched from a swamp nearby. From the first time I saw this world, it was already like this. It has been abandoned for about 100 years, maybe longer. During this period, an elf came here, but I was too weak at that time, so no one dared to approach him.
An elf? Ron and the others looked at each other. Can you tell me more about it? Details?
I don't know what to say. The 80-year-old black dragon thought for a while. Nothing special, just like the elves in my inherited memories. Tall, thin, white, pointed ears, blonde hair and blue eyes, that's it. Oh, by the way, he was wearing a rapier. Although the characteristics described by the black dragon were not dozens or hundreds of thousands among elves or even half-elves, Ron still determined that this person should be the lingering Mendatus.
When did he come? Do you still remember?
I first saw him 5 years, 10 months, and 3 days ago. Black Dragon gave a very precise date. He flipped through the books here with great interest for 3 months, and then left the ruins with a pile of tattered books. It seems that he knew about this place first, and then the caves, stone slabs and other things. Ivy pondered for a moment. Can you take us to see it?
You should still remember it. Black Dragon's tone was 3 parts of embarrassment and 3 parts of grievance.
Yes, I remember it, but are you sure you don't want to visit my house first?
It's much more interesting than those waste dumps, I promise.
Our matter is very serious. Ivy was halfway through her words when Ron covered her mouth.
That's it. Our custom is to suffer first and then enjoy.
Go see the decline of the humanoid race first, and then see the prosperity of the dragon race in contrast. Your nest will appear more magnificent, right? What a joke! Black dragons are not known for their good tempers, and the dragon race is basically just a general believer of their gods.
Doing good or evil mainly depends on their own will.
If he really angered the other party because of this, although he would not be defeated, if the teacher behind him and the mother he had never met were protective of her, it might lead to some unacceptable consequences. Dragon race, it is better not to provoke this kind of creature unless it is absolutely necessary.
So, then you are right. I will take you to see it. The young dragon was still easy to fool.
Ron just found a reason casually, and immediately made the aggrieved and angry Akshuri happy again, and happily took Ron and others to a ruin not far away.
This ruin is nothing special compared to other places. The only clue is that it has been searched recently. A fragmented house number is placed on the rubble. No.
XX, Green the 10th Street, Shinleo Pavilion X. After I built the nest, I searched all the nearby buildings.
If I can find the name of this one, I will put it in a conspicuous place.
For subsequent repairs?
Ivy asked curiously. Repair? Why repair?
Akshuri said strangely, I don't have the time, it's just for my own convenience. I am still young and have a lot to learn.
These ruins are my best textbooks.
I learn architecture, art, and the culture and history of creatures like you from them.
My teacher also likes this learning mode very much.
This town has been abandoned for so long and no one has come to rebuild it, proving that it has no value to continue to exist. I put up the house number just to bookmark my book.
Look, do you see these? These are the only remnants left here.
Akshuri raised his claws and peeled off some stone slabs and dead branches and leaves that simply covered it, revealing a piece of weathered stone slab in front of Ron and the others. The handwriting on these stone slabs is already blurred and difficult to recognize, and even those fonts with visible strokes, Ron can't recognize what they are. Wait a minute, Ivy leaned over and reached out to touch the writing on it. This should be Elvish. Give me some time, I'll translate it for you.
Let me see.
This slab should be engraved with the chronology of this town. No wonder it was engraved on stone.
C64 The former Green Swamp Town, the 258th year of the Highland Empire. This is the time when the Highland Empire began to decline. Under the leadership of Baron Saran Lane, we came to this place, preparing to open up new territories and leave a fire for the Empire to continue to exist. Search TWKN on Google. It seems that they knew that the Highland Empire could not last long. The first large-scale resistance and slave uprising against the Highland Empire was after 281 years. It is said that elves are not sensitive to time. This is probably the reason. Ron rubbed his chin.
Perhaps their higher-ups had noticed the problem earlier, but delayed taking action until then.
And the rebels, they are even more obtuse. Who knows, I have to ask my mother about this. She must know better than me. Then the following paragraph: we arrived here in early autumn.
In order to hide from others, we did not choose the safer periphery, but chose the depths of the delusion. Although life here is more difficult, there will not be any other races, and the opposition parties found this. At the beginning of 260, we established Green Marsh Town as a new territory of the Empire. In order to avoid being discovered, we did not choose to use spellcasters on a large scale to build the town, but adopted the old method, which cost us twice as much effort as expected, and some human sacrifices were made, but it was all considered worthwhile. This land is too far away from home, but it hides many secrets. If we can dig it out and find out the reason why all the forces involved here cannot escape the end of destruction, maybe we can away to continue the Empire for generations.
Baron Sarah is one of the main advocates of this idea and the only one who practices it. May his name last forever.
This one is definitely out of the question. Ivy looked at the text above mockingly.
You want to deceive others, and you want to last forever. He wants to take all the good things in this world by himself, right? Do you have any impression of Baron Sarah Lane? Ron asked.
A little, but not much. Ivy thought for a while. Leon is the royal family of the Highland Empire, and their coat of arms is the double lion crown. There once was a genius prodigy among them, named Sarah. But that Sarah was very short-lived and died when she was about 80 or 90 years old. Although elves mature physiologically at about the same speed as humans, adult elves must have mature life experience in addition to physical maturity. Therefore, elves generally it will be declared adulthood when it is about 100 years old.
So don't look at me like that. Elf, that's how it is.
Sarah is indeed considered to have died young in the official records, but now it seems that it was deliberately concealed.
Ivy continued to decipher the text on the slate line by line.
This was very simple for her, and she could do it faster and better than even those anthropologists who studied Elvish language, or elf scholars who studied human language. Because she has had 3 native languages since birth, Elvish, Human and Common, these languages have no resistance for her. She can easily switch back and forth between these languages at any time to find the most accurate and most suitable language.
Easy to understand translation.
These stone slabs roughly tell the story. A group of elves from the Highland Empire foresaw the fact that the empire might be overthrown, and tried to fight against the torrent of history with the help of powerful, mysterious, and unknown forces.
So they came to the Delusion
land, and successively brought some of the empire's treasures, hoping to use this to suppress the power here and tame and reverse it. These treasures were divided into 3 batches. A batch was brought in 258, a batch was sent at an unknown time in the middle, and when the empire was about to collapse, the supporters of the empire sent the last batch the stone slabs. And the keys, and the magic items among them, including the preface to the weaving. So, those things are not the trump cards of the Highland Empire, but the truck cards they hope to use to activate their trump cards.
Ivy said in such a convoluted manner. Look at the back.
The words engraved on it are obviously more hasty than the ones on the front. We shouldn't use that slate. The Baron was so clever that he was mistaken for his cleverness.
All forces on this land will usher in a stage of rapid development, no matter what the reason. But there is only one result, turning into nourishment for the underground darkness.
When civilization is judged to be enough to become food, those existences will wake up, turn the whole earth upside down, and start their feast, leaving only scraps in the end.
We have failed the Empire and the High King,
Baron. Ivy's words stopped suddenly, and she raised her head to look at Ron with regret. The back is gone.
I was wondering, when we first came here, could that ancient tomb be the tomb of this talented child prodigy, Sarah Lane? This possibility cannot be ruled out. In just 100 years, the two barons before and after him should be the same person. But if it is really like what is said on the stone tablet, then why is there still time to build a mausoleum? Came the voice of Ixuri. Don't look at me like that. I don't know Elvish. I've been relying on guesswork when looking at these stone slabs over the years. Today is the first time I know the specific content. The young black dragon looked at the crowd and muttered. So what did you learn in the studies you boasted about before? Yes, you are a dragon. You are amazing. You can live to be 2,200 years old, okay? Brief mistakes and deviations are nothing to Azure, and even a young dragon can laugh it off. However, a few years of learning errors are enough to cause lifelong consequences for short-lived races, such as a wrong cognition, such as a typo or a polyphonetic word. Generally speaking, elves don't even build very luxurious mausoleums, let alone build mausoleums in a very dangerous location at a very dangerous time. And a touted genius like Sarah Lane should not make such a mistake. So I am more inclined to believe that he has a reason to do so. For example, protecting the stone slab. But as is always the tradition in Delusion, various forces here rise and fall, and his mausoleum cannot withstand the test of time and various predators, not to mention that there are fellow tribesmen like Mendatus in it. So when we go there 100 years later, there will be nothing left, and only the stone slab escaped because of its hiding place and coincidental landing point. C65 The Black Dragon's treasure house. Not really, Sarah curled her lips. Didn't it fall into our hands? You mean, you have part of their last batch of treasures? Ixuri's eyes lit up. Can you lend it to me? When Ron took out the slate, the black dragon's eyes were straight. This is really too beautiful. Can you give it to me? No, sell it to me. I'm willing to exchange it with the treasures I collected. This slate is very valuable. I believe you can see it even if you just look at the surface. Ron shook the slate in his hand. I don't refuse the deal, but do you have enough treasure to exchange with me? The treasures of the Dragon Clan become more and more abundant as their masters become stronger. What valuable things can an 80-year-old dragon have? I have. I really have. Ixuri stretched his neck and howled. Come with me. I'll show you my treasures. The master's treasures are luxurious. The ghost, who had been silent before, became active again. To it, the nearby ruins are meaningless, but it is very familiar with its master's nest. For ordinary people, the nest of Ixuri is a trap. This building made of swamp mud and other materials is a real trap and a sleight of hand, filled with strong acid sprayed by Ixuri. Any reckless person who accidentally steps into it will be corroded in an instant. And those who are slightly stronger will find a specially reserved safety exit and jump into it, becoming a delicacy for Ixuri. I have blocked this feeding entrance. Ixuri led everyone into a hidden entrance next to the nest that tilted downward like an underground parking lot, while introducing, it is now just to prevent me from being disturbed. Slaying dragons is a long-standing and widely circulated adventure project. Not only humans, elves, dwarves, etc., but even those less intelligent creatures in the Delusion Land often take pride in it. We're here. After walking a short distance in this semi-hidden nest, Ron and the others suddenly saw a bright light in front of them. In a cave that was dug out separately, they saw a small pile of various shiny small objects. There is a tribe of kobolds nearby. They regularly offer treasures to me in exchange for me not eating them. Ixuri proudly showed his collection to everyone. Glass fragments, burnt stones. Victoria glanced inside and immediately lost interest. The value of these things is simply not worth the stone slabs. Dragons collect treasures mainly because of their beauty. For some scholars who claim to be wise, dragons are just large reptiles like jackdaws, but for dragons themselves, they will not think that there are too many beautiful things in their homes, not to mention that some treasures are delicious. As a black dragon baby living in the depths of the delusion, the small ornaments it can collect are waste such as broken glass, and a small amount of gold and silver coins. Hee, human, don't just look at the appearance. Azure raised his head proudly, stretched out his claws to grope in its treasure for a while, and then picked up a yellow rectangular block as big as Ron's palm. Look, what is this? Gold? Gold ingot? Driver's jaw almost dropped. I have never seen such a big gold. Boss, how about you just agree to him? Ron rolled his eyes at the goblin, then walked forward, reached out his hand to touch, pinch, and then took the gold ingot and weighed it in his hand, and finally came to a conclusion. Although even a real gold ingot is not enough to exchange for this amethyst slab, I still have to regretfully tell you, this is not gold at all, but a piece of pyrite or fool's gold. But Ixuri was speechless. But those kobolds said this is their most precious wealth. Did they bully me? Did they deceive me? Well, I don't think it's likely. The kobolds have always believed that they are also dragons, and they worship real dragons very much, so they shouldn't have such thoughts. Probably cut off killed an innocent liar who passed by, and then treated this fool's gold as a treasure and gave it to you." Victoria smiled. "There is one less liar in the world, that's good. But this was originally the capital for me and the teacher to brag about." The young black dragon was about to cry in grievance. No wonder every time I mentioned this, the teacher always showed that strange smile. I am too ashamed to see the dragon." Ikesuri cried so sadly that even Ron felt a little embarrassed, thinking that he probably shouldn't have said too much just now. But things have come to this point. "How about this?" Ron thought for a while. "Do you see the 7 grooves on my stone slab? And then look at the gem on Ivy's shield. Do you have any ideas? It fits perfectly. This is a set, it's obvious." Ikesuri sobbed, but this did not prevent it from making an accurate judgment. "If you can find the remaining 6 gems, I'll give you the slate after I use them, okay?" Ron coaxed. "We are just looking for these magical items, and after we use them, they can be used to enrich your private treasure house." "Hey, are you sure?" Ivy pulled Ron aside and whispered, "Even gems and slates should be valuable and have practical effects. Do you really want to give them to it?" It's not that Ivy is reluctant to give away the gems on her shield, but it would be a waste of money to give them to people and dragons. A dragon will help us find gems, and its efficiency is definitely higher than that of Mendatus after rebirth, Ron whispered, and it has no ill will towards us. If we need it in the future, we can negotiate to borrow from its treasure house. Can Mendatus be so kind? That's right, Ivy thought about it and it was true. There was no harm in making a dragon ally, but there were many more benefits. Half-elves can live to 200 years old, and having an adult black dragon as a friend in the future will be of great benefit to everyone. "But my teacher will come to teach me again in a few days," Akshuri wanted to agree. "Can you lend it to me for a few days? I'll return it to you after I show off to the teacher." "That's okay?" Ron thought for a while. "How about this? Let's sign a contract. We will put various treasures in your treasure from time to time to enrich your treasure house. But your treasure house and all the items in it must be open to us at any time and allowed to be used by us. As a reciprocal clause, when any party uses the items in the treasure house and cannot return to the treasure house for various reasons, it should add treasures of the same value to it when it uses the treasure house next time so that you can keep the slate with you. Choose one of the two. Do you think it's acceptable?" C66 The Dark River Under the Dragon's Nest. The young black dragon, Ikshuri, finally chose the second option. Although it seemed quite unfair in the long run, it could show off in front of his teacher in a short period of time. After it and Ron drafted a magical agreement, Ikshuri happily left marks on it with his claws. "Great, you are really very generous, human." The existence that appeared inexplicably, beat him up, actually several times, and forced him to become a disciple, really gave Ikshuri a lot of mental and psychological pressure. He hoped too much to turn the tables and win a victory. Couldn't he see that this agreement was not good for him in the long run? Even if the black dragon is not the smartest race among the dragons, or even the colored dragons, their wisdom and brains are still reliable. But compared to letting that existence laugh at him silently, Ikshuri would rather let Ron take advantage of him. After all, the longest lifespan of humans is only 100 years, and in his opinion, this human who tried to gain a foothold in this unowned land will undoubtedly live shorter. What else is there to worry about? No, I should say this, thank you very much for your generosity. Ron handed the amethyst slab to Ikshuri for safekeeping. Please be careful, I'm sure you can see that we still need it. Of course, I will help you find the remaining gems, Akshuri laughed. The reputation of the Dragon Clan is worthy of your trust. In fact, Akshuri led several people away from his treasure house and walked into the depths of the nest through a spiral tunnel. "I have some places waiting to be explored now, maybe you will have some gains?" As he went down gradually, Ron found that the surrounding soil and rocks became more and more moist, and if he listened carefully, there seemed to be a slight sound of flowing water below. "Underground river?" "Yes," Akshuri raised his face proudly. "I found the secret room myself, and the underground river can lead directly to the well of your village. It's just that I haven't been there in person, it was all told to me by you." "That's true. You has been following Akshuri. A black dragon baby obviously has no ability to control more powerful servants. A Willowthuisp and a group of dog-headed people are almost its limit. If you can take the trouble to dig here, you don't need to go through the jungle and swamps anymore, right? And it should save a lot of time. A whole day." You further gave detailed data, sleepless and floating. "We will consider it." Ron nodded. Even if it takes the same amount of time, this underground passage still has its value. It is not afraid of wind and rain, the environment is stable, and it is easy to grasp the changes in nearby water bodies at the first time. Ron's vision is not limited to the paths on the ground. From viaducts to subways, in his opinion, if possible, they are all worth realizing. These modes of transportation can connect scattered settlements,
making them closer and closer until they become a whole.
However, these are still only in the stage of conception and blueprint, and there is no possibility of realization for the time being. You just said that we might find it from here? Ron and Aizuri stood by the underground river flowing quietly. The black dragon dug out a platform here, which was enough for all of them to stand here together. The excavation of this platform obviously took a lot of effort from the young dragon, because Ron could easily see that there were many collapsed plots in the underground river under his feet. These places were obviously not the original river channel of this underground river, but the product of a black dragon with little experience digging the wrong location. Splash! Aizuri stretched out his snout, saw the right time and dived into the water, quickly bit and left. After this series of actions, he had a fat and pale live fish in his mouth. This fish is obviously the product of a long period of reproduction in the underground river. Its scales are pale or even transparent, and the internal organs and bones can be vaguely seen inside. Its eyes are also specialized and extremely small. Its sense organs are transferred to the mouth. When a Kasuri caught it, the 6 thin and active whiskers or tentacles kept swinging in the air, which made people's scalps numb. Delicious and juicy, don't look at me, I won't share with you. Ikasuri glanced at Ron, you should also restrain your men. The creatures in the dark river are not as abundant as those on the surface. If you fish recklessly, I will have nothing to eat. Ron, how can a 5-meter-long big guy who is still in the growth period say such a thing with confidence? As for what I said, what you might find, Akshuri pointed to the river under his feet, you have to dive down from here to see it. Dive down? Ron had a "are you kidding me" expression. Can I think you are going to trap us to death here so that you can monopolize the treasure? How is that possible? The black dragonling immediately changed his expression to serious. What I said is true, swear by Bahamut. I saw a pair of eyes with orange-yellow light emerging from the water here before. After staring at the creature whose appearance I couldn't see for a long time, I retreated with it tacitly, and I never saw it again after that. Azure explained, I once asked my teacher, but after he came here to investigate, he told me not to pay attention to it, it would not pose a threat to me. But after the half-elf interpreted the contents of the stone tablet for me just now, I was thinking, if those elves said that they found a terrifying darkness underground, then under the dark river underground, will there be something similar? Are you serious? Ivy couldn't help but complain, you are trying to get us to find something that destroyed a town in the Hylon Empire and one of their geniuses? What's the benefit to you? It should be okay to just take a look? Azure stiffened his neck, if it will bring disaster as long as it exists, so many fish and other creatures swimming in the river, wouldn't it have caused various consequences long ago? That thing will only show its fangs when the surface develops to a certain extent. Ron began to unbutton his shirt. In order to prevent that day from coming, we should indeed do more investigations. The chief is right, Ivy. Sarah patted the half-elf's shoulder in a friendly manner. Come on, let's go down and take a look together. See 67 the Triton and the Dark River. I just don't think it's safe for us to go on like this, Ivy muttered, especially since I have to leave my armor and shield. Taiwan Novel Network. Don't rely too much on external things, Ivy, Victoria said with a sacred expression, look within for strength. I'm not going to believe in Heim. Ivy sighed resignedly and began to unpack her equipment. Driver looked at this, then at that, then took 2 steps back with a little flinch, and said with an awkward smile, I'd better show you my clothes here, so as not to be stolen by it. Aksuri? You goblin is afraid of water, so what are you doing with me? Am I that kind of dragon? Ikjuri snorted Driver in displeasure, and the strong sour smell made the goblin sneeze. But I really can't go down with you, teacher. I was told specifically that creature is not very friendly to dragons. I'd better not get into trouble. Okay, but let's agree on a time. Ron stretched out his foot to touch the underground river water, and then quickly pulled it back due to the ice. How about 3 hours? If we can't come up, we'll be in trouble. You go find us. Don't worry. Aizuri nodded, I will abide by the agreement. Although Ron was the first to start taking off his clothes, he was the last to jump into the water. This is not because he wants to admire the figures of 3 girls on the shore, a heavily armored warrior, a barbarian, and a guard. Those muscles and scars are not so pleasing to the eye, even if Ivy and Victoria are in Ron's aesthetic view all quite remarkable. Mainly because the water was too cold and he had to get used to it. Puff Sarah, who plunged into the water first, squirted out a mouthful of water and laughed at Ron, you mages are too sensitive. When you enter the water at our place, you have to jump in immediately after cutting a hole in the ice. Otherwise, your head will hit the refrozen water. Hey, Ivy exclaimed exaggeratedly, every time I hear you tell stories about the North, I always feel like you are bragging. Hey, if you don't believe me, just try it yourself when you have time and you will know. After a while, Ron finally slipped into the water. The temperature under the water was relatively warm and not as cold as when he entered the water. Dive deep from here. If that creature is not a purely aquatic creature, you may be able to find a hidden cave where you can breathe. The voice of the black dragon Ixuri came from above their heads and on the other side of the water. Came from one side. This is underwater underground. Although Ron opened his eyes, his vision was almost the same as with his eyes closed. And since he couldn't speak here, he couldn't use the dancing light technique. Although Ivy confidently approached the three blind humans and gestured to indicate that she could lead the way. Following the half-elf girl, as she dived deeper and deeper, some light began to appear under the deep water. That is the fluorescent light emitted from the body surface of various aquatic creatures. Apparently humans are not the only ones who can't see clearly underwater. In the relatively brighter underwater world, Ron and the others quickly found the underwater entrance to the cave that Ixuri mentioned. But when they filed in and swam towards the entrance of the cave, they found that this breathing place was not so easy to enter. A pair of huge orange-yellow eyes appeared above their heads. There was no emotion on the huge blue fish head. The strange creature just floated above them, staring coldly at Ron and his party. What can we do? The other three may be okay, but Ron is not an athlete, and he has not undergone systematic training. In such a silent confrontation, the oxygen in his lungs is rapidly being consumed. He can no longer hold on. At this time, the companions obviously noticed Ron's situation and began to gesture wildly at each other, hoping that the creature with a fish head and a human body would be open to the situation, or at least be humane and let them hurry up. With such a stalemate, even they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Finally, when Ron started to show signs of drowning, the creature finally gave in and turned around and swam upward. Ivy and the others quickly grabbed Ron and followed them. Ha ha! As his head emerged from the water, Ron began to breathe heavily. He was finally alive. The short but long dive almost put him on the verge of death. The culprit of all this was the mermaid in front of them, who had jumped onto a raised rock and began to tilt his head to look at them again. Its scales are very beautiful, and the blue fish scales reflect colorful iridescence under the light after Ron released the light. Just from the appearance, it seemed to be quite different from the mermaids Ron had heard of. To put it simply, the fish part is its head, and the human part is the body. This is not a mermaid, Ivy whispered, it's a fishman. But I don't understand. No matter which fishman race it is, it should be in the sea. Why does it appear here? All bodies of water are connected to oceans, all oceans are connected to the elemental plane of water, and the elemental plane connects all worlds. The fishman suddenly spoke in fluent common language, and he started with a long sermon. It's not strange that I'm here, it's you who are strange. This fishman probably learned an outdated version of common language, so the choice of personal pronouns is a bit strange. Sorry? Ivy was stunned. She looked up at the other party in confusion. How could you? No, since you can, then you must be Triton. You land people call me like this. The fishman nodded, confirming Ivy's thoughts. My name is Devin Booker, the centurion of the 4th Army of the Freshwater Legion. The fishman seemed to deliberately swallow a small part of the pronunciation to make his name easier for Ron and others to understand. I have been guarding here for 90 years. Guarding here? Ron looked at him curiously. Why guarding here? Didn't he say that the Freshwater Legion, Sarah said? I think the underground river should also be considered freshwater. That's not what he meant, Ivy explained. Tritons guard the depths of the ocean, building small settlements near trenches, portals connecting to the elemental plane, and other dangerous places far away from the site of land residence. Although it is a bit far away from us, they are indeed respectable fighters who have made outstanding contributions to preventing the elemental plane from invading the material world. C-68 the Murloc Paladin, that's right. I'm very relieved to hear that people on land know us. Devin Booker opened and closed his mouth. Although you couldn't see his expression, you could hear his satisfaction. But we have never done this. There is no need to show respect, as it is beyond my duties, it is all for a great cause. Ron remembered that Quest had said the same thing, but it was obviously not the same thing. There were probably some races in the world, or the individuals among them were quite united. So your family is responsible for expelling evil elemental creatures? Victoria nodded. Then your appearance here, does it mean that there are also evil elemental creatures here? The defeat of my general is nothing to worry about. Devin Booker's tone showed disdain. Although we paid a heavy price, we have driven him back to the elemental plane. The residents on the ground can rest assured. However, those evil ones serve a more powerful evil. We are unable to eliminate them, so we have to stay here and wait for work. In other words, there is a more powerful existence here enslaving your old enemy? Ron asked. That's right. The Triton Centurion nodded slightly. I'm sorry, but what we can do is still limited. Can you reveal some of the information you have? Ron asked further. We are also pursuing related matters now, but because it is a long time ago for us, and the changes above are very large, many of the clues have been lost in the wind, unable to be traced. After that, Ron told the other party the key points about what they knew above. Civilization, clearance. Devin Booker listened, before finally muttering, "How sad." Actually, it's not that sad. After all, the Hylon Empire is not a good bird, Ivy muttered. There is nothing sadder than evil succumbing to a greater evil. The Triton fishman's tone trembled from time to time. If this is really the case, what's the point of staying here for 900 years? The source is endless and the water flow is endless. We are trying to prevent this kind of thing from happening, hoping to solve the problem from the root, Ron said. Of course, if we can rely on the power of the Freshwater Legion, we will also be very happy. The Freshwater Corps is no more, Devin Booker's voice said sadly, and the Fourth Army is no more. 90 years ago, we sensed the stench of the water djinn coming from the water bodies here. While searching for it, we fell into the tricks of those cunning water djinn. Although we won the victory with difficulty, we also suffered heavy losses. The remaining comrades also died one after another while guarding, either because of excessive injuries or because their lives came to an end. Now I am alone. But I will continue this great cause until the last moment of my life. As long as I still have breath, I will never let anyone disturb this place. When Devin Booker said this, a faint silvery glow appeared on his body, so holy that Victoria's expression immediately changed when she saw this. Please forgive me for asking in such an ungraceful occasion. If I wasn't dazzled just now, you should have given your body and mind to swear, yes. Considering that the lifespan of Triton people is usually 200 years, Devin Booker has undoubtedly entered middle age, but when talking about this matter, his eyes and voice remain the same firm. The threats we face are cunning, powerful, and unnatural. We must always be wary of their corruption, never accept gifts or favors from evil spirits or their associates, and stay true to our mission, our comrades, and our duty. I fight against the elemental planes a shield of endless terror. My blade must always be sharp, and my mind must always be clear. That's it. Vigilance, loyalty, discipline. Victoria saluted Devin Booker with respect. May the Watcher be with you, venerable Paladin. Paladin? Ron looked at this Murloc in astonishment, with shabby clothes, unattractive appearance, and even a beer belly. Although it was wrong to judge a person by his appearance, he could not connect this Murloc with a paladin. And if he didn't misread the color of the other person's aura and heard the content of his oath correctly, then he should be a silver knight, that is, a paladin who abides by the oath of watch. We have never known your god, but your teachings should be similar to mine, the fishman said in response to Victoria. If you have nothing to do, please leave. I should be able to guard this place for another 9 days. In 10 years, I hope that your martial arts fortune will be prosperous and the haze of this place can be swept away. Aren't you going to go out with us? Ron asked. You are alone now. If evil elements really come back, how will you respond and how will you give a warning? Why don't you work with us to find out the problem behind it, and then find a solution? I appreciate your kindness. Devin Booker waved his huge fish head, but this place cannot be left unattended, and I cannot leave without authorization. As for my compatriots, if you have the chance, you can press in this way, find a mermaid tribe that believes in Ula, and they will bring news about this place to the tribe. As for, between us, I have a hunch that we will meet again. When he said the last sentence, Devin Booker finally changed the poor pronouns. Although Ron could not hear his laughter or see his smile, he always felt that the centurion was smiling when he said the last sentence. In that case, we will not bother you anymore. After persuading him to no avail, Ron no longer insisted. Before taking a deep breath and diving underwater again, Ron asked another question. The time when your legion arrived was close to the time when the green swamp town above was destroyed. Have you ever seen some gems with magical power falling here? This was just a casual question from Ron. Now they knew that the 2 entrances to the underground dark river were dug by Ajuri and the closer ones were the wells dug by the villagers. The remaining 6 gem keys had almost no chance of falling into the river. But what surprised everyone was that Devin Booker actually nodded. Yes, I have seen one. But the water giant carrying it escaped from the material plane and entered a portal. C69 the Lost Team. Well, I said it, but it was almost the same as not saying it. Now Ron's team and the water giant are 3070% of each other. The giant hits 3 times and he hits 7 times, not to mention chasing into the giant's hometown to find gems. But this is also a useful piece of information. Ron and his friends bid farewell to this loyal fishman with gratitude and respect, and returned to the Black Dragon's lair. How is it, did you see that creature? Akshuri was guarding the shore, watching them curiously.
I saw it, Ron said while putting on his clothes. Your teacher is right, you'd better stay away from him.
Why? It's a paladin.
Ron's answer was concise, but it dispelled all the doubts of the Black Dragon's young dragon.
What else is there to ask? Black dragons are born in the evil camp.
Devin Booker did his best not to jump out and slash the cub with 2 swords during that meeting. As for Ixuri's conversion to Bahamut, Devin Booker could only know this information when he released the dead and talked to them if he knew. Who would believe that there is a paladin living under the Black Dragon's lair?
In addition, we also know the whereabouts of one of the remaining 6 gems in the elemental plane. Then I'll just find 5.
Ike stretched out his claws dejectedly to grab the lightning gem on Ivy's shield. Fortunately, Driver was watching him on the shore, otherwise the young dragon might really have taken the gem.
Besides this, do you have any other clues?
Ron continued to ask with the purpose of, since we are here, after all, the Black Dragon is very close to the crime scene of that year, and it is convenient to find any traces.
No, the Black Dragon shook his head. I'm too young to leave the nest too far. You should probably ask other creatures nearby.
Although the Delusion Land has never been truly occupied by humans, it is a vibrant land with many creatures living here. We will naturally visit each one of them, Ron nodded. Anyway, thank you very much for your help.
If you have anything, you can come to us, or let you pass on a message. Can you remove some of its restrictions, by the way? It's still scary to suddenly burst into electric sparks while talking to it. Ron almost thought that this will-o'-the-wisp was a suicide bomb.
Of course, Azure nodded, stretched out his finger and tapped on Yu's skull, and a somewhat illusory click sounded. Okay, I've removed some of the daily restrictions, but it still won't resist me and will still act according to my orders. I mainly want to chat and understand the situation, Ron smiled. As for subverting you, I'm not interested in that.
Well, I'll go find you in a few days.
After being untied, you kept swaying in the air like a drunk, and it was almost impossible to maintain a suspended state. Sorry,
So many memories. Then I won't bother you.
Seeing this, Ron said goodbye and left. Because this will-o'-the-wisp suddenly downloaded a lot of memories before his death, the bandwidth might be a little insufficient.
Anyway, it said it would come by itself in a few days. Without Yu's guidance, Ron and the other 5 had a slightly difficult journey back.
Just as Azure said, there were too many creatures in the forest, but in just such a period of time, the previous road was disturbed or destroyed.
After walking through the forest for 3 days, Ron and his friends finally got lost.
I said we should turn right under that tree just now. Ivy and Driver had a fierce argument. Now we can't find the way at all. We've seen that tree 6 times. Driver was not to be outdone. The so-called road you call is what we stepped on ourselves. When will you understand?
You noisy little dwarf.
Big stupid pig without brains.
Well, what do you two think? Ron took 2 steps back calmly and moved to the side of Victoria and Sarah.
I've only been through jungles and swamps a few times in my life.
Sarah shrugged.
She was a good survivor in the vast snowfield, but not here. I'm a directionally challenged person, Victoria said simply. I'm already confused now. Hush, shut up. Victoria's sudden reminder caused the 2 people who were just attacking each other to form a tacit understanding. The 5 people quickly turned over and hid themselves, staring at the place outside the hiding place. Crack, crack, crack. The noisy footsteps came from far away over the fallen leaves and mud. From the hiding place, Ron and others could see that a team of about 20 people was coming from a distance. The other party was almost all human, and judging from the emblems on their clothes, they seemed to be from the same organization.
Black Vortex with a blue eye. Do you know each other, Ivy? Victoria? Driver had the best eyesight and could see clearly from a distance.
But Ron and Victoria covered his mouth. Shut up. There were spellcasters in that team, and more than one. Ron stared at those people with a frown. It seemed that there were 3 spellcasters and 6 warriors. The middle-aged woman leading them was dressed in gorgeous clothes, and it was hard to tell the depth. These people were escorting prisoners of almost the same number as them. They had only a piece of cloth to cover their bodies, and their hands and feet were tied with hemp ropes as thick as 2 fingers.
Some of them were even shackled with metal handcuffs.
In the swamps and jungles of the Delusion Land, it was difficult to walk even with the best shoes.
It was definitely not pleasant to be tied barefoot.
In fact, when they approached, Ron could clearly see the blood and flesh on the wrists and ankles of the prisoners. If they continued to walk like this, if they did not get treatment, these people would basically be useless. But now Ron was not a pharmacist, but a team leader, so he can only be patient and wait with his companions for the other party to pass and leave. In a glance, Ron could see a trace of sadness flashing in Ivy's emerald green eyes. She was once a prisoner and it was too easy for her to empathize with these poor people. But like Ron, as the strongest barrier in the team, she must not reveal a flaw, so as to let her companions bear the consequences.
Bakoyanis, how long will it take us to reach the trading post you mentioned?
A man who looked like a guard looked at the middle-aged woman in the lead.
Honestly, I don't understand. Did you really believe what the elf said? Do you think there would be slaves worth capturing in a trading post?
See 70 dark circles under the eyes. How will you know if you don't try? The middle-aged woman named Bakoyanis said casually. There's no harm in it anyway.
If we don't have a worthy slave, we can still do business with each other normally. What do you do normally?
His subordinates seemed to have heard some extremely ridiculous joke. Don't be ridiculous, Bakoyanis. We never do business normally.
When we see something worth grabbing, we grab it. If robbery doesn't work, just steal it.
That's just you, Bakoyanis sneered and said in an airy manner. Your qualification level is not up to the threshold of our senior management, so you have such an idea. When you reach my position, you will know how we established ourselves among the city-states in the southern part of Delusion.
Ah, yes, yes.
Although the subordinates did not refute with their mouths, they sneered in their hearts. What a high-level person is, he is just a leader, that is, he can show his authority in front of us.
What about us?
Yes, we can show off our power in front of these humble slaves.
What did the elf promise to the boss, so that she would temporarily order us to take a look?
A spellcaster complained with some dissatisfaction. We are an elite team, and the goods we have are priceless.
If we lose them, who will be responsible for the delusion?
As a spellcaster, this person is obviously a level above that of the guard.
Of course you are. Who asked you to ask?
A light rain began to fall from the sky. Bakoyanis stretched out his hand, picked up a few drops of rainwater from between the forest leaves, condensed it into snowflakes in his hand and blew it out at will. Don't ask so many questions.
If you had learned it, you would have been on an equal footing with me.
What about the spellcaster? She was also a spellcaster, and she was still a head taller than him.
Wait.
One of the people in the team suddenly raised his hand.
He looked like he was dressed like a scout.
Someone just walked through here.
Are you sure? Bakoyanis' eyes immediately became sharp. How many people and when?
5 people, just now. The scout checked the ground carefully and immediately came to a conclusion.
Race, occupation?
Bakoyanis waved his hand, and the entire team immediately dispersed in battle formation, and everyone was carefully examining the surrounding environment. As the scout got closer and closer, Ron and the others, who had nothing to hide, had no choice but to stand up and wave to each other awkwardly.
Hi? 3 humans, 1 half-elf, and 1 goblin? When Bakoyanis saw Dravito, a look of disgust immediately appeared on his face. How could you mix with such a thing?
It's not hygienic, it's difficult to manage, it's cheap, and it has no advantages other than being durable.
You're right, Ron spread his hands, there's nothing we can do. We don't have the strength like you, so we can only do this kind of small business. May I ask you, bosses, what is your business number? We are from the Carolina city-state, haven't you heard of it? You must know about the Black Eye. Bakoyanis said his official name in the front, and his nickname in the road behind him.
Oh. I've admired your name for a long time. Ron pretended to be suddenly enlightened. I'm very aware of the illustrious reputation of the Dark Circles, and my little brother has always taken you as an example. You're quite discerning. Bakoyanis laughed disdainfully. Go away, don't go to the trading post over in Frome, otherwise sister, I will treat you as a competitor and train you. That half-elf girl still has great potential.
I'm afraid I'm older than you, Ivy said with a dark face.
Although he was extremely unhappy with the other party, Ron's pretense was completely reasonable. Here they were outnumbered, but when they arrived at the trading post, it was their home court. Will these slave traders have the final say whether they cook or roast them, send them to goblins or feed them to black dragons? Endure the calm for a while, then take a step back to peel off the bones and peel off the skin. But just when the pair of slave traders walked past them, and Ron and the others thought they had been fooled, the middle-aged woman suddenly stopped and took out a scroll with images from her bag.
Wait, isn't it? Bakoyanis turned around maliciously. I almost got deceived by you. You are Ron, right? You are as smooth-talking and quick-witted as Mendatus said.
But unfortunately, we are a professional team and we are not easily fooled.
That elf bought you from us.
It is said that the reward will be doubled for everyone caught. How about you be wise and come with us?
Don't worry, your prices are too high. We dare not give you the same treatment as slaves. The premise is that you are willing to cooperate.
Mendatus is really willing to spend a lot of money. Ron smiled bitterly. Then it seems we have no other choice. A thick cloud of mist suddenly spread in the forest.
In this difficult-to-see environment, Bakoyanis' team quickly lost traces of Ron and others. However, she didn't panic at all, and even laughed sarcastically. Don't you think that such a little trick can hide the truth?
Let you country bumpkins see what real magic is wind making. A linear strong wind 20 meters long and 3 meters wide blew from Bakoyannis into the clouds in front of her.
Under the instigation of this strong wind, Bravito's cloud magic was instantly cracked.
However, when the thugs with dark eyes were preparing to charge, they found a thick tower shield blocking the way of several people.
Magic missile. Blessing technique. Protect against evil.
Spells rose up one after another from behind the tower shield, and the tower shield began to glow with dangerous lightning.
At the same time, the goblin that Bakoyannis looked down on just now had merged with the entire jungle.
Cold arrows continued in the shadows, shooting several spellcasters crying for their fathers and mothers. The shield spell can't be cast without any cost. What should I do if the spell is used up?
Shoot flaming arrows?
At this time, the harassment of goblins was secondary, and the biggest headache for these slave traders was undoubtedly Thera, who was like a tiger entering the flock of sheep. Even though they had sophisticated equipment, under the miraculous power of Sarah, almost no one dared to take her axe.
The result of these people's retreat was to completely expose those weak mages and scouts. Ahoo!
The nosy scout naturally became the target of hatred from Ron and others.
After a few minutes of back-and-forth attack and defense, the scout's head was persuaded by Sarah's double-edged giant axe.
Then, he jumped up and down in pursuit of his own freedom.
Damn!
Retreat, take the slaves and retreat first. Bakoyannis saw the situation that was beginning to deteriorate and was furious. After spreading a cloud of daggers, another caster used the dark spell to force Sarah and Sela back. Behind the advancing ivy, a group of people quickly evacuated.
C-71 luring the tiger away from the mountain. Damn it, they ran away.
About 10 minutes later, Sarah, who had just emerged from the dark spell, was furious. Her arms, exposed to the air, were covered in blood and flesh. Those were the injuries caused by the dagger cloud. People in the dark spell had almost no sense of direction. Coupled with the interference of the dagger cloud, several people were dragged until the spell time was about to end before they rushed out. Taiwan Novel Network. We don't have so many spellcasters, and we are not as strong as them. Victoria also came out in a bit of embarrassment. Her leather round shield bought from town was full of scratches. If it weren't for the large number of slaves in their hands, they might have chosen to continue fighting instead of retreating. The number of slaves escorted by the other side was almost equal to the number of slaves. Every loss of a trader made the possibility of slaves escaping or rebelling a little greater. In this way, even if Ron and others were defeated, it would be meaningless. The other party is a businessman, and what they value most is goods and commodities.
Maybe we can use this. Hiss. Ron covered his face.
He had no protective gear in his hands that could block. Just now, he was cut on the cheek by the dagger cloud in the dark. They won't go far away, and they need to rest and recover their energy before they can face the dangers that may exist at any time in the Delusion Land.
You mean we should raid their camp?
Ivy said with some embarrassment, but we also need to rest, mainly you and Victoria. There is no time for that. Ron shook his head. The number and quality of the other party's spellcasters are greater than ours.
It will not do us any good to delay the other party's recovery. Now our hope can only be placed on you. Don't worry, Chief. Sarah spat at the dead scout on the ground. They really pissed me off.
I can also participate in the battle. Victoria waved the mace in her hand. Sarah, take some healing potions first. You will definitely be the main force later.
Ron and his friends carried normal healing potions when they went out.
Ron's weak potions were very effective in daily life, but they seemed a bit cumbersome in adventures. It seems that I am the only one who cannot participate in the battle normally. Ron laughed self-deprecatingly, but it doesn't matter, I just have a plan. Whatever the plan is, you have to hurry up, boss. Driver came out of the woods. He was the only one who was not covered by the dark magic just now. The traces they left are disappearing quickly.
If we don't act now, we will really lose our target.
Under Driver's leadership, the group followed the traces that were no longer so obvious.
Compared with Bakoyannis and others who had 10 slaves to guard, they had the advantage of being lightly equipped.
Soon, not far from a puddle temporarily formed by the gathering of rainwater, Ron and others saw the slave traders again. Be careful, alarm spell. Victoria looked around carefully. There should be some spells left among their spellcasters.
It's okay, can you help me mark the location of the alarm spell?
Ron surveyed the terrain around him and reached out to Ivy. Lend me the gem. Spells can only exert their most powerful power in the hands of spellcasters, and now it's time for him to use the energy inside.
Is the range too large?
Ivy asked worriedly. Maybe innocent people will be hurt, although the situation is forced. If the slaves are really killed, there is nothing to do, but if possible, Ivy still hopes to avoid this from happening as much as possible.
No, Ron smiled and waved his hand. He used the weaving preface to explore it.
The gem has a complete charge. My target is not the camp, you are.
What do we need to do? You tell me. Sarah's eyes were fixed on the people in the camp not far away.
What you have to do is very simple. Once the other side has personnel transfer, rush in immediately, and what I have to do is to make the other side transfer personnel.
The tiger away from the mountain.
The trick is not new, as long as it works.
No, you can't be their opponent alone. Ivy didn't like this suggestion. They will catch you.
6 lightning bolts don't mean sitting back and relaxing, and the wizard without shelter and protection is still fragile and vulnerable.
But they want to be alive, not dead. Ron smiled. They will be interested in my price. As for whether I will be caught and what to do after being caught, it depends on you.
After that, Ron put away the gems, crouched down and went straight to the camp of the Dark Circles.
What a damn bad luck.
A guard in the camp rubbed his big bald head angrily. Tom died just like that, and we escaped. This is not an escape, but a wise retreat. Bakoyanis looked at his men with a gloomy face. Our job is to escort these slaves.
It is the most stupid behavior to lose sesame seeds for watermelons for the so-called huge bounty if we suffer heavy losses and lose the goods. Even if we escort 1 or 2 of their members back, can we be exempted from punishment? That elf is not our boss. When Bakoyanis mentioned the boss, several people shuddered. Okay, you are right. But what about those guys? Is Tom's matter just over? How is that possible? Bakoyani snorted. I won't say that. Go back and ask them to transfer 2 more teams. I don't believe we can't take them down. Then you'll have to hand over the bounty to someone else.
A spellcaster said. It's better than losing soldiers, and generals don't always take risks, otherwise you should be on an equal footing with me now. Bakoyani suddenly stood up, and a string in her mind suddenly broke. That was the alarm she set up was triggered by someone. Ding-ling-ling-ling-ling. At the same time as the mentally triggered alarm sounded, there was also a series of sound alarms. When the slave traders in the camp looked in the direction of the sound source, Ron was sneaking into the camp and trying to untie a slave. Hi? Ron waved his hand, and Bakoyani saw that in Ron's palm, a blue-purple gem held by his thumb suddenly burst into a brilliant electric light.
Lightning beam. Goodbye.
In order to avoid the slaves, Ron hit the empty space with the lightning beam, then turned around and ran away, disappearing into the woods in a blink of an eye.
Idiots. What are you still standing there for? Bakoyanis was frightened and angry. Chase.
C72, a trick within a trick. That elf didn't tell the truth.
This was Bakoyani's first thought at this moment.
He never said that the other party could release lightning beams. Fortunately, the young man didn't seem to want to hurt others, otherwise they would have suffered a great loss when they first met.
That gem seemed to be a powerful magic item. At that moment, Bakoyani seemed to have captured some information. No wonder the elf was willing to pay a high price. Maybe he was targeting the gem? He had to get it.
The preference and obsession with magic items are common characteristics of spellcasters, and Bakoyanis is no exception. With this in mind, 3 spellcasters and 3 guards were immediately ordered to rush out to chase Ron, while the others were ready for battle with Bakoyanis as the center. There were 5 people on the other side, and Bakoyanis didn't believe that Ron alone dared to come secretly to save the slaves. Maybe the other party was using himself as bait, but this bait was too fragrant. Sure enough, soon after Ron led the 6 pursuers behind him to run away, the sound of metal armor and shields colliding came from the forest on the other side. Half-elf, Bakoyanis narrowed his eyes. Your trick is really not new. If a mage like me chooses to stay in the camp, how will you deal with it? Then chop you up. The barbarians' roar startled flocks of birds and beasts in the forest. As they spoke, the 2 guards rushed up and fought with Sarah. On the other side, the light of lightning continued to flash in the woods. Needless to say, it was Ron who tried to stop others from coming back to help after changing his attack and defense. It's just a futile struggle. As long as it's over there, none of you can escape. Bakoyani sneered and dodged Victoria's mace and Ivy's long sword, and fought back with the dagger in his hand. Obviously, she is not just a spellcaster.
As a leader who can dominate his accomplices, Bakoyanis is indeed extraordinary. At this time, Ivy and Victoria's shields became a burden.
Bakoyanis took advantage of the shields and blind spots to dodge back and forth. For a while, the 3 of them fought evenly.
However, even if he was alone against 2, he was still at ease.
Bakoyanis, who used martial arts and magic to shuttle back and forth between the gaps between the shields and weapons of the 2 people, had an unsolved mystery in his heart. The other party came to the door too easily. Is there really such a good thing in the world? Can his side easily get the bounty of 5 people? Wait a minute, 5 people? Bakoyanis was shocked. There are 3 people here, plus Ron. There are only 4 people. Why is there one less? Who is it?
It's you, Master Driver. At this juncture, any distraction is enough to be fatal, not to mention that it was a deliberate plan. Bakoyannis was just distracted for a moment, and Ivy saw the opportunity. The tower shield and Victoria's leather round shield pressed forward at the same time, compressing Bakoyannis' roaming space to a very narrow level. The leader with dark circles under his eyes subconsciously dodged backwards by instinct, but he never expected that as his shoulders suddenly sank, a dagger with a cold light was already on her well-maintained neck. Keep your eyes open, don't move. Put down your weapons. The goblin hunter shouted at the top of his voice, otherwise, wait for your leader to collect his body. But it was obvious that several people did not reach a consensus on the treatment of Bakoyannis. Just when the other two guards were about to surrender, Sarah's axe had already crushed their faces like a millstone. How dare you be distracted? Accompanied by the barbarian's roar, all the living people present closed their eyes. Even if the three slaves who were closest to them closed their eyes, it was useless. In an instant, they were covered in blood. Sarah, Ivy sighed, didn't we agree on this? Hey! You forgot about it when you were excited about the fight. Sarah laughed. How did you? Bakoyannis looked at the few people in shock. She tried to throw Driver off her body, but in return, she only got a sharp blade that was closer. Luring the tiger away from the mountain, the same old tune, Ivy laughed triumphantly, but we have done a little more on Ron's basis. You three are also baits. Bakoyannis now understood the cause and effect. The ultimate target is me. Right, Victoria put her hands on her hips. In fact, we didn't plan to let Driver take action, but you are too slippery, and Ivy and I can't catch you at all. Driver is good at catching loaches. The goblin shouted in Bakoyannis' ear. Look, Ron is coming. Sarah pointed to the forest. At this moment, a young man was running towards the side, and behind him were four dusty guys who were still chasing him. Without Ron's call, in fact, he was out of breath and couldn't shout at all. Ivy stepped forward to protect him behind him, and Sarah issued a series of war cries, killing all the pursuers who were already electrocuted and lost their way like cutting melons and vegetables. My aim is not that good. Ron sat on the ground, laughing and panting while saying in a hoarse voice, I used up all 6 lightning bolts and only killed 2. These guys have suffered a lot, not bad. Sarah came back carrying the huge axe that was still dripping with blood. If you hadn't tortured them so much, I would have had a hard time chopping them. If you hadn't solved this, I would have been caught up soon. Ron lay on the ground, looking at Bakoyannis who was clamped by Driver. Hey, long time no see. Smart guy. Bakoyannis looked at Ron with a slight bow. She didn't underestimate him, but she still fell into his hands. I hunted geese all year round, but I didn't expect to be pecked in the eye by a goose. If you often walk by the river, how can you not fall into the well? Ron waved his hand to signal his companions to untie all the slaves. These tortured guys naturally thanked Ron and others a lot, and immediately rushed to the dead perpetrators, snatched clothes, shoes, and weapons from them, and armed themselves. The dangerous environment here is obvious to all, and they must unite with Ron and others to truly gain freedom. But among these people, Ron found that there were 2 people who were not in a hurry to snatch equipment from others, but walked towards him one after another. See 73 liberated slaves, what's the matter? Ron had to get up to look more formal. After all, from this angle, he wouldn't be able to see one of the people's faces. The looks of these 2 people are very unique, which is unforgettable even if you only see them. One of them had unusual long white hair and scarlet pupils, a broad mind, and a good figure. He seemed to be in line with Ron's aesthetics, but his ghostly white corpse-like flesh and sharp eyes made him feel total discomfort. The other one's skin color was relatively dark, and combined with the sharp edges of his ears, he seemed to be a drow, but Ron wasn't sure. Search TWKAN on Google Vampires, this is really rare. Ivy looked at the woman with natural vision in surprise. Even in Rose City, she had never seen anyone of this race. Seeing a vampire in this wilderness is almost as unlikely as seeing an Aasimar, god descendant. Even the probability of the latter happening is slightly higher. After all, they generally don't avoid others deliberately. It's rare, and it's very expensive. The girl with white hair and red eyes nodded humbly. The price these dealers set for me is enough to buy 5 male drows. Sylvia, Jorer glanced at her with some embarrassment. Don't make such jokes at this time, right? Ah, I'm sorry, the vampire woman smiled. I always like to talk nonsense, please forgive me. Then why don't you go change clothes instead of coming to me first? Ron asked curiously. We hope you can leave the disposal of this bitch to us. The male drow's eyes flashed red, pointing at Bakoyannis. We have the ability and knowledge, and there will definitely be someone who can help. Place. It doesn't matter if you work part-time, do odd jobs, perform military service, or even sign a deed of sale for a few years. As long as you are willing to sell us the right to dispose of her, it doesn't matter. No, I beg you not to do this. Bakoyannis immediately shouted, let me go, you don't want to offend Carolina. If you hand me over to these people and I am killed, they will definitely there's an endless stream of people coming to find fault with you. It won't do any good to let you go back. Victoria glanced at her. Wouldn't you go back to call for reinforcements and constantly come to find trouble with me? No, I won't, I promise. Bakoyannis said sincerely, I will explain my rights and interests to my superiors, tell them how troublesome you are, and persuade them to give up this idea. Maybe we will still have business to do in the future. You are so wishful thinking, Sylvia sneered. My respected benefactor, I will not question your decision, but even if your kindness allows this kind of scum to be favored, I suggest you still would it be better to leave her with some indelible memories? This way, even if you let her go, her backers can still see the mark of your authority. What kind of memory do you think is better? Ron glanced at the other person. How about cutting off an arm? Or removing a leg? The vampire said the cruelest words in the gentlest tone. They will be scared. No, 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 I beg you. Bakoyannis shook his head like a rattle and looked at Ron in panic. Please, I don't want to be like that. Judging from the way you treat them, this is not excessive at all. Ivy looked at the rotten and blurred flesh and blood on the hands and feet of Sylvia and Joyer, and said coldly, let's settle for the next best thing. Ron thought for a moment. Your name is Sylvia, right? A damper? Or half-blood, benefactor? Sylvia bowed in vain, because she didn't have a dress to wear now. My mother was transformed into a vampire during pregnancy, so I am half human, the blood of half the vampire clan. Very good, can you suck blood? This is my ability to eat. Sylvia opened her red lips slightly, revealing a pair of slender incisors. Very well, let's make 2 holes in her neck and suck 600 cubic centimeters of blood as punishment. Yes, benefactor, sorry? Sylvia walked up to Bakoyannis obediently and lifted her hair to expose her neck, but when it came time to do it she froze. 600 cc? How much is that? Suck her until she goes into shock, and then leave her here to die. Ron covered his face and waved his hand. Get used to it, get used to it. There was no other way but to make this woman suffer a little grievance and increase the dose. Sylvia's blood-sucking efficiency was very high, and Dreverdo quickly let go and jumped on Koyannis, leaving him unconscious and falling to the ground. Almost 30 ounces, Sylvia wiped her mouth with satisfaction. Thank you for your hospitality. You are so generous. Well, since the benefactor has decided so, I have nothing to say. Joyer shrugged and looked at Bakoyannis, who was in shock and blood loss on the ground with satisfaction. So what about our treatment? Have you thought about it? Shouldn't you go home by yourself? Ron looked at the slaves. I will take you back to the trading station and send you away when the caravan arrives. However, to Ron's surprise, as soon as this statement came out, none of the 10 slaves cheered, and their eyes were full of confusion and confusion. It seems that you rescued us because of your kind nature, not because of a pre-planned plan. Sylvia smiled. Then please allow me to give you a hint. Among us, there are only 2 people who know where their home is and where their future is. One of them is a mercenary captured during the war with the Carolina city-state, and the other is this drow, Seymour. Don't count me, I came to the surface voluntarily, and I will never go back, Seymour said in a muffled voice. Then there is only one person you see. We are not the slaves they just captured, but the lucky escapees during the last slave rebellion. Bakoyannis was ordered to recapture us. Most of us were sold to Carolina when we were young. They let us study and work in the hope that we can sell them for a good price in the future, so we have long forgotten where our home is. Anyway, Carolina is not a home, it is a cage. After a slave said this, he immediately got everyone's approval. You see, Sylvia nodded, that's it, we don't have anywhere else to go. So I wonder if you have any use for us, so that we can have the honor of repaying you, serving you, settling down with you, and serving you? C-74 Sylvia seemed to be very good at piling up her sentences with some awkward and gorgeous words, but Ron heard one thing clearly from that tactful tone: they had nowhere to go, and they were willing to contribute to their development and construction. Contribute. Then I very much welcome you to join us. Ron shook hands with Sylvia, his hands were cold. Please rest assured that there will be no prejudice against vampires and drows in our place. We are all descended from the world. That's the best. Sylvia smiled and nodded. Please allow us to clean up briefly, and then where should we go? Taiwan Novel Network. Ron and others, it's bad, I was already lost, and now I followed those Blackiad slave traders to this place, and I'm even more lost. Don't panic, don't panic. Ivy took a map handed over by a slave, now a free man, which was ripped from the body of a spellcaster. Ron, Victoria. Do you think this is a location marked by magic? Ron and Victoria immediately approached, and Sylvia also followed. Yes, this yellow dot is our current location, and the green dot should be their destination. That is, a trading post. But we have to act quickly, Sylvia frowned. As the caster dies, the logo above will gradually fade until it disappears. It's better to wait a moment. Victoria took out the medicines and potions she carried. Come on, share it with everyone, you can't walk far in your current state. Sylvia, the same goes for you. Don't touch me. When Victoria opened the cork of a healing potion and prepared to treat Sylvia, the vampire made a sharp blast. Yes, I'm sorry, I lost my composure. After a moment, Sylvia, who had fled far away, realized that she had overreacted just now, and quickly apologized to Victoria, who looked confused. I am a vampire, although I am not a true vampire, but conventional treatments will still hurt me. I appreciate your kindness. Then your injury. Victoria's frown relaxed a little. I won't treat it negatively. Treatment methods for undead creatures can only be used by priests who believe in evil gods. It seems that she cannot effectively treat Sylvia. I don't know if you have prepared the wounding technique. Observing Victoria's expression, Sylvia knew that the other party had not. I can use that to treat the injury. In addition, blood and raw meat can make the wound better, but that it only takes effect when I rest and meditate. Sylvia has a very superb arcane talent, but her race is more troublesome, Seymour said with a smile, so if you are short of manpower for adventures in the future, you have to call me. I beg to differ. Sylvia raised her chin slightly. Didn't you see just now? There is already a rogue in the benefactors team. You are late. But that's a goblin. Seymour opened his mouth and closed it again knowingly. It's hard to say which one is more unpopular, the lone goblin or the drow. What about you? Ron looked at Sylvia with interest. Are you an arcane spellcaster? That's right. Sylvia nodded. Besides, my skills are not bad either. It will be difficult for that Bakoyanis to gain the upper hand when sparring with me, unless she wants to kill her. And when I was in Carolina, the person who was responsible for training me was a disgusting weird old mage. Although disgusting, he was still a mage. I learned a lot of spells there, as well as human language, elven language, dwarf language, and part of dragon language. After speaking, Sylvia, half to show off her skills and half to prove herself, repeated the common language just now in 4 other languages. Except for dragon language, she spoke them all very fluently. Elvish is a bit too rigid. There were a few places where the pronunciation should have been like this. As a true Elvish master, Ivy immediately corrected several errors in Sylvia's grammar and pronunciation, while the latter, like a good student who listens carefully, he carefully remembers Ivy's suggestions in his heart and practices them constantly to deepen his memory. With your attitude, that mage must like you very much, right? Looking at her eagerness to learn, Ivy couldn't help but sigh. On the contrary, Sylvia's eyes flashed with hatred that was so thick that she could hardly dissolve it. He once made me stand in the snowdrifts outside in the coldest winter and recite spells. He also once put my hands were beaten to pieces, and I was given a beaker full of strong acid and asked to hold it high without spilling a drop. There were countless other punishments. The only purpose of my efforts is to one day escape from his clutches and live the free and easy life of my dreams. It's just, Sylvia smiled self-deprecatingly, there are some habits that I have been cultivating since I was 4 years old. They have accompanied me through the darkest days, and they are still with me. I can't seem to quit. It's not necessarily a good thing. If Carolina is still around and that mage doesn't die, you will never be truly free, Victoria said. They have invested a lot of money in you, and they will definitely consider taking you back. Go. Yes, you are right. Sylvia was silent for a moment and nodded. I will not slack off until I complete the final revenge. Same for us. The remaining people who temporarily escaped from the clutches of the devil also roared. Well, I'm glad you're willing to join us, Ron said with a smile. Carolina works for Mendatus, and I'm not against him. We have the same enemy. As for after defeating Mendatus, if Carolina wants to touch my people, she has to ask us first. I didn't misjudge you. Sylvia, Seymour, and others smiled from the bottom of their hearts. Please rest assured, we will definitely stand on the same front with you. Well, let's not talk about the battle line. Can we go and hunt some game to fill our stomachs first? Sarah muttered, we only have 4.5 rations, so many more people may not be enough to eat. Please, sister, we are in the jungle now, can we starve to death? Seymour grinned and picked up a machete from the ground. Whether it's underground or on the surface, let me see how delicious the game in the forest on land is. See 75 possible ambush? When night fell, Ron and others were hunting and marching, and had already set up camp far away from the Darkheat camp. Remember the domain name of this website, Taiwan Novel Network. Sarah, Dreyfus, and the newly joined Seymour are all good hunters, and they have indeed fulfilled Seymour's words. As long as you have skills, no one will starve to death in the forest. The soup is so fresh and the meat is delicious.
Sylvia almost ate herself into a ball, lying on the clearing in the forest and burping comfortably. Since I can remember, I have never been so satisfied with food. Even during the previous escapes, I didn't dare to light a fire. How could I be so blatant? Raw meat is not unpalatable, you just get used to it, Seymour said, holding up half a deer leg and laughing loudly. But who the hell wants to eat raw meat when there is good quality? Vampire? Dreyford tilted his head and looked at Sylvia. In the goblin's opinion, this woman should not be taken with her on adventures in the future. Her figure is not suitable for adventures, so it is better to keep her in the trading post. She doesn't look as strong as Ivy, and she has a breastplate to hold excess fat. Whether meat is raw or cooked, it has no impact on my recovery ability. But as far as my personal taste is concerned, I prefer cooked meat, especially cooked meat. Sylvia stared at Driver with some dissatisfaction. Looking over his head, he saw that this little man had been glancing at him just now. What did he mean? Just add a little more salt, Sarah frowned, scooped out a spoonful of broth from the pot and tasted it. It's a pity that we didn't bring any salt when we came out. They usually carry food rations with them to reduce hunting time. Not to mention salt, even the pots are brought from the Black Eye camp. Hey, your life is much better than ours. I almost forgot the taste of salt. The mercenary who was captured because of the battle with Carolina laughed. 1 meal a day, clear soup and little water. But I got used to it by keeping it cool. I can't do it. Sarah threw the spoon back into the pot in disgust. If you don't put more salt in it for me, I'd rather die than suffer this anger. The Carolina slave owners will be in trouble. I don't know who said it, which made everyone laugh. We can go back in the early morning of the day after tomorrow at the earliest. Victoria and Ron looked at the vague signs on the map. Have a good rest today. Tomorrow we will have to march urgently and at night. It's not a problem to stay in the woods for too long. Their route was indeed skewed, but it wasn't too far off, and it was just on the outside. It was much easier to move here than in the depths of delusion. Ron relayed the news to the others, and received unanimous approval from them. We were used to living a hard life, so what if we had one more hard day? In the next day, in the morning, Sylvia and Seymour followed Ron and others like two students, listening to them impart knowledge about this land and their experience of living in it, and in the afternoon Sylvia in turn taught Ron about magic and arcana. After all, she had studied systematically, and her understanding of this was much richer and deeper than Ron or even Lavinia. You learn so fast. Sylvia watched in amazement as Ron used a handful of deer hair left over from last night to release a silent phantom in the forest, and then watched him use charm human on a person. This human's learning speed was simply astonishing. Point out. Is it because of the spell book in his hand? Sylvia calmly tried to explore the preface of the weaving, but received no response. It seems that this is indeed an extremely powerful magic item. The leader has such powerful equipment, so his safety should be guaranteed, right? On the other side, Ivy gained another quarrelsome partner. Seymour, Driver, and Ivy, the three of them were having a lively argument. You sang in common, human, elvish, and goblin, and I came on stage, just like a symphony orchestra. Occasionally when Ron is pondering the principles of spells, Sylvia will join the battle, which is even more amazing. This vampire speaks not in audio but in video. She already knows many languages, and she keeps doing it. She gestured and gestured to several people. It was almost an impossible task to surpass her in terms of eloquence. I will not bring these guys to my house, Sarah complained to Victoria, covering her ears. Their voices will definitely cause an avalanche. Victoria, haven't you heard of your voice yet? Returning it will cause an avalanche. Finally, under the illumination of the dancing light technique, everyone pushed aside the bushes and finally saw a building in the call. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. Trekking through the complicated woods for long periods of time can indeed be mentally debilitating, but now, they are finally back in the arms of civilization. Even though there is only such a trading station, it is a symbol and a spiritual sustenance. An affirmation of the freedom of prisoners like Sylvia and Seymour. It's great. Sylvia was so moved that she almost shed tears. We finally escaped. I want to take a good bath, have a big meal, and then sleep beautifully on a big, soft bed. You deserve this, Ivy chuckled. Go ahead and welcome a better tomorrow. Are you right, Ron? Ron? Ivy looked at Ron, but found that he seemed serious and looked ahead vigilantly, and Victoria also reacted with him. What's wrong with you? The lights, do you see? Ron pointed to the faint lights coming out of the trading post, and then pointed to the sky that was already beginning to turn white. It's almost dawn when we get here. Who would still have a light on? Has he not slept all night? Maybe he's waiting for someone. Who is he waiting for? Victoria added, could it be someone from Carolina City State? No way.
Seymour couldn't help but feel a little nervous. How could that woman run back and forth so quickly? Or maybe it's Mendatus, preparing to work with those slave traders to catch us off guard? Ron said in a low voice that grandson might really do that. Everyone pay attention, hide yourself. Do you see the independent room carved out of the mountain over there? Go in from there, there is a secret passage behind. Ron led everyone into Lavinia's alchemy workshop. The halfling was not there, so they went directly into the mountain from the passage behind, and then went around to outflank the wooden structure in front. However, with so many people, they couldn't be very hidden. When passing by a room, they happened to meet Bunny coming out with a cup of water in her sleepy eyes, and both sides were immediately shocked. Ron, you're back. After seeing who was coming, Bonnie breathed a sigh of relief. Hurry up and go to the front. Someone has been waiting for you. He's almost eaten up all our food in the past 2 days. See 76 Golden Dragon's proposal. When Ron and others rushed to the trading station hall in front of them at the speed of light, a dragonborn covered with golden scales was waiting for them. Mr. Ron, I guess? When he saw Ron and others, the dragonborn stood up and looked at the young male human in front of him calmly. Ijuri said that he had a great conversation with you, so I was curious to come and take a look, and also observe how your material reserves are here. Result-wise, not very abundant. If you didn't eat so much. Bunny puffed out her cheeks and screamed angrily. Ron and the others were away some time ago, so she, Carrot and the others had to reluctantly receive this picky guy, but now Ron is back. I guess you are the teacher in Ijuri? Ron heard the other party talking about the black dragon and the young dragon, and he knew something in his heart. I heard from his will-o-wisp that you were the one who persuaded him to change his ways. No matter how powerful a dragonborn is, it is difficult to be recognized by the real dragon, just like the dragon tribe will never admit that lizards and kobolds have dragon blood. Therefore, the opponent's current skin is obviously just a cover-up or disguise, and his true identity is most likely a golden dragon. No, that is actually my elder, because that adult has more important things, so I will act as his envoy and Ijuri's teacher to educate him. My real name is, I'm glad to see another ambitious and kind-hearted lord appear in the land of delusion. I don't know whether it was out of the arrogance of the dragon clan or self-pride. When Jinlong introduced himself to his family, he used a long string of dragon language, so that no one present could understand what the other person's name was, because of the long string of pronunciations. It is really difficult to repeat it based on the vocal cords of the human and elven races. I'm also very happy to meet a kind-hearted golden dragon. After Ron bowed slightly, he pulled up a chair and sat across from the golden dragon. Your Excellency, you came here not just to take a look at our current outpost, right? This is the main reason, because I heard that you have recruited many goblins as allies. The golden vertical pupils of the golden dragon fell on Dreyford. Although he did not show any hostility, the goblin hunter still seemed to be burned. General yelled, then hurriedly hid behind. Sylvia and Seymour also felt uncomfortable, but their reactions were not as violent as Dreyfus. They just took a step back slightly and stood behind Victoria and others. Others, whether it was Ron, Ivy, Victoria or Sarah, did not react at all to the golden dragon's gaze. It seems that I was overly worried. Jinlong withdrew his gaze and raised his water glass to take a sip of water. I sincerely apologize to you and your companions for my rudeness, but I must ensure one thing, there is enough darkness in this land that we will not usher in the reign of terror of an evil monarch. I inspected the trading posts, villages, and goblin lairs before you came back, and the results surprised me. It's a miracle that you were able to let them live together without any trouble. That's why I decided to stay 2 more days so I could see you in person. Then what do you think of me? Ron smiled. Bandit? Robber? Opportunist? Or an ordinary adventurer who disappears from everyone? The mage who owns the preface to weaving is definitely not considered unknown to everyone. Jinlong let out a hearty laugh. The previous owner of your spellbook was once very famous. Although with the collapse of the Hylon Empire, the impression of her has become less and less among your races, but to the dragon race, her glory is as if it happened yesterday. As for you, although I am not sure yet whether you have the talent to govern the entire delusional land, this does not affect your evaluation in my mind. I think we can discuss some agreements and terms with you to make it mutually beneficial for both of us. The golden dragon, or the metal dragon, has delusional interests? Ron propped an elbow on the armrest of the chair and put his head on his fist. I really didn't expect this. The complexity of the fantasy land is far beyond the information you have now, Mr. Ron. Jinlong looked solemn. As far as our dragon clan is concerned, we have a very important relationship here. What is it? Sorry, I have no right to disclose this. Okay, Ron changed his posture, so, can you tell me what's so special about Ijuri? Why do you spend so much time training him?
Sorry, I have no right to disclose this.
What about the darkness that exists underground in Paranoia? This should be your important relationship, right?
Sorry, I have no right to disclose this.
Ron, I'm sorry, why don't you please come back? Say nothing, aren't you wasting my time?
Brother, I rushed home at night without resting or washing or eating, just to listen to you here saying I have no right to disclose? This, Gene Long put down the water glass and rubbed his hands in embarrassment. Sorry, but I do have a compelling reason.
The 3 questions you raised are actually one question. Can you understand what I say?
I hate guessing, Ron curled his lips. If you can't speak directly, don't say anything, otherwise I will think you are interfering with my judgment.
Okay, Gene Long nodded helplessly. In this case, I will make the next proposal to you.
You should have read the stone tablets left by the elves of the Highland Empire and engraved in their Shinleo library.
So do you agree to slow down the development process of you and your men, and let me supervise it, so that you can stop any exploration and research projects in your territory at the appropriate time?
I hope you can understand that this is definitely not my intention, nor is it my intention to interfere in your internal affairs. You and I should both agree on one thing: when you develop too fast, your territory and people will be dark and spying and coveting, so this is actually to protect and care for you? Gene Long's words were very sincere and humble.
In his words, eyes and actions, Ron could not find any malice or conspiracy in the other party.
Every word he said seemed to be considered for their sake. He seemed to be completely for the good of the people in this small trading post and the surrounding settlements. Ron could hear clearly the kindness released by the Golden Dragon.
In response to these, Ron believes that his answer will not cause any ambiguity. Roll.
C-77 message from the Golden Dragon. Also, don't come again.
We don't have that many things to satisfy your appetite.
The Golden Dragon was almost kicked out of the trading post by Ron. Regarding the Metal Dragon, and it was still on his own territory, Ron had no intention of being cautious or flattering. Not to mention that this Golden Lizard said it so unpleasantly.
What does it mean that he can stop any process here, or is it for their own good? Taiwan Novel Network. To prevent darkness in this land? At least an adult Golden Dragon came up here and beat up a black dragon kid until he had to believe in Bahamut, lived here to eat his food, drink his food, and scare a goblin? With such skill and ability, how about you go and fight the serious darkness to the death?
What the hell are you talking about? If you don't listen to the words of the Dragon Clan, you will suffer losses in front of you. Gene Long has a good temper. When Ron kicked him out, he didn't have any intention of resisting except for mumbling. Human, you must remember what I said, otherwise you will regret it the day darkness falls. Bang. Ron closed the trading post door.
Neuropathy. Benefactor, are you sure you don't want to listen to his opinion?
Seymour asked cautiously. Generally speaking, powerful creatures like this naturally have their own news channels, and this is especially true for creatures like dragons. That's not a reason why he can leave me here to play riddles.
Ron poured himself a glass of water. Didn't you listen to what I just asked? Why should I trust him if he won't tell me anything?
If the truth can be revealed, let alone a golden dragon, I would consider cooperating with him even if he is a cultist who believes in Tiamat.
You have no right to reveal, but you want the right to interfere with us? Be his spring and autumn great master dream.
He doesn't take us seriously, it's obvious. Victoria shrugged.
The Rose that Seymour and the other drow believe in is almost the same way. Powerful creatures are probably like this.
That guy named Oleg hasn't sat in Rose's seat yet. Sylvia crossed her shoulders. She could understand part of the Golden Dragon's name, but only part of it. Benefactor, do we want to let's just do the opposite, show him what we can do, and slap him in the face?
No, Ron waved his hand. Why do you think I kept asking him just now?
It's because what that guy said was indeed the truth. So I had to figure out the specific details, such as what exactly we were facing, and how far we would expand before we were in danger, but he actually refused to say anything.
That's why I drove him away.
The strange thing is that the paladin named Devin Booker obviously has no concerns in this regard. Ivy frowned. He easily explained that there are elemental creatures, at least water djinn, here.
Why is this golden dragon so hesitant? It's possible that he knows a more powerful existence, Booney said, but is it really enough to make him fear this much?
I don't think he's afraid, Sarah snorted from her nostrils. He just wants to control us.
Drive us. Maybe he is the mastermind behind the scenes.
Ahoo! Several people standing next to Sarah covered her big mouth in a hurry.
They didn't want to say this randomly. Metal dragons have always been outstanding representatives of justice, order, kindness, and fairness.
It would be okay if Sarah just said it casually, but what if it was true?
Is this golden dragon corrupted?
If this spreads out, it will definitely cause an uproar, and it must not be said casually.
Anyway, we have to beware of this possible situation. Ron sighed. This kind of development was definitely the last thing he wanted to see. What is our current policy? Sylvia asked. Slow down development until the problem is found?
No, because I suspect that Golden Dragon has a very different view of our abilities in time. Ron pointed at the people present. It's just us, plus the outsiders, who want to develop into an empire town.
When should we go?
There is no need to slow down, just carry on as usual.
Furthermore, slowing down development to find problems itself is a false proposition. Our main scope of activities is still limited by the location of the trading post. How can we find real problems on the edge of a delusional place? Okay, let's hide here and think about nothing now.
Finally, Ron yawned and waved his hands casually. Everyone, let's go and have a rest first.
We'll be here again after dinner tomorrow or today. Gather, I have an idea to tell you.
Watching everyone go back to rest in twos and threes, Ron walked to where the Golden Dragon was sitting, forced away his sleepiness, and began to search carefully inside and out. As the most powerful and majestic metal dragon, the Golden Dragon is always ready to fight against evil. It is also respected by other metal dragons for its wisdom and justice. As a Golden Dragon that was at least an adult, Ron felt that the other party should not be the Riddler he had just shown himself to be. Judging from other readings he had read in his previous life, these guys would be willing to negotiate openly and honestly even when faced with real evil.
Is it harder for him, Ron, to understand what the Golden Dragon said than those beings? Ah, ha.
Sure enough, when Ron picked up the cup that the Golden Dragon had just used, he actually made a discovery. A hard golden scale was deeply embedded in the handle of the cup. The power of the Golden Dragon was so strong and exquisite that it could make the scale almost completely sink into the handle without damaging the overall structure of the cup. This was definitely not an unintentional act of the other party, even if the other party had a skin disease and the scales fell off.
However, it was embedded so deeply, how could he take it out? Could he only break the cup?
The Golden Dragon certainly didn't want too many people to know, so he deliberately left the message in this way, and Ron had to rely on himself. That was the only way to break it. After a crisp sound, Ron picked up the fragments on the ground with a distressed look, then sandwiched the Golden Dragon scale in the weaving preface, and carefully went back to his bedroom. And when he opened the spellbook, the message attached to the scale by magic had been automatically printed on several blank pages, and it kept becoming fainter and fainter. It was obvious that this was the work of the Golden Dragon. Ron looked up at the first line. I'm sorry I can't reveal the details, so I can only tell you a story about the country that once existed here.
Ron, that's why I hate the Riddler. See 78 former kingdom with mixed feelings. Ron continued to look down.
Long before the Hylon Empire got involved here, there was a race in the Delusion Land that created their civilization for the nth time. The lifespan of this race is similar to that of humans, so even in just over 100 years, its regime has changed many leaders.
When the last queen was in charge of the kingdom, all kinds of strange things began to happen in their territory.
As a civilization with mining and metallurgy as its main industries, they opened up a large number of mines in the Delusion Land, but from a certain year, toxic gases seemed to appear in the mines, and more miners began to contract plague-like strange diseases, and quickly began to spread throughout the kingdom. For her people, the queen tried every possible way, even risking her own life, to go deep into the mines to find a solution. She did find a solution. When she returned, she called on the entire kingdom to launch a bloody and iron-fisted suppression and arrest campaign, gathering all the infected people together to kill, burn, and bury them. The plague was quickly stopped, but the survivors were extremely terrified and uneasy about it. They thought the queen was crazy, and they united all the powerful spellcasters and priests in the kingdom to kill and seal the queen to prevent her resurrection. After the two disasters of plague and coup d'etat, the short-lived revival of this race was hastily declared a failure, and the survivors scattered all over the world until today. Ron, putting aside the means, just from the perspective of prevention and control, the queen did nothing wrong.
But whether it is the means or the purpose, what does this have to do with the darkness underground? Underground, mines, plague? Is this the specific means of the so-called terror? If that's all, then he is professionally matched. I thought it was something else. However, the scales left by the Golden Dragon to convey information are obviously dead objects.
Therefore, at the end of this story, the Golden Dragon advised Ron in a very serious tone not to repeat the mistakes of this race and the Hylon Empire. The poisonous fog underground will not only cause plague, but also cause people's temperament to change drastically, and even lead to corruption, which may lead to the collapse of civilization. At that point, the forces hidden in the dark will use this as food and their strength will be further increased. At the end of the message, the Golden Dragon also gave the address of an ancient mine, saying that the poisonous fog and plague there had long dissipated. If Ron didn't believe him, he could go to see the ruins and find out. Don't repeat the same mistakes. Ron lay on the bed, his knuckles unconsciously knocking on the cover of the weaving preface. He was thinking about the meaning of the Golden Dragon's words. That race was plagued by mining. Could it be that the green swamp town of the Hylon Empire was also plagued? They didn't see any traces of mines there. Instead, Aizuri dug all the way to the underground river, and there was no problem. The elves' final conclusions before their death were also related to the degree of civilization development. Does the degree of civilization development depend on how deep you dig? If a person knows nothing and just keeps digging down, digging to the deepest point, will he suffer misfortune or be spared? Ron thought that this should be just the result of the Golden Dragon's one-sided observation. If you want to sort out the cause and effect of the whole thing, and the causal relationship between their actions and the results, you must have more data and references. In his thoughts, Ron took a light sleep and didn't wake up until dinner. When he came to the hall of the trading post, almost everyone else was waiting here. Among the people who came, there were not only members of Ron's team and the newly rescued slaves, but also Bunny and Lavinia, Andre, and Karad. Almost all the managers were already there. The village should not be haunted anymore, right? Ron looked at Andre. Yes. Thank you very much. Andre stood up and bowed to Ron. Now we can finally live in peace. That's good, Ron nodded, his eyes fell on the others. This time I asked you to come here mainly to study the expansion of the expedition team. Aren't my goblin hunters enough? Kalade said. Honestly speaking, not enough, Ron nodded. Although the hunters are highly concealed and mobile, their range of activities is still limited after all, and they lack the ability to deal with various situations, which leads to many places being unable to complete the exploration normally. This is also reflected in the recently drawn map. Let me make it clear first, don't drag me in. Lavinia jumped off the chair. I won't participate in this kind of activity, it's too dangerous. You have your responsibilities, I'm not going to bother you, Ron smiled, but I expect that the team I will form will indeed need some talents with knowledge of alchemy, herbal medicine, and magic. We can. Several of the liberated slaves immediately raised their hands. We have received relevant training and should be able to take on this responsibility. I want to participate too, Karad said in a deep voice. The territory has basically stabilized now, and I can't always sit here and in my base. And me. Andre stood up. It's my honor to serve you and share your worries. You can't, Andre, Ron motioned him to sit down. You don't have enough experience yet. I can't let a young man who lacks practical experience get involved in dangerous areas. This is murder. But, Andre said dissatisfiedly, are you experienced, sir? Didn't you allow yourself to go on adventures? Ron looked less than 30 years old. In fact, in the eyes of people in this world, Ron was at most in his early 20s. Ron wanted to say it's none of your business if I commit suicide, but Andre's next words stopped him. Sir, everything has to have a first time. You said I lack practical experience, but if I don't fight in actual combat, when can I have practical experience? Ron tried to refuse, but the stubborn Andre finally convinced him. Ron had to agree to let him join the team, but asked Kalade and others to take good care of this young man. I can join, too, Sylvia said. I'm a spellcaster. You can't, it's my selfish desire. Ron firmly rejected Sylvia's self-recommendation. You'd better act with my team. You see, I'm just a half-baked wizard now. If I want to solve the problems on this land, I must really get started, and this must be done with your help. I can't do it by myself. See 79 two groups of soldiers. Oh, are you willing to take me with you? Sylvia looked flattered. Thank you so much. It seems that I can only go to the second team, Seymour said sourly. He hoped that Ron could take him, but what they said was right. Sylvia was more interested in Ron than having another wanderer. The significance is obviously greater. In the end, the second team finalized its candidates, Karad as the leader, Seymour, Andre, 2 arcane spellcasters, and the former mercenary, a total of 6 people. Do you really don't need me? Bunny asked. I should be able to. We need you more here, Bunny, Kalad interrupted her. Don't worry, our team is definitely an auxiliary operation, there won't be such dangerous tasks, and there is no need to bother the priest. Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. Karad is right, Ron nodded. My plan is for the 2 teams to take turns to move out, always ensuring that one team stays at the stronghold to deal with various special situations that may occur right now. It's mainly Mendatus. That grandson was already planning a counterattack. Our team explored first and generated a report for archiving, and the second team once again cleaned and inspected the area we had explored, and submitted a report again. The bases rested and assembled for the next exploration. This method can put the main combat pressure on Ron's side to protect the second team. Secondly, it can also ensure that no exploration is missed. Thirdly, if one team accidentally overturns the car, there will be backup to respond.
The whole army will not be destroyed. Besides that, I have another suggestion.
Karad stood up after Ron finished speaking.
Ron, your strategy is safe, but it will become less efficient the further you go.
So I suggest, the team that came back to rest should not be idle and lead a team of construction workers to start building outposts, strongholds and settlements in the explored areas, and at the same time attract outsiders to settle here, and our focus will gradually shift to the interior.
Did you say before that there was a black dragon inside, occupying the ruins of a town?
Yes, Green Marsh Town. Very good, Khaled nodded. I propose that the initial goal is to expand there. Go and negotiate with the Black Dragon, and we will rely on the ruins to build our next large stronghold and radiate in all directions.
You can have this. The entire race of hobgoblins are born soldiers. Khaled can take into account an aspect that Ron cannot see.
In this regard, Ron is very willing to accept the other party's suggestions.
But we don't have that much population now, Andre asked.
We refugees from natural disasters in the north are basically here.
If we just expand like this blindly, you underestimated the attraction of delusion to the surroundings, child.
Khaled always highlighted his sharp teeth when he smiled, making himself look majestic and terrifying, and you also overestimated the stability of the surrounding city-states. Although the city-states south of the Delusion Land nominally share will and woe, I have asked many caravans and they are nothing more than a loose alliance of hostile tribes that gathered together to keep warm due to greater foreign aggression.
We don't even need to rely on plunder and conspiracy to get a kick.
As long as we show our ability to gain a foothold here, a large number of people will come to join us with their families.
We only need to select their young adults to form an army and train them.
I dare say that it will only take a few years to conquer all the surrounding city-states. Karad spoke impassionedly about his grand plan, while the others quickly found other topics to distract themselves from. This hobgoblin still has the blood of a dictatorial warlord flowing in his bones.
Although the current conditions do not allow it, Karad will show his fangs to the surroundings anytime and anywhere.
If they really do what he does, they will soon become the target of public criticism.
Ahem, that kind of thing can be put off later.
Don't forget that we still have problems that need to be solved urgently. The most important thing is to lay a good foundation. Ron nodded to the surroundings. If you all have no doubts, let's prepare for each other.
Ivy, you guys have a good rest these 2 days.
We may need to go a little far. The distance is about the same as the Black Dragon's lair.
Why? Victoria asked curiously. We don't have a complete grasp of our surroundings, do we?
The message left by the Golden Dragon, one of the clues, points to an abandoned ancient mine. Ron showed the golden scales in his hand. There is nothing worth hiding in the message he left me, so I think the clue is probably in the mine.
Understood. Several partners nodded and everyone dispersed.
Only Sylvia followed Ron back to the room. She was about to start teaching arcane arts to this young man who, although talented, had not received nearly any systematic training. Before she can formally teach the arcane system, she must also teach Ron part of the language and writing so that he can understand the corresponding history, nature, arcana, and religious knowledge. Only by mastering these can learning spells become easier.
If you want to get closer to magic, the best way is to learn dragon language. But unfortunately, most humanoid creatures cannot pronounce dragon language normally.
Vampires can probably master 70% of dragon language vocabulary, and humans only learn 40%. I only learned 20% because the old man who taught me only knows so much.
Sylvia sat across from Ron and took out her spellbook.
Her spellbook was bound with a stack of waste paper and usually kept in a private place. If you want to understand natural history and human history, Elven and Dwarven are very important. These two races have a long lifespan and their language systems have changed little. In addition, they are also the main languages of some minority races, such as orcs, halforcs, dwarves, etc. If you want to understand religious knowledge, you mainly rely on common language and human language. I can understand common language, after all, it is very widely spread, but why human language?
Ron asked curiously. Sylvia thought for a moment. It's probably because humans believe in all kinds of gods.
You see, the dragons only believe in Bahamut and Tiamat, the elves, dwarves, halflings, and most races basically only believe in their own pantheons. Only humans Helm, Ion, Bahamut, Tiamat, Grom, Lolth, even Baphomet and Zariel, you name a god, there is almost no god without human believers.
Magrabai, Earth-like spirit?
Sylvia, anyway,
human language is the best and most widely used language to carry faith.
See 80 new villages for why you need to master this knowledge to learn magic. The reason is actually very simple.
magic does not come out of thin air. Although the three goddesses of magic control the operation and rules of magic in this world, even if you do not believe in them, it will not affect the use of magic. Because the rules of magic itself are also a natural law, and the specific methods of use refer to history and religion, such as divine arts or sacrificial rituals. And understanding them is to understand the basic laws of magic, and only by understanding the laws can you use them better. After that, Sylvia took Ron's weaving preface and checked it after Ron opened the authorization. Look, these spells you have now are in all languages, and the symbols and activation spells you set yourself are also strange, although it can be seen that you have worked very hard to summarize them. This is basically the result of copying. You may feel that it's nothing now, but once you learn more spells, what should you do? Memorizing them all by rote is too much of a burden for a person. Ron was embarrassed to say that the weaving preface could help him remember, and there was no harm in learning more, and with the power of the spell book, his learning on this would not be too difficult. The team rested for a whole week. Ron and Sylvia almost never left the house. They ate and lived together, and devoted all their time except rest to tutoring. Ron almost found the feeling when he was writing the thesis and defending it. He almost lived in the laboratory and the office next door. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't eat or stay overnight in the laboratory, he could move all his bedding there. High-intensity learning, I'm used to it. And now there's no need for others to evaluate and judge, and no need for impact factors. I know whether it's enough or not, and the psychological pressure can be much less. What's even better is that the vampires, like their blood relatives, don't need sleep. They only need 4 hours of meditation every day to restore their energy. He can ask Sylvia anytime and anywhere. Then a week later, Sylvia was going crazy. I have nothing to teach you. Sylvia looked at the calculation papers and drafts on the floor of the room with a distracted look. I have learned more than 10 years of knowledge, and you are about to drain me out. This man's learning speed is amazing, and he doesn't need to review and consolidate. Tomorrow, at the latest, she will have to teach Ron the bedtime fairy tale. This is too terrible. Generally speaking, she, a vampire, is the one who often drains others. Then it seems that I can only go to find those spellcasters? Ron picked up the papers on the table in bed with regret. He now has 2 dark circles under his eyes, and his body is almost exhausted to the limit, but his spirit is extremely excited, and he is not even sleepy at all. He spent a whole night yesterday to deduce the full set of theories of mirror-shape magic and printed it on the preface of weaving. At this rate, Ron optimistically estimated that in 2 weeks, he will be able to truly learn lightning beams and no longer need that gem. It's useless for you to find them, Sylvia responded weakly. I am the best one, and they can't even think about what I can't teach. If you still want to improve again, you can probably only go to the academy in the city-state or some kingdom empire to study. What a pity. He is obviously busy now. Yeah, what a pity, then she wouldn't have to suffer this. When Ron and Sylvia finally appeared in front of others again, everyone who saw them was shocked. Benefactor, you are really this. Seymour raised his thumb with a smirk. Sylvia, you are not good enough. How could you be tormented like this by the boss? Sylvia rolled her eyes and didn't even bother to pay attention to him. Ron, Carrad came over in a hurry. Are you okay? I'm fine. Ron was full of energy. What's the matter? Just reporting the progress of the project, Carrad said. A new village has been built 25 kilometers away. As the project progresses, some vendors have begun to move to our side. After hearing that we are preparing to develop the Delusion Land, a merchant is willing to stay in that village and provide us with some supplies sent from the southern part of the Delusion Land as long as we agree to exempt his taxes. This is good news. Yes, Carrad hesitated for a moment, and then said, but there is another piece of news that I don't know whether it's good or bad. An undead creature who claims to be a servant of the Black Dragonageri has been here before. After hearing that you are studying, she went to the new village and asked you to meet her when you have time. That Will-o'-the-Wisp? Ron noticed that Carrad said she instead of it. Could this guy also tell whether the other person's gender is male or female from the skull? Willow? Carrad was stunned for a moment. I think it shouldn't be. Maybe you can go and see it yourself and you will know what's going on. I don't know much about this either. Ron immediately gathered his team members and prepared to go to the new village to see you first, and then set off to the mine. Are you sure it's okay to set off like this? Ivy looked at Ron and then at Sylvia. You two look like, damn it. Is it because this woman is bigger? What's so good about vampires? It's okay, Ron shook his head. After the excitement, the aftereffects of too little sleep began to come up, but it shouldn't be a problem. Just hold on to the new village and rest for a night after seeing you. It was just dawn now, and it would be afternoon when we got there, so the remaining time was enough for him to relax.
Seeing that they couldn't persuade Ron, the other members of the team stopped insisting and headed towards the newly built village after getting ready. "I've been negotiating with several horse dealers in recent days," Victoria said as they walked on the still flattened dirt road. "If they are willing to lower the price by another 10%, we can have horse-drawn carriages traveling between the trading post and various villages." "I think that's tough," Ivy said. "I treated them to a drink last night, and they said that unless you are willing to buy 3 more horses, they will never lower the price." "Why do we need so many?" Victoria frowned. "Anyway, their pack horses can't be sold in from town, so why not give them to me?" "You see, I knew it," Ivy shrugged. "But I got it, we will buy 5 more horses, and they will give us a 10% discount and a full set of horse gear. But we won't use the extra horses ourselves, but subcontract them to merchants and travelers, and we only need a deposit. Given our geographical location and the identity of the renters, these horses will most likely not be sent back again, so it is actually almost equivalent to us selling them at a higher price. I've seen this model in Rose City, and they will buy it." C81 from Willowthuist to Banshee. "I'm not sure this will work." Victoria still didn't agree, but Ivy was definitely more knowledgeable than she was, and if she thought it was okay, then she had no objection. "Hi! Ron." When the team walked into the newly established village in the afternoon, a series of calls attracted their attention. At the same time, a hazy and luminous figure whizzed past the nearby villagers like a whirlwind and rushed directly in front of Ron. This incorporeal body, emitting a faint blue light, is surrounded by fluttering slender rags. Amidst the messy hair, her soft elf face can still be vaguely recognized on her face. "Look at me. I'm finally no longer a skull." She didn't have any hostility towards Ron and others. She just kept floating around Ron and others, showing her current form. "Are you? Ron looked at the ghost that appeared in the sun in surprise. "Can undead creatures also change forms? Are you a banshee now?" Maybe." Yu Shen hovered about 1.5 meters in front of Ron, with a confused expression. "Honestly, I don't know. Ever since the Master's magic unlocked the limitations of my memory, I have been digesting my life of those episodes until a few days ago. The canary that once defeated the Master came back, and appeared with the Master's teacher. They talked a lot, and before leaving, a radiance of magic enveloped me. In short, I am now a banshee. A banshee who has memories of her life, can communicate, can move in the sun, and does not need to be bound by the place where she died." Yu's tone was joyful. As a long-dead creature, nothing could make her more happy than walking in this world again. "It sounds like that canary has quite a lot of power and knowledge," Sylvia thought. "But why doesn't he come to solve the troubles in this land?" "He can't, he may be afraid," Yu suddenly said. "Aren't you looking for the reason for the destruction of Green Swamp Town?" "I do know something. I was from Green Marsh Town when I was alive." Should we say, long live the Highland Empire?" Ivy tentatively said, putting a hand on the hilt of the sword. "You don't have to be so wary of me. I was only 20 years old when I came to Green Swamp Town." Yu smiled slightly sadly, "but now, even I myself have turned into a ghost, remembering the person who has long since passed away." "What's the point of a destroyed empire?" "Some people are not as open-minded as you, or you don't look like a banshee at all." Ivy relaxed slightly and put down her hand. "Probably because they have experienced the glory of the former empire. Unlike me, I have spent my whole life in this enclave far away from the empire, but so what? This is their problem. If you want to eliminate them, I won't plead for my fellows, because I'm a ruthless banshee now. Ha! Let's talk about the delusional land. I guess that Lord Canary may have asked me to tell it for this purpose. Those terrifying beings will be wary of a powerful creature, but who cares what a little succubus says?" "Very well," Ron smiled and nodded. "I've had enough of their riddles. Tell me what happened." "To put it simply, the reason for our destruction is that we found a powerful force in the final period," Yu said with a thoughtful expression. "This force is hidden underground and moves quickly, but it will be attracted by the remains of intelligent life. Baron Saran Lane determined that this power was the key to saving the Empire and continuing the Highland Empire, so he formulated a plan to use his body as bait, build a mausoleum, carry treasures, and fake death to attract that power to take the bait, and then use the magic items in the tablets to capture and tame this power. But he didn't expect one thing: the elves who built the tomb for him were corrupted by power during the construction process. When that power was attracted to the tomb, because of the obstruction of his corrupt compatriots, the Baron didn't even those corrupted elves were devoured before they could wake up from their suspended animation, and return to the ground after renovating the fake mausoleums. My other compatriots and I didn't know what was happening at the time, but soon people became stranger and stranger one after another, and they didn't feel there was anything abnormal about themselves. Instead, they thought we were the ones who were corrupted. In order to capture us, they obtained forbidden knowledge from nowhere, opened the portal to the elemental plane, and allowed all kinds of giant spirits to wreak havoc in Green Swamp Town. Yu's spirit body was still flickering, which showed that her mental state was quite unstable. In order not to be caught and corrupted, I and the other survivors kept running away, and in the end we had no way out. Sometimes I chose to commit suicide to avoid becoming that kind of walking zombie. But I am not willing to do it. I came here with my parents since I was a child. They said this place would bring us a new life, but I watched them go into the abyss step by step. Baron Saran Lane is a very good person, but a little neurotic, but I can know his final outcome from talking to the dead of my compatriots. And my compatriots, they all came together with different ideals but ended up fighting each other. Power? Power. Those are all traps and lies. Yu screamed at the top of her lungs, and dots of gray-black light flashed ominously, gradually spreading from below her. Her previous state of freedom seemed to be just an illusion. Once her emotions fluctuated, she would tend to transform into a real banshee. Hush, hush. Victoria also saw that Yu was not in the right state. Her words were full of reassuring power. When she stretched out her hand, a halo of peaceful breath emerged from her palm and enveloped Yu. Everything is over. The priest's divine arts always have this or that magical ability, which is difficult for the mage to master. Under Victoria's comfort, Yu gradually calmed down. She did not notice that the light spots under her body faded quickly, and everything seemed as if nothing had happened. I'm sorry, I lost my composure, Yu sighed. So you should know why that was written on the stone tablet? We touched the ground, discovered the power and tried to capture it. The last few scholars who survived believed that this was the reason for determining whether we were qualified to be food. Actually, I would say it's more like fishing. The untouchable power is the bait, and the fishermen will catch the fish that bite the hook on their table. See 82 Ghouls Footprints. Search TWKAN on Google. But why do you believe that there is a more powerful force behind it? Ron didn't understand. Couldn't it be the power you discovered? Baron Saran Lane has done tests. He is a very smart man and has long anticipated that there may be problems with the power itself, but the result is that there is not. That's why he boldly carried out such a capture plan, because in the view of the Baron at the time, it was not very dangerous to just use himself as bait. Perhaps, the kingdom ahead of you also discovered similar things underground. Ron rubbed his chin. The difference is that they released a deadly plague, and the corruptor is considered to be their last queen. Myself. As Iksuri said, there is no power in names and events in themselves. What is powerful is the existence behind them. The level of an adult golden dragon may attract attention and interference from the other party, but the level of Ron and you will not be noticed at all. If you use this fishing method, will you starve yourself to death? Sarah scratched her head. It will take a few hundred years to eat one meal? It takes a few hundred years to eat, but it must be a big meal. And as it devours more and more forces, the more relics and treasures will be left on this land, and there will be more fish attracted to bite the hook, said Ron. This land is one of the few pure lands among the many city-states in the south. As Karad said before, as long as someone establishes a foothold here, a large number of people will come to seek refuge, bringing their young and old with them. Speeding up development also shortens the time people wait for meals underground. Judging from the two current samples, the other party will not take action personally, but will use plague and corruption to implement its will. This actually gives us room for maneuver. If we are properly prepared, we may not be unable to resist. But in order to achieve this, we must collect more information. I want to go too. Yu quickly expressed his stance. I still know a lot of things and I can definitely help. And I am an undead creature. I don't need air, food, and sleep. I will never burden you. Ahu, a certain half-undead creature was non-committal about this. Yu's appearance might obviously put her at risk of being kicked to the second team. After all, Sylvia's knowledge had been almost drained by Ron. Then let's rest here for the night and start again tomorrow morning. Ron didn't notice Sylvia's little mood. For Ron, she and Yu couldn't replace each other at all. Yu couldn't make up for the lack of arcane firepower, and Sylvia couldn't pass through entities. After spending the night in the newly established village, Ron led everyone towards the mine marked by the Golden Dragon. That area is one of the few relatively dry areas in Delusion Land. When they stepped out of the mud onto solid stone, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Is this the mine? It looks like it has collapsed. Sarah looked at the surrounding environment, and her eyes finally fell on a hill in front of her that was almost entirely made of stone. After the ancient queen came out of the underground, she ordered all the mines to be closed down. Ron recalled the message in the scales, and that era was too long ago, and there probably wouldn't be any living things here. I wouldn't say that if I were you. You wandered around and soon made a discovery. Look here. Fresh footprints.
It was the transitional area between the mine and the swamp. A large group of footprints came out of the swamp in a messy manner, heading in the direction of the mine.
The feet are bare and the nails are very long.
Dravito carefully identified the footprints, trying to find out more information. He is about the same height as you and has a stooped waist. I can understand one person coming, but how do you see that these creatures are stooped?
Ivy looked at Dreyfus inexplicably.
Look at the footprints.
The center of gravity is tilted forward. Dreyford pointed to the footprints that seemed to be almost identical to Ron and said, "They walk like this."
Let me teach you.
As he spoke, Dreyfudo began to bend over, stretch his neck, and limp forward. It's just that he was not used to this way of walking, so he fell down before taking 2 steps.
Ghoul.
Victoria recognized the creature that Driver had learned from at a glance, because the goblin imitated it so closely. This undead's insatiable thirst for humanoid flesh drives them to wander the night in swarms, priding like maggots and carrion beetles in a land of decay and death.
There are really all kinds of things in the swamp.
Sarah showed a disgusted expression and reached out to grab Dreyfudo's neck collar to pick him up.
Stop learning that thing. I can't even eat when I think of them. I can't even eat it. Why?
Ivy tilted her head and looked at Sarah.
Do you have one in the north too? Those things are everywhere.
Sarah frowned. Ghouls will haunt places where they can eat dead flesh and rotting organs. You know, in the snowfields, the flesh and blood of dead bodies are difficult to rot and bury.
These monsters will become wandering in the snow in groups.
We have stories that scare children. Never go outside the tribe to play on a snowy day. When you are lost in a snowstorm, don't try to get close to anyone for help, because that's probably a ghoul.
It's really scary. Sylvia showed a frightened expression.
Although she was a vampire, it didn't mean that she was close to these distant relatives of the undead creatures.
Sarah, have you ever encountered a ghoul yourself?
Yes, it was after a hunt. Sarah said in a deep voice, I once bet with someone after drinking that I could hunt a mammoth alone. I succeeded, but it was dark. Winter in the north is very cold. In order to avoid the wind and snow, I cut open the belly of the mammoth and crawled in. When I slept comfortably until midnight, there was a rustling sound outside. There was a rustling sound of footsteps, and then something began to tear and gnaw the flesh of the mammoth. I thought to myself, which blind predator dares to steal my prey? At that time, I held the axe tightly in one hand and opened the mammoth's belly with the other hand. In front of me appeared the disgusting, terrifying, and rotten faces of 5 ghouls. At this time, they also discovered me and rushed up immediately.
We fought together.
They were driven by endless hunger and had fangs and claws as weapons, and I had anger in my old friend. Sarah proudly weighed the giant axe in his hand.
See 83 first floor of the mine, then what?
Ivy listened in rapt attention and asked Sarah about the story behind her.
Then
of course I chopped them all into frozen meat dregs.
Girl.
Sarah laughed loudly. I'm still standing here, and I came to the south. But I didn't win that bet, because when I took them to see the mammoth carcass at dawn, those bastards insisted that I found a mammoth carcass and killed the ghouls around to use it as my own.
Achievements, bah.
Sarah depressedly picked up the water bag on her waist, took a big gulp of ale, then opened her animal skin coat and showed her companions a large old scar on her waist. Look, this is the place where the ghouls scratched you. Their claws have paralyzing poison. If you encounter them later, be careful.
Ivy shouldn't be affected, right?
Victoria looked at the half-elf. I heard that the first ghoul was once an elf. After his fall, his despicable master was at war with the Gnoll Lord.
He gave up on him.
In desperation, he asked the elves for help and received a kind and tolerant rescue. From then on, the poisonous claws of the ghouls will no longer be effective against the elves. Then I'll probably be paralyzed half the time, Ivy said with a self-deprecating smile. After all, I'm not a whole elf. Elves are elves, and half-elves are half-elves. Even normal races cannot tell the difference between the two, let alone ghouls.
Are you going in now?
Sylvia looked at the darkening sky with some worry. Will they be strengthened at night?
Won't you get strengthened at night? You float next to Sylvia.
Although she thinks Ron is the best person in the team and Ivy is the best talker, she still prefers to talk to Sylvia. Stay with Sylvia, her temperature is lower. But I am a spellcaster. Sylvia sighed and pulled out a pair of daggers from her waist. Okay, this is my first adventure, and I don't want to appear too cowardly.
Don't worry, if you can't beat me, stand behind me and Victoria. Ivy smiled, set up the tower shield and walked towards the entrance of the mine on the hillside first.
The wooden boards blocking here have been torn.
It's most likely done by the ghouls.
Ivy used the scabbard as a crowbar and widened the entire entrance to accommodate the heavy tower shield.
Come in, there are no food nearby. Ghoul.
Ron clicked on the light spell, and the dim mine tunnel inside was indeed as empty as Ivy said.
The track on the ground had long been decayed and abandoned, the sleepers were rotten and incomplete, the rails were rusty and twisted, and the mine car was overturned on the side. Covered with it was the marks of tearing by teeth and claws. Yu's figure became illusory, and he flew lightly to the inside of the mine. After a while, he turned back and said, "There are no ghouls in the nearby forks. These guys should be hiding deeper." However, this layer of the surface seems to be used as a nest by spiders and centipedes, and there are quite a few of them. It's better to be careful. The spiders and centipedes you mentioned are not the little guys, but giant spiders and centipedes. They are large beasts that are several times larger than humans. They are highly poisonous, and the giant spiders are insidious characters who are good at using spider webs to hunt. Since they didn't want to alert other monsters that might exist, Ron and the others could only slowly move forward and deal with the beasts as soon as possible, trying not to make too much noise. But even so, it seems that their aura of living people has alerted the predators here, and all kinds of beasts and monsters are still gathering towards their location. I feel like we are like tomb robbers. Ron shot a flaming arrow and lit the down on a giant spider. These guys are the guardian beasts that protect the owner of the tomb. Interesting metaphor, Sylvia responded in a low voice. If I can have a castle like a vampire in the future, I will also raise a group of little guys like this. She put her mouth to the head of a giant centipede at her feet, as if she wanted to taste the insect's blood, but for whatever reason, the vampire was unable to swallow it. Then Dreyfus and I will go hunting in your castle every day. Sarah said with a smile, "You said it would be great if there was such a thing in our snowfield. We wouldn't have to risk our lives to hunt wild beasts." In fact, for ordinary people, creatures such as giant spiders and centipedes are still dangerous and deadly, but they are nothing compared to the creatures Sarah dealt with before. "It would be really annoying if you were really being so mean," Ron muttered. He remembered the big cockroach he had met in the south in his previous life. That thing's relatives didn't grow that big in the north. "Hey! Look what I found." Dreyfudo followed you and appeared from a corner in front, a guardroom. After Ron and others passed by, it turned out that as Dreyfudo said, it was a guard room set up at the intersection of the mine tunnels, but there were no living or undead creatures in it. There were only fragments of broken bones scattered on the decayed chairs, beds, and floor. There used to be at least 3 people here. Ron gathered the bones on the ground together. "It seems they were ghouls. How do you know?" Ivy pointed at the fragments that Ron swept out. "I didn't even see the skull." "Here, look at this." Ron picked up a few bones from the ground. "Does it look a bit like it?" "These are the cervical vertebrae." "Of course they look the same." Ivy glanced at them. "Then take a look at this one." Ron picked up another one. "Is the shape the same as the previous one?" "No," Ivy shook her head. "But it should also be a cervical vertebra or a spine, right?" Ivy may not have studied systematic anatomy, but as a senior adventurer, she can still answer such simple questions. This is the first cervical vertebra, also known as the atlas. It is located at the top of the spine and connected to the occipital bone. Its shape is ring-shaped and has no vertebral body. Ron picked up the other 2. A person has 7 cervical vertebrae, but there is only one first cervical vertebra. And there are 3 atlases here. Doesn't this mean there are 3 people? Then why did they die here? Didn't the ancient queen seal the mine? Don't be so superstitious about the so-called orders and queen, Sylvia smiled disdainfully. It is likely that the outside received the order, but did not notify the people inside at all. In the darkness, monsters grow and wild beasts run rampant. They have no way to go up to the sky and no way to go down to the earth. They can only stay here until the end of their lives. See 84 ghouls on the move? No, not quite. Ron carefully pieced together the skeleton, while letting Dreyfudo and you continue to search the room. After carefully comparing several bones, he made a new discovery. The owners of these skeletons are not very old. I can't say exactly how old they are, but they are definitely not aging individuals. In other words, they did not die of old age. And I didn't see any traces of disease on it, nor did I see the traces of the plague claimed in the message. Even if Ron is not a forensic doctor or a clinician, he can still find quite a few clues on the bones. However, now he is a little dumbfounded. There are almost no traces of disease on these bones. Fungi? Virus? Bacteria? If the owners of these bones suffered from illness during their lifetime, then there must be corresponding reflections on the bones. Maybe it's because of the passage of time? Maybe their mine is really not infected with the plague? Victoria took out a fragment of mandible from under the bed and threw it to Ron. But when Ron accidentally took it and put it together with a half-leg bone with tooth marks on it, his hand suddenly stopped. Sarah, who was watching, suddenly sneered. "I always thought, these tooth marks should be left by ghouls." Ron separated the bones in his hands and put them together again in shock.
but the result did not change at all. Although there are varying degrees of wear on both the teeth and bones, the match is enough to be used as evidence. They starved to death, Sylvia sighed, and finally had to be reduced to this. But no matter whether they are victims or survivors, they will not escape death.
Ron smiled bitterly. What exactly happened here? That made the last queen have to close the mine? The clues provided by Jean Long now seem to be unreliable.
The adult golden dragon was probably just a bystander in the kingdom at that time, and the clues he got were just hearsay, and he never went into the mine himself. Ron found no trace of the disease here, and the queen didn't even consider the people inside when she sealed it off.
So what was the reason that made him issue such an order? And there is another question, Victoria said. Why are these people staying here? Even if our compatriots won't let them out, shouldn't they go to the entrance and exit of the mine to call for help? They just accepted their fate and were trapped here until they died?
Maybe, but he was dragged back to the lair by ghouls and beasts, Sarah shrugged. Isn't this a bit suspicious?
A normally functioning mine would allow ghouls and beasts to run rampant? They are obviously latecomers.
Oh, you smart people always like to make wild guesses. Sarah scratched her scalp irritably. Why don't we just go down? There must be more clues below than above. You have to use your brain. Your brain is used to counterweight the headbutt, not for you to waste time in this wretched place. Okay. Ron stood up with a smile and dusted off his hands. Let's go, let's get ready to go down. Hey, you. Dreyfudo, and you were anxious. What do you mean by these people? We didn't ask you here just to play with dead people's bones.
The goblin hunter kicked open a box on the bedside.
The lock of the iron box was already rusty and could be opened with just one kick. The light of gold coins filled the room. Gold.
You just pretended you didn't see it?
For Ron, the curiosity to explore far outweighed the desire for gold coins at this time, but the goblin ignored this and insisted on stuffing all the gold coins into his wallet.
You won't carry me.
Dreyfudo followed angrily at the back of the team, carrying a bag full of coins on his shoulders.
It seems that this place itself is a gold mine.
On the way underground, Ron and the others occasionally saw scattered gold nuggets on the ground, but it was obvious that the creatures here were no longer interested in gold. Dreyfudo refused to accept anyone who came, and gold coins were scattered all over the ground along the way, while the large chunks of gold he carried on his back became more and more. After having you help him explore the road, he was happy to have some free time and simply concentrated on picking up the gold behind. Be careful, these golds are cursed, Dreyfudo. Ivy laughed at him. If you are corrupted because of picking up gold, we will have to kill you.
Bah.
The goblin bared his teeth in a threatening expression. I will not be corrupted. I am the most upright, loyal, and indestructible Lord Driver. Okay, stop making trouble. Ron suddenly dimmed the light spell and led his companions into a nearby passage. Did you hear it?
There are dragging and footsteps coming up from below.
Maybe it's getting dark outside. Yuchu walked around in front. It's time for those ghouls to look for food and move around.
Are you going to kill them all and just lay an ambush here?
This is a relatively narrow tunnel. No matter how numerous and fierce the opponent is, when you get here, you have to ask for the tower shield in Ivy's hand.
Let me help you cover your breath.
Sylvia chanted a spell softly, and a hazy gray curtain enveloped Ron and others. While waiting with bated breath, the chaotic footsteps got closer and closer. The ghouls dragged their heavy and stiff corpses up from the lower level of the mine.
I say, Driver glanced outside, can ghouls be colorful?
Of course, Sylvia introduced like a treasure. Generally speaking, ghouls will appear corrupted gray, but due to various reasons, such as eating the flesh and blood of magical creatures, being exposed to radiation in the environment or other reasons, they may undergo different transformations and become variants.
The skin of a type of ghoul will become pale and transparent, their strength and agility will be greatly enhanced, and their claws will become larger. This white ghoul is usually called a war ghoul.
Necromancers, such as the old man who taught me, like them very much. Another type of skin will become swollen and pus-filled, showing a moldy green color. Their bodies have the ability to spread diseases, so they are called plague ghouls. I guess the plague in the Golden Dragon information is them. And the third type of skin is dark red, called famine ghouls. They become thin and dry, and their bites are accompanied by curses, slowly draining the victim's self-awareness. If this pain lasts for a long time, the victim will be infected with the unclean hunger for fresh meat, and it will be beyond their control, and then they will be transformed into ordinary grey ghouls.
Sylvia introduced it all at once.
That's it. What types have you seen?
All of them.
See 85 Ghosts raid all Taiwanese novel network. As soon as Driver said this, everyone lost their confidence in waiting.
They showed up. In the endless darkness, the empty eyes of countless zombies of different variants reflected strange light. Lightning beam. Benefactor. Don't let them get close. Sylvia shouted, and a cloud of daggers rose in the tunnel. The rotating daggers filled the tunnel in an instant, strangling the zombies walking in the front into pieces.
Silver Moonlight Victoria followed closely behind, and she threw a few moonseed vine seeds and a milky white feldspar into the crowd of zombies. A mysterious and holy light penetrated the outer wall of the mine and smashed directly into the most densely populated area of ghouls. This was the first time Victoria showed her attack ability as a priest. The damage of the sacred light to the ghouls was even greater than that of Sylvia's dagger cloud. Following closely behind was Ron's lightning beam. In this narrow terrain, the flickering electric light engulfed almost all the ghouls. Under the bombardment of the three spellcasters, the plague ghouls among the ghouls were the first to be unable to resist. Their papermint green skin exploded backwards, triggering a chain reaction that injured or even killed a large number of other variant ghouls. The corridor was filled with the painful howling of ghouls for a while. "They can't get through." Sarah waved her fist excitedly. "Go back to the abyss, you bastards. This is what you deserve." Speaking of which, Ron saw that one lightning bolt was basically enough, so he didn't continue to add, but turned to ask Sylvia, who was concentrating on maintaining the spell, "Are the variants of the ghouls named according to Apocalypse? Is there one missing?" "You'd better not expect it," Sylvia gritted her teeth and said. "Even if the old man specializes in necromancy, it's rare for him to summon that type. And generally we don't call it death ghouls, but demons. More powerful, more cunning, and can even command other ghouls." Sylvia's voice stopped abruptly. "Benefactor, do you smell a bad smell?" "Probably." Ron sniffed, as if it came from the direction of the ghoul group. "Ron, you are such a badass. Why are you mentioning ghosts for no reason?" A humanoid shadow passed through the coverage of the dagger cloud in the moonlight, waving its sharp claws to hit Ivy in the air. If Ivy hadn't been proficient in using the tower shield, she would have been almost disfigured. A strong stench spread around the thin humanoid. Fortunately, Ron smashed open the 2 bottles of anti-venom potion that he had prepared in advance. The faint herbal fragrance dispelled the toxins hidden in the stench, which prevented the ghost's surprise attack from breaking through the defense line and interrupting Sylvia and Victoria's spells. Before, Ron brought the anti-venom potion because he heard that there might be a plague here. Although he didn't encounter the plague, it was not a waste to fight against the ghost. "Do you want me to dispel it?" Victoria asked as she pulled the moonlight closer to this side. "It's okay for the ghost to attack the defense line, but we can't let other ghouls take advantage of it. It's useless. The ghouls led by the demon are resistant to dispersing the undead." Sylvia said. "Sarah, driver, you have to kill it quickly." "I want to, but this place is too narrow." Sarah's irritable voice echoed in the tunnel. "Ivy, get out of the way, I'll kill it." "You want to die, right? You two idiots, get out of the way." Driver drew out his dagger, jumped up, and with a little leverage on Ivy's shoulder, he landed behind the demon in a blink of an eye. Ron immediately launched a series of attacks on the ghouls behind him to buy time for Driver. The goblin hunter was short and agile, and a demon alone could not catch him. Instead, Driver could keep leaving wounds on it. "This is not right," the goblin yelled. "I can't seem to kill this thing. The flesh of the ghoul never decays, and it is stiff and tough. The puncture wounds and cuts left by the dagger are like an itch through a shoe to the ghoul." "I'll do it." Ivy finally made room for Sarah. The barbarian chopped off the ghoul's head with 2 axes, and then pulled Driver back behind Ivy. Without the command of the ghouls were just wild beasts. The advantage of numbers that they could rely on could not be brought into play here, and they could only be gradually consumed by Ron and others. As Ivy used the tower shield to paste the last ghoul on the stone wall next to it, there was no more ghoul that could move in the entire corridor. "My spellbook is empty." Sylvia frowned and checked her spell list for today. "No more. I'm going to ask for a place to camp. Give me some time to rest." "Rest? Are you kidding?" Sarah pointed at the ghouls on the ground. "You should know that these things can be resurrected. Do we have to fight another round?" "In this wilderness, as long as there is still a ghoul that may survive, it can pull up almost all the ghouls again if given some time. If it is not completely wiped out at once, this monster is harder to kill than cockroaches." Okay. How could Sylvia not know the truth? Helplessly, she had to compromise. "I really didn't expect that the adventure would take place when the caster had no spells to use. There will always be various emergencies." Victoria smiled and patted her shoulder. "Get used to it, stand behind me, I'll protect you." "Oh Victoria, you're so nice. It's a pity that I can't help the dead at all." You, who had watched the whole game, floated to the front to explore the way. "If it's a living person, I can still be of some use. The vast majority of undead creatures have endless malice towards the living, and most of their abilities exist to target the living. Although you has no malice towards the living, it can't change the characteristics of the Banshee. It is her job to induce the living to corrupt and transform into undead creatures. It is really useless to deal with ghouls. As an undead creature, her negative energy damage may even heal ghouls in turn. But your current mission is something none of us can do. Ron walked behind you and watched her move through the walls and explore possible rooms. How is it? Did you gain anything?
This is empty.
See 86 Miner's diary. When you entered a wall again, he was uncharacteristically uncharacteristic, and it took a long time before he floated out again. It's empty in here, but I can't find the door.
There was some confusion in the Banshee's voice. How can a room with no door be inhabited? Shouldn't you first consider how to open such a room? The 5.5 living people looked at you in surprise. They have been dead for too long, so their thinking is different from that of normal people? We haven't reached the next floor yet, right? Sarah used the light of the light spell to look down. Why is there an empty room here? There is nothing else on the second floor except some beasts and cave-dwelling monsters. They are currently at the junction of the second and third floors. I don't know about that, I just know that it's very, very big inside. You tried to figure out the size and height of the space inside, but he went straight through the stone wall above. It looks like the space inside might be 2 stories high. Is it very thick? Ivy stretched out her hand and knocked on the stone wall. It was indeed empty inside, but the specific thickness was not easy to judge. Although their group also brought pickaxes that they might use, they did not dare to dig casually in this old mine hundreds of years ago. It's not too thick. You wandered around twice, maybe it doesn't need to be dug out. Take a look here, can you get in? You found a narrow crack. If you lay down on it, you can vaguely see the darkness inside, but it is not that easy to squeeze in from here. I'm definitely finished, Sarah shook her head. Look at my muscles. I can't even stretch my forearm in. Me too, Sylvia looked down and found that her size was probably more difficult than Sarah's. Victoria and Ivy are both wearing armor. If they take it off, they can get by, but it is not a good idea to take off their defenses in a place like this. Honestly, my head is a bit big, Dreyford muttered and began to squeeze in, while Ron attached the light spell to his short bow to help Dreyford see better. Surrounding environment. Dark vision is dark vision, and light is better than no light. That Banshee, I think you are mistaken, Dravito's voice soon came from behind the wall. No wonder you said there are no walls here. This room should be on the upper floor. It fell down. Falled off? Ron asked outside.
The floor collapsed, said the goblin. Look at the corpses and bones in this room. I'm sure they fell down. There are 6, 7, 8 corpses, all ghouls, and I can't recognize the bones' weight?
Dravito? What did you find?
There was silence for a while, and then Dravito's voice sounded again. Notes. There is a notebook here. I also found some writings painted with blood on the wall.
But I can't understand what's written on it.
Throw it out, Sylvia said. Let me see it.
Can you think of a way for us to see those on the wall?
I can. You went in and came out again, leaving a string of shining illusory words on the wall here.
Dwarf language, Sylvia recognized it at a glance. Am I too hungry?
It's written in the notes. On a certain year, month, and day, Lao Chui and the others were trapped for 3 days. After returning from the unfinished 5th floor, they became strange, taciturn, and didn't answer 10 questions. Ron picked it up. Picking up the notes that Dreyfus had thrown out, he opened a page that was still intact.
The Queen suddenly ordered the closure of the mines, but why?
Sylvia frowned and leaned over to read. Old Hammer and the others had a conflict with the soldiers who came to perform their duties, and I also joined in. My wife and 6 children are waiting for me to earn this job, and I can't lose this job. We have hidden the bodies of the soldiers, and the overseer has been convinced by us. If the Queen no longer pays us wages, we will pay ourselves.
After all, this is a gold mine. But what did I find? When I got up at night, I saw Lao Chui and the others going to the place where the corpses were buried, and then digging them out? I should figure out what's going on. Lao Chui and the others have been doing this for 3 days. I asked them, but they thought I was sleepwalking? They're getting weirder and weirder.
They're sleeping in the same dormitory and I can smell the rotten smell coming from them. Ron turned the pages again, only to find that several entries at the back had been torn out, and the diaries further down were, without exception, stained with blood and bloody handprints. I contacted several workers, questioned Lao Hammer, and started fighting with them. The reckless alchemist threw an alchemical bomb, which collapsed the floor and everyone fell down. We finally won, but it was a miserable victory. I tried to call the people above to come to the rescue, but what emerged were a few soldiers.
They ignored us and walked away.
I can hear the roar of the machines outside stopping.
Is the mine still shut down?
Poor Sure too, he must have been infected by Lao Hammer.
He kept trying to attack me last night.
In order to save his life,
I could only tie him up. These people are crazy. They are all crazy. I didn't tie the stone just to let you eat it. God, Sylvia looked at the words you left on the wall again. The back of the diary is unreadable. I guess what's on the wall is the final result. It's almost the same as the ending of the 3 on the first floor, and the old hammer in the diary should have encountered something similar. Ron walked to the gap and pulled Driver out. There is indeed not much food in the mine, but it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Ivy frowned. 5-layer mine, this kind of thing happened on every layer? It's the mine of the entire ancient kingdom, Sylvia corrected. Did you forget? Plague dilemmas create ghouls, and ghouls will create new dilemmas. I guess the last queen ordered the blockade after exploring a mine and discovering this. But the ghouls transformed in this way will not immediately turn into beasts, but can still maintain consciousness for a period of time. The queen should have been resisted by her non-human subjects under this situation and was eventually overthrown. I thought I could be professionally matched. Ron sighed. If it was this kind of plague, he was afraid that he would not be able to cure it. Maybe the 5th floor has the answers we need, Ivy said. Hopefully there won't be so many ghouls on the lower floors. C-87 Goodbye Mendatus. Maybe it's because the ghouls go out to look for food at night, and that's all Ron and the others encountered. As the team carefully passed through the 3rd and 4th floors, they encountered few monsters. Instead, there are more and more gold and other metal deposits. It was only at this time that even Dravito had lost interest in treasure hunting. His nerves were highly tense and he was vigilantly observing every corner and corner. I don't like this atmosphere, Sarah muttered. I would rather rush out with a large group of ghouls now than be wary of possible ambush in the dark. As if I'm the prey. There's nothing we can do about it. Ivy walked at the front. Speaking of which, have you smelled it? It seems that the further we go, the stronger the strange smell becomes. Ghost? Ron's heart skipped a beat. This was not a narrow terrain like a corridor. With the agility of that thing, Ivy would probably not be able to protect them. No, it smells like rotting food, Dreyford said solemnly. There are so many corpses piled up in front, and they all stink. Rotting corpses in most cases indicate a long time, but this was a mine hundreds of years ago. How could there be a large number of rotting corpses? Ron and others immediately quickened their pace and soon found the source of the smell. It was a hall-like space where countless corpses and debris of all kinds were piled up, emitting an unpleasant pungent smell. Smell. It seems like this is a ghoul's lair. Sylvia took out a handkerchief and covered her nose. There are many corpses of beasts here. They should have been dragged in from the swamp outside. Maybe there are clues here when they were still conscious? Ron walked over, resisting the discomfort of the pungent smell, and prepared to look through it. But before he had even taken 2 steps, the goblin knocked him to the ground with an iron rock support from behind. Boss, watch your head. Ron rolled on the spot, narrowly avoiding the huge shadow that fell from above his head. Dreyford reacted the fastest and earliest. The short bow in his hand dumped all the ammunition on the creature that launched the sneak attack. While other companions reacted one after another, the weapons and carapace collided with sparks, and finally they were powerful in Thra. With Shin's axe, the ferocious giant insect about the same size as a human was chopped into 2 pieces. Scavengers, this thing likes to lie on the ceiling for sneak attacks. Driver kicked the dead bug and said, this thing can occasionally be seen in our previous nest. Thanks to Dravito, Sylvia wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. This thing is also poisonous. It would be terrible if Ron gets entangled in it. Thank you. Ron was also frightened. This thing has its own spider walking ability, and it is completely black and non-reflective. It is not easy to notice even on the ground, let alone launch a sneak attack from the ceiling. Why are you so polite? Drivdo was about to interrupt with a smile, but he became serious again. An arrow dipped in the mucus of carrion eaters was placed on the bowstring, pointing towards the way they came. What the hell? Get out! Pa. In the darkness, a slender and tall figure walked out while applauding. He wears clothing with complicated patterns, which is gorgeous but does not affect his movement. He has a silver-decorated thin sword at his waist and a pair of deerskin short boots. Her long golden hair draped over her shoulders, revealing her pointed and long ears, and her green eyes shining like gems in the dark. Behind him, a man with horns on his head, a long tail trailing behind, and skin as red as a devil followed closely behind, holding a long stick with iron hoops on both ends. I have to thank you too, Ron. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to get here so easily. Mind Artis, Quest. Ron's expression darkened, and Ivy immediately blocked him behind him. Almost everyone present knew what was going on with Quest, but Sylvia didn't know him at all, so she treated Mendatus and him equally. Are you Mendatus? Sylvia curled her lips. The handsome elf guy is pretty good, but it's a pity that he's not my type. You were the one who asked the Carolina slave traders to capture Ron? Thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't have been free. I didn't expect the people in Carolina to be such useless people, Mendatus snorted, his eyes cold. If you don't want to be captured again, you'd better get away. I'm not interested in dead people either. Are you following us? Ivy raised her eyebrows. Although I don't know who resurrected you with such great effort, it seems that you haven't learned much from the lesson. Ron, take care of your bitch. Mendatus gritted his teeth. If it were before, I would have said that you are a weakling who only hides behind women, but now I know that you are qualified to be on an equal footing with me, so let me teach you as a senior. Don't let your subordinates talk too much. I'm not interested in being equal with the losers who died in my hands. Ron stretched out his hands to make quotation marks. How did you find yourself here? Me? Mendatus stretched out his fingers casually to look at his neatly manicured nails. Of course I followed in the footsteps of my predecessors. What about you? What a coincidence, Sarah showed 2 rows of fangs. Mendatus, you sissy had better get out of here as soon as possible. We have cleared everything here, you can't even think of taking advantage. Really? But my employer probably wouldn't think so. It seemed that from the beginning, Mendatus seemed to be confident, and it was hard not to suspect that he had a backup plan. Employer? The one behind you? No, I have my followers behind me. Mendatus took a step to the right and took 3 steps back. My employer is the one above you. You mean Victor? Forget it, Mendatus, don't be so slick. Victoria looked at the elf with contempt. Victor only cares about his town and can't be involved in the affairs of the Hylon Empire. Alas, Ron. That's why I said, take care of your men, Mendatus sighed. You see, their intelligence is obviously insufficient, but they still like to show off. Are my puns so boring? Pun, you mean? Ron looked up, but only heard a loud bang, and rubble of different sizes fell from above with a huge figure, falling on his head. Oh, sorry, Mendatus said, with his hands behind his back. Should I introduce my employer? Giant, these are thieves who stole your food. Kill them. C-88 unfinished 5th floor. Boom, a huge impact smashed through the ceiling, and in the smoke, a thick tree trunk swept towards Ron's team. Ivy was the first to bear the impact, but was directly knocked out. Damn, this bastard actually found a giant as his master? Sarah cursed and rushed up with an axe. And it's a hill giant. Ron recognized the other party's actual race. Mendatus, I really didn't expect you to fall to this level. A hill giant? Don't ridicule me, Mendatus said coldly. It's not my master, but a cooperative relationship. The ghouls here steal its food every night. I help it find it back, and it will help me. Since you have solved the culprit, then unfortunately, you will have to bear its anger. As for me, I'll see you when you are resurrected. Ha 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 ha. Don't run. Victoria was about to cast a spell to immobilize Mendatus, but the hill giant's attack had already arrived, so she had to interrupt the spell herself and roll to the side to avoid the tree that seemed to be pulled out of the ground at random. Thief! The hill giant roared in a stiff common language, and was not afraid even if he was alone against 6. Hey! Big fool! Driver jumped onto the hill giant's shoulder and attacked its neck and face. Sarah and Ivy had almost no advantage against this heavy and relatively slow opponent, but Driver was able to deal with it. However, the other people were unlucky as the giant hit and fell randomly without any rules. They kept dodging around, fearing that the heavy tree trunk would hit them. That was no joke. Hey! You found the wrong person. Ron shouted, trying to make the other party hear his words clearly. We are not thieves. You were deceived by that elf. Nonsense. The hill giant was angry and smashed a big hole in the ground with a tree trunk. Elf, good. You, thieves, bad. The giant is probably a typical example of a person with a large body and strong strength. Although the space here is a bit small for it, it can easily bring fatal threats to Ron and others by just waving its weapon casually. Maybe it was a little irritated by Driver's harassment, or maybe it was troubled by the long-term attack. In short, when the hill giant's stick landed in the air, the giant began to stomp the ground frantically and beat the ground with the stick. What is it doing? Ivy asked with a heavy breath. Is it throwing a tantrum? Or is it some kind of innate magic? Hill giants have nothing to do with magic, Sylvia murmured, but do you remember that the Dwarven Diary said that there is an unfinished 5th floor in this mine? Stop it. But this is futile. They can prevent the hill giant from attacking themselves, but they can't stop the other party from attacking the ground under their feet. With a loud bang, the hill giant smashed the stone slab again, and everyone fell down without exception. Oh my, Ron groaned, he seemed to hit something and hurt his back. You fell into the arms of a skeleton. Sarah fell beside him, looked at Ron and said, the one called Old Hammer ate it quite cleanly back then. Ron put his hands on his back and stood up, and saw a pile of bones on the ground.
Not far away, there was a big pot with a leaking bottom, and a skeleton was lying inside, as if trying to crawl out. At this time, the giant also jumped down and continued to attack indiscriminately. It's really terrible. Ron opened the preface of the weaving method and patted Sarah on the shoulder with one hand, in large. Please hold on for a while, I want to see the situation around me. Ron shouted to Sarah, who was growing bigger, and hurriedly ran to the bones. Leave it to me, Chief. Sarah laughed, and her clothes and weapons also grew bigger, and soon grew to the same size as the hill giant. Hey! Let's play again now. The reason why the hill giant is difficult to deal with is largely because of its size and the size of its weapons. When facing an opponent of the same level, the giant who lacks fighting skills will soon suffer. While Sarah and the hill giant were fighting fiercely, Ron trotted to the other side, where he could still see the pickaxe and shovel without handles, and there were obvious signs of digging. The change at that time should have started from here. But now when Ron went there was nothing left. Ron put on gloves, wrapped his mouth and nose with cloth, and touched it carefully. A few gravels were knocked off, revealing round holes as thick as little fingers behind. There are also traces of energy. Victoria turned around after confirming that Sarah did not need support. After so many years, there are still traces left. You can imagine how big they dug out back then. How could the energy of the abyss leak here? Sylvia frowned. I'm afraid the first ghouls were infected here. Look over there, Ivy pointed into the darkness. The road down here is blocked by rocks. They must have taken a lot of effort to dig it out back then. Ordinary people can't do it at all. They only have such energy and strength after becoming ghouls. Sylvia looked at it. What the hell? They just want to go back alive, but they brought them with them more deaths. And they themselves are not immune. Ron looked around and saw that there seemed to be nothing else. Old Hammer and the others seemed to be serious people and did not have the habit of writing diaries. On the other side, the battle between Sarah and the hill giants has also come to an end. Are you convinced? I ask you if you are convinced. The giant barbarian rode on the hill giant, turned the axe handle and smashed it at the hill giant, but the latter could only hold his head in his hands and kept whimpering and groaning. I surrender! I surrender! The hill giant shouted. The tree in its hand was cut into 3 pieces by Sarah, and he was pushed to the ground and beaten hard. The hill giant was not such a tough race or individual, and he quickly announced that he surrendered and gave up. Are you going to hit us again? I don't dare anymore. Aren't you going to call us thieves? No, you are not thieves. Do you want any more food? No more. I don't want any more. Ron, Sarah, wait a minute. Why don't you want something? We didn't steal it at all. See 89 strong acid gemstone, you really don't want it? When the hill giant sent Ron and others to the 4th floor, facing the people who wanted to return the property to its original owner, the hill giant seemed at a loss. I'll say it again, we really didn't steal it. Ron bit his back teeth, and Sarah stood aside like a child who had done something wrong. Didn't you see the dead ghouls when you came? They stole your food, and we are here to kill them. Ghouls lurk on the edge of the hill giant's lair. They are more cunning than ordinary scavengers and monsters, especially if they are led by demons. They can use simple deception to steal the giant's food. For example, a whole or even a whole group of corpses. But the elf said, the hill giant was a little confused. He killed the ghouls. He's lying to you. Ivy said, he's a liar. Liar? Deception? The hill giant asked in a muffled voice, still not quite believing it. He cheated many people, abandoned many people, and killed many people to achieve his goals. Ron thought for a while. He said you and him are in a cooperative relationship. What did you cooperate on? He helped me find food. The hill giant thought for a while. I gave him a glass ball. Glass ball? It's a glass ball for him, Victoria said. Maybe it's another gem. Do you know where he is now? Ron asked the giant hurriedly. Right, there? The hill giant turned back subconsciously, but where was Mendatus over there? He went to steal things from your nest. Driver jumped onto the hill giant's shoulder and yelled, you idiot. He cheated you away and then went to raid your house. If you don't believe me, let's go see if he's there. Good. Upon hearing this, the hill giant quickly got up and ran out, and Ron and the others followed closely. The hill giant's nest was not too far from here. When they arrived, they saw Quest sneaking away. Quest, stop! Ron shouted, where is Mendatus? Leave the gem to me. Don't even think about it. Quest sneered, turned around and ran, flipping his hand and throwing a bunch of various glass balls to Ron and the others. Do you want this? Here, I give it back to you. Don't let him run away. Ron yelled, but the team chased very slowly. Although the hill giant had a huge stride, he moved slowly and had a poor vision. After chasing for only a few dozen steps, he completely lost the trace of Quest.
Damn it, he ran away. The thing you want must be very important, right? Sylvia stamped her feet and said angrily, "It's a pity that I don't have any magic, otherwise it wouldn't be so easy to let him run away with levitation. What's wrong with you?" The damper looked at Ron and others in confusion. They didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Instead, they started picking up the glass balls that the tieflings used as a decoy. "What are you doing?" "Chase him." "Chase who?" Ivy smiled and glanced at her. Quest is still as careless as ever. "Look, he threw out the real thing as a decoy." As she said, Ivy raised a gem sphere to Sylvia. Even without the detection magic, Sylvia could feel the majestic power inside. "Is this it?" "That's it, we got one before." Ron smiled and nodded. "Loyalty is commendable, but incompetence is lacking. This is probably what Quest is like." "No way, who made him have a good master?" Sarah put her arm behind her head and whistled. "He ran away before he got the things as he's so afraid of death? Maybe it's because his master won't revive him again?" Victoria snorted. "He is quite self-aware of this." "Big guy, then we will take this as a reward. Do you have any objections?" Ron weighed the gem ball handed over by Ivy and looked up at the hill giant. "Are the others useful?" "If not, we plan to take them away." "Useless," the hill giant shook his big head. "Can't eat, it will make your teeth ache. Giants are not dragons, they are not so keen on treasures, and their digestive systems are not enough for them to digest glass and gems. By the way, now do you know who that elf is? Thief, liar." The hill giant waved his fist angrily. "If I see him again, I'll eat him, even his bones." "Very good," Ron nodded with satisfaction. "By the way, if you see any humanoid creatures other than that elf in the future, don't eat them, understand? This way we can have a reason not to kill you." He had to make it clear with this hill giant in advance, so as to avoid psychological burden at that time. "Wear clothes, don't eat, except for male elves." The hill giant shuddered slightly and repeated Ron's words. The place where Sarah had just beaten him was still aching, and he didn't want to be beaten again. After getting the guarantee from the hill giant, Ron and others left here, but they were not in a hurry to go back, but were going to meet a friend and ally deep in the Delusion Land and take something out of his treasure house. Specifically, it was the amethyst slab placed in the Exuri treasure house. You led the way, while Ron fell at the back. He opened the preface of the weaving method and used the identification technique that came with the spellbook to identify this new gem. This gemstone is different from the blue-purple lightning gemstone inlaid on Evita's shield. Instead, it shows a gorgeous turquoise color, reflecting complex light of varying shades under the reflection of sunlight. Just like the lightning gem, which can store up to 6 lightning beams and make the wearer immune to electric shocks, this gem also functions as a magic item. "How is it?" Sylvia rubbed her hands and looked at the gem expectantly. She already knew that Ron's spellbook was a relic of the Hylon Empire. It would be too hypocritical to say that she didn't want one. If this gem key could also open a spellbook elemental weapons, 3 times a day, lasting a full 8 hours, but Ron raised his head with a strange expression, but only strong acid. In addition, it can also be enchanted on armor to make it resistant to strong acid. The elemental weapon spell generally allows you to choose one of a variety of elements to enchant a non-magical weapon and turn it into a magical weapon, but it only lasts for an hour and requires the caster to stay focused. See 90 Black Dragon Barbecue. Google search for TWKN. This, Ron and Sylvia looked at each other. From the effect point of view, the spell attached to this gem is obviously more powerful than the conventional elemental weapons, but it lacks the flexibility to adapt to changes. "It's better to have it than not to have it." Driver came over, 3 times a day, just right for me to use. The cloak, dagger and short bow can all be enchanted with strong acid at the same time, which is indeed a good improvement for Driver. "I still have a shield," Ivy joked, "and you can't use 2 weapons at the same time, but I have no problem." Hey! Don't you already have the lightning gem? Can you stop snatching it?" "The lightning gem is with Ron." Ivy winked at Ron. "You can wait in line." "Okay." Ron pretended not to see Ivy's eyes. "Don't tease him, Dravito. I'll give it to you after the slate is unlocked, and Ivy really needs it now. After all, you can't use the amethyst slate without elf blood." Dravito looked at Ivy with an unhappy face as she took the gem triumphantly and rolled her eyes. "It seems that the 7 gems correspond to 7 different elements," Sylvia said, "but in fact, there are more than 7 known types of damage, right? Which ones did the Hylon Empire abandon at the beginning? Fire, cold, light, eclipse, lightning, thunder, strong acid, poison, mind." Ron counted on his fingers. "I guess it might be mind. After all, this should be the strength of many elves." "Almost all types of elements of elves are strong, or there are no weaknesses," Ivy interrupted. "Mind casters are just not common, not non-existent." "Anyway, we have to find a full set of gems," Sarah said indifferently. "Won't we know when we find them?"
In the eyes of the barbarians, these gems and the like have nothing to do with them, so these a real warrior should face all challenges hidden, instead of hiding behind magic, witchcraft, shamanism and the like. There is a big difference between having weapons and using them. You, who was leading the way, disagreed with Sarah's point of view. You can use the double-edged axe to chop people in half, but you also have to prevent others from playing dirty tricks on you. Most of the elves' attainments in magic are reflected in the schools of prophecy, change, enchantment and protection, which are used to resist the intrusion of outsiders. It was not until the rise of the Hylon Empire that the aggressiveness of elven magic began to become stronger and stronger in a short period of time.
This is true, Sylvia nodded. In addition to the spells that have been widely spread, many spells will be named after the founder, and among these spells, the names of elven wizards are almost invisible in the energy-shaping magic.
The vampire said, looking up with some longing. I had 2 dreams before, to get freedom, and to leave my name in other people's spellbooks.
Sylvia's vampire touch?
Victoria said jokingly. Vampire touch is a widely spread spell. If there is no special innovation, Sylvia may not be able to label this spell.
I will let you taste Sylvia's vampire touch now.
Sylvia smiled and rushed over, stuffing her cold hands close to the body temperature of undead creatures into Victoria's collar. Mendatus ran away again, and he probably wouldn't have the courage to approach Green Swamp Town again. It is now the lair of the Black Dragon, so there should be no danger along the way. There are a few kobold scouts who occasionally cautiously stick their heads out of the woods, but they all shrink back immediately and do not list Ron and his group as hunting targets. And according to you, the kobold tribe here should be the followers of Akshuri, and to some extent her colleagues, so there is nothing to be wary of. When Ron and his group arrived at the Black Dragon's lair, they happened to see Akshuri dragging a dead stag to their home. Seeing Ron and his group, the Black Dragon was stunned for a moment. Let me make it clear first, I won't share with you. Ezra's first reaction was that Ron and the others were here to eat for free. The teacher just left 2 days ago, and I finally caught this one to start a new life. Don't worry, we just ate. There's no reason to have another meal before lunch. Ron was not being polite, there was no crisis along the way. They were guaranteed 3 meals a day, and they just had breakfast this morning. We're here to borrow the stone slab.
Oh, then you go in.
The Black Dragon happily dragged the dead deer away and opened the cave entrance, but when he looked up, he saw Sarah and Driver surrounding him.
What are you doing? You're just eating like this?
Sarah reached out and ripped the stag's corpse a few times. It's not delicious to eat raw, and there's no seasoning.
Where can I find it?
Akshuri blinked his vertical pupils. If you have it, I'd be willing to trade with you. He also knew that cooked food tasted good and even better with seasoning, but that was the privilege of red dragons, gold dragons, brass dragons, and even blue dragons. They, the Black Dragons, could only spit out strong acid. Only when the teacher came could Akshuri occasionally have a good meal, and at other times they still ate raw meat and drank blood. Admittedly, the dragon race has almost the most powerful digestive system of all creatures, but that doesn't mean they don't want to live a refined life. If a dragon is reduced to eating dirt for a living, he might even regard it as a lifelong shame.
You don't know how to release fire?
Driver looked at him with a look of pity that made Akshuri extremely unhappy, and then took out a set of fire-making tools. Sarah, go find some branches, let's show him our skills.
Okay.
Sarah was unwilling to follow Ron and the others in a magic ritual, so she readily agreed and went to the surrounding woods to find a large bundle of dry plants that were good for ignition, and took out a small bottle of salt she brought with her. It's a pity that there is no pot, otherwise I could cook it.
Don't cook it.
Driver shook his head like a rattle. Roast it. Roast it and it smells good. As the owner, Akshuri naturally couldn't sit idle, and immediately dug out a pile of bricks and stones from the ruins and set up a barbecue grill.
1 person, 1 goblin, and 1 dragon started a picnic. After a while, the aroma had already spread across the Black Dragon's territory.
Woo! I want to eat. You didn't go to the nest either. But now she regretted it a little. It was too uncomfortable to only look at a virtual undead creature but not eat it. Why isn't she a ghost? If so, she has no memories of her past life, so at least she won't be so greedy.
Good fellow, it's only been a short time since breakfast, and you're already eating again?
Ivy poked her head out of the entrance to the Black Dragon's lair. Sarah, Ron is calling you.
C91 Russek's blood-sounding blue grip, the bloody cry of the blue wave. You're asking me to go? Why?
Sarah was reluctant to leave, staring at the venison that was almost roasted. I don't know magic, what am I going to do? This time I'm not just watching. Ivy pushed Sarah with a smile. Go, go, there's something good for you.
As for your share of venison, I'll eat it for you.
Your share?
The Black Dragon was shocked. I thought you were kind, but you coveted my prey. I won't give it to you, didn't I say so? This is the fire I made. Driver put his hands on his waist, unconvinced, and I'm only this tall, how much can I eat from you? At least you can give me a piece. This, okay, Ajuri thought about it and had to agree, you can share. I sprinkled salt on it. Sarah's ears were like this, but she was very smart. She ran back just before entering the nest and tore off a piece of venison without saying a word. I'll just try it to see if it's too salty. Tisk, human, the black dragon looked at the incomplete roasted whole deer with heartache, and quickly took a big bite. Go, didn't Ron ask you to go? Ah. He. Half-blood, what did you do to stretch out your hand? Ivy was about to take advantage of the situation to pull a little to taste, but Driver quickly knocked her hand away. You can't eat without working hard. Hey! You little dwarf! Ivy's green eyes suddenly widened. Why are you turning your elbow outward? What do you mean by turning outward? We are the Roasted Venison Alliance. Driver argued, you are the outsider, right, Ajuri? And the black dragon was busy grabbing meat from the shelf, and at this moment he just nodded. Don't treat him as a fool. He eats less when he opens his mouth to talk. You guys, the half-elf said, you are short-sighted. Do you know that? You think a roasted deer is a delicacy. Look here. The real cooking master is here. I have been helping my family's kitchen since I was 12 years old. Boasting. Bragging. The goblin grinned, not to mention here, even the trading post is not easy to get seasoning. Those merchants selling spices are raising their prices. It's good to have salt. So you are short-sighted, Ivy sneered and took out a small bottle from her arms. When she opened it, a refreshing fragrance immediately penetrated into the noses of Drafto and Ajuri, teasing their nerves. Do you smell it? How does it feel? You, where did you get this from? It's from the Delusion Land. Ivy shook the bottle. You guys, you are guarding the two. An expert in herbal medicine is unaware of this and has to buy spices from foreign merchants? This land can provide it itself. Although they are all wild, difficult to pick and slightly inferior to cultivated spices, they are better than nothing. I also pickled some at the trading post. Well, do you want them or not? Yes. Ajuri pried the goblin apart with one claw, tore off the remaining half of the tenderloin and stuffed it into Ivy, with the tail behind him still shaking constantly. These are all yours, let me taste your seasoning. That's about right. Ivy turned the spice bottle upside down with satisfaction. Bay leaves, cloves, fennel. It's a pity that I didn't learn my father's craftsmanship, and I don't have so many spices and kitchen utensils, so I can only grind them into powder. Otherwise, how could Ajuri and Driver have the patience to wait for Ivy to finish? When the aroma kept drilling into their brains as the temperature rose, the two foodies couldn't help it anymore, and ate up all the remaining parts of the stag like a whirlwind. Driver scraped every scrap off the bone, while Ajuri swallowed the bone and even licked the deer branches. It was this rough cooking method that didn't make the flavor very good, and there wasn't much flavor left on the branches, otherwise he would probably have eaten the grill. Virtue, Ivy curled her lips, picked up her portion of tenderloin and was about to go to Ajuri's lair. I'll go see Ron and share some with them. No! Ajuri let out a wail and begged, don't go in, really. If the smell of spices doesn't dissipate in my house, I may not be able to eat in the future. While the three guys outside were arguing, Sarah had already arrived at the Black Dragon's treasure house. Ron, why did you have to call me here? Sarah was still chewing venison. I gave up a big piece of good meat, damn. What is this? This is, without waiting for Ron to explain, Sarah had already rushed over like a whirlwind, staring at the magic item lying on the pile of gold coins. Is this what you got after unlocking it? Oh my god, it's simply too beautiful. It was a standard two-handed giant sword, about 2 meters long. The blade length was about 1.5 meters, the hilt was about 30 to 40 centimeters long, and the crossguard was half a meter long. There was a section of unsharpened blade near the crossguard, and an anchor clawguard was added on it. The overall weight was close to 10 kilograms, and the center of gravity was close to the guard. Under the illumination of the light spell, it glowed with a cold blue light. Oh my god, praise Grum. Sarah stroked the giant sword as if looking at her lover. Ron, can I have it? Please, I can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter if you slay the dragon. I ascend to the Hall of Valor of the Lord of the Hunters, hold this great sword in my hand, and fight endlessly and repeatedly to join in the dragon-slaying battle in which I die heroically. The envoys, angels, and valkyries sing for me, write my legend. Sarah's gray-blue pupils gradually blurred, immersed in the fantasy of supreme glory. Oh my god, Ron, I must go find the dragon to kill now. Wait a moment. Ron, Victoria and Sylvia spent a lot of effort to stop the half-mad barbarian. You don't need to be so anxious. Why are you anxious? This sword is for you. You can always have it. Really? Sarah seemed to have regained consciousness slightly. Really, It's as real as if you can enter the Hall of Valor. Ron has never been so anxious in his life. Can I beg you, sister? You really don't have to be so anxious if you want to find your glorious death. Besides, is it fun for you to kill a young dragon and die in battle? Is it fun for you to die in a duel with a golden dragon? Think about it again. Is this Kanglin's grip worthy of a better battle? Grasp of the Kanglin? Sarah stopped. Is this the name of this sword? Yes, the full name is Ruzik Shueming's grip of the Kanglin. Understood. Sarah nodded solemnly. From today on, my full name is Sarah Ruzik Shueming.
C92 A New Deal. In his 2 lifetimes, Ron has seen people who take their father's surname, people who take their mother's surname, and people who take their children's surname. Search TWKAN on Google, but this was really the first time he saw someone with his surname of Jian. That's Sarah. Sylvia was also speechless.
Ruz is a god of the orcs. Shueming is obviously an orc surname. Isn't it inappropriate for you to change your surname like this? Then, Sarah, Rozek, Blood Cry, Ochre? Sarah focused entirely on the sword, listening to people's words basically in one ear and out the other.
Then I can only advise you not to mention your full name when introducing yourself to others. Sylvia put her hand on her forehead and shook her head helplessly.
Ron, Victoria looked at the giant sword in Sarah's hand. Is there anything special about this sword? Why does it have such a name?
I don't know. Ron spread his hands. This identification technique won't show it, but it does have something special.
Sarah's ears perked up.
Well, let me see. When using this two-handed giant sword to face an enemy, the bigger the opponent is, the stronger the sword will be. At the same time, the wounds caused by it will not be able to heal on their own within a day. Ron looked up at Sarah. Look, if you have to pursue a glorious death, you must at least find someone big.
I don't know, maybe a cloud giant? Sylvia said casually. Cloud giant? Is it big?
Looking at Sarah's look, she seemed to be asking seriously. 5 or 6 meters high, it is said, Sylvia shrugged.
Or do you want to choose a very ancient real dragon, 40 meters long and 600 tons in weight?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, if I can't leave some scars on them, there seems to be no honor at all. Sarah thought for a rare moment. Okay, I'm not too anxious about this matter, but I'm still looking for something else to try with the sword. It's such a shame that such a good sword is not used in combat. You don't have to worry about this, Ron said. There must be someone like the Bullywug King in the Delusion Land, and even if there isn't, I guess our old friend Mendatus can always sort it out for us.
Something new. Speaking of which, if you use this Kanglin grip, what will happen to your axe? You can't dual wield it, right? Let's talk about it first. I'm not giving up.
Sarah looked at the double giant axes she carried on her back awkwardly. She couldn't let go of her old friend, but she couldn't let go of the giant sword she just got.
Seriously, can't I carry both of them? I can carry them on my own.
I don't think it's a good idea to have your old buddy on your back and watch you wave your new friend around, Victoria said.
Put it back at the trading post.
We can decorate it as an exhibit. Sarah waved her hands quickly. No, don't do this.
It should fight until the end like me, instead of rusting in the house. We can ask Khaled from the second team if they want it. Andre seems to be lacking weapons, Ron suggested. If they don't need them, we can also ask them to give them to the hill giant. Just don't let it get dusty. But in the hands of a hill giant, this giant axe probably turns into a hand axe. Sarah agreed to the proposal.
When they returned the stone slab to its original position and walked out, they saw Ivy preparing to enter the lair, and the black dragon was begging her.
Oh, Ron. Are you out?
Ivy divided the venison in her hand into 3 portions and handed them to Ron and the others. Sarah, you have eaten it, so I won't let you taste it. You missed a big meal, Sarah, Yggdrafudo said lazily while lying on the ruins, but soon his eyes widened. What is that you got? How majestic. Ijuri suddenly felt that the venison he had just eaten no longer tasted good.
Did you find this from my treasure house? Why am I not impressed?
Of course you have no impression, because we found it. Sarah showed off a few moves with her giant sword.
As for me missing a big meal? I didn't miss it. Oh my god, can you lend me a hand to play with?
The goblin hunter ran over and took over the Kanglin grip. Although he had some strength, his size was there, and he panted tiredly after only waving it twice. It's not fun.
It's not fun. Just take it.
Here you go. Ron threw the acid gem to him.
You have to put it away. If you lose it, you won't have anywhere to look for it. Don't worry. I won't lose it even if I sew it on my belly button. Drivero happily ran aside to play with his new toy. Wow, how do you get so many good things every time? Black Dragon looked at Ron and the others with envy. Can I go on an adventure with you? I want to come too.
You have to look after the slate, Victoria said.
Remember? You signed the contract. But I also prepared a little gift for you. Looking at the whimpering and aggrieved baby dragon, Ron couldn't bear it. He took out the glass balls thrown by Quest as a blindfold from his luggage. Here, what do you think of these? Wow! Ijuri excitedly took all these shiny gadgets into his mouth. I just want to say that you are a good person. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Shuri ran back happily to put the glass balls away. When he came back, the look in Ron's eyes changed. You can say whatever you want, as long as I can do it. It will be all right. Really? Then I really have a merciless request. I am a great true dragon. Bahamut is on top, and once he makes a move, it's hard to follow him. We want to build a new town here, why don't you move? The air suddenly solidified, and the young black dragon looked at Ron in disbelief. What did you say? Why did you ask yourself to move? Isn't this because you prefer this kind of ruins? Ron explained. When the new town is built, your environment here will definitely not be that good. Then it will be inconvenient for you to do anything. I don't care. I'm not moving. Ijuri started to roll around on the ground. You just build it here. Do you know how much effort it takes to build a nest? I'm not moving. You're not a rabbit building a nest. Ron was speechless. Well, it doesn't matter if you can adapt to life next to a village. I will tell the construction workers at that time and help you repair it. Nest. You can also help us clean up the surrounding environment a little these days. It will be convenient for construction then, but there is no need to be too anxious. Judging from our current progress, we won't be here for a while. C93 A visitor from afar. Generally speaking, dragons of any kind do not like towns with humanoid creatures near their lairs, especially black dragons. For ordinary black dragons, creatures that are easy to control and difficult to betray are ideal neighbors, such as undead creatures, creepers, carnivorous plants, mud monsters, constructs, etc., while those creatures with a little intelligence are generally worshipped and submitted to. For the majesty of its dragons, such as kobolds and lizardmen. Golden dragons, on the other hand, prefer to separate themselves from the world they want to protect, isolate themselves from the world, and only trust a few close allies and guardians. Whether it's due to nature or upbringing, Ixuri probably doesn't like living on the edge of town. Ron estimated that the baby dragon would probably adapt to it for a period of time, and then move further away due to various reasons. Due to the situation of the second team that followed, Ron and others did not choose to continue exploring the surrounding area, but quickly returned to the trading post. And when they came back, a group of acquaintances also came here. Oh, we've been waiting for you here for 2 days. When Ron stepped across the threshold, the whistle of the bronze dragonborn rang out in the hall. In addition to the two businessmen Shook and Solovii, there was also a little girl, a dwarf blacksmith and a man who looked stunned. An old dwarf with a pale beard and hair. That little girl may not even be 20 years old, and she can tell at a glance that she is the associate of the bronze dragonborn Selina. The dwarf blacksmith has a big beard and is holding a glass of ale in his hand, and he probably has a cooperative relationship with the equipment merchant Solovii. As for the dwarf blacksmith, Ron looked at that dwarf not as a companion of the three businessmen, but as their leader or superior. Ron could occasionally see this kind of temperament in some leaders in his previous life, but he couldn't tell which kind it was. Anyway, the boss of his research group and the professor, the dean of the college, are the kind of real scholars who cannot feel this kind of temperament. This dwarf has achromia, Sylvia whispered. His curiosity and creativity have been lost with time, and he won't live long. Bleak syndrome is a strange symptom only seen in dwarfs. Even because the origins of dwarfs in different worlds are different, whether this disease will appear varies from world to world. One theory claims that the ancestors of dwarfs immigrated from the first world, the only world that ever existed. As descendants of Fae, dwarfs have inherited the excellent qualities of their ancestors that almost never age or die. The curse of fading disease also haunts them all the time. Once they lose their dreams, innovations, or inability to engage in novel experiences, achromia literally slowly drains the color from a dwarf's body, plunging them into a deep depression that eventually kills them. Few gnomes survive, becoming the gloomy yet wise survivors known as faders. For this reason, gnomes have engraved their vitality, enthusiasm, impulse, and joy into their culture and blood. Gnomes will think that being alive is a wonderful thing, and they will squeeze every drop of happiness out of their lives for centuries. When humans are tired of such a long life and elves spend a lot of time savoring the beauty of the world, dwarfs seem to worry that even such a long life is not enough time for them to complete what they want to do or see everything you want to see. But this kind of joy that is not entirely natural is difficult and may not always be maintained. For example, the old dwarf standing in front of Ron and the others, with his hands behind his back, serious and depressed. I told you, Shook. Before Ron could ask, the dwarf had already spoken first.
alchemists cannot be born in this barbaric and remote place, and people who hang out with goblins and mountain villagers cannot have extraordinary talents. You're just wasting my time by dragging me here.
Mr. Shook, couldn't you? Ron roughly guessed what was going on after hearing what the dwarf said. You seem to have violated the agreement, right?
Yes, I betrayed your trust. Shook lowered his head in shame. I couldn't resist the temptation, so I gave the sample you generously gave to Eldon College for appraisal. I am willing to accept any punishment you propose, but I also hope that you can have a chat with Dean Eldon.
I believe you will both benefit a lot.
Lord, this is Dean Eldon, the most knowledgeable wise man in the Western City-State Alliance, and the founder of Eldon College.
Dean, this is the handsome young man I mentioned to you, the pioneer of Dreamland, Mr. Ron.
Good day, Mr. Dean, Ron said with a polite salute to the other party. I have admired you for a long time, and your presence has made this small place of mine shine.
I can point out at least 3 mistakes in your etiquette just now.
The dwarf old man's expression was like a statue, without any change.
Based on this, you are not even as good as Shook. My academy will never recruit you. Raising people.
No wonder Shook had to give Ron's potion to him for identification and analysis even if he broke the contract. It turned out to be his alma mater, and the dean might even be his teacher.
Mr. Ron, please don't mind. Shook tried to smooth things over with a wry smile. My teacher has a bit of a weird temper.
It doesn't matter, my temper is not bad. Ron pulled up a chair and sat across from the old man. But if you brought him here just to pick on me, then please come back.
We have traveled a long way back. We are in urgent need. Rest. Find faults with you? The dwarf raised his chin and looked down at Ron.
Your movements are not in line with tradition. Your grammar is not in line with the norm.
Even the racial composition of your place is unethical. How can you allow goblins to live with other races?
Old man, if you are here to pick a fight, I don't mind beating you to pieces.
The first person to be angered by the dwarf's words was Driver. The goblin hunter jumped out with a dagger, waving the knife in front of Eldon. Do you want to try, old man? Come on. Let's see who is better at fighting.
Your threats have no effect except making me despise your miserable race even more. Eldon looked at Ron without blinking. Your name is Ron, right?
Is this how you act as a lord and allow your subordinates to threaten guests?
The old dwarf turned to look at Victoria again. I saw the holy emblem of Heim on your collar.
You are his believer, right? Very good. Now there is a rude and ferocious goblin threatening an old dwarf who is powerless. Are you ready to just stand by and watch?
See 94 Alchemist's backpack. No. Victoria lowered her eyes. She took off the shield from behind and took off the mace from her waist.
I don't intend to stand idly by.
If you dare to be rude to my companions, humiliate my colleagues and friends, and sow discord between us, I swear in the name of my protector that I will make your blood splatter on the spot. When a priest who has never been very aggressive in battle says this, then she must be really angry.
No. How could you do this? Eldon looked at Victoria in shock. I thought there would be at least one sane person here who follows traditions, rules, and etiquette. You don't even want to look at me and Sylvia?
Ivy looked at Eldon pretending to be aggrieved. At least we have received a systematic education. That's a shame. Sylvia looked down at the dwarf who looked increasingly helpless. You really shouldn't step out of your ivory tower, because then you can at least spend the rest of your boring life.
Maybe you could cure yourself of fading before you die? I guarantee it would be a medical miracle. Oh my God, Shook. Eldon took 2 steps back and poured out his anger on his student. Look where you brought me here? This is simply a den of thieves. No, a devil's den. Goblins, undead. What else? A green or black dragon?
It seems that you do have some old wisdom, but a jury is in his nest. Ron looked at Eldon. Look, old man, I am actually confused by your argument.
You keep talking about tradition, rules, and etiquette, but you are rude to the owner here, arrogant and rude to his friends, and even try to sow discord? Don't you realize that something is wrong?
This old-fashioned, wooden-head, stupid, barbaric, crude, despicable, ungrateful, pale maggot is about to die half buried in the earth?
How dare you say that to me? Eldon jumped 3 feet high.
If Dreyfuta's dagger hadn't been placed in front of him, he might have rushed up to fight Ron. I will make you pay the price.
I will fire you. Ron, huh? But I'm not a student of the academy. How are you going to expel me? You are now.
The dwarf took out a scroll, jumped to the table on the side and started writing furiously, then took out the ink pad and stamped it. Ron.
You are now considered a new student of Eldon College. Well, now you are expelled.
Eldon tore the admission letter into pieces again, and then looked at Ron proudly.
Ron was confused by this series of confusing operations, and he thought in his heart that there is still a way to play.
Have you noticed that the white hair on his head is a little less? Sylvia leaned close to Ron's ear. I suspect that Shook brought this old guy here because he wanted us to help treat his fading syndrome. Ron followed Sylvia's gaze, and sure enough he saw Shook winking at him. No wonder he acted like a mute after giving some meaningful advice just now. But that doesn't work. Eldon's fading has gone down, but Ron's blood pressure has gone up. I want you to take back what you just said. I have lived for 400 years, and no one has dared to scold me like that. Eldon jumped in front of Ron and glared at him angrily. Unless you take back what you said first, Ron would not compromise with him. You insulted my partner first. You asked for it. After all, Eldon is old, and his words and energy are not as good as those of a young man like Ron. But of course he would never be able to lower his arrogance and apologize to Ron and Driver, so in the end the two parties reached a reconciliation. The previous ones did not count, and everyone's introduction was restarted. Okay, let's just leave it at that. Eldon said gloomily, the reason why I came here is actually very simple. What method did you use for that weak healing potion? Tell me. As long as you do the refining step, I can pay 10,000 gold coins to buy this synthesis process alone. Refining? What refining? Ron and Eldon stared at each other. No refining. Do you think I have some refining equipment here? Equipment? What equipment? Eldon was also confused. I want your ritual steps. What does it have to do with equipment? Well, when Ron came back, Lavinia, who was pulled out of the workshop, tugged on Ron's clothes. He should be talking about the step of your concentration. I explained to him for a long time. The old guy just didn't believe it and insisted that there was no non-magical way to completely dissolve the raw material powder, and it was impossible for me to let him into the workshop to see it, so the trouble continued until now. Halfling, this is none of your business. Eldon's old habit relapsed and he shouted at Lavinia, go back to your laboratory and become an apprentice. If you do this to my friends again, you won't even think about it even if you offer 100,000 yuan. Ron curled his lips. Didn't Lavinia tell you? Why don't you believe it? Ron didn't know magic at that time, so how could there be traces of magic in the synthesis route? Later, Lavinia improved it slightly, using some magic aids to improve efficiency. What's so hard to believe about this? Impossible. Eldon shook his head like a rattle. So far, there are 37 different alchemical formulas for healing potions, and a total of 101 derived from the factions, but none of them can skip this step. All require ritual assistance. You must have used some method to eliminate the traces of magic, right? It doesn't matter. Even if you only tell me this, it's fine. I've never seen anyone do anti-counterfeiting and anti-tracking to this extent, and even I can't reverse it. His hair is a little bit normal again, Sylvia whispered. It seems that 400 years old is far from the limit for him. Then I have to collect the money first. Ron glanced at Shook. You pay and he pays? It's not that I'm greedy, but I'm afraid that the dean will regret it after knowing it. In fact, it's just a layer of window paper, but you rely on magic. I'm used to the rituals and didn't think about it. Any knowledge is just a layer of window paper, young man. Eldon taught, but how many layers of window paper can people see? How many layers can they pierce? You are talking nonsense. Here. This is a secondary dimension bag. Eldon took off his sturdy leather backpack and threw it to Ron. This alchemist backpack is divided into 2 compartments. The main compartment contains an extra-dimensional space that can hold up to 450 kilograms and a volume of no more than 2 cubic meters. The total weight will not exceed 15 kilograms, which is suitable for carrying bulky alchemist equipment. The second compartment has a preservation magic that can preserve daily ingredients, food, and drinks to keep them fresh. I have worn this backpack, so I will give you 3,000 gold coins. Shook. You give him another 7,000, and you don't have to donate to the next school anniversary. C95. A new craftsman. Hey, okay. Shook was obedient and immediately counted out the gold coins and handed them to Ron along with the alchemist's backpack. Then 10 minutes later, Eldon's screams resounded throughout the trading station. Give me back my money. Give me back my backpack. The old dwarf pointed at Ron with a trembling index finger angrily. You are cheating. It's blackmail. Is that all? I told you all. Ron spread his hands. It's very simple, just a layer of window paper. The experimental operation assessment accounts for 2 points. Dean, calm down. Shook picked Eldon up from the ground, which prevented him from bumping into Driver's knife. Didn't you say that everything is just a layer of window paper, but without guidance, it will never be broken, you evil disciple? It turns out that it's not your money that's being spent? Eldon got even angrier. How can you side with him? Okay, Dean, calm down, Shook said with a smile on his face, and took the teacher to the guest room upstairs. Take a rest first, I still have to talk to Mr. Ron about something else. Finally, after hearing a full-throated liar, the upstairs finally returned to peace. Your Dean looks healthy. Ron glanced at Shook, who was coming downstairs, and he has a loud voice.
Hey, who can say for sure about things like depigmentation? Shook sighed. As a student, I can only do my best. I am the one who breached the contract. I will accept the punishment no matter what you want to do.
I just hope that the cooperation can continue. Don't worry, this situation will not happen again in the future. Since it is a business, then I will naturally want a larger share. Ron waved his hand. If there is nothing to do, don't bring him around. With that mouth, he can't survive here, let alone other places. Shook has dealt with them before, so he naturally knows that what Ron said is true, and agreed with a wry smile.
Are you done?
Sue Lina stood up. Your Dean is really a troublesome person. Look at this person I brought with me, Annie. Say hello to Lord Ron. The little girl was indeed the one she brought. When she heard Sue Lina say that, she saluted Ron immediately.
Is this the carpenter you mentioned? Ron looked at Annie. Warlock? A descendant of earth and wood?
Your vision is still as sharp as ever. Sulina flattered. This child is from a distant relative of mine. Her ancestors had some connection with a tree spirit, and the power of magic is reflected in her. Maybe she is not a particularly skilled spellcaster yet, but she can definitely help you a lot.
Newbie, Ron nodded. That doesn't matter. How should I settle her wages? How can I let you spend money? I cover all her expenses.
Ron nodded with satisfaction. That's great. Welcome to the land of delusion, Anne. And this one here, Sulavi patted the dwarf blacksmith on the shoulder. This Rurik is my old friend. He has 100 years of experience in forging and smelting.
Any metal can be rejuvenated in his hands.
But his temper is a bit weird, so he is not willing to forge everything.
I have 3 things I won't forge. The dwarf Rurik put down his wineglass. If you agree, I will stay here, and I don't need wages, just food and accommodation. I would like to hear more about it. Ron looked at him. There is a lack of everything here now, so no matter what Rurik asks for, as long as it is not excessive, he can accept it. First, I don't forge farm tools. Rurik held up a finger. Too simple, not worth mentioning, a waste of time. Second, I don't forge weapons. Weapons are born to hurt people.
I don't like my works to be used as weapons, so I don't forge them.
Third, I don't forge armor.
The hammer of the forged world teaches us to remain perseverant and tenacious in the face of disasters. Armor will weaken our feelings, so I don't forge them either.
Ron, then may I ask what you can forge?
Artwork. Rurik's eyes burst into an amazing brilliance. I, Rurik, am determined to become a legendary craftsman.
Only artworks are worthy of my forging. I can only produce the best and eternal legends in my hands. For example, that one. Rurik pointed to the Kanglin grip carried by Sarah behind him. That's my goal. Can you please let me see it? Sarah handed over the Kanglin grip.
This is not a blacksmith shop, and there is no need to worry about the dwarf's itchy hands breaking it.
Real Kasika ice steel.
Rurik stroked the blue grip carefully. The orc who forged it must have been a great forger for hundreds of years.
How can you be sure that it was made by an orc? Sarah was curious, and the dwarf didn't know the full name of the blue grip.
Rurik excitedly pointed out several places on the two-handed giant sword to Sarah. Child, look here, here and here.
Only Kasika ice steel will have this special pattern and luster during forging. Alas, it's a pity that I'm too far away from there.
I've only touched a small piece in all these years, and Sulavi won't buy it for me. The merchant didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Rurik, do you know how expensive that piece is in our place?
It's a question of whether I will buy it or not. But you can't guarantee that you can forge such a good thing every time, right? Ron said, shouldn't there be a range or something like that?
The upper limit is this giant sword, and the lower limit is the breastplate worn by the half-elf. Rurik pointed at Ivy. That is the craftsmanship of the dwarves, and I am definitely better than the maker of this. If I produce anything that is not as good as this breastplate, you will burn my beard with fire. For a dwarf, swearing on his beard is already quite serious. Ron and the others couldn't help but believe that this dwarf blacksmith was probably as skilled as he said.
But didn't you say you don't forge weapons and armor? Ivy frowned. Yes.
Rurik nodded seriously. I only make works of art. Sulavi, give my 2 samples to this half-elf lady and the priest. Sulavi went upstairs immediately, and when he came back, his whole body was clanging and banging. The armor and shield in his hands were really heavy.
Take it, ladies, Rurik bowed proudly. See if it fits you well? Is it too heavy or uncomfortable? Or do you not like the pattern or color?
This full body armor and this kite shield are my token of loyalty and proof of my strength. See 96 quests. Note Ivy took the full body armor from Rurik and turned around to change. After putting on this set of armor, it was not as heavy as expected, and a little silver light could be vaguely seen in the gaps and joints of the armor.
Yen. Shenyang, I mixed some mithril in this full body armor. Although it cannot meet the standards of mithril protective gear, it can also reduce the weight a little. Rurik looked at the half-elf with a little complacency. It fits very well, Mississippi. This armor matches your temperament very well. You can see this too? Sylvia frowned. This covers Ivy's body curves tightly, and there is really no beauty at all. After all, this is a full body armor, and Sylvia's doubts are reasonable. Putting on such a tin can, let alone not being able to see the body curves, even if someone else is inside, even a hobgoblin, it is likely that no difference can be seen from the outside. That's because you don't know how to appreciate it, Rurik muttered. Why don't you let this lady tell you what she thinks? I think it's pretty good, comfortable, and even fits well. Ivy looked up at Rurik. I'm a little curious, how did you do it? This should be your first time seeing me. In fact, not really. Solovey rubbed his hands. When I was here, I secretly recorded a video after asking what equipment you needed and brought it back to Rurik. He calculated your body data based on that. But please rest assured, that was completely for friendly purposes, and it was destroyed after Rurik got the data. There is no possibility of using it for any other purpose. Ron was not very happy to see Ivy, but this world did not seem to have such a strong sense of rights protection, so her attitude was just unhappy. As for your shield, Rurik turned to Victoria, who had already used it. What do you think? This shield is also mixed with a small amount of mithril to reduce the burden on the user. It's suitable. Victoria glanced at the dwarf blacksmith. But I'm a little curious. Mithril is a precious magical material. It's not easy to get, right? You just give it to us as a sample? Not to mention the full body armor mixed with mithril. Even the full body armor made of ordinary materials is expensive. Isn't this a bit of an investment? Not a lot, not a lot. Solovey waved his hand. As an excellent businessman, there is no doubt that he should have a keen business intuition. I am very sure that in the Delusion's investment will soon be rewarded accordingly. I was here these few days and heard that you found an ancient mine, which is enough to prove that my vision is correct. Ancient mine, Ron smiled when he heard it. That's not a good place. Wild beasts, undead creatures, and even possible curses. Before we figure out everything, we are not going to develop and utilize it to any extent. Oh, Solovey responded with some disappointment, but it doesn't matter, there are always opportunities. I think there are opportunities everywhere in Delusion Land. Ron was very happy about the three businessmen's return of favors. It would be better if Shook didn't bring the old man Eldon. However, the construction of Delusion Land has not been completed after all, so Sulina and the others still use this place as a temporary foothold and relay station. After a night's rest, they decided to leave, leaving only the two professionals they brought in Sulina's construction team. On the same day, the second team led by Carrot also took Sarah's axe and prepared to clean up the mine again and bring weapons as gifts to the hill giant. As for Ron and his team, although they wanted to rest very much, some people didn't think so. For example, Mendatus, the slave owners of Carolina's city-state. That evening, Ron reviewed the arcane homework as usual and prepared the spells for the next day in the preface of weaving. Although there were no adventures and other tasks, mages needed to prepare spells every day just like warriors needed to wipe armor and weapons every day. This was an indispensable homework. Moreover, repeated review and consolidation helped to deepen his understanding of magic. Ron felt that before the second team came back, he should be able to consider learning the third ring spells. The premise is that he can get the relevant scrolls and spell books. The learning cost of this world, especially the learning cost of mages, is ridiculously high. When it comes to the third ring spells, it is no longer a question of whether the mage can learn it, but whether there is anything to learn. Sylvia had already learned the first and second level spells thoroughly, but she still couldn't cast higher level spells. Her slave master mentor obviously believed that a spell slave didn't need to master more advanced things. Even some of the second level spells were secretly learned by Sylvia herself. When playing a group, you can usually learn it after leveling up. Ron sighed and was about to go back to his bedroom to rest. When he opened the door, he found that a piece of paper had fallen lightly from the crack of the door. What is this? Ron picked it up curiously. He was sure that there was no such note when he came to the meeting room. The content on the note was very simple. There was a chandelier on it, and there was a dagger next to it. And in the inconspicuous position in the lower right corner, there was a pair of demon horns and tails. Quest, it was probably him. Ron knew what he was thinking when he saw the signature. No matter how evil the legends were, they were still a long way from the demons in the nine hells. None of his companions had any dealings with the devil. The only one who could be related to this was Quest. But what did this chandelier and dagger mean? It seemed more and more familiar. Ron subconsciously raised his head. Isn't this the chandelier in this conference room? But he didn't find any daggers or anything like that. Could it be? Ron thought carefully. When the construction team in from town was decorating this place, in order to save trouble, the chandeliers in all the rooms were of the same style, and he was about to go back to the bedroom. Could it be that there was an assassin? Quest's positions in the previous few times were quite clear, and he had a high degree of credibility with Ron. Just in case, Ron closed the door again and immediately began to cast a spell. Prepare materials: a small bottle of alcohol, grasshopper hind legs, a handful of soil, tan leather, false life, jump, long stride, mage armor, mirror image, blur. See 97 Carolina's Revenge. After all this was done, for Ron's, 3 of them were mirror images, breathed a sigh of relief, and he quickly pushed open the door of the conference room and walked towards his own room. What Ron didn't notice was that in the shadow behind him, an assassin with his neck and limbs all twisted was lying in the corner, and a figure with a long tail quickly disappeared in the darkness. Get ready, he's going in. Yes, the assassin in the conference room failed to complete the task. The tiefling held a strange stone in his hand, and whispered to someone, and after finishing, he immediately rushed to the next room. Mendatus attributed the failure of the slave hunting team entirely to the incompetence of the Black Eye Circle, so this time, Quest joined the assassination as a supervisor and coordinator. Although he was active and won trust with his previous qualifications and level of spies, it is foreseeable that due to the insufficient level of this group of assassins and the excessive vigilance of Ron and others, they will suffer another humiliating failure. Click. Ron pressed the doorknob and walked into his room. It was dark inside, without any light. There are magic lamps in this world, but Ron and his family obviously did not have enough money to afford it when they were renovating, so they still had to do some lighting themselves. Ron was different from others in one of the few ways. He did not need to lower the chandelier and light it with candles. Magic could solve this problem for him. But just as Ron snapped his fingers and a tiny flame ignited, a strong wind came from behind his head. Even though Ron had been fully alert, he still did not have time to react. Shee! The pair of bright daggers were sharp enough to cut iron like mud. With the attacker's superb skills, Ron would have no chance of survival if he was hit. However, the opponent misjudged Ron's position in this fatal blow, and the dagger only scratched a mirror image of Ron. Who are you? Ron turned his wrist and immediately retracted the ignition gesture that was originally a fake move. He put his thumbs together, opened the other fingers, and a flame spurted out from between his fingers. The burning hand instantly ignited the door, and also ignited the assassin who had already swung the third knife but missed again due to the interference of the haze. The one who wants you dead. The assassin tore off the burning black coat, revealing the leather armor inside, and swung the dagger again to attack closely. Ron's mirror image was strangled by the opponent in an instant. Thanks to the protection of false life, the assassin's only hit in the high-frequency attack was cut on the illusory skin, and Ron only suffered a little skin injury. Taking this opportunity, Ron turned over to avoid the next knife. As a small straight iron sheet turned into ashes in his hand, the assassin's dagger-wielding figure suddenly stopped halfway, and Ron took this opportunity to rush out of the door and shouted for help. It's not that he didn't want to fight back, but in such a small space as the bedroom, after seeing the opponent's skills, Ron quickly made a judgment he had no chance to fight back. Want to escape? The human immobilization spell can only last for a minute at most, and Ron obviously didn't have such good luck. Before he ran a few steps away, the assassin behind him had already caught up. You can't go anywhere, prepare to die. Seeing the assassin behind him approaching quickly, Ron fell forward and narrowly avoided the opponent's backstab. When he turned around, he used a poison gas splash trick to temporarily repel the opponent several steps. You mages have so many tricks. The poison gas accidentally entered his mouth, and the assassin spat on the ground twice, and walked towards Ron with a grin again, but unfortunately, it's useless. The employer wants you to die tonight, and you won't see the sun tomorrow. After that, the assassin raised the dagger and stabbed Ron in the heart. The sharp dagger instantly pierced the skin and flesh, accurately hitting the heart. As the tip of the knife stirred, the surrounding blood vessels were quickly cut off. However, blood dripped on Ron's face, but he did not feel any pain. After all, he was not the one injured. When the attacker behind the assassin closed the assassin's eyes first, and then slowly laid him flat on the ground, Ron saw the devilish face again. I'm sorry to use you as bait, Quest smiled apologetically. These Carolina assassins all have enchanted tattoos on their bodies, which will record the last perspective they saw in their lives. The angle of this guy's ambush is too tricky, I can't kill him quietly like that one. Quest pointed to the body at the door of the conference room. Thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't even know how I died. Ron stood up with the help of Quest. They probably don't need to use such a big show to kill me, right? Indeed, they don't need to use such a big show,
Because their target is all of you. Quest looked at the bedrooms of others with some concern. I'm sorry that I can only focus on your safety. And they, bang.
Ron.
A door was kicked open, and Ron and Quest saw Ivy rushing out with a long sword in her hand. Her pajamas were stained red with a lot of blood, and she looked over here anxiously.
God bless you, I'm so glad you're okay.
Ivy glanced at Quest and the two bodies on the ground, and her heart was finally relieved. I heard your cry for help, but these bastards are obviously not ordinary assassins.
It took me a while to deal with him. How are you?
Ron saw Ivy covered in blood and rushed over to check.
Hey! Don't touch me.
Ivy pushed Ron away quickly. I'm fine, just a cut on my arm. It doesn't matter. How are the others?
I'm fine.
The rooms of Dravito and Victoria were open almost at the same time.
Victoria looked calm and didn't show any panic at all. I have the habit of praying before going to bed.
The assassin was discovered as soon as he came in. The priest held a bloody statue of Haim in his hand. His dagger didn't pierce my armor, but I finally got the chance and killed him with one blow. You're still wearing scale armor even in your own home. Ivy was shocked. What about when you sleep? Change into leather armor, Victoria said as if she was stating a common fact. Scale armor is indeed uncomfortable.
What about you, Dravito? Ron looked at the goblin.
The large number of rats that emerged from his room seemed to have proved his safety, but he still had to confirm it for safety. C98 Resurrection. I'm fine, but many of my friends died.
The goblin stroked Debai sadly.
Fortunately, the assassin was discovered by them.
Without them, I would probably be a corpse.
I should be able to revive you in time, Victoria joked, but not your little friends. Hey, something's wrong. Ivy looked around. There are only 4 of us. Where are Sarah and Sylvia?
Isn't that barbarian too sleepy? Sylvia came out. What are you doing? You're making a fuss. Didn't you go to your room?
Assassin. Ron looked at Sylvia in confusion. She was a mage like him.
Why was she so calm? As if nothing happened? Oh, are you talking about my midnight snack?
Sylvia raised her eyebrows and dragged out from the room an unlucky assassin who died of excessive blood loss and had 2 big holes in his neck. I'm very familiar with these night owls. I learned the melee combat course with them, but unfortunately I just failed. If I could achieve excellence while practicing magic at the same time, I wouldn't have to run away to find freedom, but my life as an assassin would definitely not be as good as it is now.
So, where is Sarah?
Sylvia frowned. Could it be that she really slept to death and had her throat cut by an assassin? Everyone was shocked and hurriedly kicked open Sarah's door, but there was no one inside.
Not to mention the assassin, not even Sarah was in the room.
At this moment, the simple sound transmission stone worn by Quest began to buzz. The tiefling motioned for everyone to be quiet, then put it to his ear and listened.
Ha! Oh, okay, I'll rush there right away, try my best. What's going on? Ron asked.
It's Sarah, Quest said with a serious expression. The remaining assassins found her very drunk in the front hall, but she was discovered by a dwarf who was drinking with her.
Now she is fighting in the hall.
The strange thing is that they had clearly killed Sarah with one blow, but she actually got up again and became extremely huge. Although Quest didn't understand the reason, Ron and the others looked at each other and immediately rushed forward. The Ring of Perseverance was triggered. They had to rush to support Sarah before she fell, at least 1 minute before she died. When it was too late to grab armor and weapons, when Ron and others rushed to the lobby of the trading station in front, they saw Sarah fighting fiercely with 7 assassins, while Rurik was stabbed in the heart and lying on the ground.
13 assassins are here.
Sylvia immediately began to cast spells. The vampire who had just drunk was very energetic now, thanks to Sarah, otherwise we would have to worry about other people. Roar Sarah was completely crazy at this moment. When he saw the support from his teammates, the barbarian took a strong breath and controlled his increasingly stiff body to drive the Kanglin grip. With a roar that was so hoarse that it was almost inhuman, the barbarian and assassin who was eager for quick success slapped the ground hard. When the giant sword of the same proportion was raised, there was almost only a pool of blood left there.
There's still hope.
Victoria struggled to throw the statue, and then crouched next to Rurik. The dwarf blacksmith was only temporarily unconscious due to the dual effects of the wound and the toxin.
After taking the antivenom and healing potion, he slowly woke up. Moradin.
After the dwarf woke up, his big beard was still trembling slightly. This is too exciting.
The more exciting thing is yet to come.
Ivy rushed forward with red eyes. None of these murderers can escape. Although the half-elf has always been dedicated to protecting her companions during her adventures, and therefore wears heavy armor and raises a solid shield, her killing skills with a long sword are no less than her strength as a protector. Even when faced with more numerous and elite assassins, she still did not flinch. At this time, Ron once again became the breakthrough point that these Carolina assassins thought they had.
It's endless, right?
Ron kicked over a table to block an assassin's charge. The light of the lightning gem flashed quickly in his hand, while the other hand picked up a piece of paper on the counter. A bottle of strong liquor was thrown out. At worst, I will rebuild this place. With an explosion, the strong liquor exploded in the crowd at high temperature. At this moment, almost everyone in Sarah and Ivy was in disgrace, but they basically gave up hiding and rushed forward despite lightning, flames and broken glass fragments.
Beat.
DeVito's group of rats quickly came forward.
An assassin was trying to sneak up on Ivy from behind.
A large group of rats poured down from the rafters like a tide, drowning him in an instant.
We are far more numerous than you.
The goblin hunter waved his fist, picked up a chair and joined the battle. When Sarah's eyes suddenly turned dark, her huge body shrunk back to its original shape, and the ring on her finger shattered into pieces. She was relieved to see that the last assassin who attacked was also hit by a bottle of wine from behind by Sylvia. He was thrown to the ground, with half a wine bottle stuck in his head and unable to pull it out. Then she was pulled up by Victoria again, and the healing potion was poured into her mouth like it was free of charge, so that she could not choke to death again.
No!
Sarah wiped her mouth, her voice hoarse. I haven't seen the Hall of Valor yet.
I haven't. That's because this is not your glorious death at all.
Ron threw the empty bottle. You still have to continue fighting in the world.
Your boss is right. Rurik stroked his beard.
I finally found you as a drinking buddy. It's a pity to die like this. Well, Sarah's eyes gradually regained clarity. It seems that Glom thinks I have more important things to do. Thank you, really.
Especially Victoria.
To be honest, sometimes I also want to convert to the seat of some god and become a priest, Sylvia said sourly. It's too foul to use divine magic directly.
I welcome you to join me. Victoria smiled.
Forget it, Sylvia shrugged. In fact, I have long been a believer of the beautiful Ms. Intoxicating Bee, and I think she can definitely help me complete my revenge on Carolina. But to be honest, I haven't made up my mind until now whether to devote my body and mind to her completely. After all, this is indeed a very important thing for me. C99 Increase vigilance. Although you decided to believe in an elf god, I'm not too surprised. Ivy glanced at her, took the medicine handed by Ron and started to treat the wound. For those who have suffered injustice, this is indeed a good choice. I heard that Ms. Drunkenby will not be stingy with gifts for people like me, and she is also famous among races other than elves. Sylvia smiled. But am I being a bit too utilitarian? He probably won't favor me. A large proportion of the followers of Drunkenby are people driven by lust, drunkenly deceived and eager for revenge, and the prayers have no commitment to believe in the goddess except at the moment of prayer, Victoria said. But she's a fickle goddess, so I'm sure you'll have no problem doing this. Of course, whether Drunkenby will accept your prayers is another matter. His character is not even sure of the most devout believers. Although the intoxicating bees of the chaotic neutral camp are incompatible with the lawful neutral helm, gods are one thing and mortal believers are another. Victoria will not alienate Sylvia because of this, but Sylvia may. It's hard to escape the frequent preaching of this pastor friend. The speed of your growth is really impressive to me. Quest came down from upstairs. He had been hiding himself just now to prevent being recorded by the magic tattoos of these assassins.
The assassins of Carolina are in the entire Western City-State Alliance.
They are all famous, and a whole death squad of assassins is enough to stop a child from crying at night. I didn't expect that you would be able to resolve it so easily. It will embarrass me that you hide your fame and achievements like this. Ron smiled and patted the demon on the shoulder. I'm probably the only one who needs your off-site assistance.
You are a mage. You are young and lack experience. This is normal.
Quist chuckled. At first, I was worried that you would go directly to your companions for help.
In that case, you would definitely alert the snake.
It's much more dangerous for someone to run away and plan the next assassination than to step into a trap yourself.
Well, who is this guy? Why don't you introduce him?
Sylvia looked at Quest curiously. Your hidden stake? My name is Quest, and I am pleased to introduce myself to you, beautiful lady.
Tiefling's glib tone seemed to suit Sylvia's taste.
I knew the first time I saw you that you are not an ordinary half-blood.
Sylvia, it's nice to meet you. Sylvia shook hands with Quest briefly. You know what? I feel the same way. You're not an ordinary tiefling, right?
He.
Quest smiled and showed Sylvia the sticks, daggers and darts he carried with him.
You have a really good eye for people. I'm a monk. I started working as a spy for the city-states and lords in order to repay the debts my master owed during his lifetime. As for helping Brother Ron, it was because I made an investment.
Now there is one thing left to deal with here, Miss Ivy. How many scars can you leave on me? Then I should run back alone in embarrassment and complain to Mendatus. I'm very happy. Ivy smiled evilly. Perhaps cutting off a horn and cutting off your tail will be more convincing?
I still like my horns and tail. When Quest disappeared into the night with all his injuries, Sylvia stared at his back and said to Ron, "Benefactor, I shouldn't question your vision of people, but this man you really need to pay more attention."
How to say it? I can feel that a smooth-talking tiefling monk is just his disguise. Under that red skin, there is another person, another skin hidden.
Really?
I feel the same way, Ivy nodded in agreement, but to be honest, I have never been able to catch him. He does seem to be on our side, sincerely.
Let's wait and see, Sylvia said non-committally, just be vigilant and be careful of him spitting in your face and stabbing you in the back.
Let me interject, Rurik said, Miss Sylvia, a person cannot spit in front of you and stab you in the back at the same time, unless he can separate himself.
Sylvia, obviously, although this dwarf can speak common and has lived to a very old age, the dwarf's innate lack of humor prevents him from understanding some of the catchphrases and witticisms in common.
It seems we need to strengthen our defenses, Ron sighed as he looked at the ruined hall.
When Khaled comes back, let him dispatch a group of goblins to do extra patrols and guard work.
At least 2 shifts are required.
Dreyford nodded seriously. There are very few elites like me in the lair anymore, so we have to make up for it with numbers.
Then 2 shifts.
Ron was originally planning to call 3 shifts of mobile workers, but although goblins can give birth, it will take at least 8 years to reach adulthood. By then, the grass on Ron's grave will almost grow into a tree. The 2 shifts will be used first, and then some young people who have migrated will be arranged to fill the vacancies in the 3rd shift. Fortunately, the goal of this group of assassins is very clear. They are coming for Ron and the 6 of them.
Rurik just happened to attack Annie upstairs and Lavinia and Bunny who were resting behind. I woke up after it happened.
The few people who knew they were not good at fighting carefully hid in the room and did not come out, thus reducing a lot of trouble. The repair work of the trading post was handed over to the construction teams of N and Selina, and the bodies of these assassins were not wasted. They were buried by Ron in the front yard and covered with tombstones. The epitaphs were unified as poor murderers who overestimated their abilities, from Carolina. On the one hand, this served as a warning, and on the other hand, it was a possible backup force to pull up these dead people to help Ron resist their possible successors. Victoria had a lot of opinions about this approach, but she finally compromised, on the condition that they had to be thrown out and buried normally after use. After all, the dead bodies that had been revived once could not be used again. Ron actually even wanted to dissect them, but he had to give up this idea because he couldn't find a topic, and this caused opposition from almost everyone except Sylvia and Driver.
Attack? A few days later, when the second team led by Kalade came back unscathed and learned about this incident, they immediately asked for a meeting to deal with it. C-100 take the initiative, it's useless just to be on guard. The hobgoblin said sincerely, Ron, just shrinking back and defending won't solve any problems. Can you understand?
You can only be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't prevent a thief for 1,000 days.
Do you need me to teach you?
They won't give up, that's obvious. Seymour put his legs on the table, frowning and playing with the dagger, and they will definitely send more powerful characters next time, maybe fewer people, but they will be more elite. Seymour got excellent grades in assassin-related courses, and he was also a skilled drow assassin, so he knew a lot about this kind of thing.
I know it too.
Ron looked at the members of the second team, but what can we do?
Carolina is not close to us, and it is their territory.
If there is any other Western Lords alliance, if they take the initiative, we are too passive.
Then find someone who is not so passive to do this, the hobgoblin said firmly. We can't wait like this anyway. What if this continues? Looking for someone?
You said it so easily, as your upper lip touched your lower lip. Victoria glanced at him. Your forces didn't reach from town at first.
Who can you find in the south? Please, there must be a killer organization or mercenary like Carolina who is willing to spend money, right?
Unfortunately, almost none, Ivy said. Those are just small fights, and they are not enough to shake Carolina.
No amount of money can do it with them. This approach simply doesn't work.
Ron thought for a while. Maybe there are 2 types of people that we have a natural advantage to win over?
Which 2 categories? Goblins and slaves?
Sylvia chuckled.
Pretty much, goblins and adventurers. Ron looked at Khaled. Do you know how many goblin tribes there are in the south from Delusion Land?
Inevitable. When I came back today, a hunter reported that I met a goblin from another tribe on the edge of the Delusion Land.
Khaled thought for a moment and understood what Ron meant. You mean, haven't you always wanted to be a hobgoblin warlord?
Your opportunity has come, Ron said, to win them over, defeat them, incorporate them, grow your power, penetrate the wilderness of the middle city-states, and harass the surrounding Carolinas.
But don't do it under our banner.
The purpose is to leave Carolina with no time to worry about herself.
If possible, incite the slaves to revolt and cause them unrest. As for the adventurers, can we go over there and spend a lot of money to hire adventurers to go to Carolina? Ivy, this kind of thing usually doesn't expose the employer, right? No, unless the union plans to discredit itself, Ivy said. If that's the case, I might be able to go back to Rose City to recruit some people and see my parents by the way. My mother once served in the Elven army, and she should have some connections. It's just that the price for this kind of mission must be high and the mission goal must be small, otherwise no one will do such a thankless business. What if, Ron raised his head and thought for a moment, I want to hire someone to attack the slave-catching team and free the slaves. Or a surprise attack on Carolina territory to free the slaves? Then they will be happy to accept the task, Ivy nodded.
It will make money, be a little challenging but not too dangerous, and gain a good reputation.
They will not refuse.
As a senior adventurer, Ivy is clear about the thoughts of these colleagues. We don't even need to create momentum, they will raise various righteous and awe-inspiring banners themselves.
Is there any possibility of intervention from other city-states? Victoria asked. They are an alliance.
Alliance means sharing half of it when you meet, and sharing it when it's worthless, Ivy sneered disdainfully. Rose City's dominance in the Western City-State Alliance is not just because of the spices.
Trading.
It's just that this is not a bad thing for our family at that time. We were stopped outside the city by the prosecutor of Frometown like refugees.
If we weren't from Rose City, could he let the three of us into the city? Then let's go with you, Ron said.
It's not safe to be alone after all, especially now that we seem to be on the assassination list.
Hey, city in the south. Sarah geared up. Ivy, don't worry, we will never cause trouble for you.
Why don't you look like you to me? Ivy glanced at her, but Ron is right, it is indeed a bit dangerous to act alone now.
Can we go too? Andre looked at Ron eagerly.
This young man from the village obviously also wanted to see the world.
The land cannot be left without someone to guard it. The veteran who had fought against Carolina raised his eyelids. Carrot is going to recruit goblins. What if we leave again? Hey, you can't say that. Seymour looked at Andre. Young people should still see more of the world, right? I am the best example. If I didn't escape from the family and escape to the surface, how could I get to know each other? Where are you? There aren't that many things going on here now.
It's enough for a few of our brothers to stay.
But benefactor, you must not be partial. After you come back, we will also go out for a walk.
Don't worry about this, Sylvia said with a smile. As long as I'm here, I can make sure my benefactor agrees to anything I say.
The main purpose this time is to restrict Carolina's behavior, Ron said. When the matter is over and there is no danger, you can naturally go to the south and wander around as you like. Otherwise, you are still the target of Carolina's pursuit, right? With such a large group of people out, the target is too big.
With a team of nearly 20 people, it was difficult not to attract attention.
That's the truth. The veteran sat back and stopped talking.
Then it settled. Annie, Ron glanced at the young warlock of Earth and Wood blood inheritance. During the time we are temporarily away, you will be responsible for all construction matters, and other matters will be left to the second team.
Come to negotiate. If you still have any questions, you can listen to the opinions of our consultants. Ron was of course referring to Lavinia, Bunny and Rurik.
Don't worry about things here, the dwarf blacksmith stroked his beard. Although I have 3 years of training, I owe you my life. I will help build some gadgets such as traps and fortifications. Maybe not enough against Carolina assassins, but more than enough against wild beasts and bandits. May the goddess bless you and have a safe journey. Bunny didn't say much, just smiled lightly. Lavinia and I will fulfill our responsibilities.